The sky was torn asunder, and the earth was consumed. An indescribable cataclysm had plunged the entire planet into the abyss. The so-called civilization and morality collapsed with a resounding thud before the instinct for survival. To live another day, he would stop at nothing, even using the bodies of others as shields. Faced with a bloody altar and a formidable sorcerer, what could he do? Chapter 1. The Cataclysm of Earth. In the bright, sterile confines of an underground cell, a group of humans, their complexions still somewhat rosy, were imprisoned. Dressed in clean garments with healthy skin tones, one could hardly discern that they had been confined for 4 long days and nights, were it not for the palpable panic reflected in their eyes. As footsteps echoed through the subterranean chamber, the group, having begun to comprehend their dire predicament, cowered like mice sensing the presence of a cat, scurrying to the furthest corners of the cell, resembling a tightly packed group of quail. Rational thought informed them that the cell was too small for any escape, yet instinct compelled them to huddle together, trembling, stubbornly believing that their unity would embolden them. Li Shi, relying on his youth and strength, pushed aside the frail women in the cell, retreating to the darkest corner, burying himself among them, utterly indifferent to the peril his actions posed to their lives. As the footsteps drew nearer, all eyes turned toward the sound, trembling with terror, as if summoned by the specter of death, well aware of the familiarity of those ominous steps. Listening intently, Li Shi tightened his grip on the clothing of the 2 women before him, as if wrapping himself in winter garments to shield against the cold, lowering his head in a pitiful prayer that the approaching figure might overlook him. Had he still been on Earth, he would never have resorted to such cowardice, hiding behind women and using them as human shields. Any man who acted thus would be condemned to a lifetime of shame, reviled for centuries. Yet, this was no longer Earth. The moral compass of the past was ill-suited for the present circumstances. The footsteps reverberated like hammers striking a heart, each echo sending shivers through the confines of the cell. Finally, the footsteps halted outside the cell. Li Shi kept his head bowed, eyes shut tight, with only his ears perked to catch the sounds beyond his own being, for they were the harbingers of fear and reverence that filled the world. Amidst the trembling crowd of a dozen individuals, Li Shi suddenly recalled newly hatched chicks, huddled in a corner upon seeing a human, with the strongest nestled in the center and the weakest cast to the outermost edge. No words were exchanged, only derisive laughter followed by desperate pleas and frenzied curses. Please, just let me go. I will do anything for my freedom. Li Shi clutched the garments of the 2 women before him, desperately shielding himself, having learned the grim routine. Each day, the footsteps would sound, claiming 3 to 5 souls. If those chosen were taken today, the remainder might live to see another dawn. Only 12 remained in the cell, and while the luckiest among them could only hope for 3 to 4 more days, the instinct to survive urged Li Shi to strive for the end. I cannot die. I must find my family, and her. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. Clinging to this self-reinforcing mantra, Li Shi rationalized his despicable actions as justified, for the survival of the self was paramount. Moreover, none knew one another in the cell. Should he outlast them through sheer will, who could voice dissent? As the sounds of cursing faded into the distance, the echo of the cell doors closing resonated, and in that moment, they all understood they had secured another day of existence. The now spacious cell fell silent, the camaraderie of earlier days evaporated. Once united in the hope of survival and the restoration of earthly civilization, their aspirations had long since dissipated. Those who remained were adversaries, each a potential threat to the other's chances of survival. Li Shi occupied the innermost position, a strategic choice to maximize his chances of evading the attention of that terrifying presence. In addition to being vigilant of the grim footsteps, he also had to be wary of the other inmates, for this position represented a greater opportunity for survival. Li Shi could scarcely recall how many he had driven off with his fists, even if they were women or children. He had come to terms with reality. This was no longer a peaceful land, nor a tranquil society. Recollections of past experiences filled him with dread, threatening to unravel his sanity, his body trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering as though pecked by a woodpecker seeking its meal. It was a splendid afternoon, much like any other, when Li Shi had just completed a lucrative $2 million deal, poised to earn over $50,000. As he pondered how to reward himself, he beheld the azure sky, shattered like tempered glass, riddled with cracks. To the vastness of the sky, these were mere fissures, but to humanity, they revealed the boundless cosmos beyond, an unremarkable spectacle, nor a rare celestial phenomenon, but rather a sky that was being rent apart. Like dough kneaded by a mother's hands, the heavens were forcibly contorted into unimaginable shapes. The transformation of the sky had not ceased. The earth, once the cradle of countless lives, suddenly unleashed its most tempestuous fury. A chasm several kilometers wide and unfathomably deep ruptured the ground, as if the deity of the earth had gaped wide, instantly swallowing half a city. Countless souls fell into the abyss, many unable to utter a single cry, even the sturdiest steel and concrete succumbing to the void. Li Shi witnessed with his own eyes a client he had just seen off, driving a luxury car worth millions, plunging heedlessly into the chasm. The prospect of his 50,000 commission vanished in an instant. In that moment, he yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were welded to the ground, immovable. Even as his mind raged in protest, his body remained as stiff as a corpse. This was the ultimate reaction to terror. Li Shi had seen documentaries depicting small creatures paralyzed in the face of apex predators, and he had disbelieved. Now, he was convinced. He truly could not move. The earth's gaping maw had not finished its feast, as Li Shi beheld a towering skyscraper in the city center being thrust upward by a mountain emerging from the depths, ascending faster than a rocket. The sudden calamity sent countless small black dots plummeting from the sky, and Li Shi knew they were people. What should have taken hundreds of millions of years to form, the world's mountain ranges, was completed in an instant. Freshly birthed, this mountain range bore with it immense underground water resources, typically nourishing life, now transformed into surging torrents, sweeping across the land with unrelenting force. As Li Shi gazed at the raging waves, he absurdly mused that a new freshwater lake would surely form here. Nature's artistry, in that fleeting moment, had claimed countless lives, rendering humanity's grasp on power laughable in the face of such annihilating force. This city could not possibly harbor any survivors. To live through this very second was already an immense stroke of luck. Li Shi relinquished the thought of escape, realizing that he could not flee from the calamities that had surpassed all recorded earthquakes, floods, and myriad other disasters throughout human history. The sky, riddled with cracks, could no longer endure, as if it emitted a mournful wail resonating through the cosmos, its final resistance against an unknown force before its demise. With a resounding boom, the entire planet was engulfed in a deafening roar. The shattered sky departed without leaving a final word, hurtling into the vastness of outer space. The atmosphere, which had safeguarded Earth for billions of years, vanished entirely, replaced by a gaping void that exposed the planet to the universe, leaving its inhabitants unprepared to face the cosmic rays that could annihilate them in an instant. Without the protective layer of the atmosphere, not only were cosmic rays a threat, but the oxygen on Earth would soon be depleted, casting a suffocating shroud of death over the beleaguered planet. Yet, in that moment, no one had the capacity to ponder the trivialities of cosmic rays or asphyxiation. The multitude of disasters rendered any additional lethal threats inconsequential. After all, death was inevitable. Could one truly die twice? Li Shi grasped a kitchen knife, contemplating suicide. If death were unavoidable, he opted for a manner that would inflict the least suffering upon himself. With the blade hovering a mere millimeter from his artery, a multitude of white light beams suddenly descended from the celestial void, enveloping Li Shi before he could even grasp the extent of his fate. In that instant, Li Shi distinctly sensed that the external storm and radiation were entirely barred from entry. Even the thinning oxygen around him became abundant. In the face of apocalyptic catastrophe, he had somehow survived. He beheld the white light beams targeting every form of life, humans and the flora and fauna alike. All living beings within reach were struck. Even the city he had deemed extinct was not spared. Countless beams cascaded down, lifting shadows of survivors and plants from beneath the rubble. Earthquakes, floods, wildfires, cosmic rays, asphyxiation, none of these could harm the life on Earth in the presence of these radiant beams. Against the backdrop of devastation, the salvation of billions of lives appeared almost miraculous, as if divine light had descended upon them. I am alive. Chapter 2. The Man in the Corner. Li Shi yearned to weep, to shout, to vent his emotions, yet his body remained unresponsive, numb and rising skyward like the other beams of light. As he ascended into the heavens cloaked in the white luminescence, he gazed upon the fractured earth, his mind devoid of any coherent thoughts. Staring blankly at the chaos around him, he felt entirely desensitized. At that moment of Earth's obliteration, millions of brain cells ceased to function. What lay before him transcended human comprehension and imagination. The biological defense mechanisms had rendered his cells incapable of thought. As countless white beams soared upwards, everything on the ground was drawn toward the celestial void. Skyscrapers, rivers, oceans, mountains, and layers of earth, hundreds or even thousands of meters high, swirled together, forming the largest tornado in history, ascending toward the cosmic abyss. The Earth, born over billions of years and reshaped by humanity for over 1 million, had endured countless disasters and birthed a magnificent civilization. Now it was all gone. Spatial barriers breached, a low-level life planet detected. Life forms captured. 8,895,448,454,541. Integration into the timeline estimated at 3 hours. Upon hearing this incomprehensible announcement, Li Shi promptly fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dimly lit basement. Initially, there were nearly 30 individuals, comprising men and women of all ages, Caucasians, Asians, and Africans alike. After the initial panic subsided and communication barriers were overcome, they reached a consensus: survival. They firmly believed that with human intellect and the dominance established over millions of years on Earth, they could navigate this predicament and restore humanity's glory. In that eventuality, they would be the pioneers, the forerunners, revered by future generations as saints. Each person engaged enthusiastically in discussions about survival strategies, sharing their skills, as if they could forge a new chapter in history at any moment. However, this utopian ideal was shattered beyond recognition within that very day. For the terrifying beings descending from above effortlessly obliterated the chosen few strongest men, reducing them to mere pulp. There was no contact, no weapons involved. In an instant, those relatively robust individuals, by earthly standards, perished, becoming mere splashes of color on the walls. Fortunately, these terrifying entities did not annihilate them entirely. They merely selected a few individuals and departed. They exhibited no concern for the resistance displayed, or perhaps such defiance did not pique their interest in the slightest. This indifference reminded Li Shi of the time during the new year when his parents would select the fattest pigs from the pen. Back then, he stood outside the pen, watching the plump pigs salivate, never contemplating whether they wished to be consumed. Now, he found himself the object of scrutiny, the pig under examination, with his thoughts utterly disregarded. The silver lining was that the terrifying beings provided them with an unlimited supply of food and water. Although it was not Earth's fare and bore a different taste, it sufficed for their survival. Yet this act instilled greater fear in Li Shi, for during his childhood, every time he fed the pigs, he hoped they would eat more, that they could gain weight for the New Year feast. In the ensuing days, there were indeed some who attempted to resist, but those who did were the first to be chosen and subsequently vanished without a trace. After several such instances, no one dared to resist again. To rebel meant immediate death. To remain compliant offered a chance of survival for a few more days. Everyone understood the choice. For Li Shi, a fortuitous development was that all those stronger than him had perished, leaving him as the most robust of the group. As the strongest, he naturally occupied the best position, one that allowed him to live the longest and attract the least attention, hidden in the corner. Though some contemplated escape, the seemingly fragile door proved more resilient than steel. Could one even fathom such a reality? His trusty military knife shattered upon impact, defying all logic. This place was unequivocally not Earth, though no one dared to voice this truth. They all harbored an unspoken understanding, clinging to a sliver of hope. What if? What if they were still in some corner of Earth? Until all hope was irrevocably extinguished, everyone chose to avert their gaze from the worst-case scenario. The remaining 12 individuals in the cell had abandoned any hope of living until death. In this unknown world filled with uncertain dangers, each day survived was a victory. Within the small confines of their cell, food was plentiful, the chill of cold barely felt, yet the atmosphere felt akin to a judgment day, rendering their small group a vivid portrayal of survival in the face of apocalypse. In their desperate bid to outlast one another, the moral and legal teachings acquired over decades on Earth had long been discarded into the refuse. No emotions remained, only the raw instincts of beasts. Li Shi sensed every pair of eyes fixed on him with disdain, a longing to displace him from his corner, yet when he followed their gazes, he found only heads bowed, too fearful to meet his gaze. Li Shi, through sheer force and resilience, has undoubtedly emerged as the alpha of this band of survivors in the apocalyptic realm. He lays claim to the most coveted resources, and as long as his formidable physique remains unyielding, none dare to challenge his authority. Women, seeking to prolong their existence through seduction, find themselves met with Li Shi's merciless fists as he unflinchingly positions them before him, shielding his own life. Li Shi perceives no shame in using women as shields. He is human too, yearning for survival, and even more so for the chance to reunite with his family. He remains oblivious to whether his loved ones, still in their rural home during the cataclysm, have also survived. Yet, devoid of any corpses, he stubbornly convinces himself that they must still be alive. As long as he has not witnessed their demise, hope persists. The basement, shrouded in darkness, offers no glimpse of sunlight, leaving Li Shi uncertain if the world still knows the warmth of the sun. Each time the ominous sound of footsteps echoes, he considers it yet another day survived. At the first sound of footsteps, Li Shi forcefully grabs the two women before him, using them as shields as he crouches in a corner, too fearful to raise his gaze, lest his sight attract the attention of the unknown entities lurking outside the cell. The remaining 12 individuals huddle in the corners, rendering the spacious cell, designed to accommodate many, starkly empty. As the footsteps halt outside the cell, the breaths of the unseen beings grow so loud that Li Shi can hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. He can vividly imagine the scene beyond the cell, a grim reaper, clutching a ledger of life and death, its gaping maw dripping with saliva that corrodes the ground into deep pits, its blood-red eyes surveying them like a predator eyeing its dinner. The language spoken is foreign and incomprehensible, yet the tone is laced with disdain. Li Shi is startled. This is his first encounter with the voice of this creature. The strange phonetics elude his understanding. It is undoubtedly not a language of Earth. Before he can ponder why this terrifying entity has chosen today to speak, the women he has shielded suddenly lose their weight, flung away to various corners of the cell, until even the two he clutched are propelled outward. Li Shi dares to glance toward the creature outside the cell, meeting its gaze, those eyes, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. He comprehends his fate. Even as he cowers in the corner, stripped of dignity and hiding behind women, he cannot escape being chosen. His previous immunity was not due to his clever evasion, but rather a reluctance to select him. Their perceived sanctuary is nothing more than an illusion. Today, he has been chosen. Two women share this fate. With a mere flick of its finger, the creature binds the three of them as if ensnared by invisible ropes, their bodies rigid and suspended in the air, following the creature out of the depths of the basement. Resistance is futile. Not even a hair can be moved, let alone defiance. The gentle sunlight, the lush greenery, the sweet, fresh air, and before them, an altar adorned with mysterious patterns, still stained with the crimson of fresh blood. The unknown, terrifying entity, draped in a voluminous robe, holding a staff of dark brown wood, evokes in Li Shi a resemblance to the wizards depicted in Tales from Earth. Communication is impossible. For now, he shall refer to it as the wizard. With a slight gesture, the wizard sends a woman soaring towards the altar. She is a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty, a journalist who had evaded death during Earth's cataclysm by being away on assignment. In a world where such a statuesque beauty would undoubtedly be among the elite, a realm Li Shi would never breach, here she is, at the mercy of the wizard. Ignoring her pleas and cries for mercy, the wizard chants incantations in a language only he comprehends. Chapter 3. The shadow. The intricate patterns on the altar glimmered to life, accompanied by incantations that erupted like popping beans, illuminating the entire altar within mere seconds. Starting from beneath the beautiful female journalist, mysterious figures, exuding an aura of terror, unfolded a quintessential tale of demonic destruction. This supernatural phenomenon intensified the fear within the journalist, as if she could foresee her own demise. What transpired next was even more bizarre. The foreign beauty, merely in her 20s, visibly aged at an alarming rate. Her once smooth skin became wrinkled, her lustrous golden locks dulled, and her voice turned hoarse, as her youthful and vibrant form deteriorated rapidly. As though time had activated a jet propulsion system against her. Her very life essence was being siphoned away. Li Shi felt a chill run through him. For it was a well-accepted truth that those chosen to leave their cells met grim fates, yet he had not anticipated such an ending. To live an entire life in mere minutes. Was there a more brutal way to perish? At that moment, another woman floated beside Li Shi. Her features twisted in horror as she observed the unfolding events at the altar. Beneath her, water dripped rhythmically, echoing ominously. Li Shi did not mock her, for he was acutely aware that his own expression was hardly any better. He was not paralyzed by fear, merely fortunate to have an empty bladder. As the anguished cries of the journalist filled the air, a shadow loomed and gradually expanded behind her. The being Li Shi referred to as the magician visibly thrummed with excitement, his tone growing increasingly urgent. However, as the journalist's form hunched over, her golden hair turning ashen and her vitality evidently exhausted, the shadow showed no sign of transformation. The magician grew impatient, gesturing with his fingers. and the woman with contorted features was roughly hurled onto the altar. Simultaneously, the once vibrant journalist, now drained of her life force, closed her eyes forever. She was dead. With the second woman cast upon the altar, the shadow continued to swell, now reaching the size of an adult's fist. Yet, at this juncture, no matter how fervently the magician chanted in an unknown tongue, the shadow refused to grow any larger. The patterns on the altar glowed ever more brightly, and the newly sacrificed woman aged rapidly, just as the first had. Li Shi understood. They were offerings, sacrifices to facilitate the magician's communion with the unknown. Predictably, as the second woman neared the end of her life, Li Shi too was thrust onto the altar. He wished to resist, yet aside from his mouth, his entire body lay immobilized. If mere glares could kill, the magician would surely not survive a minute. But alas, glares wield no lethal power. Li Shi realized why the two women endured such torment. The pain was unbearable. The entire space constricted around him, reminiscent of the forceful squeezing of an orange. A simple press would extract all the juice from a single fruit, and he felt like that fruit caught in the press. His robust muscles began to slacken. His sharp mind dulled, and his vision blurred as he could no longer discern the details from 10 meters away. He knew he was hurtling towards death, on a one-way journey with no return. He felt a sense of injustice for not having found them yet. Li Shi experienced little emotional upheaval. The established reality was unchangeable, and his impotent howls were but a shroud for the powerless. Had he taken a knife to his own throat sooner back on Earth, perhaps none of this would have transpired. However, as he silently awaited his demise, he failed to notice the magician's fiery gaze fixed intently upon him. Watching something behind Li Shi, after sacrificing two women, the shadow had only grew to the size of a fist. But now it seemed to have caught the scent of a delectable feast, drawing closer to Li Shi on the altar. Just as his life force ebbed and his once dark hair turned white, the shadow silently enveloped him, expanding like a shroud, swallowing him whole, resembling a charred zongzi from a distance. Even as Li Shi was drained of his vitality without uttering a sound, it felt as though he were a fish thrown into a hot oil vat, still alive, but not yet dead. The moment he was shrouded by the darkness, he leaped 2 meters high at an astonishing angle, his entire body convulsing with a speed that would put even an epileptic to shame. The pain was tenfold compared to the previous agony of having his life essence consumed. It felt as if countless small lives were violently rushing into his body, heedless of whether he could withstand it. From the magician's perspective, Li Shi, performing various inhumane contortions on the altar, had long since rolled his eyes back. At that moment, it was not Li Shi who controlled his body, but rather a primal instinct reacting to extreme pain, or perhaps something else entirely was at play. His withered muscles filled with fluid at an astonishing rate, and his grayish hair transformed back to its original hue. The once dull vitality exploded forth like a torrent of gasoline igniting, unleashing a power far surpassing what he had known before. In a deep coma, Li Shi was oblivious to the fact that he had reverted to his original form, even more formidable than before. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. Li Shi remained unaware of his transformation, just as he was oblivious to the frenzied demeanor of the magician below the altar, rivaling his own. Before either could calm their madness, several figures appeared above the altar, all clad in robes and wielding various staffs, coldly gazing down at the altar. Upon seeing these figures, the frenzied magician finally regained a semblance of composure, though his eyes still betrayed his fervor. Pointing at Li Shi on the altar, he laughed and cried simultaneously, exclaiming, "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." The figures, silent witnesses to the rising energy emanating from Li Shi, shifted from indifference to shock. One figure began to chant incantations, summoning chains that appeared from thin air and slithered into Li Shi's body, burrowing beneath his skin. The energy sealing technique halted the escalating energy fluctuations within Li Shi, causing his convulsions to cease, and he fell rigidly upon the altar, his limbs twitching intermittently, betraying the high-intensity exertion his body had just undergone. When Li Shi opened his eyes once more, he found himself restored to freedom, and to his astonishment, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he had nearly succumbed moments before, he was not only back to his prime, but also brimming with vigor, as if each cell had been filled with TNT, ready to unleash explosive power at any moment. Li Shi surmised that while he might not be able to rip apart a tank, tearing through a truck would be well within his capabilities. A twist of fate? The chosen one? The protagonist of this tale? Yet, before he could fully grasp his newfound strength, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, his hair standing on end, muscles taut. As a chilling awareness surged from his feet to the crown of his head, this sense of impending danger was foreign to him. It appeared that as his body had been enhanced, so too had his senses, allowing him to perceive the disquiet that loomed. This feeling stemmed from several gazes. Merely being observed by these eyes created an illusion that his throat was being constricted, as though death could strike at any moment. Before him stood two individuals, garbed in oversized gray robes, wielding bizarre staffs, their faces obscured in a manner that rendered them almost unrecognizable. Merely sitting there and observing made Li Shi perspire profusely. The prowess of these two mages far surpassed that of the one who had previously cast Li Shi onto the altar. Defeating them was an impossibility, and Li Shi's body tensed with apprehension, uncertain of what lay ahead. However, he was grateful not to have met the same fate as others who had been drained of their life force. Your name? Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, for the mage spoke in Mandarin, a language he could comprehend. Your name? The mage inquired again, his tone unchanging, as he noticed Li Shi's lapse in focus. Li Shi, he replied, a flicker of hope igniting within him, for communication signified a chance at survival. Your age? 23. Your registered address? Haiqing Pingan Town, Ginkgo Village, Group 3, No. 5. What is your occupation? Real estate sales, I sell houses. What type of houses? Commercial properties and villas. How much can you earn from a house? The commission is variable, depending on how much we charge clients. Generally, it ranges from 10,000 to 20,000, but if we encounter clients unfamiliar with property prices, we can earn over 50,000. Li Shi refrained from concealing any information, responding candidly to each query, acutely aware of the other mage's unwavering gaze, as if their eyes pierced through to his very soul. Chapter 4. Academy, Sorcerer. Li Shi harbored no doubt that even the slightest error in his responses would lead to dire consequences. Answering hundreds of questions, he was drenched in cold sweat, astonished by the alien's extensive knowledge of Earth, to the point where some details eluded him. He desperately rummaged through his memories, striving to provide flawless answers. I am quite satisfied with your responses. At last, the inquiries ceased, and Li Shi cautiously exhaled, realizing that his chances of survival had significantly improved. Yet, as he allowed himself a moment of respite, a beam of light shot forth from the mage's hand, striking him squarely in the forehead before he could even react. A torrent of memories surged into his mind. In an instant, Li Shi's eyes rolled back, yet his formidable physique prevented him from losing consciousness. As he involuntarily accepted the influx of memories, the two mages observed him indifferently, their seemingly tranquil demeanor contrasting with the swirling energies that surrounded them, hinting at an unspoken exchange. Unfortunately, Li Shi was oblivious to this exchange, and even if he could perceive it, he would remain unaware of its significance. Gasping for breath, Li Shi tightly shut his eyes, attempting to suppress the overwhelming shock that roiled within him. The forcibly implanted memories introduced him to this alien world and elucidated the cataclysm that had befallen Earth, providing a brief overview of the events and familiarizing him with the written language of this realm, enabling him to communicate with them effectively. Though this was merely a preliminary understanding, it left Li Shi utterly astounded. What on earth was happening? The dimension he now inhabited was known as the Sorcerer's Realm, and those he had referred to as mages were, in fact, a group of sorcerers. They were beings who had honed their powers to an extreme. Terrifying entities that ruled over countless worlds, capable of traversing the cosmos and tearing through the fabric of space as absolute titans. Within the memories imparted, the indifferent sorcerers revealed that merely their names could instill tremors across innumerable realms. Such powerful beings would scarcely take note of a trivial planet like Earth, let alone regard humanity as anything more than primitive life, forms incapable of transcending their corporeal limits. The rending of Earth had merely resulted from an unfortunate accident. Space is not a static entity. It ebbs and flows like the surface of the sea. Just as there are moments of towering tidal waves, there are also times of profound lows. The Sorcerer's Realm, beyond the comprehension of Li Shi and his fellow Earthlings, was vast enough to encompass the entire solar system, suggesting an unfathomable mass. Of course, the grandeur of the Sorcerer's Realm bore no relation to Earth, for the distance between them was insurmountable, akin to parallel lines that would never intersect. Yet, one fateful day, the seemingly distant void between the two realms experienced a tidal effect, reaching a nadir. In a brutal display, the Sorcerer's Realm tore through space, or rather, the fragile barrier of space could not withstand the weight of the Sorcerer's Realm, causing the two worlds to collide in an unprecedented manner. Earth was akin to an ant confronted with Mars, utterly incapable of resistance, as it was unceremoniously ripped apart by the immense gravitational pull emanating from the Sorcerer's Realm. This apocalyptic calamity for Earth was entirely passive, devoid of any conscious intent. The planet had long since been fragmented into countless pieces, assimilated into the sorcerer's realm, contributing to its construction. Earth was neither the first nor the last world to be ensnared and torn apart by the sorcerer's realm. Otherwise, its astonishing scale would not exist. As for the protection afforded to Earth's inhabitants and flora during its disintegration, that was the doing of the sorcerers from the sorcerer's realm. Sorcerers pursue the unknown and seek knowledge as their life's calling. For a newly captured planet, especially one rich with life and civilization, such a find was akin to bees drawn to enticing nectar. Do you understand the situation now? The sorcerer who had been questioning him inquired. Esteemed sorcerer, I comprehend. Li Shi replied respectfully, fully aware that he could not afford to be anything less. The sorcerers were beings capable of annihilating countless worlds with the mere utterance of their names. Their decision to spare him was merely circumstantial. Similarly, preserving half of Earth's life was motivated by the desire to foster diversity within the sorcerer's realm. The sorcerers enslaved innumerable planetary realms, regarding beings like humanity as nothing more than inferior slaves, indifferent to their survival. Just as Li Shi and others had been treated as sacrificial offerings by the sorcerer apprentice in the underground prison, such practices were commonplace within the sorcerer's realm. Li Shi was initially destined to become the sacrificial offering for that sorcerer apprentice's communication with the outside world, to contribute his minuscule strength to the magnificent sorcerer's realm. However, unexpectedly, the apprentice had unwittingly allowed the power of another world to seep through the temporarily open spatial portal, endowing Li Shi with an evolution that transformed him from a frail earthling into a higher being, granting him the potential for further evolution. This development was undoubtedly a momentous boon for Li Shi, as it not only represented a transformation of his very essence, but also bestowed upon him unforeseen abilities, shifting his role from a passive victim to a being capable of slight resistance. Nevertheless, he did not believe that such coincidences or post-evolution would capture the attention of two official sorcerers, nor that they would squander their precious time on him. The sorcerer's realm was not in want of combatants or evolved life forms. Such entities were as plentiful as grains of sand in a desert. The two sorcerers before him, having discerned Li Shi's confusion, offered an explanation. Just a day prior, the esteemed Yanshenghan sorcerer had issued a decree, granting Earth's humanity the status of secondary indigenous residents within the sorcerer's realm due to their commendable intellectual development, prohibiting sorcerers from indiscriminate slaughter and enslavement of humans. Li Shi felt an overwhelming urge to weep with gratitude. His fortune was indeed remarkable, as he had somehow managed to survive against all odds. In the world of wizards, hierarchy is of utmost importance. At the lowest rung are the slaves, devoid of any rights, existing at the very bottom of society. Li Shi and his companions were previously unceremoniously cast onto the altar, their social status clearly delineated as slaves. Above the slaves are the ordinary civilians of the wizarding world, who, under normal circumstances, are not interfered with by wizards. Rather, they are afforded protection at certain times. At the pinnacle of this society are the wizards themselves, who command countless realms. This knowledge was gleaned from the memories Li Shi received during his enlightenment. Now that humanity on Earth has been granted the rights of second-class natives, it signifies that they will no longer be treated as mere experimental subjects destined for death, allowing them to thrive and propagate. Had this decree been issued even a minute later, he might have been regarded as an invading creature from another world and dealt with accordingly. He felt incredibly fortunate, a shiver of fear coursing through him. The other inhabitants of Earth would soon organize new towns to commence their new lives, expressing gratitude to the great Yanshenghan wizard for their continued existence, which stemmed entirely from the benevolence of the esteemed wizard. As for you, we have determined that you have not been contaminated by foreign entities, and your soul shows no anomalies. You could be said to have benefited from misfortune, unlike other earthlings. You may remain at the Yin Academy and choose to become a wizard, or you may opt to join others in establishing a new life in a new town. The choice is yours. The wizard's so-called assessment was merely a reiteration of the questions posed earlier, and Li Shi was certain that had he hesitated even a moment longer in his response, he would have faced dire consequences. Those questions were buried deep in his memory, and should he have truly been contaminated or possessed, any merging of memories would have led to discrepancies, resulting in delays while recalling those memories. Li Shi did not believe that the other wizard, who had refrained from questioning, was merely idle. He surely had some means of thoroughly scrutinizing Li Shi from within and without. Considering that this wizard had initially communicated with him in Chinese and demonstrated profound knowledge of Earth, Li Shi could not help but wonder how he had acquired such understanding. The thought sent chills down his spine. Now, The pressing matter at hand was how to proceed with his life, to leave or to remain at the Ziyin Academy to become a wizard. Each time Li Shi opened his mouth to express his desire to depart from the academy, he noticed the wizard opposite him gently stroking his staff. His cold gaze fixed upon Li Shi. This stare inexplicably reminded Li Shi of a chilling blade at his throat. He feared that uttering any intent to leave the academy would result in his throat being severed in an instant. The terror of death left him with little room for hesitation, and he almost shouted in a desperate plea, "I choose to stay at the academy and become a great wizard." Upon uttering those words, Li Shi felt nearly drained, sensing that the threat of death had receded. He silently thanked his keen intuition for saving his life. Chapter 5. Galu, the Shadow Excellent. We have assessed your physique, and you are well suited to become a body refinement wizard. We shall assign you a commendable mentor. In light of the unfortunate events at the altar, we shall also compensate you with an additional 10,000 wizard coins. You may leave now. Your new mentor, Wizard Galu, awaits you outside. After declaring his intention to remain at the academy, Li Shi found himself devoid of any decision-making power. Everything had already been arranged, and his inquiries were merely formalities. Without a chance to speak further, he was ushered out. As Li Shi exited the chamber, the previously silent wizard finally spoke. "Esteemed Dean, the situation is as we anticipated. With no unwelcome surprises, we can report back to the great Ziyin Shenghen wizard with complete honesty." The individual who had been conversing with Li Shi was, astonishingly, the academy's enigmatic dean, a figure rarely seen by the students. Throughout the encounter, Li Shi had never clearly discerned the faces of either wizard. Inform Galu not to let him perish. He is a person of special concern to the great Ziyin Shenghen wizard. I have already conveyed this. That is well. The seed has been sown, and now we await the harvest. Naturally, Li Shi was unaware of the proceedings within the chamber, and even if he had been, he could do nothing about it. Upon exiting the chamber, he encountered a burly man, bare-chested and adorned with intricate tattoos. His muscular physique towering over 2 meters. The imposing presence of this man evoked within Li Shi a sensation akin to standing before a primordial beast. The mere aura exuded by the muscular figure sent shivers down his spine. Li Shi had no doubts that this towering figure, Wizard Galu, could effortlessly end his life with a mere flick of a finger. Without exchanging words, Galu gestured for Li Shi to follow. As Li Shi trailed behind Galu, he took his first thorough look at his surroundings. Towering spires loomed above, and fleeting glimpses of crimson figures flitted by, apprentice wizards in a hurried quest for knowledge, along with various unknown life forms radiating subtle yet potent energies. Li Shi estimated that the number of wizards he had seen could easily plow through Earth multiple times. He pondered just how many such wizard academies existed in the wizarding world. Beyond the academy, there were family wizards, merchant wizards, wandering wizards, and those stationed from other realms. In summary, regardless of the type of world, facing the wizarding domain instilled a stifling sense of despair. It was a world that could not be conquered, one that was terrifying beyond measure. Galu led Li Shi from the heart of the academy to its periphery, where they finally halted. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the main academy, this area appeared noticeably sparse and rudimentary. I have grasped your situation. However, you remain unaware of my identity. This marked the first utterance from Galu, his expression impassive and his voice imbued with the scent of iron and blood. His booming voice resonating in Li Shi's mind like thunder. Had Li Shi still possessed the physical constitution of an ordinary human, he feared that mere vocalization could have left him half dead. I am a level 2 body refinement wizard, an external instructor at the Ziyin Wizard Academy, and I will be your dedicated body refinement teacher moving forward. I assure you that under my guidance, you will not perish, and I will expedite your advancement by a level. Li Shi nodded fervently, fearful of uttering anything further that might displease Galu. Before we establish a training regimen, we must first assess your foundational strength. Li Shi felt like a marionette manipulated by Galu. As lacking in power, obedience became his only guiding principle. Mental strength, 15 points, quite commendable. Physical strength, 17 points, average. Strength, 19 points, a promising start. Your talent is classified as half-shadow. A capability acquired after your bloodline was altered by contamination from foreign entities. Though it differs from my own abilities, I can teach you without issue. Trust me. You will become an exceptional assassin. Following a series of intricate tests, Li Shi gathered from Galu's words that his capabilities were satisfactory. At the very least, not of the lowest caliber. You will have 2 classes with elemental wizards each day, while the remainder of your time will be dedicated to learning from me. As I receive additional compensation from the esteemed dean, I will ensure that my teachings remain within that value range. Now, let me witness your combat aptitude. In a startling shift from their previous calm discourse regarding the test results, Galu suddenly turned his back to Li Shi and delivered a resounding slap aimed at him. Before the blow even made contact, the compressed air had already distorted Li Shi's face. He barely comprehended the situation before his body was sent flying through the air, completing 7,200 degrees of rotation. What a complete aberration, Galu exclaimed. If you do not wish to be tormented, then demonstrate some genuine prowess, given your physical condition. Evasion is entirely within your capabilities. Li Shi, sprawled on the ground and spitting blood, found himself on the receiving end of another strike from Galu, whose thick arms were broader than Li Shi's waist. As Li Shi braced for the impending attack, his pupils dilated in terror. The palm aimed at him from a distance of several meters struck like a scythe, the gale-like force tearing at him as he crossed his arms in defense, utterly ineffective. And once again he was sent flying through the air, completing another 7,200-degree spin. If you enjoy being beaten, then simply lie still and do not move. Gelu did not need to approach Li Shi. From several dozen meters away, he could unleash formidable attacks that left Li Shi suspended in mid-air, subjected to relentless torment. The pain was excruciatingly real. However, Li Shi found himself at a loss regarding Gelu's claim of harnessing bodily capabilities, yearning for at least a hint or guidance. Yet, there was nothing, only the unrelenting beatings that he could scarcely evade. Li Shi pondered whether this was the pedagogical approach of the wizarding world or merely Gelu's unique method. Regardless, when he was on the brink of exhaustion, Gelu ceased his assault and disdainfully remarked, "Boy, remember today's lesson. If you wish to avoid being beaten, you must grow stronger swiftly." Li Shi was unceremoniously tossed into a room, accompanied by a vial of potion, a restorative elixir designed to facilitate rapid recovery, albeit with the caveat of owing Gelu 500 wizarding coins post-recovery. He dared not utter a word of protest, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to consume the restorative potion. As for the wizarding coins, he recalled the promised compensation of 10,000. Upon ingestion, his battered body began to mend. He could tolerate the physical agony, but the greater torment lay in the uncertainty of his future. "Boy, are you really this dim-witted? Don't you know how to evade attacks?" Suddenly, a voice echoed within him. "Who?" Li Shi sprang upright, scanning his surroundings with caution, yet found no one. "I am your guiding spirit, your golden finger, so to speak." The hairs on Li Shi's body stood on end once more. This voice emanated not from the external world, but from the depths of his being. Had he still been the naive earthling he once was, he might have believed in such whimsical tales of systems and guiding elders. However, after his initial exposure to the wizarding realm, Li Shi's worldview had been irrevocably shattered and reconstructed. He would not be foolish enough to entertain notions of a system or a guiding spirit. "What wisdom do you impart? Can you enable me to defeat Gelu in a minute? Achieve greatness in 5 minutes? Or perhaps grant me a system, a space, a deep blue, or a lottery wheel?" What are you dreaming about? Gelu is a saint-level being. With your current abilities, you stand no chance of defeating him without centuries of cultivation. Centuries? I doubt I will last that long, Li Shi lamented, resigning himself once more to the ground. "What are you afraid of? The time required for you to surpass him lies within your own cultivation. And remember, you have me now." The voice resonated with an air of confidence, as if surpassing Gelu were merely a trivial matter. "You claim Gelu is a saint-level wizard, then what level are you? Surely, you must be at least a saint-level being. Or else how could you possibly teach me to defeat Gelu?" Li Shi inquired. "I am a demigod of eternal time, just a step away from ascension to divinity. A mere saint-level being is but a flick of a finger." The voice brimmed with pride. "So powerful? Then why not emerge and obliterate Gelu? Taking me away from this academy? I would gladly follow you," Li Shi proposed. "That is not possible. I am merely a projection of consciousness without tangible combat power. Do not be disheartened. I can teach you skills that will prove more suited to you than Gelu's. You need not concern yourself with advanced abilities for now. First, I shall teach you to harness the power of your bloodline, which holds potential beyond your imagination." The voice seemed to sense Li Shi's disappointment and immediately sought to demonstrate its worth. Before Li Shi could respond, an unexpected force surged from within him, rendering his body ethereal as if veiled by a dark shroud. The shadow beneath his feet, once a normal projection, suddenly appeared to stir with life, struggling to spread throughout the room. Li Shi gazed in astonishment at the shadow beneath him, feeling an inexplicable connection as if it were an extension of his own being. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Your bloodline harbors a potent shadow power. If you can master it completely, your very essence shall undergo a transformation. Li Shi remained silent, captivated by the shadow that now enveloped the entire room. As he moved, it was as if he had submerged into water. His entire form vanished from the room. Strangely, even as he disappeared, the shadow that filled the space remained. In another corner of the room, Li Shi's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. With a single movement, the shadow that had spread throughout the room instantly returned to his feet, as if the earlier occurrences had been mere illusions. To any observer, Li Shi's shadow appeared entirely ordinary. Chapter 6. The Elder, you have yet to fully unleash your potential. You can only superficially utilize the shadow power. First, acclimate to your enhanced form, and take it step by step. With my assistance, your future is boundless. The voice, having demonstrated its value, took on a noticeably elevated tone. Thank you, esteemed Elder, Li Shi replied, flashing a bright smile. Do not disclose my existence to outsiders. This need not be reiterated. This shall remain our secret. I shall not confide in any third party, Li Shi assured, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. Equitable exchange is one of the foundational rules of the wizarding world. To gain, one must give. There is no such thing as free rewards. Wizards must not indiscriminately take the lives of commoners, as the vast number of commoners forms the foundation of a wizard's existence. A wizard's strength derives from knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. Mastering knowledge grants you power. Li Shi had been studying at Ziyang Academy for over half a year. The 2 classes of elemental wizardry each day filled the gaps in his knowledge, clarifying many concepts. He had never envisioned that he would one day strive to learn in another world, working tenfold harder than he had during his college entrance examinations. Initially, Li Shi had contemplated utilizing the Academy's resources to seek his family on Earth, but he soon realized that such thoughts were nothing more than fanciful dreams. Setting aside the possibility of surviving the cataclysm that tore Earth apart, even if he were successfully rescued by a wizard, he would first have to endure the perilous fate of being treated as a sacrifice. Even if fortune favored him and he avoided that fate, he could not ascertain his whereabouts. The wizarding world was not like Earth, where each individual possessed an ID card and could access information online. The wizarding realm was ruled by various factions, and even the number of wizards was incalculable, let alone the ordinary populace. When Li Shi asked several instructors about locating a few commoners in the wizarding world, they all replied that no wizard could accomplish such a feat. Li Shi was unlike other students at Ziyang Academy. In his view, he was more of a transfer student. His course schedule seemed tailored to familiarize him with this world, while the others were all following Jello's path of physical cultivation. Wizards were a collective term, divided into 2 primary categories: elemental wizards and body-refining wizards. Ziyang Academy was a standard institution for elemental wizards, training solely elemental practitioners. Jello belonged to the body-refining wizards, and Ziyang Academy had invited him merely to broaden the students' horizons, not to steer them down the path of physical cultivation. Because Jello was an outsider, he was relegated to the outskirts of the academy rather than being placed in a central position. Among all the students, Li Shi was the sole exception, as he had been assigned the path of a body-refining wizard, regardless of his personal preferences, even if he was more intrigued by the mysterious path of elemental wizards. After class, Li Shi returned to Jellu's modest dwelling. Having only a few lessons, Jellu had already been waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Li Shi tossed his wizarding book to the ground and similarly discarded his wizard's robe. Strangely, both the book and robe sank into the shadows beneath his feet and vanished. Without waiting for Jellu to make a move, Li Shi swiftly disappeared from sight, leaving no trace in the spacious courtyard. Jellu, seemingly prepared for this, erupted into laughter and swiftly extended his hand, catching Li Shi's head as if it were a weary bird returning to its nest. Li Shi, unaware of the means employed, traversed an impressive distance upon entering, emerging from the shadow of Galu to launch a surprise attack, only to be thwarted mid-motion. The immense strength encapsulated in the hand gripping his head rendered Li Shi incapable of direct confrontation. Having engaged with Galu on numerous occasions, he was acutely aware of Galu's terrifying prowess. The moment he was seized, he could be yanked from the shadows and smashed to the ground. With a swift upward stroke of his dagger, the air hissed as it was cleaved by the blade. Li Shi harbored no intention of holding back. If he could slay Galu, he would not merely inflict severe injury. Galu's grip faltered momentarily, and in that fleeting instant, Li Shi's figure rapidly sank back into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Galu scoffed, his nostrils flaring as he unleashed a powerful punch, reminiscent of a howling artillery shell, sending a visible shockwave through the air towards the yard's edge. There stood a small tree, beneath which lay a shadow, from which Li Shi's head emerged, having traversed from Galu's shadow to seek refuge under the trees. However, as soon as Li Shi's head appeared, an acute sense of impending doom gripped him. Having fought Galu so many times, he knew what was about to unfold. Without a glance, he instantly melted back into the shadows. The air shockwave barely grazed Li Shi's scalp, obliterating the small tree and creating a half-meter deep crater in the ground. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been reduced to ashes. With such overwhelming power at his disposal, Golu surveyed the yard, his gaze playfully sweeping across every shadow. Any sign of movement was met with an explosive attack. Within moments, the yard resembled a battlefield, ravaged by artillery. How could you evade? Has half a year of training taught you only to flee? This is hardly the demeanor of a body-forging sorcerer. Should you hide again? Do not blame me for dragging you from the shadows. As Golu's words faded, a nearby building erupted, stones and timber soaring into the sky, leaving shadows dancing on the ground. Notably, within Golu's vicinity, shadows numbered over 20. Just as you desire, from one such shadow at Golu's feet, Li Shi's hand emerged, wielding his dagger, aimed at severing Golu's hamstring. Pathetic, Golu sneered at the sudden onslaught. He raised his foot to crush Li Shi's hand, ensuring that a single blow would shatter it into countless fragments. If Golu could have seen Li Shi's expression at that moment, he would have noticed a smirk of cunning success upon his face. Just as Golu's foot ascended, the 20 shadows surrounding him erupted simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of daggers controlled by the shadows, each targeting Golu with relentless precision. The air resonated with the shrill sound of blades clashing. Remarkably, Li Shi had developed his shadow abilities to this extent, able to manipulate physical objects. Yet, faced with the intense barrage, Golu showed no inclination to evade. His body, adorned with intricate sorcerer's runes, merely trembled slightly before unleashing a formidable force, sending all the approaching blades flying, along with the shadows controlling them, reduced to mere fragments. As for Li Shi, whose arm was barely visible from the shadows, he was forcibly expelled by the sheer force of Golu's eruption. He was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, his right hand twisted unnaturally, having been broken by Golu's sudden surge of energy. As he attempted to move, a large foot pressed down upon his chest. A gasp escaped his lips as blood spewed forth. Golu's single stomp had injured his internal organs. In just half a year, he had demonstrated the level expected of a sorcerer apprentice. Though merely that of a low-level apprentice, it was commendable. Golu lifted his foot, motioning for Li Shi to rise, evidently pleased with his performance. You should have a reasonable understanding of sorcerer civilization. There is no need to delve deeper into the knowledge of elemental sorcerers, as it would be a waste of time. Your strength has surpassed 40 points, and your attack power with those recent strikes reached 200 points, albeit only manifesting 5 times your strength, a commendable feat. Your next task is to stabilize your current power and inscribe the gravity rune formation onto your body. Once you adapt to the gravity changes, you may accompany me on missions. Golu gestured toward the runes tattooed on his skin. Li Shi bore runes as well, though far fewer than Golu, forming a modest rune formation. He channeled the limited mana he had cultivated, causing his runes to glow, rapidly healing his recently broken hand and internal injuries, albeit at the cost of his vitality swiftly declining. This was the first ability Golu had imparted to Li Shi, the power of healing. By inscribing sorcerer formations onto one's flesh, one could harness the mana within to activate these formations, unleashing various powers. The trade-off, however, was a significant drain on stamina and energy, necessitating substantial replenishment afterward, simply put, through consumption. In Golu's terminology, Li Shi's physique was scarcely stronger than that of a chick. Initially, he could only inscribe healing formations. Others would await the enhancement of his physical strength. Golu had also shown him his own array of rune formations. Although he did not elaborate on their functions, Li Shi, through his limited understanding, recognized that Golu bore no fewer than 10 distinct formations. Body-forging sorcerers were a mad lot, utterly careless with their bodies, relentlessly pushing their physical limits. Each formation activated represented a strain on the body. Li Shi dared not sustain even the weakest healing formation for long. He had witnessed Golu consume various toxins as if they were mere water and maintain a regimen of 50-fold gravity to enhance his strength. Indeed, when battling Li Shi, Golu maintained 50-fold gravity. These perverse individuals, these lunatics, these reckless beings. Such were Li Shi's assessments of body-forging sorcerers. If one did not perish, they would become mad, entirely disregarding that he was also a participant on this path. With careful steps, his sorcerer's robe was withdrawn from the shadows by a shadowy tendril. Derived from the corrupted bloodline power of shadow energy within him, Li Shi's shadow had transcended its mere essence, evolving into a semi-substantial entity capable of executing simple commands. This newly acquired ability allowed him to wield the dagger against Golu, showcasing his growth in the past 6 months. Furthermore, he mastered a second ability, the capacity to form a stable space within the shadows, akin to a spatial ring, enabling him to store a limited quantity of resources. In the sorcerer world, space equipment existed, yet such items were beyond Li Shi's means. Even his solitary dagger was but a low-end weapon worth a mere 100 sorcerer coins. As for the attack power Galu referenced, it was a common method of calculation in the sorcerer world. Elemental sorcerers derive their might primarily from their mental strength. Typically, an apprentice could unleash attacks equivalent to 10 times their mental power. Body-forging sorcerers relied on physical strength, and those at the advanced apprentice stage could deliver attacks equating to 10 times their strength. Li Shi had yet to grasp the extent of a formal sorcerer's attack power. However, he noted that during their training, Galu always seemed fearful that even a slight increase in force could be lethal. Li Shi understood attack power in simple terms. In his view, humankind was generally weak, with the strongest not exceeding 10 points. The weapons that dominated Earth, firearms, rarely exceeded an attack power of 100 points. Certainly, weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear arms possess an offensive capacity that undoubtedly exceeds 4 digits. The exact figure remains beyond Li Shi's comprehension at this juncture. Presently, he is capable of unleashing an attack power exceeding 200 points, having trained for less than a year. Such progress is remarkable, not only among the inhabitants of Earth, but also within the esteemed halls of the Xiang Witch Academy, rendering Gru quite satisfied with his performance. As I have instructed you in your training, your rate of advancement surpasses all expectations, and you shall emerge as a prodigy, garnering the admiration of all and receiving every accolade. This encouraging voice emanates from the mysterious old man, a guiding presence in Li Shi's journey to harness the power of the shadow bloodline. Evidently, Li Shi's recent accomplishments have also pleased this clandestine mentor. He expresses his gratitude to the old man, acknowledging that without his guidance, he would not have achieved his current level of prowess for many years. Do not mention it. The old man replies, according to our agreement, you must assist me in locating the primal essence. Of course, I have already gathered some leads. A month prior, the old man had tasked Li Shi with the quest for the primal essence. Although Li Shi remains unaware of its nature, he is willing to inquire and gather information. The Green Lodge is a prominent trading company within the wizarding world, with branches even in the Xiang Witch Academy. Li Shi, my lord. A rotund man greets him with a smile. In the Xiang Academy, who does not recognize Li Shi? The sole practitioner of the physical cultivation path within the Elemental Sorcerer Academy? Toronto, is the item I requested ready? Li Shi inquires. He has frequented the Green Lodge on numerous occasions, having procured over 20 short blades from there, and is quite familiar with the proprietor, Toronto. My lord Li Shi, the weapons you sought from Earth are prepared. They are of little value and can be considered a gift, though you will need to cover the transportation costs. Toronto gestures toward a small building at the back of the store, which is already overflowing with an array of weapons and mountains of ammunition. Such instruments, classified as weapons of mass destruction on Earth, are mere trinkets in the wizarding realm. As for the primal essence you inquired about, I have also learned that the headquarters of the Zijingwa Trading Company possesses it, albeit at a steep price. Toronto is the only informant Li Shi can approach regarding matters concerning the old man. What is the cost? Li Shi asks. 1 milligram requires 1 million wizard coins, and it is perpetually in short supply. Toronto shrugs, expressing his regret. Such a treasure is not something an apprentice sorcerer should even contemplate. Many first and second level sorcerers are unfamiliar with its very name. Were it not for Li Shi's mysterious background, Toronto would never have risked divulging information about the primal essence to an apprentice. All right, I understand. How much in total? That amounts to 5,000 wizard coins, 4,000 for the information and 1,000 for transportation. Li Shi reluctantly pays, lamenting that the 10,000 wizard coins the Academy initially compensated him have dwindled to less than 200. Money, regardless of the realm, is perpetually insufficient. As for avenues to earn, Li Shi possesses none. Every wizard coin is spent as quickly as it is acquired. In the world of sorcery, equality in exchange is revered. Nothing comes without a cost. To obtain something, one must be prepared to give. Li Shi, having nothing to offer but himself, finds himself at a loss. He cannot possibly sell himself. The critical issue is that with his apprentice-level abilities, no sorcerer would seek him out. 3 months later, in Gru's courtyard, Li Shi lies on the ground, panting heavily, clearly having just endured Gru's brutal training. Your body is capable of bearing the gravity rune array. You can seek out an elemental sorcerer to inscribe it. Following the intense training, Gru eagerly prepares to unveil the next phase of Li Shi's exercises. However, I am out of wizard coins. Hesitating, Li Shi reveals his predicament to Gru, harboring a glimmer of hope that Gru might lend him some wizard coins. He firmly believes that with further advancement, he could discover a way to earn. Is that so? Gru muses, stroking his chin, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he remarks. Lending money is out of the question. I am broke as well. Those elemental sorcerers often seek apprentices as assistants, allowing them to gain knowledge while earning some wizard coins. I believe you would be quite suitable. Can I really? Surely no sorcerer would want an assistant as inexperienced as I am, Li Shi protests. Gru's refusal to lend money aligns with Li Shi's expectations, but the proposition of becoming an assistant to a formal sorcerer seems far-fetched. Many aspiring sorcerers would envy such an opportunity, yet Li Shi doubts that any sorcerer would accept someone so utterly lacking in knowledge. Of course you can. After all, you have me. Gru grins, his expression a mix of roughness and unwavering confidence. Indeed, less than a day later, Gru forcefully knocks on the door of a towering 4-story edifice. Gavachi, you old rascal, come out and greet me. If you don't, I'll smash your door to pieces. Gru, why are you here instead of properly training your student? The door opens to reveal an elderly and somewhat exasperated sorcerer, with a large frog perched atop his head, staring curiously at Li Shi. Gavachi, my student is so broke he has no wizard coins left. I brought him to be your assistant today, and I only have one condition. As long as he survives, you can do as you please. Gru's usual bluntness leaves Li Shi feeling as though his future is shrouded in darkness. Initially resistant to the idea of Li Shi as an assistant, Gavachi's disdain transforms into a scrutinizing gaze upon hearing that he may do as he wishes as long as Li Shi remains alive. The frog, named Lilith, similarly assesses Li Shi with an unsettling intensity, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. This is no mere assistant role. Gru seems to be offering him as experimental material to Gavachi. The good news is that he will not perish. But the bad news is that it is likely to be far worse than death. It remains unclear what agreement Gavachi and Gru ultimately reach. But Gavachi consents to inscribe the gravity rune array for Li Shi, with the caveat that Li Shi's freedom will belong to Gavachi until he fully acclimates to thrice the gravity. The duration hinges entirely on Li Shi's ability to adapt. Kid, don't look so miserable. Such an opportunity is something many apprentices would pay dearly for. Cherish it, Gru chuckles heartily, patting Li Shi on the shoulder as he departs from Gavachi's tower, leaving Li Shi's slender figure swallowed by the imposing structure. Inside Gavachi's tower lies an array of experimental apparatus and countless biological specimens, the likes of which Li Shi cannot identify. Although I assured Gru I would not conduct lethal experiments on you, you must understand that experiments are fraught with uncertainties. Should you accidentally perish on the operating table, it is of no concern to me. Therefore, to survive, you must cooperate with my experiments without reservation. Gavachi's weathered face seems to bear the weight of countless anguished souls, and accompanied by Lilith's croaks, Li Shi feels as though his very soul is attempting to escape. This is even more terrifying than Gru's training. Do not regard me with such a murderous gaze. Within a month, I shall impart to you the rudiments of experimental knowledge, and moreover, inscribe the gravitational rune array for you. Wizards like myself, who demand payment up front, are a rarity indeed. As promised, Giafaji devoted himself wholeheartedly to instructing Li Shi in the fundamental principles of experimentation, ensuring that Li Shi could accurately articulate the details and data of subsequent experiments. Li Shi found this predicament quite peculiar. Despite being the subject of experimentation, he had to acquire knowledge to convey his sensations accurately to Giafaji. Was this not akin to a masochistic endeavor? While learning about experimental techniques, Giafaji, based on Li Shi's physical condition, had already commenced the targeted engraving of the gravitational rune array. Through prolonged interaction, Li Shi learned that Giafaji's primary focus lay in poisons, an array of bizarre and exotic toxins. In Giafaji's own words, despite being merely a first-level elemental wizard and nearing the end of a millennium of existence, he could effortlessly extinguish an entire miniature world. Chapter 8. Experimentation. How does it feel? Today, I have specifically added 3 milligrams of Longyanko juice to the potion. This juice specializes in counteracting negative energy attributes. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable, yes? Giafaji, with confidence emanating from his experimental notes, gazed at Li Shi, expecting him to writhe in agony, as per his experimental projections. The incessant croaking of the frog, Lilith, perched atop Giafaji's head echoed throughout the laboratory. Li Shi, clutching his abdomen and drenched in cold sweat, felt as if hundreds of serrated blades were mercilessly slicing within him. Clearly, he had been significantly poisoned, but the severity was still less than Giafaji had anticipated. Under normal circumstances, Li Shi would have activated the healing array on his body to alleviate the affliction, for this level of toxicity would not claim his life. However, as a mere subject of experimentation, he could only adhere to Giafagi's directives, meticulously observing the changes in his body under the influence of the toxin, striving to satisfy Giafagi's expectations in a single attempt. Channeling his magical energy, shadows surged beneath his feet, yet like Li Shi, they appeared feeble and drained of strength. Nevertheless, through Li Shi's relentless efforts, the shadows spread across half the laboratory. Compared to the previous experiment, the shadow power within his body had weakened by 2 to 25. Failing to reach the anticipated 5, I suspect that Longyanko juice possesses a certain suppressive effect. However, it is not overwhelmingly potent. Upon hearing Li Shi's feedback, Giafagi recorded the data with a serious expression. This information derived from the experimental subject was of utmost precision, leaving no room for negligence, especially given that the results had not met expectations. Additionally, the pain experienced this time had diminished by 0.3, likely indicating that my body had developed a degree of resistance. I propose increasing the dosage by 1 for the next trial. Having shared the foundational data, Li Shi directed his magical energy towards the newly inscribed runes on his body. Previously, only a few simple healing rune arrays adorned his chest, but now, below that area, on his abdomen, another rune array had been added, the price paid for Li Shi's sale to Giafagi, the gravitational rune array. As the magical energy surged within him, the gravitational runes ignited, and it felt as though hundreds of kilograms pressed down upon him. Li Shi gritted his teeth and stifled a groan, his body shrinking in response. Even with just a doubling of gravity, Li Shi's already weakened state could barely withstand the pressure. The gravitational force caused the shadows that had recently spread throughout the laboratory to retract swiftly, further diminishing Li Shi's aura. The doubled gravity directly impacted the flow of magical energy within him, necessitating an expenditure of double the effort to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Truly, the gravitational array favored by body-refining wizards has its greatest advantage in that it only affects the individual, leaving the surroundings untouched. As long as one can adapt to the changes in gravity, the body will experience passive growth. This growth, albeit gradual, accumulates over centuries, yielding remarkable enhancements. Under doubled gravity, the toxicity reached 150 of the standard effect, while the shadow power waned by 5 to 10. Internal organ damage reached 15, and at the current rate of toxin progression, I would lapse into unconsciousness in 10 days, be on the brink of death in 15, and succumb entirely in 20 days. I can endure no longer. Before Giafagi could respond, Li Shi, who had been meticulously detailing the experimental data, ceased the gravitational enhancement. With a swift motion, he pressed his abdomen and sank into the shadows, vanishing from sight, leaving only the sound of his stomach rumbling behind. Rib-bit, rib-bit, the frog Lilith croaked rhythmically, seemingly intrigued by the sounds emanating from Li Shi's belly. Giafagi paid no heed to Li Shi's abrupt departure. He was well aware of the side effects of his concoction. Gently stroking the head of Lilith, as if to soothe her confusion, his gaze remained fixed on the freshly recorded experimental notes. Muttering to himself, he noted, the experimental results did not meet expectations, with a slight deviation in direction. No major issues arose. Tomorrow, I shall substitute Longyanko juice with holmium stone. With that, Giafagi marked the page of his notes with the peculiar number 3305 before closing it. Such an enigmatic numeral would be indecipherable to others, yet for Li Shi, it would evoke memories of each harrowing experiment, each a testament to his suffering. Hiding in the restroom, Li Shi wore a troubled expression, knowing full well that he could not alter the outcome of the experiments. However, he resolved to evade the process for as long as possible. After enduring countless experiments, he had discerned Giafagi's attitude toward him. As long as the experimental data remained accurate, Giafagi would largely ignore him, even allowing Li Shi to peruse select texts and assist in simpler experiments, thus embodying the ideal role of a research assistant. Li Shi's ability to fulfill these tasks undoubtedly stemmed from Giafagi's trust in him, were it not for the inevitability of lying upon the experiment table every few days. Li Shi would prefer to avoid the torment inflicted by Gulu. Giafagi's requests of Li Shi were straightforward, to test various poisons and accurately convey his sensations and data. At times, Li Shi even suspected that Giafagi was deliberately tormenting him, intending to gradually poison him to death. Yet, the ultimate outcome was that the myriad toxins concocted by Giafagi stimulated Li Shi's cellular activity, effectively filtering out weaker cells and enhancing the body's responsiveness. After enduring hundreds of experiments, Li Shi had developed not only a robust resistance to certain toxins, but had also significantly improved his physical condition, with this rate of enhancement surpassing even his time with Golu. In Li Shi's view, the methods of Jiafaji and Golu represented a stark contrast between meticulous craftsmanship and sheer brutality. As for the gravitational rune array, it was initially stipulated that if Li Shi could operate freely under triple gravity while maintaining an attack power of 200, he would be permitted to leave. However, due to the continuous onslaught of toxins, Li Shi's body had never returned to its prime condition, remaining in a state of severe illness. Li Shi had tested this, finding that his average attack power had plummeted to only 150, with the lowest dipping to a mere 30. He was on the brink of death. Had Jiafaji not halted the experiments, he would have been buried long ago. In such a state of toxin-induced suffering, Li Shi could barely endure even a single fold of gravity, let alone move freely under triple gravity. The prospect of departure remained distant and shrouded in despair, leaving Li Shi devoid of hope. Li Shi suspected that Golu had foreseen this situation long ago. Since his arrival at Jafaki, a whole year had elapsed, and Golu had not visited even once, as if he had completely forgotten about Li Shi. Li Shi understood this very well. For a secondary body-refining sorcerer, with a lifespan extending over 2,000 years and some exceptionally long-lived individuals surpassing 3,000 years, a mere year was but a fleeting moment. They had long grown accustomed to separations lasting decades, or even centuries, quite unlike the human sentiment of missing someone deeply after just a day apart, a feeling characteristic of short-lived beings. Having purged the toxins, Li Shi adjusted his trousers, concluding today's experiment as his body entered a recovery phase. His formidable physical constitution allowed him to recover 80% from the toxins within a matter of days. During this time, as long as Jafaki had no further instructions, Li Shi was free to roam the lower floors, which included access to a private small library belonging to Jafaki. Though it did not house particularly advanced knowledge, it contained simple insights suitable for apprentices and formal sorcerers. While it may not have held great allure for other sorcerers, for Li Shi, it was a veritable treasure trove. In accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, Jafaki permitted Li Shi unrestricted access to the private library, justifying it by Li Shi's commendable performance as an experimental subject. He was free to explore as much as he wished and glean whatever knowledge he could. However, should he seek guidance on any inquiries, he was informed that he must present equivalent valuables. Knowledge is precious. No one would impart it freely, and if they did, one must tread carefully. Lacking the requisite valuables, Li Shi was left to self-study, fortunate to have been enlightened by the thoughts of Earth, which endowed him with a capacity for independent learning. To advance by one level, a body-refining sorcerer apprentice must unlock their physical potential, breaking free from constraints and elevating their bloodline power. The sorcerer civilization had flourished for countless years, and the body-refining sorcerer system was a remarkably refined advancement framework with numerous strong individuals. The apprentices of this world could discern their path to advancement even in their apprentice stage. Yet, as an outsider, Li Shi faced a more convoluted journey without Jafaki's guidance. Nevertheless, he was determined to discover what he needed, particularly regarding the elevation of body-refining sorcerers. His body was not that of a native, and the essence of advancement was the sublimation of life, with each being possessing its uniqueness. While he could learn from the experiences of others, he could not replicate them entirely, especially for someone like him, an outsider. His elevation would undoubtedly be more complex. After poring over the entire collection on the second floor, he still found no precise information. Ultimately, he encountered a singular phrase: sublimate the bloodline, break free from constraints, unlock potential limits, yet no further elaboration was provided. Such guidance was tailored to the local sorcerer apprentices, and Li Shi struggled to distill his own experiences from theirs. Thus, he found himself stymied at the very first step. This sense of being directionless drove him to frustration, as he knew Golu and other sorcerers he was unaware of could facilitate his elevation to a formal sorcerer. Though he had formed a rough conjecture about their schemes, the notion of being completely governed in his advancement was not what he desired. Given the opportunity to access deeper knowledge, Li Shi could not forsake this chance. Even if the likelihood was minute, he would endeavor to explore it. However, despite considering himself well-versed after studying the entire private collection, he still found himself unable to comprehend the material. How did you achieve elevation? Unable to grasp the concept of advancement, Li Shi turned his attention to the old man, recognizing the differences in systems, yet hoping that by learning from each other, he might elucidate some matters. While Jafaki ascended to the fourth floor for experiments, Li Shi cautiously inquired within his mind, "Our elevation differs from that of the sorcerers here. What I share is merely for your reference." Since arriving at Jafaki, The old man had grown remarkably quiet, seldom engaging in conversation unless Li Shi prompted him. "It's all right. Please share," he replied. Li Shi's curiosity regarding the elevation processes of other worlds was piqued, evoking a desire to dissect and delve into the innermost secrets, the allure of the unknown quickening his pulse. Before reaching the sacred level, we do not possess a particularly stringent advancement method. Many ascend unconsciously without a defined path. However, as time passes, we have distilled some insights, the pursuit of the ultimate. The closer one approaches the pinnacle, the greater the chances of elevation. The old man's tone revealed a sense of resignation, contrasting sharply with the structured ascent paths of the sorcerers. As if they were mere children playing in the mud, the disparity was immense. The pursuit of the ultimate? Li Shi pondered if the old man was deliberately withholding information. Regardless, his discourse yielded little of value, save for the phrase pursuit of the ultimate, which resonated with something he had read before. Yet how was one to pursue this ultimate? Once more, he found himself engulfed in confusion. With this perplexity, Li Shi continued his life within Jafaki's tower for another year, marking 2 years since his arrival. Today, the results from the Fuluwa fruit were exceptionally promising. He sensed that the shadow power within him had been suppressed by nearly 50%. In combat, he could barely muster even 30% of his usual strength. Over the course of these 2 years, Li Shi had developed a resistance to many low-level poisons, now able to consume them expressionlessly and articulate his experiences with precision. He had become a man capable of treating poison as casually as drinking water. 50. Does this mean my experiment was successful? Upon hearing Li Shi mention 50, Jafaki, who had meticulously recorded experimental data, erupted in ecstatic disbelief. He had employed exhaustive methods, and to achieve such results in a mere 2 years was astonishing. His original timeline had projected over 10 years. This was the stark advantage of having a commendable experimental subject. "Young man, you are fortunate. Within 3 months, you shall be able to leave my care," Jafaki proclaimed, having thoroughly examined Li Shi's condition and confirming the veracity of his claims. With this milestone achieved, the remaining experiments would proceed seamlessly, and Li Shi's role would diminish significantly. Li Shi cast a perplexed glance at Jafaki, realizing he had yet to acclimate to triple gravity. According to their prior agreement, he had not met the criteria for departure. But soon, he recognized that his value had been exhausted, rendering him expendable. Chapter 9. Shuerchi cough, cough, cough. The laboratory echoed with the sound of Li Shi's violent coughing, as if he were about to expel his lungs. A closer look revealed tiny specks of blood misting into the air with each cough. "Lord Jafaki, although this potion suppresses my shadow abilities, it does not pose a lethal threat to me. However, it inflicts a persistent, agonizing ailment, particularly affecting my lungs, diminishing my ability to absorb air by 70%. I must expend more magical power to maintain my bodily functions, resulting in an approximate decline of 45% in my strength. While the damage is less severe compared to previous potions, the duration of the affliction will be prolonged." Li Shi reflected deeply, unable to ascertain the timeline for full recovery. In the absence of external interference, he estimated it might extend beyond a year. Originally, Jafaki had mentioned that the experiment would conclude in 3 months. But for some unknown reason, the timeline had been extended. The change occurred after the success of the previous experiment, when Jafaki ventured out of the tower and returned with a change of heart. Jafaki was the type to immerse himself in work, tirelessly engaged in various experiments, nearly treating the laboratory as his home. The number of times he left the tower in a year was exceedingly rare, which is why Li Shi had paid such close attention to his departures. Upon the return of Jiafaji, the direction of the experiments underwent a profound transformation, shifting from a prior focus on restraining the powers of shadows to an exploration of sustainability. This was merely what Li Shi had gleaned. He remained unaware of any covert experiments that might be taking place. This alteration was indeed a boon for Li Shi, as it allowed him to remain within the lofty confines of the tower to continue his studies, particularly given his inadequate foundation. Yet, it also bore the burden of being a test subject for an extended period. There was no need for haste during this time. He must refrain from activating the healing rune array, allowing his body to gradually recuperate while meticulously documenting the daily changes in his condition. "I shall not neglect your needs." Jiafaji carefully drew several vials of blood from Li Shi, even trimming portions of his hair and nails with the precision of a farmer harvesting his crops. Li Shi understood the unspoken rule. Inquiring about the purpose behind these extractions would only elicit a cold, unwavering glare. "During this time, you need not engage in any tasks. I have brought you a few volumes of my own reflections for your perusal." Upon hearing that he could indulge in reflections, Li Shi's previously dull and listless gaze ignited with a fervor akin to a wolf spotting its prey. The hunger evident, as if a lifelong bachelor had suddenly been graced by the presence of 4 exquisite beauties at his bedside. The insights shared by Giafagi could not be mere tomes from the second-floor library. They were undoubtedly the distilled essence of centuries of cultivation, featuring the mastery of a wizard. Each line contained wisdom that could potentially shorten a decade of cultivation into mere moments. Such volumes were treasures cherished and kept close by every wizard, often beyond the reach of future generations, a prospect Li Shi had never dared to envision for himself. They were invaluable. As he accepted the 3 books, noticing Giafagi's pained expression, Li Shi flashed a grin that revealed all 8 of his teeth, a visage of unreserved flattery. The cosmos is vast, and the multitude of worlds is like the grains of sand in a river, naturally giving rise to countless lives, each a unique entity possessing its own singular secrets. We wizards endeavor to comprehend the essence of all things to wield power. The force I command is poison, not merely the crude concoction of toxins as perceived by the layman. Rather, it is an inquiry into the essence of things, seeking their vulnerabilities, striving to achieve the greatest outcomes with minimal effort. Regrettably, after a millennium of study, I have only scratched the surface, having researched merely over 100,000 varieties. In the grand expanse of the cosmos, my findings amount to but a grain in the ocean. With a deep sigh, Giafagi lamented that despite his relentless pursuit of the path, he remained a mere first-tier wizard. Although his research was profound enough to earn the admiration of some third-tier grand wizards, it had irrevocably severed his chances of ascending to the second tier. In the balance of gains and losses, who can provide clarity? These 3 volumes contain theoretical parameters and data for 3,000 common flora and fauna. The extent of knowledge one could acquire depended solely on oneself. Thank you, Master, Li Shi expressed with utmost reverence. Regardless of Giafagi's motives for bestowing upon him these priceless insights, they were irreplaceable treasures, the very foundation upon which a formal wizard's existence rested. All else was ephemeral, while the knowledge he acquired was tangible and profound. Simultaneously, Li Shi recognized this as his inaugural step into the realm of advanced knowledge, for from these reflections, he could glean the knowledge framework of a formal elemental wizard, which would prove immensely beneficial for his future. Time flowed once more, and since Giafagi altered the experimental direction, Li Shi spent most of his days in a state of languid recovery, his body lacking vigor, yet his mind remained unaffected. Thus he devoted every waking hour, barring sleep, to the meticulous study of those 3 volumes. Though referred to as 3 books, their contents were extraordinarily vast, with each page demanding diligent contemplation. Fortunately, Li Shi possessed ample time. These reflections not only detailed the intricate information regarding 3,000 species of flora and fauna, including illustrations, origins, medicinal properties, and behaviors, but also chronicled Giafagi's experimental processes and data recordings, culminating in 100 potion formulas at the end. This indicated that, provided with the raw materials and experimental apparatus, Li Shi could flawlessly replicate these potions. Upon this realization, Li Shi nearly leaped with joy. Giafagi had not only provided him with fish, but had also imparted the skill to catch them. Li Shi, is Master Giafagi present? He inquired, gazing at the resplendent Shwerki, who possessed the capabilities of a mere wizard apprentice. Shwerki was the manager of the Zihua Merchant Guild's branch at the Xian Wizard Academy, and held a long-term commercial contract with Wizard Giafagi. For one as deeply versed in pharmacological studies as Giafagi, earning a modest sum was effortless, as numerous merchant guilds sought to procure potions from him. A master of poisons was invariably a master of potions, translating to a wealth of wizard coins for the guilds, as potions were indispensable equipment for every wizard. During his years residing within the tower, Li Shi had occasionally assisted Giafagi with minor tasks, which included dealings with less significant individuals. Thus he had become well acquainted with Shwerki. Master is currently engaged in experimentation. This year's potion allocations have been prepared, and I shall deliver them to you shortly. Thank you, Brother Li Shi, Shwerki replied with a beaming smile. Li Shi swiftly procured the potions, which Giafagi had long since prepared, or one could say he had concocted a 50-year supply in one go. A mere extraction from the storehouse sufficed to satisfy Shwerki. Initially, Li Shi was unaware of the full scope of the arrangement until one day, overwhelmed by his workload, Giafagi entrusted Li Shi with the details, revealing how to proceed, thus enlightening Li Shi about the underlying mechanics. The allocation included 3,000 healing potions, 1,000 Hong Luolon potions, 500 bloodthirst potions, and 300 crimson poisons. The quantities were accurate, and the potions were correct. Thank you, Brotherly Shi, Shwerky's face radiated joy, his round visage narrowing his eyes into slits. Naturally elated. Shwerky recalled the long waits he endured when Li Shi was absent. He had to bide his time, reluctant to disturb a potion master like Jiafaji during his experiments. Often caught in a dilemma of whether to remain or leave, enduring waits of up to half a month, which hindered his business. Complaining was out of the question. Jiafaji was not someone to offend. However, circumstances had shifted since Li Shi's arrival, allowing for swift transactions. After acquiring the potions, Shwerky halted momentarily, cheerfully producing a substantial handful of wizard coins from his spatial artifact and placing them into Li Shi's hands. I must also thank you, brother Li Shi. Use this to enjoy a bit of kakama. Li Shi did not decline. Shwerky always offered him some coins during his visits, usually a modest sum of 200 or 300 wizard coins. Over time, Li Shi had accumulated a total of 1,500 wizard coins from Shwerky's generosity. Ironically, the sum of Li Shi's wizard coins matched exactly 1,005. Thus, it could be said that all the funds within Li Shi's shadow space were gifts from Shwerky, marking him as a true benefactor. Shwerky, do you accept small quantities of potions? Li Shi ventured to ask. Of course, I would accept any amount. Even a single vial is welcome. Brother Li Shi, do you have a source? Shwerky's eyes gleamed with eagerness, fixating on Li Shi as though he wished to consume him. Li Shi, taken aback by Shwerky's fervent reaction, had not anticipated such enthusiasm. The Zihua Merchant Guild was no less formidable than the Green Cottage. A colossal entity spanning multiple worlds. Thus, it seemed odd for them to be so excited over a single potion. It was akin to a Fortune 500 company expressing interest in the crops of a humble farmer, a scenario utterly implausible. I was merely inquiring. As you know, I have been studying under Master Jiafaji for some time and have recently contemplated experimenting with potion crafting. Whether I succeed remains uncertain. Rest assured, my brother, I shall acquire the potions you bring at a premium price, ensuring that you suffer no loss. If you harbor any doubts, we can sign a contract to guarantee that your interests remain unscathed. It seems that Shuerji fears Li Shi's skepticism. He eagerly reaches for the contract, almost desiring to sign it immediately, disregarding whether Li Shi can successfully concoct the potion. Startled, Li Shi interjects, questioning the need for such urgency. Once I have prepared the potions, I will deliver them to the shop. Let us forego the contract. Should I fail in my preparation, it would be detrimental to the shopkeeper. I assure you, the successful potions will be exclusively yours. After much persuasion, Li Shi manages to send Shuerji away, completely unprepared for his intense reaction. Upon turning back, he encounters Jiawaji, who has not been seen for half a month, standing at the staircase, his expression devoid of emotion. Clearly having witnessed the earlier exchange, Li Shi is taken aback, feeling an urge to say something, yet finds no words appropriate. Have I comprehended those 3 books? Am I attempting to test my ability to concoct potions? Anxiously, he gazes at the impassive Jiawaji. Even the frog Lilith perched atop Jiawaji's head, with its bulging eyes, seems to scrutinize him. At that moment, Li Shi is at a loss for words, fully aware that his actions could be interpreted as an infringement upon Jiawaji's territory, and that he has been caught red-handed, leaving no room for defense. The air thickens with silence as Li Shi nervously swallows, his already frail body breaking into a cold sweat. In the world of wizards, where laws hold little weight, his actions could easily justify a fatal consequence. Master, I wish to try. No amount of excuses could alter the reality of the situation, so Li Shi chooses to admit his intentions, accepting the repercussions that come with it. For the deed has already been done, and he stands before Jiawaji with undeniable evidence against him. Very well, Jiawaji responds. The small laboratory on the 2nd floor will suffice for your needs. I shall have Lilith assist you, and I will supply the raw materials. We shall split the profits 50-50. Jiawaji gently strokes the frog Lilith, who immediately leaps onto Li Shi's head. Li Shi is momentarily dazed, astonished that his audacious actions have been sanctioned, and that he is provided with a laboratory and materials. Could it be that he is not merely experimental fodder, but Jiawaji's chosen disciple? Thank you, master, thank you. Li Shi expresses his gratitude profusely. The unexpected approval fills him with joy, regardless of Jiawaji's ulterior motives. This is the best outcome he could have hoped for. Jiawaji, without further ado, draws 2 vials of blood from Li Shi and departs. Once Jiawaji's figure has vanished, Li Shi tentatively reaches up to touch the frog Lilith on his head. Many wizards cultivate pets, which can be combat-oriented or supportive in nature. Though termed pets, they resemble family, for wizards spend most of their time either in training or in laboratories. The companionship that endures through time creates a bond that is unparalleled. Li Shi remains unaware of Lilith's abilities, having never witnessed her in action. However, Since Jiawaji has entrusted her to assist, one can surmise that her abilities are formidable. With permission granted, Li Shi joyfully rushes to the laboratory, having longed for it eagerly. What potion should I begin with? Should it be the simplest healing potion? The ruby potion that enhances physical attributes, or perhaps the red Roland potion that augments elemental affinity? Theoretically, Li Shi has mastered the formulation of hundreds of potions. Yet in practice, he has never even touched the experimental apparatus. His theoretical knowledge is abundant, yet his practical skills are non-existent. One must not aim too high. It would be prudent to start with the most basic healing potion. Initially, Gru sold one to him for 500 wizard coins. Although Shuerji only offered 400 for a buyback, the cost was merely 150, yielding a net profit of 250. Even having that leaves him with 125 wizard coins. If he could produce 100 a day, that amounts to 12,500 wizard coins. Ha ha ha, I'm on the verge of striking it rich. Li Shi's gleeful laughter echoes through the laboratory. In the midst of his excitement, Li Shi exclaims, "Lilith, what are you doing? Spit it out." He is particularly irate. Initially, Jiawaji's permission to conduct experiments and provide materials had filled Li Shi with elation, marking a significant advancement in his journey as a wizard. With Jiawaji's pet companion Lilith by his side, Li Shi felt invigorated, believing that he could ascend to greatness. Akin to other protagonists, potentially garnering the reverence of formidable figures. However, when faced with the actual experiment, Li Shi finds himself at a loss, constrained by theoretical knowledge and unable to proceed practically. Throughout this arduous process, Lilith not only fails to assist, but also persists in creating chaos. After tolerating her antics once or twice, Li Shi finally loses his temper when she devours a half-finished product he painstakingly prepared. Xianli Tower is a mineral that actively stimulates bodily potential. It is one of the primary ingredients for crafting healing potions. A small dose can awaken hidden abilities, while a large quantity is moderately toxic. Seizing an opportunity while Li Shi turns to gather other materials, Lilith flicks out her tongue, consuming half of the Xianli Tower, material that Li Shi had worked tirelessly to prepare for an entire day. Lilith's mischief is one aspect. The other is that Xianli Tower is toxic. Consuming 200 grams at once could overwhelm even the most resilient wizard apprentice. Li Shi cannot fathom the repercussions if something were to happen to this frog under his care. Quack, quack. In response to Li Shi attempting to pry her mouth open to retrieve the Xianli Tower, Lilith glares at him with her bulging frog eyes and croaks loudly. Having never encountered such an intrusive and rude individual, before Li Shi's hand can touch Lilith, a slender shadow flashes by, and he feels as if he has been struck by a mighty hammer, his body propelled backward. Quack! Li Shi crashes against the wall, unable to rise. While Lilith nonchalantly hops onto the experimental table, brazenly selecting from the materials Li Shi had meticulously prepared, consuming 1/3 of them. Li Shi, already in a weakened state, is further compromised by the lingering toxins in his body. His strength and stamina have plummeted below 15 points. Caught off guard by Lilith's sudden strike, he is unprepared for the onslaught. He wishes to express his frustration, but upon opening his mouth, he refrains. As Lilith is a formidable creature, he cannot afford to offend. Even if she devoured all his materials, he would not dare to protest, for they belong to her. Fortunately, Lilith does not resort to lethal measures, allowing Li Shi to catch his breath before standing. However, when he regains his footing and gazes at the experimental table and Lilith, he is utterly astounded, even doubting his own senses as if caught in a dream. He witnesses a frog the size of a human head skillfully manipulating various test tubes and crucibles, effortlessly activating complex runes and arrays. With a flick of her tongue, all the ingredients vanish at an astonishing speed, replaced by neatly arranged half-finished products. Before Li Shi can close his gaping mouth, a fresh batch of healing potions has been meticulously prepared, their quality indistinguishable from those he had previously taken from the storeroom. Quack! 30 healing potions are neatly aligned in 2 rows, and Lilith even finds time to tidy up the experimental table, washing and placing the various apparatuses in order before fixing her bulging frog eyes on the dazed Li Shi standing in the corner. Her expressionless gaze seems to convey sentiments that cause Li Shi to blush and avert his eyes. Li Shi realizes that Lilith is evidently a master of potion making as well, and he has underestimated her capabilities. Master Lilith, are you not fond of consuming insects? I can procure the latest insect platter for you. Li Shi, unable to see the expression of obsequiousness on his own face, was acutely aware that his left cheek bore the mark of flattery, his right the label of sycophancy, and the center of his forehead proclaimed his desire to cling to powerful figures. Upon hearing of the newest insect platter, the vibrant eyes of the frog, which had shown no other emotion throughout the years of acquaintance, sparkled with excitement. Witnessing this scene, Li Shi chuckled inwardly, realizing that his years had not been spent in vain. At least he had gleaned some preferences of both Jayavak and Lilith. Insects from myriad worlds were indeed Lilith's utmost delight. How about Master Lilith teaching me the art of potion brewing? If you teach me just one method, I shall procure 10 platters for you. Li Shi rubbed his hands together, embodying the image of a dubious uncle enticing a little girl with a lollipop. He felt compelled to pursue this deal. Without someone to guide him, he would be lost in the dark, uncertain of when he might successfully concoct his first potion. Yet, with someone to teach him step by step, it would be as if he had attached a rocket to his progress bar, soaring into the heavens. Lilith nodded in an endearing manner, quacking in agreement. Then we have a deal. Li Shi grinned as he approached the experimentation table, gently lifting Lilith and placing her atop his head. With the auxiliary support officially activated, he commenced his inaugural potion brewing under the cheerful quacking of Lilith. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, yet unbeknownst to Li Shi, at that very moment, high above on the 4th level of the tower, Jayavak paused his actions, squinting as though he were watching a splendid theatrical performance. The talent was commendable, and the thirst for the unknown was remarkably strong, better suited for the path of an elemental sorcerer, yet it was a pity. Jayavak shook his head with a sigh. There were many matters beyond his control, and he could only continue his current task, delicately dripping a vial of blood into a petri dish, adding various high-grade materials. Within the 4th level, which Li Shi had never been permitted to enter, stood numerous half-human-sized cultivation vessels, each containing pulsating clumps of blood, numbering in the hundreds. At that moment, Jayavak treated these blood clumps with the utmost care, akin to nurturing a newborn infant. Shorky, here are 200 healing potions. What do you think of their quality? It had been merely half a month since Shorky last visited the tower. Yet Li Shi had already arrived at the purple gold flower shop with 200 potions in hand. Brother Li Shi, the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were extraordinary. I have never encountered an apprentice in potion making who could produce such a quantity in just half a month. Shorky did not conceal his astonishment. Regardless of when Li Shi began concocting potions, the quality of these 200 was undoubtedly above average, far beyond what a typical apprentice could achieve. To encourage and support Brother Li Shi's success, I will add 10 wizard coins to the purchase price of each potion. Do not accuse me of being stingy. This is the highest price I can offer. How could that be? Each wizard coin is a testament to your support, shopkeeper. The corners of Li Shi's mouth twitched uncontrollably, suppressing the urge to break into a wide grin. He had truly struck gold. 200 healing potions amounted to 82,000 wizard coins. Please accept this. As Shorky handed over a hefty sum of wizard coins, Li Shi's heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath quickened. The cost of producing 200 healing potions was merely 30,000 wizard coins. Even accounting for losses, it was no more than 35,000. A pure profit of 47,000 was achieved, and with Jayavak taking half, Li Shi would still pocket 23,000 wizard coins. Earning 23,000 in just half a month was a staggering profit. Though much of this success was attributable to Lilith, without her, not only would the profits be non-existent, but the cost would have far exceeded 82,000. Li Shi had not completed even a single potion entirely on his own. While he possessed talent, it was not as grand as imagined. His success was largely reliant on the support of the auxiliary Lilith. For the sake of those 10 platters of insects, Lilith had spared no effort. Typical wizard apprentices do not have such favorable conditions when brewing potions for the first time. Unlimited raw materials and master-level instruction. Thus, Li Shi's success was merely a reflection of fortune outweighing skill. But who could blame him for his good fortune? Having the support of Jayavak and the attentive guidance of Lilith, Li Shi firmly believed that luck is indeed a form of strength. With 23,000 wizard coins, his first bucket of gold, Li Shi honored his promise and immediately spent 10,000 wizard coins to procure 10 platters of the latest insect delicacies for Lilith. Unsure of what else to buy, he tucked the wizard coins into the shadow space and returned to Jayavak's tower, grinning like a fool. Lilith, look what I brought back for you. As he unveiled the 10 platters of the latest insect delicacies, a shadow darted past like the wind. And in the blink of an eye, all that remained before Li Shi were 10 gleaming plates, the laboratory filled only with the sounds of munching. Originally, Li Shi had intended to regale Lilith with Shorky's introduction of the insect platter to elevate his own importance, but Lilith had not afforded him the opportunity, finishing the entire feast in one gulp. All right then, what potion shall we concoct next? Opportunities to learn from a good teacher are rare, especially after Li Shi grasped the principles of exchange within wizard civilization. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could not afford to squander Lilith's talents. Lilith quacked in response. As Li Shi spent more time at the experimentation table, Lilith's assistance became increasingly sparse. Although the quantity of potions acquired from Schwerke's shop was unstable and their quality varied. The growth of wizard coins in the shadow space slowed. Li Shi felt an immense sense of fulfillment and joy. For these were potions he had brewed with his own hands, with no assistance from Lilith, signifying his independence from Jayavak and his ability to concoct potions autonomously. Even the simplest potions thrilled him to no end. From this moment, he had truly just begun to establish himself in the world of wizards. Without the aid of others, he would not starve. What he had learned was truly his own. Standing at the experimentation table, Li Shi felt his future was resplendently bright. Chapter 11. A decade of growth potion-making seeks to understand the principles of pharmacology, the nature of plants and animals, as well as minerals, and to produce the most marvelous results through refining combinations. It can be said to be an exploration and comprehension of the essence of all things. The act of potion brewing merely employs a fraction of the foundational knowledge of medicinal properties, representing a superficial application of principles that fails to achieve a deeper, more refined use, let alone the pursuit of ultimate possibilities. Consider the fiber tower in hand. It merely harnesses the ability to unleash potential. But why is it capable of doing so? What components within it contribute to this ability? And what causes these components to possess such power? Just like adrenaline discovered on Earth, which enables a short-term explosion of strength at the cost of overextending the body, yet carries severe aftereffects. The fiber tower has no such side effects. Though their functions are similar, the repercussions differ. What distinguishes them? Could the fiber tower then replace adrenaline? If we delve deeper into its principles, can we mitigate the aftereffects or even entirely eliminate them? Reflecting on discoveries on Earth, many individuals can unleash several times their strength in moments of crisis. A mother can even lift a car to save her child trapped beneath it. It is as if the human body possesses a hidden switch, which only a select few can activate in specific situations, unleashing unimaginable power. Can we locate the switch? Once found, can we activate it? If it is possible to unlock such abilities, could we not normalize this capability? If it can be discovered, could we then also normalize its activation, thereby mitigating side effects? Would the offensive power not surge exponentially? Li Shi, who was meticulously concocting a potion, was momentarily taken aback, neglecting even the simmering liquid in the test tube. He never anticipated that a mere contemplation of pharmacology would lead to such extensive associations. Is this what they call divergent thinking? The pursuit of limits? Viewing the world from a sorcerer's perspective? Transforming the impossible into the possible? At that moment, Li Shi could distinctly hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart, as if it were a drum, so loud that even Lilith, perched above him, cast a glance in his direction. He stammered, wanting to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss, his mouth parched and his mind a tangled mess. Unable to find a beginning or an end, chaos reigned. Quack! Lilith, noticing Li Shi's dazed expression, let out a sharp croak. Seeing that he was unresponsive, she swiftly flicked out her tongue, snatching the test tube from his grasp just as he was about to fail in his concoction. Her deft movements made Li Shi blush, highlighting the stark contrast between him and Lilith, akin to the disparity between an apprentice and a master craftsman. In mere moments, she arranged the finished potions with a sidelong glance, clearly questioning why he had suddenly halted, as if unaware that such behavior could jeopardize the experiment. Have you lost focus? Have you abandoned the idea of treating yourself to a platter of insects? Faced with Lilith's scrutinizing gaze, Li Shi could only manage an awkward smile. He could not reveal that he had just entertained thoughts of transcending into a godlike state. A sorcerer may conceive countless ideas throughout their lifetime, yet only a handful will successfully translate into enhanced combat prowess. It was no wonder that Lilith regarded him with such condescension. Li Shi forcibly suppressed the myriad peculiar thoughts springing forth in his mind. Even if he were brimming with ideas, his lack of knowledge rendered him powerless, leaving him unsure of where to begin. This predicament was akin to a kindergarten child attempting to tackle a monumental challenge, utterly unrealistic. It is far more prudent to remain grounded. If knowledge is insufficient, one must endeavor to learn. If experiments cannot be conducted, one must practice. If the starting point is elusive, one must seek it out. A sorcerer's apprenticeship lasts up to 300 years, and a first-level sorcerer's lifespan can extend to a millennium. There is ample time for everything. As Li Shi repeatedly delivered goods to the Zijin Hua shop, 8 years elapsed, signifying that he had spent a full decade within the Jafaki Tower. Viewed through the lens of earthly time, this was indeed a protracted experience, as a human life spans merely 6 or 7 decades. Yet, for a sorcerer, 10 years could be likened to the blink of an eye. Li Shi himself barely noticed the passage of time. engrossed as he was in daily experiments or being experimented upon. A plethora of novel knowledge flooded his mind, rendering him insatiable. It was only when Jafaki called out to him that Li Shi absent-mindedly touched his cheek, feeling a prickling sensation, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, he had aged a decade. Li Shi, my experiment has been successful. You are free to leave at any time, Jafaki informed him. I apologize for the disturbance, master. You have imparted invaluable knowledge that I will never forget. Should I ever possess the ability or the qualifications, do not hesitate to call upon me if you require assistance. This is a promise from an apprentice who has learned under your tutelage for 10 years. Time facilitates growth and imparts wisdom. Li Shi was no longer the impulsive youth he had been a decade prior. 10 years of knowledge accumulation had rendered him more composed. Even the prospect of sudden separation could not disconcert him, and he would not feel as lost as a homeless pup. More importantly, despite being merely a sorcerer's apprentice, he dared to make a promise to a formal sorcerer who had lived for a millennium, and he felt entirely justified in doing so, a sentiment he certainly would not have entertained a decade ago. I will remember this. I will contact you when needed, Li Shi assured. Jafaki did not smile, as though he genuinely took the apprentice's promise to heart. Li Shi lingered, reluctant to part from the place he had called home for 10 years, especially the laboratory, which had become a second home in his fleeting life. He tread lightly, shadows beneath his feet twisting and writhing, as platters of insects materialized on the ground, all meticulously prepared in advance. I must also express my gratitude to Master Lilith for her care. I promise to bring back any delectable insects I discover in the future. Having thanked Jafaki, he naturally could not forget Lilith. Throughout their enduring companionship, Li Shi had come to understand the significance of a sorcerer's partner. They were not mere pets, but true companions, allies with whom one could traverse life and face battles together. Li Shi yearned for a partner, no matter how wonderful Lilith was. She ultimately belonged to Jafaki. Quack! In an instant, a shadow darted past, and the platters were emptied in a flash. Li Shi observed Lilith, comfortably perched atop Jafaki's head. As swift as ever. Upon hearing of Li Shi's departure, she merely croaked twice, then resumed her idle state atop Jafaki. Perhaps perceiving brief encounters and separations as the norm in her existence, given her longevity, which afforded her the opportunity to witness the rise and fall of entire dynasties. There was little worth lamenting. Perhaps when Li Shi returned, Lilith would merely think he had just stepped away for a moment, just as she did every time he went to the Zijin Hua shop to deliver potions. Teacher Gu Lu, at the edge of the Ji Yin Sorcerer Academy. In Gu Lu's humble abode, Li Shi greeted the powerful figure with calm respect. After 10 years, Gu Lu remained unchanged, time leaving no trace upon his visage. This time, Gu Lu did not initiate a confrontation upon their meeting, but instead regarded Li Shi with a curious gaze, as if examining a novel phenomenon. I merely took a nap. And you have transformed? Gu Lu inquired with intrigue. Have I? Li Shi met Gu Lu's scrutinizing gaze with calmness. I taught you the path of the body refinement sorcerer. Do you still exhibit any traits of a body refinement sorcerer? You have completely become an apprentice of the elemental sorcerer, Gu Lu reprimanded. Teacher Gu Lu, is there truly a distinction between body refinement sorcerers and elemental sorcerers? Both are merely tools in the pursuit of ultimate mastery. Li Shi's rebuttal momentarily stunned Gu Lu, prompting an uproarious laugh that reverberated throughout the courtyard. Li Shi furrowed his brow, straining against the magical forces that sought to overwhelm him. As the shadows beneath his feet continued to writhe, counteracting the spatial energies. Over the past decade, Li Shi's strength had not improved. He had been tormented by toxins for a full 10 years, leaving his body weakened. Had it not been for the foundation of a body refinement sorcerer's apprentice still intact, he would have significantly regressed. Gu Lu laughed for a full 5 minutes before finally ceasing, a serious expression replacing his jovial demeanor. This was the first time Li Shi had witnessed such a countenance from Gu Lu. He had not expected that in just 10 short years, Li Shi would grasp the sorcerer's path. Not bad, very impressive. I owe much to your guidance, Teacher Gu Lu, Li Shi replied. Do not utter such trivialities. The path of the body refinement sorcerer is one you must pursue. I shall not concern myself with other matters, as long as you meet my requirements. Everything else is up to you, Gu Lu stated, waving his hand, his tone imbued with newfound gravity and respect. If Li Shi had once been a mere pawn to be manipulated, he now stood as a piece aware of its own fate, equipped with a broader array of choices. Thank you, Teacher Gu Lu. Li Shi understood Gu Lu's intentions in an instant. Gu Lu had granted him greater freedom. Originally, according to the plan, he would have fully adapted to 3 times the gravitational force within 3 to 5 years. However, unforeseen circumstances had delayed this. So now he would train under Gu Lu's guidance until he could comfortably wield his power under triple gravity before progressing further. Gu Lu succinctly outlined the training regimen before allowing Li Shi to take his leave. I shall adhere to your instructions, Teacher Gu Lu. As Li Shi emerges from the torment of poison, currently in a phase of recuperation, he possesses no training regimen. His body is ill-equipped to endure any strenuous exercise. All plans hinge upon his own discretion. Only once he has regained his physical vitality can he commence his subsequent training. The healing rune array operates continuously, mending every intricate facet of his injuries. Over the course of a decade, his body has endured countless toxic trials, leaving it severely compromised, with many toxins still lodged within his veins, resistant to expulsion. Despite the relentless cleansing efforts of the healing rune array, the most insidious poisons remain entrenched beyond reach. This is the price Li Shi has paid, and his foremost objective now is the restoration of his health. Chapter 12. Ban Jiani's compromise. The potency of the healing rune array is contingent upon my own strength. The toxicity within me is insurmountably potent, deeply entrenched like a parasite, rendering it impossible to eradicate. Li Shi furrows his brow, contemplating solutions, not succumbing to despair over his physical afflictions. His mature mindset enables him to accept the misfortunes that have befallen him. Moreover, trading his health for a decade of invaluable learning was a price he willingly paid. Given the chance, he would do so again. Such opportunities for knowledge are exceedingly rare. The brilliance of the healing rune array persists. Yet it can only eliminate a minuscule fraction of the toxins within him, a mere 1/10,000th of the total. Old man, are you there? A thought resonates in his mind, echoing Li Shi's voice. After all, he possesses an external aid. When in difficulty, it is imperative that aid is summoned. However, after a lengthy silence, no response comes, as if no one is present. Are you there, old man? Li Shi, unperturbed, inquires once more. Ever since he had questioned the old man about ascension at the Jia Fhe Tower, the old man has remained silent. Do not call me that again. Finally, a voice breaks the silence in his mind, tinged with exasperation. What else should I call you? You are my external aid. Li Shi's lips curl into a slight smile, recalling something amusing. Just call me Ban Jia and I. Let us refrain from mentioning old man henceforth. The voice in his mind sighs softly, expressing a sense of despair. It was initially believed that he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to discover it was a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment. You are a demigod, on the verge of igniting divine flames. I have read in otherworldly accounts that beings of your caliber have instilled fear for centuries. What could possibly cause you such sorrow? Li Shi feigns ignorance, persistently pressing for answers, though the mirth in his eyes betrays his true understanding. Stop pretending. I imagine you are well aware of my origins. I shall not deceive you. The knowledge you acquire, I too can obtain, and I am familiar with your experiences. Hence, you can comprehend why I find myself in this predicament. Ban Jia and I, seeing Li Shi's continued pretense, decides to clarify matters. The decades spent at the Jia Fhe Tower, particularly within the private library on the second floor, yielded no profound knowledge. Yet it was sufficient to reshape Li Shi's worldview and cosmology. Naturally, Ban Jiani's perspective was similarly transformed. Upon perusing the history of the wizarding world, the historical narrative Ban Jia and I reconstructed was one of despair and trepidation. What was supposed to be a history book instead chronicled the blood and tears of countless enslaved worlds. Each realm, in the presence of the wizarding world, carefully concealed its existence, fearful of leaving any trace that might lead wizards to their location. Yet, unexpectedly, he had not only failed to hide, but had also delivered himself directly to their doorstep. Ban Jia and I found himself despondent. What do you propose? Li Shi chuckled lightly, sensing Ban Jiani's agitation. Your consciousness within my mind is merely a fragment of your being. I shall soon dissipate, and we shall never meet again. Ban Jiani's sigh bore the weight of despair, mingled with resolve. If given a second chance, he would never have engaged in that fateful conversation. Curiosity had indeed led to his downfall. Self-dissipation? Are you willing to forsake your diminished power? Li Shi queried. What are you thinking, given your current predicament? Do you truly believe you have the luxury of self-dissipation? Li Shi grinned, his smile reminiscent of a wolf baring its fangs, poised to seize its prey. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Do you wish for us both to perish? Ban Jiani's ire ignited. With your meager strength, even as a mere fragment of consciousness, I could vanquish you countless times. Ban Jiani's anger surged. He was not so easily intimidated, believing himself to be formidable, even as a fragment of consciousness capable of unleashing near-divine might. You misunderstand. I would never dare threaten a demigod. Before you, I doubt I could withstand a mere breath. However, You may test whether self-dissipation is within your reach. Validate my words, and any concerns can be addressed thereafter. I assure you, I shall not obstruct you, nor will I disclose this to anyone. I wish you success. Li Shi's confidence radiated, devoid of any semblance of urging another towards self-destruction. Humph, Ban Jian'ai scoffed. And then silence enveloped his mind. He detected a tone of schadenfreude in Li Shi's words. Li Shi, unhurried, continued to activate the healing rune array within his chest, facilitating the recovery of his injuries. Although it was minor, it would aid in dispersing a fraction of the toxins. Moments later, a series of rune chains materialized on the surface of Li Shi's body. As soon as the chains appeared, the magical energy within him froze, rendering him immobile. What is this? Damn it! When did you prepare this? You evaded detection with such cunning. You had been planning against me all along, hadn't you? Ban Jian'ai's frustration echoed within his mind. Although Li Shi could not witness his plight, it was evident that Ban Jian'ai's circumstances were far from pleasant. Enough with the curses, this has nothing to do with me. You've scoured my memories thoroughly. Did you ever see me mastering any formidable sealing techniques? Wake up. Is it truly fitting for a demigod to resort to petty insults? Li Shi's words halted Ban Jian'ai's tirade. As Li Shi had stated, Ban Jian'ai had perused Li Shi's memories multiple times and knew him better than anyone else. He recognized that Li Shi had no such mastery of sealing arts. Moreover, given Li Shi's relatively brief training period of over a decade, he could not have established such powerful sorcery. A sealing technique capable of restraining a demigod must be executed by an individual of equivalent strength. You should understand the scheme that envelopes me. Escape is impossible for you. While I may not know when or who set this sealing technique in place, I am aware that once activated, it allows for no missteps. Your demise has long been anticipated. I would wager that even with alternative means at your disposal, they would prove futile. What say you? Li Shi queried leisurely. As the initiative had shifted the moment the sealing technique manifested. Those with the courage to embrace death often find themselves unable to perish. What then of initiative? What do you wish to convey? Can you assist me? The once panicked tone of Ban Jian'ai now bore a hint of desperation. This fragment of consciousness could not perish, but the fate of his true form hung precariously in the balance, threatening not just his existence but the safety of the entire world. Put aside your trepidations. You have no opportunity left. The moment you attached yourself to me and failed to escape was when your chance vanished. Fate has been sealed, and any futile struggles will only lead to further suffering. You claim to be a demigod, equivalent to a level 3 archmage in the wizarding world. Reflecting upon the history I have studied, such power is hardly formidable. This refers to your true form, not the fragment of consciousness concealed within my being. Li Shi's words struck hard. A barrage of harsh realities that rendered Ban Jian'ai speechless, for he recognized that Li Shi spoke the truth. If you wish to preserve your life, your sole opportunity lies in relying upon me. I alone possess the means to save you. My identity is sufficient to ensure your safety. Contemplate this carefully. I do not demand an immediate agreement, nor can I provide any guarantees. However, I can assure you that as long as you follow me, your safety is guaranteed. This certainty is more profound within you than it is within me. Faced with Li Shi's unwavering declaration, Ban Jian'ai was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. Unable to fathom that he, a formidable semi-divine being, would one day be told he was to be protected by someone of such trivial status. Had anyone dared to utter such words to him in the past, he would have undoubtedly laughed and extinguished their life 100 times over. Yet now he fell silent, for he recognized that while the words were harsh, the reality was indeed as stated. After Li Shi finished speaking, he disregarded Ban Jian'ai, and once the runic chains binding him dissipated, he activated the healing runic array once more, cleansing his body repeatedly. Even if each attempt could only eliminate a minuscule fraction of the toxins within him, Li Shi remained undeterred. The seed had been sown, and it was only a matter of time before it would sprout and yield its fruits. To his surprise, the sprouting occurred much sooner than anticipated. Instead of the 10 days he had prepared for, Ban Jian'ai initiated conversation with him the very next day. Li Shi, I understand what you desire, but I am not yet ready. Until the moment arrives, I shall not relent. Ban Jian'ai lowered his stance, the grim reality compelling him to bow his head under the eaves of another. I comprehend. Were I in your position, I too would seek other avenues, Li Shi replied. I have contemplated the matters between us, and I shall do my utmost to aid you in enhancing your strength. After all, it is only through your ascension that you shall gain a voice. Otherwise, your current power renders your assurances utterly valueless. It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather the sheer inadequacy of your strength. Ban Jian'ai unreservedly criticized Li Shi, likening the ambition of a mere serpent attempting to swallow an elephant to folly. You have made a judicious choice, Li Shi smiled silently, reveling in the success of his plans. The schemes of those wizards were astoundingly simple. So much so that even a newcomer to the realm of wizardry like Li Shi could perceive them, let alone Ban Jia and I, who had ascended to semi-divinity. The wizards showed no attempt to conceal their intentions, indicating their power was so formidable that it no longer required subterfuge. The despair would remain solely with Ban Jia and I. This was the overwhelming world of wizards, a realm that stifled countless worlds. What Li Shi sought to achieve during this period was to carve out a morsel of benefit for himself. Your current predicament is that your body is laden with a multitude of mixed toxins, relying solely on your healing runic array. It would take a decade to cleanse them thoroughly. Having reached a preliminary agreement with Li Shi, Ban Jia and I swiftly assumed his role, devising strategies to assist Li Shi. For aiding him was tantamount to aiding himself, thus he could not afford to be indifferent. Chapter 13. The Source of Shadow's Power. I have several alternative strategies, but I would prefer to first hear your approach, Li Shi stated. Those methods must require substantial funds, I presume? Ban Jia and I scoffed, realizing that had it not been for the issue related to wizard coins, Li Shi would not have been so forthcoming. Reflecting on this, Ban Jia and I chuckled self-deprecatingly. If he possessed no utilitarian value, it was clear Li Shi would not confide in him, leaving him with no chance of survival. In these 10 years, I have accrued a fair amount of wizard coins, yet those funds serve other purposes. I will conserve what I can. Ban Jia and I was acutely aware of the wealth within Li Shi's shadow realm. The earnings from 8 years of potion brewing flowed like water into the shadow space, and he could only imagine what Li Shi intended to do with such riches. Your decision is indeed wise. I possess a secret technique that can transform your toxins into treasures. What sorcery is this? Li Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had initially only considered the cleansing of toxins, but had not anticipated such unexpected benefits. Your bloodline has been tainted by shadow power, a form of absolute high-end power beyond your current grasp. Your shadow is no longer merely a shadow, but has evolved into a life form that exists between an illusion and semi-materiality, Ban Jia and I explained. You previously merely scratched the surface of utilizing the properties of shadows, employing the simplest applications. What I am about to teach you delves into a deeper manipulation of shadow. With your blood, use shadow as the canvas, and your essence to draw the array. Ban Jia and I spoke gravely of this secret method, but paused when Li Shi cut his finger. Curious, Li Shi inquired, why must it be my blood for the drawing? Cannot any other blood suffice? No. Ban Jia and I replied curtly. What is it that makes only my blood suitable? Li Shi pressed further. Have you never pondered this before? Ban Jia's patience began to wane. Moreover, from whom did you learn this blood-drawing array? How did they come to understand the necessity of such a method? Ban Jia and I, who had been solemn in his demeanor, now found himself besieged by Li Shi's incessant questions. Was it possible that he was asking too many? As Ban Jia's voice faded from Li Shi's consciousness, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his incessant curiosity regarding matters he did not comprehend. Do not ask me why. I am unaware. This has been the method since ancient times, as inscribed in the tome. Ban Jia's frustrated roar echoed in Li Shi's mind, evidently spiraling into a state of exasperation. Very well, I shall conduct my own research, Li Shi murmured apologetically, not realizing he had incited Ban Jia's ire. Draw, Ban Jia and I growled, unwilling to engage further with Li Shi. As Li Shi completed the array as instructed, his shadow became adorned with enigmatic patterns, distinct from the wizard runic system upon his person, which he could not yet fully comprehend due to his limited knowledge. Ban Jia and I imparted an advanced understanding that eluded him, leaving him feeling as though he had entered a treasure trove only to emerge empty-handed. All of his magical energies surged into the shadow, which began to boil as if droplets were plummeting into hot oil. Li Shi intently observed the transformation of the shadow beneath him. He sensed a gradual elevation in energy, noting that the shade deepened in color, a subtle yet undeniable intensification of darkness. To the naked eye, there was an uncanny sensation that the shadow was on the verge of detaching from the ground. After a considerable duration, the tumultuous shadow finally calmed. The array drawn with blood vanished, its energy dissipated, and the hue returned to normal, seemingly unchanged. Did you feel that? Ban Jia and I queried. Indeed. If the former shadow was a part of my being, then now it has become my doppelganger. Li Shi extended his palm, and the shadow on the ground mirrored his gesture. This was not particularly remarkable, but the shadow's hand did not rest upon the ground. Instead, it floated alongside Li Shi's arm, suspended in midair. Legend speaks of a realm of shadows connecting all shadows, where the shadows possess a semblance of life. I cannot vouch for its authenticity, yet the shadow power within our bloodline can elevate shadows to a semi-living state. Ban Jia and I recounted tales from his world. Is there such a possibility? Li Shi hesitated. If such lore existed, it was likely grounded in truth, for the universe was vast, filled with countless bizarre realms, some of which even wizards dared not provoke. As for what to do next, there is no need for my guidance. You may proceed as you wish. For the shadow cannot perish, and you may experiment to your heart's content. With that, Ban Jia and I fell silent, while Li Shi remained in the dark regarding what he was doing within his body, until he officially ascended to the rank of wizard. He would be unable to glimpse Ban Jia's true form. At this moment, Ban Jia and I might be nestled deep within Li Shi's mind, perhaps residing in his heart, or even dwelling within his heel. Ban Jia and I was undoubtedly more at ease within Li Shi's body than Li Shi himself. The shadow is me, and I am the shadow. Thus, the poison within me can naturally transfer to the shadow, without any action from Li Shi. The shadow that should have been cast on the ground suddenly stood up. It was as thin as paper, lacking the three-dimensionality of Li Shi, appearing more like a two-dimensional entity. Li Shi smiled and lightly tapped the paper-like shadow, which instantly began to inflate, becoming three-dimensional. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black Li Shi emerged. Face to face, he was identical to Li Shi, if not for the fact that this shadow Li Shi was darker than coal. An ordinary person would struggle to discern which was the true body. Li Shi gazed at the shadow before him, identical in darkness, and embraced it joyfully. The shadow mirrored Li Shi's actions, reciprocating the embrace. Wherever there is a tangible existence, there is inevitably a shadow, whether it be celestial bodies, cells, or even atoms. Not having seen, known, or understood does not negate reality. Past perceptions do not represent the truth. Li Shi felt a powerful force merging with his body, permeating his limbs, organs, and every cell without exception, achieving a holistic integration. The power of the shadow began to fuse completely with his physical form, and rather than discomfort, Li Shi felt a sense of completeness. It was as if this power had always been a part of him, previously external but now returning to his body. His physical form became ethereal, enveloped in a hazy sensation. Clenching his fist, he felt a tremor in his mind and discovered an entirely new ability. Looking down at the ground, he noticed that the shadow, which had previously integrated with him, still cast a silhouette on the ground, a shadow that felt strangely unfamiliar. One he could not control. This was the true essence of a shadow. The power of shadows is also a form of rule-based energy. Your bloodline was not corrupted by me but altered during the opening of the Alter S spatial passage, a fusion that changed your bloodline through the collision of two worlds. Although I witnessed everything that transpired and sought to seize you at that moment, I was overwhelmed by the combined power of the two worlds, losing consciousness as I entered your body. Thus, I cannot ascertain the extent to which your bloodline was tainted. Ban Jia and I, a demigod, still possessed the basic common sense and perception, quickly grasping the source of Li Shi's long-standing confusion regarding his shadow bloodline. It did not originate from Ban Jia and I, but from another world, specifically, the world where Ban Jia and I resides, a realm dominated by shadow power. A world-class contamination. Even a mere trace constitutes the most primal force. One cannot deny your immense fortune. In our world, you could easily be regarded as a chosen one, with all deities vying to take you as their disciple. Ban Jia and I would never have disclosed such sentiments to Li Shi in the past. But since their candid conversation yesterday, he began to reveal details, his words laced with envy. Thus, you have lingered within my being, coveting my shadow's primal bloodline. I imagine this bloodline must significantly benefit your ascension to divinity. Otherwise, you would not have risked so much to traverse the spatial passage. Li Shi boldly exposed Ban Jia's true intentions, revealing that this tenant was not as virtuous as he pretended. Ban Jia and I fell silent, for Li Shi had struck a nerve. The enhancement of beings in their world is a process of the repeated purification and evolution of shadow power. The more pure the essence, the greater the strength. As the source of shadow power, it represents the evolutionary goal of all beings, even enticing to deities. Ban Jia and I had been trapped in the demigod realm for centuries. How could he not be moved upon witnessing it? Yet, he had not anticipated that while he had indeed glimpsed the source of shadow power, he too had become ensnared, gaining nothing while sacrificing himself. Ban Jia and I, wounded by Li Shi's words, remained silent, while Li Shi closed his eyes, attentively sensing the transformations within his body. As the shadow and flesh melded into perfect unity, the toxins within him began to migrate toward the shadow like parasites. To Li Shi, the toxins lacked life, indistinguishable between flesh and shadow. He simply recognized that the areas he could destroy had suddenly doubled. Without further ado, he led his minions toward the shadow in a grand advance. As the toxins within the body diminished to 50, they ceased their movement. At that moment, both shadow and flesh occupied equal portions of the toxins, coexisting peacefully, each claiming a territory for proliferation. How intriguing! It mirrored the principle of osmosis learned in biology class, where diffusion halts upon reaching equilibrium. Chapter 14. A new ability. With the toxins in his body reduced to 50, Li Shi could distinctly feel his flesh beginning to breathe. A sense of relief washing over his burdened body after a decade. This process you refer to as osmosis, we call transfer. It can siphon away half the toxins from your body, alleviating the harm caused by side effects. Ban Jia and I was exasperated by Li Shi's relentless inquiries, deeming him a madman. However, this did not prevent him from boasting about the shadow energy, which effortlessly mitigated 50 units of side effect damage, a life-saving ability. The remaining half can be dispelled by yourself or further absorbed using shadow power, provided that the toxins within your shadow diminish, Ban Jia and I added as a reminder. Reducing the toxins within the shadow could not be simpler. Li Shi, with an innocuous smile, glanced toward Gru, who was lazily basking in the sun in the courtyard. The shadow on his body reformed, collapsing back beneath him to once again become an unremarkable silhouette, showing no signs of alteration. With a mere thought, the shadow beneath him twisted and transformed, extending a tendril as slender as a finger toward Gru. There was no fluctuation in energy, no murderous intent, no sound. Had someone attempted to ambush him in this manner, Li Shi believed he would have had no chance to evade. This method of attack could be considered the pinnacle of assassination, difficult to imagine anyone escaping it. Just as Li Shi had suspected, the second-level refining wizard Gru exhibited no reaction and was simply touched by Li Shi's shadow tendril. Li Shi cautiously stole glances at Gru from the corner of his eye, wary of looking directly at him, knowing that a second-level wizard could pinpoint emotional fluctuations solely by gaze. Seeing Gru remain unresponsive, the shadow beneath him unleashed an intangible energy through the tendril toward Gru's shadow. Like a flood, it surged forth with ease. However, just as Li Shi joyfully transferred the toxins to Gru's shadow, Gru lifted his bewildered head to survey his surroundings, immediately locking eyes with Li Shi. The second glance fell upon the bizarre shadow tendril in the sunlight. Despite the apparent emptiness of the courtyard, a shadow was undeniably present, peculiar. "Kid, what are you up to?" Gru inquired with confusion. "Teacher Gru, I am testing my new ability. With no subjects available, I thought I'd practice on you," Li Shi replied with a slight smile, tapping his toes lightly as he swiftly retracted the shadow tendril, fearing discovery by Gru. "My strength is so weak. I hope Teacher Gru won't be angry," Li Shi asked apologetically. Gru examined Li Shi's template-like smile, his expression hardening as he probed with his mental energy, ultimately finding no anomalies. He had instinctively sensed something amiss. Although it did not signal danger, it prompted an innate aversion, as if someone had brushed against his hair. "No, but I will provide you with special attention during your upcoming training. I hope you do not mind," Gru declared, forcing a grin onto his face, leaving Li Shi unable to maintain his own smile. Gulu was uncertain about what Li Shi had done to him, but he was aware that Li Shi had indeed taken action against him, which was enough to establish his suspicion. Every shadow of a being is unique, serving as a reflection of its essence, belonging to the realm of shadow energy. The harm inflicted upon the shadow can also manifest in the corporeal form. If one were to disseminate half of the toxicity present in their shadow into that of their teacher, it would inevitably affect the teacher's physical body. As the teacher lacks shadow power, the toxins would not immediately transfer to the primary body, but would gradually influence it over time, potentially causing a sudden ailment one night or leading to an unremarkable demise on another. The triumphant voice of Ban Jia and I echoed in Li Shi's mind. Relishing the sight of a secondary body refining wizard facing adversity, his little tail perked up in delight. "A disease? I have yet to witness any poison that could instill fear in Teacher Gulu. He consumes toxins daily without trepidation. He fears not the poison itself, but rather the inadequacy of its potency. Have you forgotten that we body-refining wizards undergo training that relies on toxic stimuli to activate cellular vitality and unlock our physical potential? My frail state is merely a consequence of toxicity exceeding my capacity to endure. Otherwise, I could restore myself in mere moments." As Li Shi's words concluded, the healing rune array upon his chest illuminated, washing over his body with waves of arcane energy. Ban Jia and I could sense the toxins within Li Shi diminishing at an astonishing pace. The toxicity level of 100 far exceeded the healing range of Li Shi. Yet once it fell within his threshold, the the recovery speed would be beyond imagination. However, when the toxicity within Li Shi dwindled to 20, he halted the healing rune array, leaving just enough to remain within his tolerance, effectively utilizing these 20 units of toxicity to stimulate cellular growth, thus conserving significant resources. He resolved to store toxins within his shadow to maintain an internal balance, maximizing the speed of cellular stimulation. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with insight as he extracted his experimental notes, outlining a series of plans to determine the optimal concentration of toxins for cellular stimulation. Ban Jia and I fell silent, recognizing the peculiar nature of these individuals. They could swiftly expunge toxins yet willingly endure suffering, transforming themselves into subjects of experimentation. Li Shi felt the rapid resurgence of his physical energy, akin to parched earth welcoming the nourishing rain, every muscle ravenously absorbing the energy in the air. After a decade of mixed toxins, their removal awakened his formidable physical foundation. His vitality surged, muscles tensed. Li Shi anticipated regaining the prowess he possessed a decade prior within a month, and achieving the peak of his physical form within 2 months. The pinnacle of physicality after a decade of dormancy. The extent of this strength remained uncertain, yet it was known that an apprentice's physical threshold stood at 50 points, an easily attainable mark. Yet this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. The arduous task of relentless training and refinement was necessary to unleash combat prowess that could multiply by several-fold, even tenfold. This was the terrifying aspect of wizards. They do not merely seek the pinnacle of base values, but rather aim to amplify their basic stats into formidable combat power. As Ban Jia and I articulated, their world lacked such a method of advancement. Typically, once one reaches their physical zenith, they retreat into seclusion to pursue elevation rather than enhance their combat capabilities. In equal tiers, wizards of their realm could easily overpower numerous opponents. Li Shi smiled in silence. For Ban Jia and I had overlooked the fundamental issue. The multiplicative potential of attack power was superficial. The essence lay in the wizard's exploration and understanding of the unknown. Only upon mastering an entirely new and uncharted topic could a wizard absorb novel knowledge, resulting in a surge of combat capability, ascension being merely a byproduct. The mysteries of the unknown resided within. Li Shi pondered quietly, recognizing that the further development of shadow abilities included an energy transmission function. Although the underlying principles remained elusive, the immediate benefit was evident: the ability to mitigate bodily side effects by 50 while simultaneously attacking adversaries. Here, side effects encompassed not only toxins but various other factors. The methods employed by wizards were indeed manifold, and in the grand tapestry of existence, across countless realms, attack techniques were innumerable. The capability of shadows to alleviate side effects by 50 granted Li Shi a nascent means of self-preservation. The recent transmission of 25 units of toxins via shadow power appeared ineffective against Golu, but this was due to the vast disparity in their lifespans. A secondary body refining wizard was impervious to ordinary toxins. However, for some mundane beings, such toxins posed a lethal threat. Such an offensive strategy undoubtedly afforded Li Shi a new avenue of attack, providing a sliver of flexibility to his otherwise scant offensive repertoire. How intriguing it would be to decipher the underlying principles. Could it pave the way for a groundbreaking sequence of attacks? As his body regained strength, Li Shi's mind remained active, the further development of shadow power sparking new ideas. He had just paused his experimental notes when he resumed writing fervently. Ban Jia and I, does your world possess superior methods for harnessing shadow power? For instance, could one affix dozens or even hundreds of attack modalities upon shadows? There are indeed methods, though not as extravagant as you envision. Typically, only a few exist, all innate abilities that cannot be altered postnatally. Although Ban Jia and I possessed but a single consciousness. At that moment, a chill enveloped him, as he suspected Li Shi was delving into something exceedingly perilous, something that could shatter his worldview. That is satisfactory. Li Shi smiled again, a smirk of disdain creeping into his expression as he muttered under his breath. Heh, innate abilities? Unchangeable postnatally? What a jest, merely a rudimentary utilization of power. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Shi's body, after a decade, finally returned to its zenith. This unprecedented sense of strength filled him with an intoxicating confidence that he was unparalleled. Naturally, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion born from his incomplete mastery of power. Once he fully grasped his strength, such presumptuous thoughts would dissipate. For a novice remains a novice. Splendid, splendid. Strength at 50, stamina at 40, and mental fortitude at 38. My strength has reached that of a wizard apprentice. Though my stamina lags slightly, yet it shall soon reach 50 as well. Until you surpass the threshold of a first-level official wizard, your strength will not increase. Henceforth, you must learn to harness your power, unleash your full strength, and strike me with a punch. Boom. In response to Golu's request, Li Shi spared no effort, draining every ounce of strength from his body, as his fist, accompanied by a rush of air, crashed into Golu. Yet it felt as if he struck a steel plate. Golu remained unmoved, while Li Shi's knuckles produced a faint sound of fracturing bones. Pain surged through him, 3 minor fractures occurring, but after activating the healing rune array once, the pain in his fist subsided significantly, and the fractures began to mend swiftly. With merely 250 points of attack power, you can only exert 5 times your strength attribute, unchanged from a decade ago. You have made no progress in these 10 years. Golu remarked with disdain, though 250 points appeared superior to the 200 points of a decade prior. This increment of 50 points merely reflected an enhancement of strength attributes rather than an increase in Li Shi's overall prowess. A decade ago, he had already achieved 5 times the attack power, and now he remained at that same level, with no growth whatsoever, relying solely on passive physical enhancement. Very well. Let us make up for lost time. Prepare yourself, for I shall not relent. Li Shi raised his gaze to meet Golu's cruel smile, a familiar sensation creeping back. Bang! Li Shi felt nothing as Golu's palm struck his abdomen, precisely at the location of the gravity rune array. Before Li Shi could utter a word, it felt as though he was simultaneously burdened by hundreds of kilograms of sandbags. In an instant, Golu activated the gravity rune array affixed to Li Shi's body. As the gravitational rune array activated, Li Shi felt as though he had shrunk in stature. His once robust physique seemed to diminish significantly, not due to weight loss, but rather the oppressive force of gravity that pressed his muscles and fat tightly against his bones. Now, give me your all and strike me with a punch, Gru beckoned. Gesturing with his finger, Li Shi took a deep breath. The gravitational rune array exerted comprehensive pressure on his body, affecting not just the surface but also his delicate internal organs. In addition, he felt a fogginess clouding his mind, as the gravitational force also weighed down on his brain. This rendered his once agile intellect somewhat dazed, causing him to feel as though his intelligence had plummeted by several dozen points, transforming him from a clever individual into an average person. With a feeble punch landing on Gru's chest, Li Shi realized it had barely stirred even a single hair on Gru's body. Pathetic, Gru scoffed. That sound is even quieter than a fart. Your attack power is merely 160. With a flick of his finger, Li Shi was sent flying several meters away. I have just activated triple gravity for you. Now you must adapt to this pressure. According to the training regimen, you will spend 1/5 of your time sparring with me, 1/5 on self-training, 1/5 on absorbing magical energy to refine your body, 1/5 on meditation, and the remaining 1/5 on rest and sleep. Cherish your rest time. During my apprenticeship, I hardly slept at all. By the way, since you've studied pharmacology with Jafaki, you can concoct your own potions. Spare some time to create stimulants for cellular activity. As for wizard coins, I assume you have enough. This training plan will span 2 years, and if you adhere to it, you will adapt to the current gravitational changes. Once the gravity enhancement is lifted, your combat power could potentially reach 300 points. An attack power of 300 is considered above average among wizard apprentices. And with your shadow talent, you would be more than capable of self-defense. Gru monopolized the conversation, determining Li Shi's fate without allowing him a word in edgewise. Li Shi made no attempt to resist, for he was in dire need of a capable mentor, something he had long sought after. In fact, he did not find Gru's training regimen particularly daunting. Rather, he felt somewhat cared for. Should I perhaps push myself a bit more? Li Shi pondered silently. Chapter 15. 2 years. Gru's 2-year plan had to be strictly followed. Aside from that, Li Shi did not perceive much intensity, except for the daily sparring with Gru, which amounted to 6 hours based on Earth time. The inhumane ordeal of 6 hours was nothing but a relentless barrage, with Gru delivering blows like a heavy bag. Gru, a second-level body refining wizard, was meticulous in his strikes, ensuring that every inch of Li Shi's body received equal punishment while avoiding severe injuries that exceeded his threshold, all while maximizing the training effect. For Li Shi, such an opportunity was indeed rare. Apprentice wizards from affluent families seldom had access to such training, let alone having a second-level body refining wizard as a daily sparring partner, an extravagant luxury. However, this did not diminish the pain. It was excruciating, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. He could not even keep pace with Gru's movements. Gru possessed an uncanny ability to gauge combat opportunities, ensuring that each of his attacks landed just beyond Li Shi's reach. Just that slight margin was enough to overwhelm him. Countless times, Li Shi struggled to muster every ounce of strength to surpass that threshold, only to be gradually crushed time and again. This was a psychological tactic, leaving Li Shi in a constant state of despair regarding victory. Gru paid no mind to Li Shi's cries of pain or pleas for mercy. Every second of the sparring time was ruthlessly utilized, with triple gravity bearing down on him. Every action Li Shi attempted required exponentially more effort, and his already heavy body was mercilessly pummeled by Gru. With Gru outside and the triple gravity pressing from within, Li Shi felt like a stubborn stone being relentlessly hammered in a steel furnace. Amidst the pain, he could also sense his physical enhancement. Come on. Li Shi growled through gritted teeth, his shadow writhing and twisting at his feet, spreading throughout his body. His heavy form felt invigorated as the influence of the triple gravity began to wane, and the flow of magical energy accelerated, restoring his sense of strength. As Gru's heavy fist came down, Li Shi raised his hands to block. The impact sent him spiraling through the air. Yet he could distinctly feel the pain had lessened by half. Gru, who should have pursued him to unleash a flurry of blows, hesitated momentarily. The sensation of impact was amiss. A mere glance at Li Shi revealed the issue. Your aura is off, kid. I advise you to retract your shadow powers. Otherwise, I will strike even harder. Do not attempt any tricks. This is for your own good. Li Shi dared not refuse. He had only wished to see if his shadow powers could alleviate the gravitational pressure and whether they exhibited any unique effects under duress. He had hoped to test his shadow talent in combat, only to be immediately seen through by Gru. However, he had also gleaned the results he sought. Understood. Li Shi dismissed any need for explanation, retracting his shadow powers as the triple gravity reasserted itself, causing his magical flow to slow. He roared and lunged at Gru, only to be struck down once more. Li Shi, enduring such torment daily, I see it would be wiser to cultivate your shadow powers as I instructed. You would still progress without subjecting yourself to needless hardship, Bankiani had advised him on multiple occasions. Li Shi possessed the coveted primal shadow power that Bankiani envied. If he followed the prescribed training, he would surely advance. In Bankiani's world, Li Shi would have long since broken through any limitations. How could he remain stagnant, squandering his remarkable talent? To Bankiani, Li Shi's current approach was nothing short of self-inflicted suffering. Li Shi remained silent, engrossed in his own endeavors. Time was of the essence. His schedule was packed, leaving no room for explanations to Bankiani. The lives of beings from other realms struggled to comprehend the actions of wizards. They were a group of madmen pursuing ultimate excellence. Faced with a tightly packed training schedule, Li Shi could only carve out time for his experimental arrangements. His first priority was to determine the optimal ratios of bodily toxins, although he lacked a sophisticated laboratory for precise measurements. The presence of shadow power allowed him some leeway in adjusting the ratios and widening the margin of error to approximate the best range. However, this required considerable time and meticulous experimentation. Different types of toxins and their combinations needed to be tested, even with the limited options available for purchase. Li Shi still required ample time for experimentation. He needed to examine each toxin's varying concentrations and their effects on the body, as well as the effects of different mixtures under various conditions. What appeared to be a simple principle belied a complex process. Yet the results of this experiment would resonate throughout his entire wizarding career, regardless of how high Li Shi ascended. He would need to utilize toxic stimuli to enhance his body. This was the foundational stage, although it seemed that various toxins produced similar levels of stimulation. Even a mere difference of 0.5 could yield alarming disparities over hundreds or thousands of years. Unable to compress the time allocated for Gru's other training, Li Shi had no choice but to encroach upon the fifth of his time designated for rest and sleep. Only during this period could he freely allocate time. Remembering the sly smile Gru had worn when arranging his training schedule, Li Shi understood Gru's intention to force him to sacrifice his rest time, preventing him from pausing to recuperate. Li Shi clearly favored elemental wizards over body-refining wizards, and Gru's subtle tactics to unsettle him served as a declaration of his disdain for elemental magic. A petty man indeed. Li Shi swiftly took out his experimental records, racing against time to document the changes in his body. With a solid foundation established in the Jafaki laboratory, he effortlessly commenced his first experiment on toxicity. As the toxin entered his system, Li Shi acutely felt the agony and rebirth of his flesh. Countless cells perished, only to be replaced by stronger ones. In the battle against the toxin, his cells rapidly renewed and evolved. The stimuli from various types of toxins impacted the body differently, exerting varied effects on cells with distinct functions. The human body operates through an incredibly intricate mechanism. Although the knowledge acquired on Earth provided Li Shi with a commendable starting point, many aspects still required reevaluation and restructuring for a deeper understanding. After all, Li Shi's current physique was no longer the frail body of a former Earthling. It had been enhanced by the corruption of shadowy forces. Numerous knowledge systems necessitated a complete overhaul to better transform his existing thought patterns. Of course, given Li Shi's current level, he could hardly claim any profound understanding. He could only strive to develop and utilize the scant knowledge he possessed. His current toxicity experiments exemplified this, being rather rudimentary and passive in nature, devoid of any intricacy. This was an experiment that all sorcerers undertook, and it was notably one of the few openly accessible projects. The difference lay in the fact that wealthy body-refining sorcerers could enlist specialized elemental sorcerers to conduct the experiments, saving both time and effort. Those without resources, like Li Shi, had to rely on their own bodies for experimentation, merely needing to attain a vague sense of approximation. Lacking both funds and assistance, and desiring utmost precision, he had no choice but to sacrifice time, engaging in relentless, sleepless experimentation. Fortunately, with a decade of experience in experimental materials, Li Shi possessed an extraordinary understanding of his own body, giving him a distinct advantage in conducting experiments that others could not match. His time was already scarce, and this endeavor consumed a substantial portion of his rest. Additionally, he needed to study shadowy powers, a monumental experimental undertaking that would likely span centuries. Currently, he had limited means and lacked experimental apparatus, relying solely on some accounts from Bangiani to construct a framework for his experiments in his mind. He would then combine this with practical experience, continually validating his hypotheses to lay a solid foundation for future precise experiments. With these two major experimental undertakings arranged, Li Shi found himself devoid of sleep, consumed by daily busyness, even having to carve out time for meals. Consequently, he resorted to consuming nutritional solutions as sustenance, resolving his hunger in mere seconds, with all save time dedicated to experiments. Although it appeared that these efforts were a mere waste of time, offering no tangible enhancement to his abilities, Li Shi alone understood the profound significance of each experiment and every piece of data he gathered. He knew that when the moment of revelation arrived, it would undoubtedly be a transformative instant for him. Come out and face the consequences, Gru roared. Witnessing Li Shi's relentless activity amidst the chaos of bottles and experimental apparatus cluttering the room. At such moments, Li Shi could only expect a more severe reprimand. Time seemed to accelerate, and Li Shi realized that he had barely managed to devise the optimal experimental plan for a single toxin, achieving a precision of about 5 in the toxin's error margin. 2 years had slipped away. In that span, aside from his body acclimating to triple gravity, he had successfully completed the optimal plan for single toxin experimentation. As for mixed toxins and the hypotheses surrounding shadow energy, those were still in their infancy. Come on, let's go earn some extra cash. Gru's booming voice always punctuated Li Shi's experimentation sessions. Li Shi knew full well that Gru did this intentionally, but he could only grit his teeth and endure. Have you selected the mission, Teacher Gru? 12 years prior, Gru had been clamoring to take Li Shi on a mission once he adapted to triple gravity. A month ago, Li Shi had confidently ensured that he could consistently deliver 200 points of attack power under triple gravity, prompting Gru to seek suitable missions daily. I found one. 3,000 miles from the Xian Sorcerer Academy, there's a newly established city called Tayama, built less than a century ago. The Xian Sorcerer Academy requires sorcerers to guard it, and the mission spans 20 years. I snagged this lucrative task from a group of elemental sorcerers. Gru exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Defeating a cadre of elemental sorcerers was an honor for him. I recall that such guard missions require assessments of population size, average household income, and the training of sorcerer apprentices to secure substantial rewards. Typically, many formal sorcerers compete for these missions, yet they rarely become available, as they are usually absorbed internally. Li Shi regarded Gru, calmly inquiring, Teacher Gru, have you overlooked or forgotten something? This mission surely cannot be so simple. Gru paused, momentarily taken aback, then laughed dismissively. Who cares if it's simple or not? The mission is already accepted, there's no turning back. We'll just go and see. Li Shi scrutinized Gru, trying to discern whether he was withholding any information. He had grown adept at recognizing such tactics. Bang! Li Shi did not receive the answers he sought. Instead, he was met with a fist that sent him crashing into the room. Kid, don't look at me with that ridiculous gaze. You have no right to resist. We depart tomorrow morning, and you have only 1 day to prepare. Li Shi activated the healing rune array on his chest, skillfully dissipating the bruises on his face. Gru's stance was clear. This mission undoubtedly harbored complications. Understood, Teacher Gru. Once a decision was made, Li Shi could only swallow his doubts, for he lacked the strength to alter anything. Fully aware that the mission likely concealed hidden truths, he found himself powerless without Gru's disclosure. For the 20-year mission, he required foundational experimental apparatus and a substantial amount of basic materials, all of which needed to be prepared in advance to avoid chaos. Given that towns inhabited by commoners rarely possessed the materials needed by sorcerers, and there were no places to replenish supplies, it was prudent to bring along extra. Li Shi calculated the sorcerer coins he had amassed in the shadowy realm, having painstakingly saved up 400,000, initially intended for establishing a small laboratory. Now, it seemed many of his plans would need to be expedited. In the quaint Jellin cabin, the plump proprietor Duolunduo beamed upon spotting Li Shi, his joy surpassing that of seeing a long-lost father. Master Li Shi, you finally arrived. I've just received a plentiful supply of excellent materials. Would you care to take a look? Duolunduo, please refrain from addressing me so. I am not deserving of such a title. Ever since the news of Li Shi's concoction of potions for Zihua circulated, Duolunduo had regretted nearly biting through his own teeth. Although the potions Li Shi could formulate were not of high caliber, they were all in high demand, ensuring they sold well regardless of type. Initially, Duolunduo had forged a relationship with Li Shi, only for it to be intercepted by that rascal Schwerke. Duolunduo seethed with frustration. Having devised every possible scheme to draw Li Shi into his establishment, resorting to tactics so crude that Li Shi found them laughable. Not now, but in the future. I have faith in you. Duolunduo grinned, unabashedly bestowing the title of formal sorcerer upon Li Shi. Li Shi chose not to correct Duolunduo's misapprehension, instead asking, have you gathered the items and personnel I requested? Knowing he would soon embark on a mission, Li Shi had begun preparations months ago, discreetly arranging multiple contingencies through Duolunduo and Schwerke. Chapter 16, Guardian Beasts and Departure. Recalling the task of searching for missing persons released by Li Shi, Duolunduo's chubby face contorted into an expression resembling a chrysanthemum. He truly wondered whether Li Shi was ignorant or fearless to dare such a feat regardless of his thoughts. He maintained a smile. Brother Li Shi, to be frank, the probability of finding ordinary lives in the world of wizards is nearly zero. I relayed the information to headquarters, and they responded that the missing person notice has been sent to various branches, but there has been no news thus far. Upon seeing Li Shi's grim expression, Duolunduo quickly clarified, of course, it might also be due to the short passage of time. I will continually urge headquarters. You know how vast the wizarding world is. It is quite normal for many places to have not sent news for centuries. Please be understanding. Thank you. Li Shi understood that he was putting Duolunduo in a difficult position. In terms of status and wizard coins, he had not merited particular attention. Being merely an unremarkable wizard apprentice, an entity more numerous than ants in the wizarding world, who would care about a task issued by a wizard apprentice? Especially one that appeared devoid of value? The information sent by Duolunduo would likely be disregarded, tossed into a corner to gather dust. Li Shi's request for assistance in finding his family on Earth was merely a gamble. What if he could find them? Had a third-level Grand Wizard or a St. Mark Wizard issued the task, the response would assuredly have been different. Alas, Li Shi was neither. Such esteemed ranks were far beyond his reach. Though there was no news of individuals, the materials were prepared. Look here, Duolunduo swiftly changed the topic. Eager to maintain a good rapport with Li Shi, I have 150 standard base materials, with 15 special materials included, totaling 170,000 wizard coins. I selected only the finest, of impeccable quality. Li Shi confirmed that the materials were indeed of superior quality and stored them in the shadow space, resulting in a sudden depreciation of half his accumulated wizard coins over 8 years. While the unit price of these materials was not exorbitant, the sheer volume Li Shi purchased reflected a commitment for 20 years. After departing from the Green Cabin, Li Shi visited Zihua Jinshuerki, where he similarly received no information about his search and subsequently spent another 200,000 wizard coins on a portable micro-laboratory. Thus, his wizard coins dwindled to a mere 30,000, transforming him from a wealthy individual to a pauper in an instant. As he prepared to undertake his first task in the wizarding world, which would span 2 decades, Li Shi seized the opportunity to stand before a towering structure and knocked upon its grand door. Within the Xian Wizard Academy, the number of apprentices remained around 20,000, with approximately 500 formal wizards and additional personnel, bringing the total to about 25,000. Among so many wizards, Li Shi recognized only 2, one being Gru, his physical training instructor, and the other, the first-level elemental wizard, Jijiaki. Li Shi did not wait long, The great door of the tower swung open to reveal Giagiaki, with the frog Lilith perched atop his head. "Ah, little Li Shi, what brings you here?" Giagiaki held a favorable impression of Li Shi, though it was limited to mere goodwill. Over the millennia, he had encountered countless wizard apprentices, and Li Shi had left an impression primarily due to his unique constitution. "Master Giagiaki, I am about to embark on a guarding mission with Teacher Gru and will be away from the academy for an extended period. Thus, I wish to bid farewell and express my gratitude for your care," Li Shi stated sincerely. "Oh, how thoughtful," Giagiaki responded nonchalantly, his expression unchanging. It was simply a task. In contrast to Giagiaki's indifference, the frog Lilith displayed excitement, for Li Shi had not treated her to a platter of insects in quite some time. Naturally, Li Shi would not arrive empty-handed. While the knowledge from Earth may have been lacking, he was adept in the subtleties of human interactions. His willingness to visit Giagiaki, despite their limited acquaintance, was facilitated by Lilith. A platter of the latest insects delighted Lilith, who immediately devoured them with enthusiasm, exposing her pristine white belly in the process. Guarding tasks typically lasted a minimum of 10 years, far removed from the academy. One must constantly remember that the essence of a wizard lies in knowledge, and one must not lose oneself in the pursuit of that essence. Giagiaki retrieved 2 wizard books from his personal space artifact and handed them to Li Shi. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a vial of potion. "Lilith cannot feast on your generosity without reciprocation. These 2 books are of the same series as the ones I previously had you review and are perfectly suited for you at this stage. As for this vial of black pearl potion, I shall not elaborate on its effects. Keep it for your defense." "Thank you, Master," Li Shi replied respectfully, performing a formal bow without pretense, and solemnly placed the wizard books and black pearl potion into the shadow space. It was not merely the 2 books, which evidently had been privately held, but that vial of black pearl potion far surpassed the value of 10 platters of insects. "Go now." The great door of the tower closed once more, and Li Shi reluctantly returned to Gru's small courtyard. He knew that his ulterior motives could not escape Giagiaki's notice. Yet Giagiaki had chosen not to expose him, gifting him with wizard books and a precious potion. Thus, all was well. Li Shi chuckled ruefully. Had it not been for his meager abilities and the looming 20-year absence, he would never have resorted to such measures. Relying on bribing Lilith to win Giagiaki's favor might even backfire. The following day, at the entrance of the Xian Wizard Academy, Li Shi curiously observed a small squad of fire beings. These were the guardian beasts unique to the academy, the fire element spirits. Their semi-ethereal forms, rich in fire attributes, floated in midair, vigilantly patrolling to protect the academy. Not only at the academy's entrance, but it was said that there were no fewer than 30,000 fire element spirits throughout the institution, though they typically remained concealed from the eyes of wizard apprentices. Gru had privately mentioned that these fire element spirits were summoned through a contract with the great Xian St. Mark wizard, serving to guard the academy and acting as soldiers in times of war. Li Shi sighed inwardly at the thought of that legendary St. Mark wizard, whose individual existence likely spanned beyond the duration of a civilization. It was unfathomable to imagine the kind of power they wielded. They epitomized the pinnacle of the wizarding world. With a mere flick of their fingers, they commanded vast armies, subduing and obliterating one world after another, beings more terrifying than deities. They represented the ultimate aspiration of countless low-level wizards. Ordinarily brash, Gru now dutifully presented the task commission to the fire element spirit. Despite the spirit's aura being far inferior to his own, these fire element spirits embodied the greatness of the Xian St. Mark wizard, and no one dared offend such a magnificent entity. With the task commission verified, the fire element spirit granted passage, and the 2 swiftly exited the academy. This was Li Shi's first glimpse of the wizarding world's splendor. Gone were the modern conveniences of Earth. There were no rows of houses, nor were there extensive roads. Instead, what lay before him was a primal landscape, devoid of pollution and human traces, a pure ecosystem. In the distance, mountains were shrouded in mist, appearing both elusive and ethereal. Towering trees in the dense primordial forest exceeded 1,000 meters in height. Enchanting water mists flowed gracefully through the air, resembling a beautiful river suspended in the sky. The infinite expanse of land stretched before him, with a sky that seemed endless above, as warm sunlight bathed every life within the wizarding world. According to the texts, the wizarding world was so vast that great beings had forcibly constrained multiple stars to transform its living environment, following the tireless efforts of numerous wizards. The current wizarding world could be considered a marvel of the universe. Such scenery, Li Shi mused, was something he had only witnessed in high-end science fiction films. Never on Earth. Jello had long since become accustomed to this. After leading Li Shi for only a few hours, he halted abruptly, flashing a sinister grin that revealed his white teeth. Kid, you can find your own way from here. I won't concern myself with how you proceed. You have 5 days to reach Tayama City. This is your first task after leaving the academy. If you fail to arrive, you know the consequences. Before Li Shi could utter a word, Jello crouched low, resembling a cannonball fired from a barrel, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, he shattered the sound barrier and vanished from Li Shi's sight. Li Shi gazed at the white trail left in the sky, astonished. Was this the prowess of a level 2 body refining sorcerer? He felt a pang of envy, pondering when he might ever reach such heights. The tremendous power coursing through him would command respect on Earth, granting him anything he desired. As Li Shi's envious gaze returned to the present, he realized he remained stationary. He retrieved his map to discern his direction. Since Teacher Jello had stated he must reach Tayama City within 5 days, he needed to cover 600 miles each day. It was time to accelerate. Unable to fly and lacking high-speed trains or airplanes, he had no choice but to sprint with all his might. Fortunately, Li Shi had become an extraordinary being. Running for several days and nights without pause was no challenge for him. Fiery orbs descended from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground, while the enraged roars of beasts echoed through the air. A tempest of fury stirred, raising clouds of dust and igniting flames that swiftly engulfed vast stretches of forest. In the wake of the inferno, a figure was seen desperately fleeing. 321 Dodge. With his nerves taut, Li Shi placed his complete trust in Banji. The moment Banji shouted to evade, Li Shi's shadow twisted and morphed, and he vanished into the darkness. Just as he slipped from view, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing into the very spot he had occupied, distorting the air and reducing the ground to molten rock in an instant. 100 meters away, in the shadow of a great tree, Li Shi's figure emerged, having barely escaped the previous catastrophe. Too shocked to comprehend what had just transpired, he dove back into his own shadow without hesitation. Boom! Another fireball descended, nearly grazing Li Shi's scalp, incinerating the ground around the tree for several meters. He had narrowly avoided being obliterated. Emerging from the shadows 100 meters away, Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had come perilously close to disaster. Thankfully, this forest was abundant in shadows, allowing him to utilize his shadow abilities to their fullest potential. As he leapt through the shadows, propelled by them as if they were trampolines, Li Shi was limited by his magical energy, capable of jumping a maximum distance of 100 meters. His form moved as swiftly as a teleportation, albeit at the cost of substantial mana. However, even with his nearly instantaneous speed, the fireball seemed guided, persistently trailing him closely. With his mana below 60, he could still perform 60 shadow jumps, allowing him to escape the influence of the blazing beast within 6,000 meters. Li Shi felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely been curious about the fiery creature atop the mountain and had not intended to disturb it. Yet, the beast unleashed a torrent of fireballs, pursuing him relentlessly. The relentless bombardment resembled a fortress, strategically positioned at the mountaintop. The fireballs rained down, and even from a considerable distance, Li Shi could feel the energy they contained. Each fireball undoubtedly exceeded 300 points in attack power, surpassing even his threefold gravity attack. Such strength indicated that the beast was fully matured, likely disturbed during its mating season, which explained its ferocity. A single hit would incinerate him within a second. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Banji's frantic voice echoed in Li Shi's mind, prompting him to evade via shadow jumps. Li Shi understood that he had unwittingly trespassed into the territory of a mating fiery beast. His presence was perceived as a threat, compelling the creature to strike first. Li Shi could only accept his misfortune. This marked the second day since he had departed from the Xian Sorcerer Academy. After 2 consecutive days of frantic running, Li Shi had not encountered a single soul. The only beings he saw were various fierce creatures. Many emitted a ferocious aura that made his breath catch. These were undoubtedly beasts above level 1. Li Shi quickly altered his course, unwilling to tempt fate, for a single sneeze from such a creature could leave him grievously injured. Thus, what seemed to be a 6,000-mile journey could very well double in length. Fortunately, Li Shi was no longer the same as before. His strength had significantly increased, allowing him to run at remarkable speed, comparable to that of a high-speed train on Earth. In theory, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, he could reach his destination in a single day without rest. However, 2 days had nearly passed, and he had only covered 1/6 of the distance. Run. With your shadow ability, you may not be able to fight, but you can surely escape, Banji urged in resignation. Although the beast's attack power surpassed Li Shi's, if it came down to a confrontation, Li Shi would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Yet, there was no reason to squander time in such a way. Li Shi remained silent, intently sensing the changes in the surrounding aura and sprinting towards the weakest presence. He focused all his energy, pushing his body to its limits, feeling his cells working furiously to transmit strength throughout every part of him. Over the course of 2 days, his physique had improved by 0.1. His metabolism had increased by 1.2, and his capacity to ward off toxins had risen by 0.5. His mastery of shadow abilities had also seen substantial growth. Teacher Jellu, is this the intent behind your decision to send me forth alone? Li Shi mused, shaking his head. Such training methods felt rather rudimentary. At the Xian Sorcerer Academy, his years of training had laid a foundational groundwork, and just as he was beginning to solidify that foundation, Jellu had thrust him into the wild, clearly eager to adopt a different training approach. How could a body-refining sorcerer grow without undergoing the rigors of combat? How could one break through without experiencing the fleeting moments of life and death? Without a resilient spirit, how could a body-refining sorcerer confront adversity alone? Li Shi understood all of this, yet he found Jellu's methods too simplistic. He could have just stated his intentions clearly, for he was not opposed to them. As he continued to leap through shadows, his mana dwindled to 20, and the relentless barrage of fireballs finally ceased. Exhaling deeply, Li Shi quickly inhaled the energy in the air to replenish his mana. This escape, compressing his mana, shadow abilities, and physical strength to their utmost limits, was nothing short of exhilarating. A moment's hesitation could have spelled his doom. The life and death moments revered by body-refining sorcerers were said to greatly enhance one's potential. Yet, before Li Shi's mana could even begin to recover, an icy dread washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. A suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloped him, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Danger lurked nearby. The ominous buzzing, akin to the roar of bombers, filled the air, sending shivers down Li Shi's spine. The previously serene forest erupted into chaos as a swarm of creatures resembling oversized bees, each half a meter in size, descended upon him like a dark cloud. Their menacing mandibles indicated they were anything but herbivores. This is just my luck, Li Shi and Banji thought simultaneously, realizing that the direction they had chosen to escape the fiery beast's territory was the weakest in terms of aura. Initially, they believed there were no formidable creatures around, but the silence here was ominous, suggesting that all the animals had been consumed. This was far more terrifying than encountering a fiery beast. While shadow jumping could typically suffice against other beasts, facing a swarm like this posed a distinct challenge. The risk of landing directly in their jaws during a shadow leap was alarmingly high. Backtrack, Banji urged anxiously. It is impossible. The magical power is insufficient, and I would still perish. Behind me, there are furious creatures longing to tear apart the Chi Yu Shou. While the auras emanating from other directions are no less formidable than that of the Chi Yu Shou, the danger is palpable. Li Shi gazed at the approaching horde of unknown beasts, rifling through every memory in his mind, yet he could find not a single relevant piece of information. However, judging by their individual auras, they do not seem particularly strong. I suspect their combined might stem solely from their numbers, and I estimate their attack power does not exceed 30 points. Banja and I intended to say something, but it was too late, as Li Shi unexpectedly charged towards the swarm of beasts like a dark cloud. Are you seeking death? These pack-hunting carnivores would devour you in an instant. Banja and I shouted in anger at Li Shi's reckless behavior. Fear not, I am confident. This will allow you to witness the weapons from my original world. Li Shi moved with astonishing speed, yet the dark cloud-like horde of beasts moved even swifter, and in a breath's time, a collision seemed inevitable. Li Shi could clearly see the fur of these nameless creatures and the glinting barbs on their arms. Just as it appeared he would be consumed in an instant, shadows beneath his feet began to writhe and twist, and dark, tentacle-like forms emerged, surrounding Li Shi with tubes and chains. Banja and I recognized these tubes as weapons from Li Shi's original world, Earth. He had glimpsed them in Li Shi's memories, known as Gatling guns. However, these weapons were rather feeble. Banja and I had only briefly scanned Li Shi's memories, not paying them much heed. This was the first time Li Shi had acquired weapons from the Green Cabin, where Banja and I had mockingly scoffed at him for acquiring such weak arms, knowing that even a moderately skilled wizard apprentice could not be harmed by them. He did not understand why Li Shi had accumulated so many Gatling guns in the shadow space. These weapons were so weak that the Green Cabin did not even charge for them, only collecting a transmission fee, gifting the weapons to Li Shi. At that time, the room was filled with Gatling guns and ammunition, which Li Shi had kept in the shadow space. Now, 10 Gatling guns surrounded Li Shi, their massive muzzles trained on the horde of beasts before him. The next moment, a cacophony of mechanical whirring erupted as the gunpowder weapons unleashed their fury. Shell casings flew, and 10 tongues of flame lashed into the horde, instantly shredding the ferocious beasts. Seeing the rain of corpses falling, Li Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. These creatures indeed lacked strength, relying solely on their numbers for survival. According to the calculations of the wizarding world, the Gatling's attack power would certainly not exceed 35 points. If my estimations hold true, then the Gatling is the ultimate weapon against these pack-hunting beasts. If I can pierce through their ranks, I will survive. Most importantly, utilizing the shadows to wield the Gatling requires minimal magical power, allowing Li Shi, whose magical reserves are already scant, a moment to catch his breath. The terrifying firepower of 10 Gatling guns formed an impenetrable barrier around Li Shi, preventing any beast from drawing within 3 meters of him. At a rate of 1,000 rounds per minute, 10 Gatling guns would unleash 10,000 rounds in a minute, equating to a staggering rate of 166 bullets per second. The density of the firepower would make even a torrential downpour feel insignificant. On Earth, Li Shi was a law-abiding citizen. He had never encountered such devastating weaponry. Not even a small handgun. At this moment, he comprehended the terror of the Gatling. The bullets formed a fearsome barrage, swiftly tearing a gap in the dark cloud. With limbs and organs flying and crimson blood splattering. Listening to the crisp sound of shell casings hitting the ground, Li Shi felt his blood boil, his body uncontrollably yearning to annihilate beautiful life. With 10 tongues of flame intertwining, Li Shi plunged headlong into the dark cloud. From a distance, one could only see the roiling black cloud and the uncontainable whir of the rotating barrels. The tumultuous cloud compressed, as if kneaded dough was being forcefully pressed towards the center. Countless fragile pack-hunting beasts emitted furious roars, vowing to kill the enemy before them for the sake of their horde. The dark cloud advanced, leaving behind a trail of remnants and streams of blood, indicating they had not slain their foes. The road paved with corpses stretched for miles, with tens of thousands of beasts slaughtered. The once dense dark cloud had shrunk considerably. Yet the remaining beasts continued their frenzied assault. Li Shi gasped for breath, his speed diminishing. He could only maintain a pace of 30. These seemingly thoughtless pack creatures were utterly terrifying, as they cared not for their own lives, attacking with reckless abandon. In contrast, other beings would have fled in the face of such death. Yet these pack creatures seemed unwilling to relent until their foes were annihilated. Based on previous observations, Li Shi had initially thought he could break through the horde in a minute, but now 5 minutes had passed, and he still had not pierced through. With no retreat available, Li Shi gripped 2 short blades, the 10 Gatling guns roaring around him. He had no idea how many beasts he had slain, but the barrels of the Gatling were already glowing red-hot. Chapter 18. Icebound and Sa-Machi. Only 13 points of magical power remain. Li Shi felt urgency. While manipulating the Gatling with shadows consumed little magical power, the expenditure had nearly drained his already limited reserves. The 2 short blades danced in his hands, cleaving away the beasts that blocked his path, and he began to accelerate. With an average attack power of 200 points, Li Shi could ensure that any beast that approached the Gatling barrage would be shredded in an instant. Just 300 meters remained to the edge of the horde. I must quickly cover the next 200 meters, Ban Jia and I reminded him, assuring that once Li Shi was within 100 meters of the edge, shadow leaping would allow him to escape the encirclement in an instant. The cloud of pack creatures relentlessly pursued Li Shi, attacking as he moved, but Li Shi was swifter, his figure drawing nearer to the edge of the horde. There was no doubt he would escape. However, each step now required immense effort. Good, Li Shi growled softly, veins bulging on his forehead, his shadow boiling beneath him, his heart pounding fiercely as he desperately squeezed every ounce of magical power. Another 5 Gatling guns with ammunition chains rose from the shadow space. The barrels spun, unleashing a terrifying whir. Manipulating 15 Gatling guns simultaneously was Li Shi's limit. And with his magical power nearly exhausted, he was prepared to fight to the last. The 15 Gatling guns adjusted their aim, no longer protecting Li Shi, but instead targeting the beasts before him. The deafening roar of the rotating barrels cleared a path in an instant. The firepower surged by 50. Still concentrated, the 10 meters in front of him were devoid of life, completely cleared. Li Shi abandoned all defense behind him, propelling himself forward at full speed. With the firepower of 15 Gatling guns supporting him, Li Shi charged forward with confidence. His magical power continued to dwindle, and he was fighting against the odds. As for the attacks from behind, he blocked important areas with his short blades, while less critical areas quickly fell to injury. The barbs pierced him, and Li Shi immediately felt a tingling sensation, the flesh-losing sensation. This was a sign of poisoning. Li Shi sensed briefly, then calmed. For the toxins recently injected into his body were being rapidly broken down. Years of continuous exposure to various poisons had granted Li Shi an immunity to common toxins. The venom from these unknown creatures did not exceed his body's tolerance. Indeed, as Li Shi had surmised, the sensation of numbness from the injected toxin was localized and quickly faded, with no further adverse reactions. 150 meters, accelerate. Ban Jianai, even more anxious than Li Shi, could see the scythe-like limbs slicing through the air behind Li Shi, shredding his clothes into tatters in an instant. Fortunately, Li Shi's training under Ge Lu over the years has not been in vain. His defensive capabilities are quite commendable. The sharp, barbed forelimbs of the beasts could only inflict shallow wounds upon his back, and before any blood could flow, the wounds were nearly healed. 100 meters, we're almost there. Banjiani shouted anxiously. Li Shi's gaze remained resolute, unwavering as he continued to command the 15 Gatling guns charging forward with fervor. Even as Banjiani incessantly reminded him of the option to escape using Shadow Leap, Li Shi remained unperturbed. It was only when the sound of bullets slicing through the air reached his ears that his eyes finally reacted. He had reached the edge of the beast horde. Relying on the foundational skills bestowed by his body-refining sorcery and the 15 Gatling guns, he forcefully carved his way through the throngs of creatures. "Are you mad?" Banjiani exclaimed, bewildered. "It was perilous just moments ago. You could have escaped 100 meters back. Why endure so many attacks to break out?" Li Shi offered no explanation. Instead, he redirected all 15 Gatling guns to face the pursuing horde, unleashing a torrential barrage that quickly left a field strewn with dismembered limbs. Perhaps sensing the formidable nature of Li Shi, the horde inexplicably halted after he broke through, turning back towards their previous territory without hesitation. A stark contrast to their earlier relentless pursuit. The Gatling guns ceased their rotation, their barrels radiating intense heat after 10 minutes of continuous fire at maximum frequency. Nearing their operational limits, Li Shi disregarded Banjiani's concerns and did not stow away the Gatling guns. Instead, he reached out, and a vial of potion was delivered to his hand by a shadowy appendage. After uncapping the bottle, he took a small sip, consuming roughly 1/10 of its contents. The moment the potion entered his system, an unusual flush spread across Li Shi's face, his aura surging outward, a clear indication that his magical energy had exceeded manageable levels. Since piercing through the beast horde, Li Shi had fixated his gaze on a particular spot. Even the Gatling guns aimed in that direction, their dark muzzles exuding a sense of explosive power, especially after having just slaughtered thousands of beasts, emanating an overwhelming bloodlust. Li Shi's brow furrowed deeply, a pulse of instinctive danger thrumming between his brows. Despite perceiving nothing amiss, his instincts urged him to avoid approaching. "What is it?" Banjiani inquired, perplexed, as he felt nothing unusual. "Come out," Li Shi commanded, his muscles taut, his voice cold. The point of his focus was merely the intersection of a few large trees. Despite sensing nothing there, his instincts screamed of imminent danger, a lethal threat. "If you do not emerge, do not blame me." As the Gatling guns cooled, their temperature significantly lowered, Li Shi's fingers twitched, and all 15 guns opened fire simultaneously. With a deafening roar, the 15 fearsome chains of bullets obliterated the area he was observing, reducing the trees to splinters and turning the ground into a churned-up wasteland. Li Shi could confidently assert that even an ant's nest in the attacked area would have been shattered. Yet, when the gunfire ceased, nothing remained, no sign of life. As if he had been firing at mere air. The departure of the beast horde was not due to his overwhelming firepower nor their retreat from territorial bounds, but rather their instinctual recognition of a greater threat, fear of him. In their minds, he was more dangerous than Li Shi himself. Li Shi's gaze remained fixated on the spot that had just been swept by thousands of bullets, the sensation of danger still palpable, indicating that the entity had not vacated the area, merely adopting a form of concealment that he could not detect. His body tense, he heightened his vigilance to its utmost, the magical energy within him ready to erupt at any moment. The shadows beneath his feet remained silent. Yet Li Shi was assured that he could instantaneously utilize Shadow Leap to close the distance for a decisive strike upon spotting the enemy. "I expected a formidable figure, yet it is merely a novice sorcerer apprentice, one whom I cannot even perceive. How mundane. Never mind. Killing you would only tarnish my reputation." At last, a voice emerged, unmistakably from that very location. Yet, despite scrutinizing the area multiple times, Li Shi found no signs of anyone's presence. The emotionless tone of the voice reminded him of the frigid climates that could turn a person into a popsicle. His brow twitched, his mouth dry, cold sweat beating on his forehead, an urge to flee coursing through him. Ice Age Grand Sorcery. Li Shi's pupils widened, the moment danger loomed. His mind screamed for him to escape, but before he could react, his body became immobilized. In an instant, a thick layer of ice enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius around Li Shi, his terrified gaze still visible through the ice as he attempted to flee. The colossal ice block emitted an aura of frigid dread, transforming the summer landscape into a wintry abyss. The forest fell eerily silent throughout the ordeal. Li Shi never caught sight of his assailant, as if the sorcery had been cast and the caster had vanished. As darkness fell, the forest echoed with the roars and howls of various beasts. Many wild creatures observed the sudden appearance of the massive ice block, but did not approach, retreating with their tails tucked in fear. The ice, wrought by sorcery, exuded a terror far surpassing that of any beast they had encountered, powerful, fearsome, and relentless. As night passed and dawn broke, white mist swirled, and Li Shi's eyelids fluttered. With a thunderous crack, the immense ice block that had existed for an entire day in the forest finally shattered, and Li Shi stumbled out, trembling. That was undoubtedly close to a level 1 attack. Banjiani's frustrated voice echoed in his mind. He had failed to detect the release of the Ice Age Grand Sorcery, leaving him, a self-proclaimed demigod, feeling shameful. This did not imply that the unseen sorcerer apprentice surpassed his strength. Rather, it suggested that the apprentice's mastery of certain sorcery surpassed Banjiani's understanding. Li Shi's magical energy surged rapidly, dissipating the cold mist, his heart racing with trepidation. Upon sensing danger, he had consumed 1/10 of the Black Pearl potion, replenishing his nearly depleted magical energy to a level of 110, fully prepared to unleash a 3-fold gravitational release. This was, without a doubt, Li Shi's strongest state. Yet, he had not anticipated being frozen before he could prepare. The chasm between them too vast to bridge by any of his means. Li Shi was perplexed. Why had he encountered such a formidable sorcerer apprentice, who had abruptly targeted him but refrained from delivering a fatal blow? Was it mere amusement or a hidden agenda? Among sorcerers, there existed no unbreakable treaties against killing. As long as the scale was manageable, slaying a few sorcerers posed no issue. Typically, a sorcerer's journey is paved with the blood of many, predominantly that of alien races. Li Shi had his suspicions but dared not confirm them, leaving the matter for another time. Surviving was already a blessing. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to move swiftly. The immediate task was to reach Tiamat City and rendezvous with Galu. If he failed to arrive within 5 days, he could only dread the consequences from Galu. Time was already of the essence, and now he had lost an entire day to being encased in ice. Fortunately, he had replenished his magical energy, enabling him to maintain full speed. Days swiftly passed, and by the 4th day, Li Shi found himself just 1,000 miles from Tiamat City. The journey had proceeded smoothly, and he dared not dwell on the remaining distance. Having encountered no beasts of superior strength, all were well within his capacity to handle, allowing him to progress in a straight line without detours. And he was on the verge of arriving within the 5-day limit. Do you feel that? Banjiani asked. Yes, indeed. The presence of many beasts has dissipated, their absence lasting no more than a day, as if someone had deliberately cleared the area. I have experienced up close the remnants of a familiar aura. Li Shi Dao. Trapped in place for an entire day, yet taking action to eliminate those ferocious beasts he could not confront. It is perplexing to contemplate. Banja and I expressed his bewilderment. Li Shi remained silent, reflecting on the journey of the day. The lingering scent of some beasts sent shivers down his spine. And there were several instances where the level had clearly reached 1, yet all were swiftly dealt with. No intense signs of battle were left behind, as it was almost all a matter of instant kills. If I am not mistaken, the one who froze him definitely did not reach level 1, at most. They were a peak wizard apprentice, yet they could still eliminate those level 1 beasts with ease. How formidable. Just the thought of it made Li Shi tremble. Clearly, we are of the same level. Why is there such a vast disparity? The journey ahead proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering little difficulty, and by the evening of the 5th day, the walls of Tiamat City came into view. Li Shi had long understood that the world of wizards is a polarized realm, where wizards possess cosmic-level civilizations, while the lives of ordinary people remain mired in feudal backwardness. Various nations, fiefs, and knights control the lives and deaths of vast populations. Although they do not slaughter civilians indiscriminately as on Earth, they also do not allow commoners to acquire too much knowledge or wealth, neither impoverished nor affluent. This epitomizes the existence of the ordinary populace within the wizarding world. Tiyama City belongs to the newly established branch of the Ziyin Wizard Academy, founded by a wizard apprentice who has lost hope in breaking through to a level 1 official wizard. Among the wizard apprentices, only a minuscule fraction can achieve that breakthrough. And these official wizards, due to their long lifespans, have long abandoned the habits of ordinary life, preferring instead to conquer other realms and delve into peculiar knowledge, often spending the majority of their lives within laboratories. Those who fail to break through to level 1 typically return to the lives of commoners, becoming nobles or lords. Although the wizard apprentices have not broken through to level 1, they have shattered the shackles of mortality, allowing them to live comfortably for several centuries. They will procreate within their territories, establishing enduring families. Backed by the Academy, these wizard apprentice families are as numerous as the stars, closely bonded with the Academy, forming the social foundation of the wizarding world. The Lord of Tiyama City, established by a wizard apprentice who failed to break through 100 years ago, is named Samachi. According to the information Li Shi gathered, this Samachi is indeed a formidable figure. After his failure to advance, he did not return to his family but came here alone, where a century ago, only small tribes existed. He unified the tribes and constructed the city. Moreover, leveraging the connections he amassed at the Ziyin Wizard Academy, he vigorously developed the city, and in just over a century, the comprehensive strength of Tiyama City has multiplied several times. Had it not been for its remarkable development, it would not have been associated with the Ziyin Wizard Academy, prompting the Academy to dispatch wizards for its protection. Finally, he arrived, exhausted from maintaining peak speed. Li Shi approached Tiyama City. Chapter 19. New Tasks, New Training. Li Shi arrived at the Lord's Manor during dinner. The imposing manor, the most dazzling structure within Tiyama City, radiated a warm glow even as night fell. Despite the absence of electricity, the manor remained brilliantly lit, illuminated by wizardly power. As long as this manor, which continues to shine through the night, stands, the common folk of the city have a pillar of support. Ha ha ha, lad. I thought you would be late. To my surprise, you managed to arrive within 5 days, leaving me without a chance to find a reason to punish you. Such a pity. Gru's booming voice reverberated through the hall, drawing the gaze of everyone present toward the entering Li Shi. With an ordinary appearance and a feeble aura, the only indication of his identity as a body-refining wizard apprentice was the robust vitality emanating from his physique. Curiosity, indifference, and joy mingled in the glances cast upon Li Shi, causing him to momentarily halt in his stride. The heavy scrutiny prompted Li Shi to carefully observe the diners in the hall. First, there was Gru at the top, devouring food voraciously, resembling a machine in full throttle. Beside him sat a meticulously groomed middle-aged man, each slender finger adorned with a ring embedded with gemstones, his opulent robe enhancing his noble demeanor. Although his aura was far inferior to Gru's, it surpassed Li Shi's significantly. This must be Samachi, the Lord of Tiyama City, a peak elemental wizard apprentice who failed to advance to level 1. On either side, there were 4 individuals clad in wizard robes, each exuding a far more potent aura than Li Shi. How astonishing to find 8 wizard apprentices in attendance. Li Shi scanned the room, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he did not detect the familiar aura he sought. Simultaneously, he was taken aback. Only he and Gru had accepted the tasks from Tiyama, and yet there were so many wizard apprentices present. Ah, my young brother. I have long heard of Master Gru's exceptionally talented student, and upon meeting you today, you indeed live up to the reputation. Samachi, a seasoned leader who has managed a city for over a century, showed no signs of discomfort towards Li Shi. He greeted him warmly, personally arranging a seat for him, and the sumptuous food left Li Shi in high spirits. The conversation flowed effortlessly, with topics that Li Shi could easily engage with. And by the time dinner was halfway through, he had developed a favorable impression of the Lord. What pleased him even more was that this was not an academy setting where only the wealthy could indulge in culinary delights. The diverse array of dishes overwhelmed Li Shi, prompting him to loosen his belt and feast heartily. Unconcerned about appearances, Li Shi felt no embarrassment. As a body-refining wizard, he possessed a hearty appetite. Even Samachi and the 8 elemental wizards were unperturbed by Li Shi's voraciousness, sharing smiles and engaging in light conversation. However, Li Shi found their topics rather unfamiliar, choosing instead to focus on his meal. Noticing the line of attendants behind Gru, swiftly delivering platters of food, Li Shi felt dwarfed in comparison. After the meal, there was little further discussion as the 8 elemental wizard apprentices departed quickly, and Li Shi was promptly arranged for an early rest. By the time dawn broke, Li Shi was already awake. Master Gru, according to the schedule of the Ziyin Wizard Academy, it is now time for our practice. Gru, hardly needing sleep, tossed several materials to Li Shi as he approached. Take a look at these. Li Shi opened them to find one was a detailed map of Tiyama City and its surroundings. Another was a list of tasks for the next 20 years. And the last was Gru's training schedule for Li Shi. The first document was unremarkable, merely detailing the population, farmland, mineral resources, and distribution. The significance lay in the latter two documents. The second task list provided far more detail than the standard garrison tasks Li Shi had encountered at the academy, which merely focused on population growth and apprentice training. However, Gru's task introduction included not only these fundamental tasks, but also highlighted recent dangers that Tiyama City faced, which Li Shi understood to be the primary objectives. There were three main points. The first was that Tiyama City had experienced a sudden increase in missing persons over the past 5 years, predominantly among those under 20 years of age. The wizarding world does not possess the same convenience of transportation as Earth. Many cities are situated far apart, and there is no competitive rivalry that would necessitate the abduction of individuals. Moreover, under the Academy's governance, such occurrences are strictly prohibited. Population stability is the cornerstone of control, and the Academy would never allow significant fluctuations among commoners, forbidding wars or plagues from occurring. Thus, the disappearance of young individuals in Tiyama City constitutes an extraordinary event. At the age of 20, one is assessed for potential aptitude as an apprentice wizard. Samachi had previously conducted an investigation, and as a former contender for a first-level wizard apprentice, his methods far surpassed those of Li Shi. Yet, he failed to yield any results. With the number of missing persons nearing 4 digits, he was compelled to contact the Academy. Although Li Shi lacked detailed information about the incident, the fact that all the missing individuals were under 20 made it evident that this was indeed a grave issue. The second matter of concern was the recent surge of beastly uprisings around the city of Tiyama, which had wreaked havoc on agriculture and resulted in numerous injuries. Tiyama boasted its own guard, and even Samachi, a peak wizard apprentice, had intervened multiple times, yet the beastly tide remained unresolved, prompting a collective report to the Academy. The final point of urgency was Samachi's serendipitous discovery of traces of wizards from other academies near Tiyama, a situation far more severe than the previous two. The presence of wizards from other academies within the territory of Ziyin Academy, especially those who arrived unannounced, suggested an unwelcome intrusion rather than a pleasant surprise. While the danger levels of the first two incidents remained uncertain, the third was undoubtedly a matter between wizards, posing a high level of risk. This was why Li Shi had observed the 8 wizard apprentices during last night's banquet. They were not there for guard duties, but to address the issue concerning the wizards from other academies. Thus, aside from selecting suitable wizard apprentices to assist Samachi in managing the town, we also need to investigate the missing persons and the beastly uprisings, correct? Li Shi inquired. Indeed. But these matters primarily fall upon you. I will only intervene if a peak wizard apprentice or an official wizard appears, Gru pointed at Li Shi. Li Shi nodded in acquiescence. He had already surmised that such tasks did not require a second-level body-refining wizard. A routine guard duty could be managed by a first-level official wizard. Deploying a second-level wizard would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Consequently, it was no surprise that Gru regarded him merely as labor. Gru tended to shoulder most tasks himself, which, while potentially enhancing his own stature, was nonetheless a reality. Having discerned the schemes of Ziyin Wizard Academy, Li Shi had a precise understanding of his role. He scrutinized the third document, the detailed training schedule Gru had assigned him, which confirmed his suspicions. The training regimen had shifted from sparring that involved enduring blows to confronting various harsh environments. For instance, it included living a monastic life in deserts, severe cold, volcanic regions, swamps, and areas with toxic miasma. These were all aimed at further developing physical limits, fundamental subjects for a body-refining wizard. Upon seeing this, Li Shi quickly perused the terrain descriptions surrounding Tiyama and indeed found that such harsh environments could be located within 100 miles of the city. Noticing his reaction, Gru, with a hint of amusement, inquired if he had made a discovery. Li Shi nodded, acknowledging that finding such diverse environments in one location was quite rare. Something that would be impossible on Earth. Only in the wizarding world could such a phenomenon exist. This place had once been the site of horrific battles, leaving behind numerous harsh environments. While these might be seen negatively by other wizards, they represented a treasure trove for us. Sighing, Gru remarked on the effort he had expended to find this suitable location, having sifted through Ziyin Academy's records extensively. Li Shi pondered briefly and suddenly formed a hypothesis. The entire guard duty in Tiyama was merely ancillary. The issues of missing persons and beastly uprisings were of little importance. Their primary mission was to continue his rigorous training. Still, I must reiterate, your personal matters are not my concern, but you must ensure that during the guard duty, your physical defense can withstand an attack of 100 points, Gru stated firmly. Li Shi nodded, recognizing that his current physical defense was only 20 points. Insufficient even against the beast horde that could easily decimate him. This underscored his inadequacy as a body-refining wizard apprentice, a reality compounded by his limited training time. In Gru's words, once Li Shi could rely on his physical prowess to rend a first-level ferocious beast, he would be ready for promotion. This remark reminded Li Shi of the wizard apprentice he had encountered on his way here, a peak wizard apprentice capable of effortlessly dispatching first-level ferocious beasts. Chapter 20. Desert Solitude. Having comprehended the entirety of his mission, Li Shi recounted his experiences over the past 5 days to Gru, carefully observing his expression throughout. Remarkably, Gru maintained a stoic demeanor, revealing no reaction, particularly when Li Shi spoke of the formidable wizard apprentice. This left Li Shi somewhat perplexed, uncertain whether Gru was genuinely unaware or already cognizant of the situation. Understood, I will be cautious. Our mission is unrelated to those 8 elemental wizard apprentices, so you need not concern yourself with them, Li Shi began to affirm, only for Gru to interject. Of course, with your current abilities, you would hardly catch their attention. They will not seek you out. Well, being weak does indeed come with a lack of presence. Very well. Let us set aside the issues of missing persons and beastly uprisings for now. Tayama will not falter. You may choose a place to train at your discretion, Gru instructed. With that, Li Shi, newly arrived in Tayama, found himself expelled from the town once again, setting off toward his chosen training ground. Meanwhile, within the hall where the previous night's banquet had taken place, the wizard apprentices gathered once more, their faces devoid of the earlier mirth and instead marred by solemnity. Master Gru, we have located traces of the external wizards. They belong to the Black Skull Wizard Academy. Black Skull Wizard Academy? How could it be them? Merely the mention of the name drew gasps from the assembly, as though it were a harbinger of calamity. Samir, can you confirm this? A voice tinged with disbelief trembled from Samachi. It has been confirmed. Last night, I engaged in combat with one of their wizard apprentices, who explicitly stated their identity and informed me they were here on an academy mission. Samir, a striking wizard apprentice with golden hair, affirmed. Seeing Samir's certainty, Samachi hastily turned to Gru for assistance. Master Gru, what shall we do? Gru's expression, unusually grave, contrasted with the fear exhibited by the other wizards. Let us not panic. We have yet to ascertain their specific mission or the number of individuals present, as long as there are no second-level wizards among them. We can manage the situation, Gru replied after a moment's contemplation. With a second-level body-refining wizard like Gru present, the assembly felt a wave of reassurance. Second-level wizards formed the backbone of the academy. Typically, second-level wizards did not embark on missions. The majority were first-level wizards. Gru's presence on guard duty was unexpected, and they doubted the Black Skull Wizard Academy would send a second-level wizard. Gru continued, for now, we will focus on communication to clarify their mission, if possible. We should negotiate a resolution. Of course, we are not to be trifled with. This is the domain of Xian Wizard Academy, and should they resort to violence, we will not hesitate to retaliate. I will promptly relay this information back to the academy, allowing the principal to investigate through other channels. It would be prudent to have additional instructors dispatched as well. All instructors are first-level official wizards. Gru's words immediately alleviated the anxieties of the gathered wizard apprentices. The prospect of first-level official wizards arriving to assist would certainly lessen their burden. Relying solely on their small contingent of apprentices to confront the murderous wizards of the Black Skull Wizard Academy was indeed a daunting prospect. Jellu spoke a few reassuring words to calm the anxious crowd, and then addressed Samachi. You must now restrict the populace and reduce external trade. Should the situation exceed our expectations, safeguarding Tayama will be a significant achievement. Yes, Master Jellu, Samachi acknowledged, understanding the urgency of the matter. He promptly set out to make arrangements. Fortunate that the provisions within Tayama could sustain the residents for 3 years, the lack of production would not pose an immediate threat. As Samachi departed to organize the tasks, Jellu turned to Samir, saying, You 8 should refrain from acting independently. Form groups of 4, splitting into 2 teams, and ascertain their intentions while ensuring your own safety. Understood, Lord Jellu. Once all the apprentice sorcerers had left, Jellu's expression remained tense, even more so than before. With a single wave of his hand, a void magic array materialized before him, and silent words escaped his lips, transmitting a message. Li Shi. unaware of the tumult within Tayama, did not realize that it resembled a powder keg on the brink of explosion. At that moment, he was making his way to a location he had chosen, marked on the map only by a large yellow symbol, indicating a desert. In our realm, there are those who seek to push their physical limits through such challenges, yet few succeed. Most abandon their quest, and a small number perish within, reminded Banji. Concerned for Li Shi's safety. I am aware. I have encountered a brief introduction in the Sorcerer's Tome. The training of physical sorcerer apprentices is often accompanied by a high mortality rate, and tends to be quite extreme, Li Shi replied. This kind of extreme challenge forbids disturbances from outsiders. Henceforth, I will not speak to you, and you must forget the shadow space, abandon any thoughts of retreat, and forsake all distractions. To use a phrase from your earth, it is to put oneself in a death or life situation, Banji instructed. Driven by instinct, I shall cast aside all reason. I understand, Li Shi responded. The desert lay a full day's journey from Tayama. Although Li Shi did not rush, he still faced a daunting distance of 600 miles. The swirling yellow sands and scorching heat enveloped him, with distorted light caused by high-energy reactions intensifying the temperature beyond that of the outside desert. Observing the stark contrast between the sweltering sands and the lush primordial forest, Li Shi marveled at the sorcerer's formidable powers. Jelu had indicated that the environment was a result of high-level combat. Though he did not specify the exact levels, Li Shi surmised they were above the 3rd tier. The alteration of terrain, a phenomenon that takes centuries to occur, was akin to a walking natural disaster. With a swift motion, Li Shi discarded his shoes and clothing, entering the desert barefoot and bare-chested. Each step felt like entering a new world, the sudden spike in temperature immersing him in the sandy expanse. The desert's heat could cook an egg, yet Li Shi felt an unusual comfort, as if he were on a grand adventure. For the first 5 days, he wandered aimlessly, feeling no discomfort, his physical form as a physical sorcerer apprentice proving extraordinary. Without food, water, or sleep, he experienced no adverse effects. As for loneliness, he felt none. The vastness of existence seemed to leave him the only soul, allowing his mind to wander freely. Never had he felt so liberated. He pondered his future direction and reflected on his initial experiments, even simulating the experimental process in his mind. His body relaxed, as if after a year of relentless labor, he had suddenly been granted an extended holiday, a deep sense of release washing over him. On the 6th day, thirst struck, and he felt his lips dry, but it was manageable. On the 7th day, hunger gnawed at him, his stomach growling like a chorus of elephants yearning for sustenance. Li Shi diligently tried to divert his thoughts from his hunger. By the 8th day, fatigue set in, the combination of hunger and dehydration finally weighing him down. Each step felt less effortless than before, yet he continued to move forward, one step at a time. On the 9th day, exhaustion deepened, but he could still endure. By the 20th day, Li Shi lost track of time. His robust physique had shrunk by half, his body resembling a skeleton. The lack of hydration rendered his lips cracked and parched. Each step felt burdensome, as if pulling an entire world along with him. His pace slowed considerably, and even a tortoise would shake its head at his sluggishness. His eyes, clouded and unfocused, stared blankly ahead, and he had lost all sense of purpose. He pressed on, striving to forget his destination, moving mechanically. The only figure traversing the desolate desert was his emaciated form, and after an indeterminate time, with a sudden stumble, Li Shi fell into a mound of sand, unable to lift his bony feet any longer. He did not struggle or make a sound. His eyelids grew heavy, resembling a lifeless body succumbing to the desert's embrace. The wind swept up, gradually burying his naked form beneath the sands. To the desert. A single corpse merely marked a past visitor who had not emerged. Beneath its surface lay countless similar remains. Perhaps centuries later, someone might unearth them from the depths of the desert, lamenting their fate. The winds continued to blow for a long while until Li Shi's figure faded entirely, leaving behind a small sand mound. In the desert, such mounds were innumerable. No one had passed this way, nor did anyone care. In the pitch-black world, a flicker of light appeared, offering a glimmer of hope to a realm that had never known illumination. A hoarse, fragmented voice emerged from the darkness, questioning, "Who am I? Am I dead? I must be dead, right?" As the voice faded, the light vanished, plunging the world back into utter darkness. After an unknown duration, the faint light reappeared, accompanied by a voice murmuring, "What is death? Am I alive? What does it mean to be alive?" The voice, hesitant and fragmented, faded once more, leaving the world in silence. Eventually, that seemingly extinguishable point of light emerged again, illuminating the dark realm. "Am I still alive? Why? What signifies being alive?" The pace of the voice quickened, and by the final words, there was no hesitation. Even the flickering light grew brighter. The light persisted, as did the voice. Now devoid of doubt, the voice returned briefly, pondering, what is the mark of life? Is it that cells function normally, or that consciousness can still think? What are cells? What is consciousness? Am I currently engaging in self-reflection, or merely the subconscious feedback? Who am I? Does it matter who I am? Or is it more important to contemplate the sign of life? If it is the cells, I do not understand what cells are. Yet, as long as they are alive, I too must be alive. The voice fell into deep contemplation. The scorching heat of the desert, capable of boiling eggs, seems to tremble in fear before the chilling presence of this extraordinary sorceress, who commands a 3-foot radius around her that none dare approach. This sorceress stands beside a hill, her brow furrowed, her emotionless gaze fixed upon the sand dunes, as if she could penetrate the layers of sand to behold the emaciated corpse beneath. Lost in contemplation, she raises and lowers her staff repeatedly, until, at last, she brings it down with a decisive thud, vanishing instantaneously from the hill's visage. Her departure is so swift that it feels as though she has never graced this place with her presence. In this world of darkness, faint glimmers of light continue to flicker defiantly, accompanied by the murmurs of self-questioning, even as she forgets her identity and many aspects of her existence. Her capacity for thought remains unbroken. Is a cell also a form of life? Why does it not evolve autonomously? It should, perhaps, if it were to choose. How would it respond to adversity? Would it sacrifice itself for the sake of other cells, or would it await a shared demise? As the questions multiply, the dim light gradually intensifies, suggesting that a new life is on the verge of emergence. Suddenly, the brightening point transforms into a sun, casting forth light that dispels the encompassing darkness. As the shadows recede, a voice erupts with excitement. I remember. I am Li Shi, a human from Earth, and an apprentice sorcerer in the realm of sorcery. I am currently enduring the brutal conditions of the desert. What, then, is this dark space? Is it the realm of my consciousness? Banjo and I, are you there? No response echoes back, only the rising sun illuminating the void. This space is devoid of presence, direction, or substance. It is as if it exists in a vacuum, with only Li Shi's consciousness to populate it. He cannot discern the boundaries of this realm. It appears to exist solely within the confines of his mind, infinite in extent. Length, width, height, time, and space here are boundless. In fact, to attempt to quantify this world through data renders it meaningless. This must be the realm of my subconscious, residing at the very depths of awareness. A world constructed from dormant neurons in my brain. Is my current state akin to awakening from a dream? Li Shi muses, convinced that this interpretation best explains his circumstances. Although such speculation lacks empirical validation, he feels certain that it approaches truth. He attempts to awaken himself, to extricate himself from this state, but finds it impossible. He remains a mere consciousness, incapable of action beyond thought. Floating within this space, devoid of reference points, he cannot ascertain whether he is in motion. Remaining calm, he reflects quickly, realizing that the greatest impediment to escaping this realm of consciousness is the exhaustion of his physical body, which has become detached from his awareness, akin to the soul departing from the body in terrestrial terms. Such a state is perilously close to death, even if consciousness and body are separated. As long as my awareness remains vigorous, it can still exert influence over the corporeal form. The human body is the most intricate of structures, particularly when imbued with will. Not even the technology of Earth, nor that of the sorceress realm, has fully comprehended its complexities. The instinct for survival can unleash unparalleled strength within the body. This resonates with Li Shi's previous thoughts regarding adrenaline. If this line of reasoning holds, then prior to the restoration of my consciousness, my body should instinctively engage in survival actions. By yielding to the body's innate drive for survival, hope for continued existence may be attainable. Li Shi's thoughts crystallize with clarity, and he recalls the instinctual response he had pondered earlier. If cells are indeed life, then they must yearn for survival. Therefore, during my unconsciousness, my body should be instinctively prompting cellular evolution to adapt to the current environment. In times of energy deprivation, it would minimize energy expenditure. In the face of excessive heat, it would evolve cells resistant to high temperatures. Much like the cactus, which thrives in the arid desert by transforming its leaves into spines to reduce moisture loss. Or the desert creatures that have adapted their skin to form shells and eliminate sweat pores in order to survive. I must undergo a similar evolution. While normal evolutionary processes require hundreds of thousands of years and gradual changes, the forces unleashed at the brink of death can accelerate evolution. My task now is to guide this evolutionary process. Li Shi's thoughts flow seamlessly, and he contemplates how to implement this. Since energy is insufficient to awaken the body, I must seek it both internally and externally. The external option is unavailable. Within this shadowy realm, there are potions, but they remain inaccessible, and no one will come to my aid. Thus, I must delve inward for energy. My magical power has undoubtedly been depleted, otherwise, my body would have instinctively employed it during its collapse. Hence, I now possess only my physical form. With my magical energy drained, the inherent energy within my body must also be diminished. Shadow abilities require activation. This implies that I am left with a nearly charred physical vessel. Consequently, I must sacrifice some cells to release energy, severing my own tail in a desperate bid for survival. After a whirlwind of frantic thoughts, Li Shi arrives at a solution: to voluntarily relinquish a portion of his cells and bodily functions, preserving only the essential organs and conditions necessary for survival. Striving to activate his body. Once activated, Li Shi could draw energy from the shadowy realm and revive himself. Brain, inform the body to expend all superfluous parts, retaining only the fundamental organs for survival. The space remains unchanged. Li Shi understands that mere words from his consciousness may not suffice to compel such significant sacrifices from his body. Brain, inform the body to expend all superfluous parts, retaining only the fundamental organs for survival. Brain, inform the body to expend all superfluous parts, retaining only the fundamental organs for survival. Li Shi repeats this mantra incessantly, subtly guiding his body towards this extreme survival strategy. Fortunately, within this realm of consciousness, time is a fluid concept. He may have uttered it hundreds of thousands of times. Yet in the real world, only a fleeting moment has passed. Only such intense awareness could potentially stimulate the body. After countless repetitions, the space finally responds with a thunderous roar reminiscent of the world's end, as an immense gravitational force abruptly manifests, swiftly drawing Li Shi's consciousness away. A smile breaks upon his face, for he knows he has succeeded. Beneath the sands, the withered body emits a muffled groan, yearning for breath, yet finds only sand. Li Shi, unable to bear the discomfort, dares not inhale, nor even open his eyes. As his consciousness returns to his body, he immediately perceives his dire predicament. Buried beneath the sands, his frail form teeters on the brink of collapse. Each part of him cries out in despair, as if facing imminent death. Li Shi can only conduct a cursory examination of his body. Fat, muscle, skin, hair, and some internal organs, all expendable, leaving only enough to sustain bodily functions for 2 minutes. Truly, this is the self-preservation instinct manifesting at death's door, prompting all cells to self-destruct within permissible limits. Relying on the energy from these dying cells and their functions, his body briefly revives. The heart, feeble and sporadic, beats within vessels reduced to millimeters, as blood barely circulates. All internal functions have ceased, leaving him just a breath away from death. The muscle clinging to his bones is but a thin layer, sufficient only to maintain the connections between bones and facilitate movement. The state of his body evokes images of desiccated corpses unearthed from the desert, merely skin stretched over skeletal remains. The warning lights of his corporeal form flash red. He has only 2 minutes left to live. If he cannot restore his body within that time, he shall perish. 2 minutes is a survival time purchased at the cost of sacrificing the majority of cells and bodily functions. The weight of the sand pressing down is unfathomable, and Li Shi can hear the creaking sound of his bones grinding beneath it. His internal magical energy has long since been depleted, leaving him unable to maintain even the tripled gravity rune array. Yet, this dire situation has inadvertently bestowed upon him a silver lining. Otherwise, under such conditions, the added burden of tripled gravity would render any struggle futile. At this moment, the relentless pressure of the harsh environment on his bodily functions can finally cease. With a slight movement of his fingers, a dark veil envelopes his emaciated body, instantly burrowing beneath his skin without altering the spatial dimensions or mass, creating such a commotion that not a single grain of sand is disturbed. This is no ordinary ability. It is the shadow awakened from Li Shi's shadow affinity, where the merging of shadow and body bestows upon him a fortification. Although the enhancement is modest, a mere 10 at most, it is precisely the essence he so desperately lacks at present. The moment the shadow coincides with his cells, Li Shi can hear the resounding beat of his heart, a signal that he has regained some strength. All cells and the remaining functional organs within his body are fervently striving for self-preservation, utilizing the newly acquired energy to forcibly sustain life. The once parched magical energy within him now flows like a long-awaited rain, albeit just a trickle. Approximately 1% of the original total. Yet, this scant amount is sufficient to save his life. Li Shi senses a shift. His body vanishes beneath the sand dune and reappears in the shadow on the dune's backside. The leap of shadow allows Li Shi to teleport from beneath the dune. Chapter 22. Evolution. A violent cough erupts, as if attempting to expel his very lungs. Li Shi dares not pause, extending his hand. A vial of healing potion materializes in his palm. The countdown of life allows no room for hesitation. Every second is a chance for survival. The gentle healing potion is precisely the energy his weakened body craves, and as he swallows the contents, he feels the energy within it being rapidly consumed by his body. His body's functions, akin to a ravenous thief, voraciously absorb every available ounce of energy. Each organ and visceral component seems to possess its own consciousness, competing for the scarce energy to hasten their revival. The potion does not offer substantial recovery. It merely alleviates the burden of his frail body slightly and accelerates the restoration of magical energy. However, it significantly extends the countdown of life that was nearing its end. Li Shi has survived. His body remains skeletal, with organs desperately demanding energy, a clear indication of recovery. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such vitality. Li Shi struggles to open his eyes, yearning to behold his current state, but all he perceives is a blur. Even his outstretched hand mere inches away remains indistinct. It dawns on him that he has survived by relying on his subconscious to relinquish non-essential organs, leaving his eyes nearly devoid of function, yet fortunately not completely blind, preserving a glimmer of hope for the return of sight. One vial after another of healing potion flows into his body, and gradually, his vision begins to clear. Even the fat and muscle on his frame start to expand rapidly, as vigorous blood surges through his veins, and a thumping heart pumps life-sustaining blood throughout his being. Once his magical energy is replenished sufficiently, the healing rune array activates, and the cells within him ravenously consume the energy in the air. All cells call out, rejoicing in their revival. In a mere few hours, the emaciated Li Shi has returned to his former self. Clenching his fist, he revels in the exhilarating sensation of his enhanced strength. His body has fortified by approximately 2, with over 65% of his cells regenerated. Due to passive evolution, his defensive capabilities have increased by 4, energy leakage has decreased by 3, and his total magical energy has risen by 5. The subconscious of his body perceives the perilous environment, hindering energy replenishment. Thus, the evolution has resulted in more energy leakage and enhanced energy utilization efficiency. Can Li Shi contain his joy? This brush with death has yielded significant fortification and overall enhancement exceeding 3. Such a boost is remarkable. A single near-death experience has produced results previously unimaginable. Although Li Shi has not perished, the majority of his cells have succumbed, transmitting the message of death to the new cells, enabling them to adapt to the harsh environment and evolve. This method of passive evolution spurred by an adverse external environment is indeed terrifying. As cells renew across generations, substantial enhancements become evident. For the cells, stagnation equates to demise. Evolution is imperative. Li Shi, you truly dare to risk it all. I thought you were done for. The voice of Ban Jia and I resonates in his mind. As Li Shi rapidly recuperates, he meticulously observes the subtle changes within his body. While the enhancement is a cause for celebration, what delights him even more is the innate ability of his body to self-save in the face of death. As previously discussed, the evolutionary journey of humankind on Earth has spanned millions of years, from primitive apes to modern humans, a continuous cycle of cellular renewal and selection, culminating in the transmission of DNA to subsequent generations. This process has persisted for eons, resulting in the evolution witnessed today. Yet, Li Shi has achieved a threefold enhancement through a single near-death experience, compressing millions of years of evolution into an extreme adaptation to his environment. Though he cannot yet consciously control this rapid evolution or unravel its secrets, it undeniably strengthens his survival capabilities. At the very least, when faced with harsh conditions in the future, his body can instinctively self-preserve, enhancing his chances of survival beyond that of others. One cannot deny the extreme nature of the training regimen for body refinement wizards. Without evolution, one faces death. How long has it been since I entered the desert? Li Shi, having lost track of time, can only inquire of Ban Jia and I. Not long, 3 months, comes the reply. 3 months? Li Shi murmurs, astonished by the passage of time. Thanks to his robust physique, he found it challenging to reach the brink of death. In the early stages, he had to continuously deplete his bodily functions, inflicting self-harm upon himself. Out of the 3 months, 2 were spent exhausting his bodily energy. Only the final month constituted the extreme challenge. 3 months is an eternity. I will soon cease the restoration of my body and place constraints on my magical energy. Adjusting the gravity rune array to quadruple. I will strive to push my body to its limits within half a month, Li Shi declares with determination. Since this is an extreme challenge, all abilities that hinder bodily evolution must be abolished. You are truly insane, a madman. According to my observations, your 3-month endeavor in the desert was evidently a failed training session. Had you not awoken suddenly at the end, you would have perished long ago. Banjia and I asserts vehemently. Just because you succeeded this time does not guarantee future successes. You cannot gamble on awakening each time. The essence of extreme environmental training lies in recognizing when the body has reached its limits and promptly ceasing all activities to recuperate. Breaking through one's limits cannot be achieved in a single attempt. It requires repeated efforts. A slight breakthrough this time, another minor breakthrough next time, and after numerous attempts, one can achieve a complete breakthrough. This is the ultimate goal of extreme environmental training. In Li Shi's own words, passive cellular evolution should advance gradually, with each iteration yielding mere fractions of a percent, rather than his abrupt 3-point enhancement, which is akin to playing cards with death. Winning a few times is inconsequential. Losing once equates to demise. Li Shi's body has not yet reached the fortitude necessary for a singular breakthrough. Therefore, caution in the face of danger is the wisest course of action. However, at this moment, Li Shi not only sealed his body's regenerative abilities, but also intended to completely suppress his magical powers, even adjusting gravity to 4 times its normal force. This meant that Li Shi would instantaneously transform into a frail, ordinary person, if he were to recklessly push himself to the limit as he did last time. The greatest likelihood was that he would not even have time to react before meeting his demise. While the body can passively evolve to save itself, this too has its limits. Sealing all aspects of his physical being at once was akin to forcing his cells to combat an adversary armed to the teeth, while he himself was left defenseless, leading to their inevitable demise. Do not worry, I lacked experience last time, but now I am prepared, Li Shi said with a smile, unfazed. He promptly activated the gravity rune array in his abdomen, penetrating it with a faint trickle of magical power. The array sprang to life, emitting a radiant glow, and Li Shi felt a sudden weight as his feet sank heavily into the sand. The 4-fold gravity significantly increased his external weight, necessitating a period of adjustment to the abruptly altered conditions. After a while, although it was somewhat strenuous, he managed to acclimate. Without hesitation, Li Shi retrieved a vial of black potion from the shadowy realm and consumed it in one swift motion. Instantly, his aura vanished, and the magical power flowing within him dissipated. Stripped of magical energy, Li Shi felt as though his body had been hollowed out, and with the burden of 4-fold gravity pressing down upon him, each movement demanded an exponential exertion of strength. Thus, reaching his physical limits would not require 3 months. He could achieve it in a mere fortnight. Though he panted heavily, a manic grin spread across his face. The first evolution had taken 3 months. The second would exceed that duration, and after several iterations, it could potentially take a year to complete a single evolution. Li Shi did not believe he had that much time to spare. Surviving in the extreme conditions of the desert was merely a facet of the harsh environment that spurred evolution. He had to meticulously manage his time. You are insane. Truly insane. If you were to seal your magical powers through other means, that would be one thing, but why resort to that bitter herb potion? If you were to falter once more and perish, relying on magic as you did last time, that bitter herb would drag you straight to hell. Banqiani truly wished to seize Li Shi by the throat and demand whether he no longer wished to live, for the bitter herb would firmly lock away his magical energy. I have only 2 methods of sealing energy, aside from the bitter herb potion. The second method you would not assist me with. If I do not proceed this way, what else can I do? Without magical power, even my physical form feels shackled by heavy chains, yet Li Shi continued to wear a smile. Banqiani fell silent, realizing that Li Shi spoke the truth. He had refrained from mentioning the alternative method for fear that Li Shi might bring it up. It turned out that Li Shi had already seen through his thoughts, preferring to consume the bitter herb rather than seek his aid. The second method involves utilizing Banqiani's suicidal thoughts to activate the hidden energy sealing grand spell within his body, which guarantees a complete seal. Moreover, the switch lies within Banqiani's control. As soon as he harbors thoughts of self-harm, the energy sealing grand spell would automatically activate. If Banqiani no longer wishes to die, the spell would cease. This serves as the optimal training aid for Li Shi, and both he and Banqiani are aware of this, though neither has openly acknowledged it. Well, do as you please. Regardless, if you die, I shall die too, thus sparing us both much trouble, which suits me just fine. Bankiani remarked in a fit of exasperation before lapsing into silence once more. Li Shi also ceased speaking, laboriously advancing through the desert. After sealing away all his magical energy, the effects were indeed different. In just a day's time, Li Shi began to feel fatigued, a sensation that had only emerged after 10 days during his previous attempt. Drawing from his initial experience, Li Shi quickly adjusted to the circumstances. He was unaware of how long it took, but eventually, the limits of his body were reached, and he collapsed onto the desert floor, resembling a desiccated corpse. As the wind stirred, dunes formed, and Li Shi was once again buried beneath the sand. Chapter 23. 1 year, 10 evolutions. In the darkened world, a faint glimmer of light ignited, and a hesitant, fragmented voice emerged, filled with confusion. Who am I? The halting words resembled a nascent life struggling to sustain its impending collapse, imbued with the quintessential inquiry of a soul. Am I to perish? What is death? Is it the end of life or the obliteration of consciousness? As the pace of self-dialogue quickened, the dim light grew brighter, evolving from a mere flicker to the glow of a candle. Suddenly, as if a spark had ignited, the tone of uncertainty surged upward. Yes, I am Li Shi. Once again delving into the depths of my consciousness, as though awakening from a dream. This time, I consumed the bitter herb potion, and my body is devoid of magical energy. The method of restoration I employed before will no longer suffice. Thus, I shall attempt the theory I have formulated. Brain. Endeavor to absorb the bitter herb potion entirely, allowing a portion of the cells to evolve passively in accordance with its essence. Time slipped away, and Li Shi estimated that he had repeated this mantra at least 1,000,000 times. In this profound realm of consciousness, time seemed to lose its significance, and he finally felt a powerful pull. The foundation of the consciousness space fractured, and awareness returned to his body. Success. The potent thoughts of his subconscious could indeed be captured by his physical form. His body was once again buried beneath the shifting sands, yet this time, Li Shi remained unhurried. Drawing upon his experience, he swiftly assessed his physical state, analyzing the current situation. The extreme strain on his bodily functions had sent over 60 cells and bodily systems to their graves, resembling a desiccated cadaver. Similar to the previous instance, he had a mere 2 minutes left to live. The only difference was that in the palm of his left hand, the cellular activity was notably more vigorous than in other areas. Li Shi surmised that the passive evolution of his body had concentrated all the bitter herb potion's essence in his left palm. Although the potion effectively severed his magical energy, it also contained tremendous potential. This was evident from the vibrant state of his left palm, which had benefited from the potion's energy. In stark contrast to the lifeless appearance of the rest of his body, the flourishing left palm stood out as an anomaly. Greedy. Shadows enveloped him once more, as faint energy flowed into his body. Apart from his left palm, magical fluctuations re-emerged within him. With a mere thought, the shadows leapt, and Li Shi instantaneously shifted from beneath the dune to the shaded area behind it. Vials of healing potions were rapidly consumed, and the cadaverous state of his body began to restore. Magical energy surged back, and the healing rune array on his chest activated, tirelessly mending his body. Before long, Li Shi emerged once again in peak condition. Cellular regeneration had surpassed 100 iterations, each yielding subtle enhancements. His physical strength increased by 4. His magical energy capacity augmented by 5, and passive defenses improved by 2. A remarkable evolution indeed. Repeated brushes with death invigorate cellular fortification. The rapid demise of one generation of cells compels the subsequent generation to ardently strive to avoid a similar fate. Particularly now, as death beckons through dehydration, starvation, and energy depletion, the direction of cellular evolution is focused on counteracting these very threats, aiming to avert the demise experienced by previous generations. Li Shi distinctly sensed the hardening of his skin and the contraction of his pores, both adaptations designed to minimize energy loss. The resultant state manifested as skin akin to iron, effectively safeguarding against both energy depletion and injury. Furthermore, these new generation cells, inheriting the previous resistance to toxins, have also altered their capacity for energy storage. If a single cell originally could contain only 1 unit of energy, after hundreds of iterations, it can now hold over 1 unit. While the increase in energy capacity per cell may seem minimal, the cumulative effect across countless cells has resulted in a 10% rise in Li Shi's total magical power, amounting to 10. In just 4 months, such a remarkable increase in magical energy has occurred. Can there be a more effective method of cultivation? Absolutely not. Li Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within. The speed of his power enhancement was astonishingly rapid. The increase in magical energy was merely one aspect of his body's response. The passive evolution was an elevation of his overall quality. With each brush with death, Li Shi emerged stronger, until such conditions could no longer exert their influence. You are truly extraordinary, able to awaken in such an environment. Ban Jia and I was somewhat in awe. He could not fathom how Li Shi managed to induce such rapid evolution in his body within a short period. If Li Shi had indeed mastered this technique, it meant he could recklessly face death without concern for the consequences. This was akin to cheating, akin to having a cheat code. Li Shi laughed heartily. Even though he could not yet ascertain the precise workings of the relationship between consciousness and the physical body, nor why his cells evolved so swiftly. If he could master the principles of rapid cellular evolution, he could hardly imagine how far his future could reach. During his last recovery, activating the quadruple gravity rune array was still quite taxing, but now it had become significantly easier. It was anticipated that after 5 more iterations of cellular evolution, he would be able to withstand the full force of quadruple gravity. This exponential enhancement of strength captivated Li Shi, since cells could undergo substantial evolution in a near-death state. Why not take a bolder approach? Li Shi retrieved several vials of poison from the shadow space and consumed them all. He also did not neglect the bitter herbal potion used previously to restrain his magical power, swallowing it in one go. After all, he would not die, so why not be a bit audacious? The previous method of passive evolution through time was far too slow. It was time to accelerate. After years of continuous poison consumption, Li Shi's body had developed a formidable resistance to toxins, achieved entirely through cellular self-evolution. Its advantages lay in stability and longevity, while its drawbacks were slowness and low efficacy. Now that Li Shi had experienced the allure of short-term explosive evolution, he could no longer tolerate the sluggish pace of his prior method. He recognized that opportunities for rapid evolution through harsh environments were scarce, and thus sought to maximize such chances. With poison, magical restraints, quadruple gravity, and triple passive function diminishment affecting him, Li Shi felt instant weakness, as if life were about to crush him. Perseverance. The body-refining sorcerer advances through relentless trials. Sorcerers inspire fear across countless worlds precisely due to their tenacity. In just 10 days, Li Shi again lost consciousness. Collapsing as a small sand dune emerged from the encroaching wind and sand. Ban Jiao and I, having lost contact with Li Shi during his unconsciousness, sensed the increasingly faint life force emanating from him, but felt no urgency. While he had worried for Li Shi during the previous 2 episodes, he now felt nothing of the sort. From Ban Jia's perspective, Li Shi, buried by sand for less than a day, suddenly reappeared, using shadow leaps to teleport out from beneath the dune. Then, utilizing both potions and healing runes, within a few hours, the once lifeless Li Shi was rejuvenated. Once again a vigorous apprentice sorcerer, brimming with vitality, Li Shi, unaware of his thoughts, immediately retrieved another batch of poison to consume, then awaited the magical restraints as his breath faded, initiating yet another round of extreme challenges. Ban Jia and I was puzzled. In his world, such challenges were fraught with peril, typically only attempted by those of immense willpower, with only 2 out of 10 surviving, and even those often failing midway. Furthermore, the sorcerer texts Li Shi had read clearly documented considerable casualties among body-refining sorcerers in such endeavors. Yet, why was it that, despite failing these challenges, Li Shi astonishingly came back to life? He should have died several times over. Why did he persist in returning? Ban Jia and I felt compelled to confront Li Shi, staring into his eyes, demanding an explanation. He simply could not comprehend it. Although he could observe Li Shi's memories and synchronize his external vision with him, he often struggled to grasp Li Shi's intentions. Ban Jia and I had witnessed Li Shi dance precariously along the brink of death, at times. He felt an urge to kick him to end it, for his continued survival seemed a profound affront to death itself. By the time Li Shi fully revived for the 6th time, Ban Jia and I had grown accustomed to it. He was indifferent. After all, the more exceptional Li Shi became, the more advantageous it was for him. With each brush with death and subsequent resurrection, Li Shi's aura grew stronger, albeit the increments diminished with time. Yet, after 10 such experiences, Li Shi had become 50% stronger than when he first entered the desert. This indicated a remarkable increase of 50%. Such a rate of enhancement was not merely rapid, it was somewhat extraordinary. At this moment, Li Shi could effortlessly endure quadruple gravity, and in just 1 year's time. To be honest, even Ban Jia and I, possessing semi-divine prowess, felt a twinge of envy. He felt bitter, he felt envious. Why had he stopped? When Li Shi ceased consuming poison and suppressing his bodily vitality, Ban Jia and I found it quite odd, as Li Shi was not one to abandon his pursuits midway. The harsh stimuli of the desert no longer held significant influence over me. It was time to depart. Li Shi stepped forward, striding quickly toward the desert's edge. While the enhancement of his strength was commendable, Li Shi's brow remained furrowed, as certain questions lingered in his mind, awaiting resolution. For Li Shi, the desire to comprehend the interplay between consciousness and the body outweighed the pursuit of strength. How did they influence one another, and how could he exert control? He despised the feeling of being unable to control his circumstances, merely accepting them passively. A total of 10 brushes with death. 10 entries into the depths of consciousness. During the first 2, he felt little, primarily connecting with his body and fearing true death. In the subsequent 8 encounters, having realized he could not truly perish, Li Shi formulated numerous hypotheses and experiments regarding the relationship between consciousness and the body, yet none yielded progress. The enhancement of strength paled in comparison to the allure of understanding the connection between consciousness and the physical form. Li Shi opened a new page in his experimental notes. His research agenda had expanded. Li Shi firmly believed that once he elucidated the relationship between consciousness and the body, his strength would experience an explosive surge. Chapter 24. The battlefield of initial confrontation. Upon departing the desert, Li Shi did not return to Tiyama City, but instead proceeded to the next location. Gulu had established a training regimen designed to push Li Shi to his limits through harsh natural conditions, laying a foundation for him as a body-refining sorcerer. Near Tiyama, there were 8 locations suitable for Li Shi's training in adverse conditions. After traversing the desert, Li Shi confirmed the feasibility of such training. Yet he was left with even more perplexities, particularly after experiencing a 50% enhancement in his physicality. Li Shi sensed that many of the training plans involving harsh environments had lost their original efficacy. He anticipated that after 2 or 3 additional sessions of training in adverse conditions, the environments near Tiyama would no longer provide the necessary stimulation for Li Shi. As his body strengthened, ordinary harsh environments ceased to pose challenges for him. Li Shi could easily approach them with a nonchalant demeanor, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess. As Gulu once remarked, the ultimate manifestation of a body-refining sorcerer simply amounts to a trivial matter amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a level that Gulu himself cannot attain. To traverse the universe with a corporeal form is indeed a lofty aspiration. It is akin to the prolonged consumption of toxins that invigorate cellular activity. The passive stimuli from harsh environments serve as a form of enduring training. However, as one's strength escalates, it becomes evident that naturally conducive environments diminish in frequency, necessitating the employment of various sorcery arrays for simulation to achieve desired results. Gulu currently finds himself at such a juncture, where few natural environments can stimulate his physical form, and thus he relies entirely on bespoke sorcery array training. As for Li Shi, the idea of utilizing sorcery arrays for cultivation is a mere fantasy. Given the exorbitant cost in sorcerer's coins, far beyond the means of someone of his modest financial standing. After all, even Gulu, a secondary body-refining sorcerer, must toil for monetary gain. Such a lavish training method is best postponed until fortune smiles upon him. During his journey, as a fierce gale howled around him, Li Shi accelerated to nearly 300 miles per hour, disregarding the terrain. He barreled through trees and stones, clearing a path in an instant. After his body underwent fortification, he became considerably reckless, effortlessly tearing apart any unfortunate beasts that crossed his path. Yet, amidst his reckless advance, he suddenly halted, gazing solemnly several kilometers ahead. The wilderness and forest had obscured his view, rendering everything invisible. Yet Li Shi's expression grew grave as he strained to perceive beyond the obstacles. Catching sight of a harrowing scene, there was a palpable fluctuation of energy, indicative of a confrontation between a peak sorcerer's apprentice and a first-level official sorcerer. Stay back, he warned. If it indeed involves a first-level official sorcerer, your current strength could be obliterated by mere residual waves. Banji also sensed the intensity, urging Li Shi to retreat post-haste. If a first-level sorcerer were indeed engaged, Li Shi's mere pause might expose him, allowing the sorcerers to detect him before he could even approach. Li Shi remained motionless, his brow furrowed in concentration. If a battle were truly in progress, the fluctuations would surge like tides. Yet, the area remained eerily still, akin to stagnant waters. His instincts were correct. There was indeed no fluctuation. We must depart, Banji insisted, fearing that Li Shi's curiosity might lead him into peril. In the early days of his cultivation, Li Shi too had been driven by curiosity about the world of sorcery. a common folly among novices. The desire to draw near to those of higher ranks often results in dire consequences, imparting a profound lesson about the insurmountable chasm of power. Many newcomers, unable to suppress their curiosity, have met their end at the very first step. While being weak is not inherently a flaw, one must recognize the reality of their situation. Despite Banji's attempts to dissuade him, Li Shi appeared deaf to his warnings. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Banji ceased his pleas, understanding that once Li Shi made a decision, no one could deter him. Rather than waste time on futile arguments, it would be wiser to contemplate how to navigate a potential crisis. In just a few breaths, Li Shi traversed several kilometers, his long legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Lowering his energy signature to diminish his presence, he cautiously peered outward. The landscape where the energy fluctuations emanated from was unrecognizable. It was unclear whether it had once been a forest or a prairie, now ravaged as if bombarded by relentless artillery for hours. The ground was pockmarked with craters, remnants of flames, moisture, icy shards, and the dismembered remains of unknown beasts littering the battlefield. Li Shi did not observe any sorcerers engaged in battle, which brought him a sigh of relief. Given the intensity of the residual energy, the combatants could not have been apprentices, but rather first-level official sorcerers. His countenance darkened further. More troubling than witnessing two peak sorcerers' apprentices in combat. In this vicinity, only the city of Tayama remained. When he departed a year ago, Golu was the sole secondary body refining sorcerer among the rest who were apprentices. The sudden appearance of two official sorcerers raised questions about their origin. This area lies within the domain of the Xian Sorcerer Academy. Although he had heard rumors of incursions by sorcerers from other academies, it seemed implausible that rival sorcerers would simultaneously invade. Therefore, one of the combatants must belong to the Xian Academy. The scale of the conflict had escalated beyond that of mere apprentices, diverging from prior reports. Could there be unforeseen developments of which he was unaware? With a multitude of peak sorcerers' apprentices in Tayama, the emergence of first-level official sorcerers alongside Galu, a secondary body refining sorcerer, signifies a combat capability that could easily overwhelm numerous nations if placed upon Earth. An overwhelming sense of urgency gripped Li Shi. In this realm of uncertainty, his own strength was undeniably the weakest. Should he encounter someone with ill intentions, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Abandoning the quadruple gravity rune array, his attack power reached 350 points, an increase of 50 points from a year prior, with a defense capable of negating attacks below 50 points. If faced with an adversary, conventional methods would prove ineffectual, leaving him with only the shadow talent for a stealthy ambush. His strategies were somewhat limited, but the brevity of his training period paled in comparison to the centuries of cultivation undergone by peak sorcerers' apprentices. He remained a novice at the cusp of his journey. Reflecting upon his abilities, Li Shi concluded that he was an average sorcerer apprentice, positioned within the intermediate tier of a 4-tier classification: low, medium, high, and peak. However, those in Tayama were at the peak apprentice level, revealing a significant disparity in power. Encountering a sorcerer from the Xian Academy would be manageable, but facing an adversary from another faction would spell disaster. Having surveyed the battlefield, Li Shi remained resolute in his course, hastening toward his objective. Overthinking the situation would yield no benefits. Weakness equated to a lack of authority, leaving him to hope for the absence of foes. As for returning to Tayama, safety was not guaranteed. A city is a conspicuous target, and should genuine conflict erupt, several cities could be annihilated. Alone in the wilderness, he was a smaller target, cautiously hiding and cultivating until the storm passed, ensuring no one could fault him. Li Shi's next chosen refuge was an active volcano, intending to harness the intense heat to bolster his resistance to high temperatures. Golu had once informed him that a first-level body refining sorcerer could slumber within magma. Currently, however, Li Shi was far from such a feat. The distance was merely a day and a half's journey, yet he stumbled upon yet another battlefield. The energy fluctuations significantly diminished. The conflict likely transpired 6 months prior, and the remnants upon the battlefield bore the mark of a first-level sorcerer engagement, as apprentices could not inflict such devastation. If only one site had been encountered, it could have been dismissed as a minor skirmish, yet the frequency of battles was alarmingly high. Given that he had now encountered two, Li Shi resolved that upon reaching the volcano's mouth, he would seal away his energy signature and conceal himself, awaiting a more opportune moment to emerge. As for the task of investigating the disappearances and beast-tied disturbances, he would leave that to Galu. After all, the mission had been assigned to Galu, not him. In his current state of weakness, survival was paramount. The ambition to slay foes would have to wait until he had acquired sufficient strength. He was no protagonist, nor a transcendent master capable of challenging foes beyond his means. Having navigated the journey without significant incident, Li Shi arrived at the volcano's mouth, which bore little difference from those on Earth. High temperatures and volcanic ash rendered the area barren. Gazing down into the bubbling magma, he felt the terrifying heat radiating from several meters away, instilling a profound sense of dread. Here lies an active volcano, erupting every decade, with the last eruption occurring nearly 2 years ago. Following this, there will be an 8-year dormancy period, ensuring that Li Shi need not fear an unexpected eruption that could claim his life. Initially, Li Shi contemplated stimulating his body with the high temperatures outside the volcano, but given the current uncertain circumstances, he refrained from leaving any traces. Instead, he descended directly into the volcano's crater, excavating a cave from the surrounding cliffs to serve as his refuge. As long as no sorcerers venture into the volcano, his presence will go undetected, ensuring a safety level of 99%. The temperature of the magma exceeds 1,000 degrees Celsius, while the temperature at the crater reaches a terrifying 500 degrees Celsius. After creating a suitable dwelling, Li Shi continued to dig deeper, with the oppressive heat of 500 degrees surpassing his tolerance. Only when the cave reached a depth of 20 meters did the temperature descend to 200 degrees, a threshold he could withstand. At this temperature, Li Shi estimated that his physical form could undergo the most rigorous training. Eager for evolution, he could hardly contain his anticipation. Chapter 25. The Vice Dean. Amidst the high temperatures and acrid gases, Li Shi sensed the faint toxicity lingering in the air. This was a perfect environment for his body to achieve maximum evolution. The essential trio of training tools, poison, sealed magical power, and quadruple gravity, were indispensable. As Li Shi lay bare-chested in the depths of the cave, waiting for his body to reach its limits in tedium, he took out the 2 sorceress tomes gifted by Jiao Huaqi. In the desert, he had no time to read, but here, with the luxury of stillness, he could indulge in knowledge. Had it not been for the concern that excessive heat might disrupt his experiments, he would have even considered unpacking the portable mini-laboratory he purchased before his departure. While Li Shi immersed himself in a sea of knowledge, the atmosphere within the Lord's mansion of Tiyama was far from the relaxed ambience of a year prior. The entire city was under martial law, with all civilians confined within the town, and the military fully armed atop the city walls. Occasionally, streaks of light would dash across the sky, eliciting admiration and envy from the soldiers stationed on the walls. Each radiant streak signified the arrival of a mysterious sorcerer, and within just a few days, over 30 such streaks had graced Tiyama. The civilians were invigorated, having never witnessed such a congregation of sorcerers they could boast for generations. No matter the challenges they faced, the presence of so many esteemed sorcerers rendered those concerns trivial, in stark contrast to the excitement and relaxation of the civilians. The atmosphere within the Lord's mansion was palpably tense. The once festive banquet hall was now filled with over 20 sorcerers. While the 8 apprentice sorcerers Li Shi had previously encountered were relegated to standing outside, awaiting orders, alongside a dozen others. Their breaths bore the marks of hardship and blood, and many appeared unstable, clearly having sustained injuries. Though they were familiar with one another, they could only solemnly nod in acknowledgement. All stood quietly, straining to catch news from within the hall. Had Li Shi been present, he would have been astonished to see the 25 apprentice sorcerers outside, all of whom were of peak caliber. Even the most accomplished apprentice sorcerers had to wait outside for commands, rendering the situation within the hall all the more significant. The 20 or more sorcerers present were all of first rank or higher, while the highest-ranking body refinement sorcerer, Gru, could now only sit below. At the highest position sat a sorcerer whose visage remained unseen. Even though he suppressed his aura, the overwhelming presence still echoed throughout the hall, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. As for the Lord of Tiyama, Sima Qi, due to his unique status, he merely bowed at the door. To be permitted to stand beside Sima Qi was already a cause for satisfaction, for he was the sole apprentice sorcerer in the entire hall. Sima Qi, cautious and hesitant to raise his gaze, was acutely aware that the figure seated above was a legendary individual. He had never anticipated that he would one day come face to face with such a figure. Vice Dean. There are a total of 15 invading sorcerers from the Black Skull Academy, of which 10 are apprentice sorcerers, 3 are first-rank sorcerers, and 2 are second-rank sorcerers. All 15 are elemental sorcerers. Thus far, we have engaged in 25 encounters, resulting in the deaths of 3 apprentice sorcerers and 1 first-rank sorcerer on our side, with losses of 5 apprentice sorcerers and 2 first-rank sorcerers. The cities of Tiyama, Kali Duo, Li Si, and Ma He Li have suffered losses exceeding 10,000, and all four cities have since consolidated their populations, halting further attrition. The food supplies within these cities are sufficient to sustain them for 3 years. We have attempted to communicate with the sorcerers of the Black Skull Academy, but they have ignored us, continuing their relentless pursuit of civilians under the age of 20. The sorcerers in the hall listened intently to this information. Previously dispersed among the 4 cities, this was their first opportunity to grasp the comprehensive situation, and their expressions grew uniformly grave. Though they held a geographical advantage, and their numbers were double those of the Black Skull sorcerers, their losses in sorcerers were astonishingly double that of their foes. Most alarmingly, within a mere year, 2 first-rank sorcerers had already perished. The intensity of this conflict exceeded the imagination of many sorcerers. This was not an incursion from another realm. This was a conflict within the world of sorcerers, where numerous esteemed sorcerers resided, and such occurrences were rare. The sorcerers of the Ziyin Academy found themselves delving deep into their memories, perhaps tracing back several centuries to find a conflict of similar intensity. The Black Skull sorcerers lived up to their fearsome reputation for combat, capable of countering 2 foes simultaneously. The Vice Dean nodded in acknowledgement, observing the stoic expressions of over 20 academy instructors below. Having just arrived from the Ziyin Academy, his purpose was to reassure the populace. Otherwise, if this continued, even with their numerical advantage, they might be overwhelmed. Noticing the hopeful gazes of the instructors, the Vice Dean understood their unspoken questions and spoke. This matter has been reported to the esteemed Ziyin St. Mark sorcerer, but he is currently engaged in a critical experiment and has not issued specific orders. Upon hearing this, the sorcerers in the hall instantly grew somber. Involving a conflict between 2 academies, with both sides suffering casualties of first-rank sorcerers, the absence of intervention from a St. Mark sorcerer could easily escalate into a full-blown battlefield. At that point, it would not merely be the concern of a few first-rank sorcerers. Even second-rank sorcerers could face casualties. Such a scenario would spell disaster. As for the reasons behind the Black Skull Academy's invasion of their territory, the Dean had already inquired with neighboring sorcerer academies. According to their reports, the Black Skull Academy had not only invaded them, but had also encroached upon their territories. Specifically, the Black Skull Academy was simultaneously invading 5 academies, and like them, was doing so without justification, primarily seizing civilians under the age of 20. Their losses were relatively minor, while the other 4 academies had already lost upwards of 400,000 individuals. 400,000? The moment this number was revealed, the hall erupted in astonishment. Their loss of merely 10,000 paled in comparison to that staggering figure. Yet, a greater mystery loomed. While civilians formed the bedrock of each academy's strength, no academy would lack personnel, given their populations numbered in the hundreds of millions. The Black Skull Academy was undoubtedly powerful and likely possessed a population exceeding theirs, so why were they resorting to raiding the 5 academies for people? The Black Skull Academy had yet to respond to the grievances of the 5 academies and continued their depredations. The Dean and the other 4 academies had calculated that although the Black Skull Academy was stronger than them, they were simultaneously assailing 5 academies, deploying nearly all their sorcerers, indicating that they were exerting themselves to the utmost in their efforts to seize civilians. The Vice Dean's revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Significant conflicts were seldom seen in the world of sorcerers, as the esteemed St. Mark sorcerers had long maintained a tacit agreement to uphold peace. At present, the He Kuo-Ling Academy is invading 5 other academies single-handedly, a phenomenon rarely witnessed over the millennia, leaving them in utter astonishment and disbelief. From their perspective, the He Kuo-Ling Academy appears to be deranged. Have the esteemed St. Mark wizards of the other 4 academies not intervened in this matter? A wizard inquired. Their Ziyin St. Mark wizard is preoccupied. Surely, it is improbable that all 4 St. Mark wizards are simultaneously unavailable. Upon hearing this question, the Vice Dean, somewhat helpless, responded, although we lack precise information, based on the Dean's conjecture, the 4 esteemed St. Mark wizards have indeed intervened and may have confronted the He Kuo-Ling Academy directly, especially considering their losses far exceed ours. And what was the outcome? The Vice Dean shook his head, expressing ignorance, stating that neither he nor the Dean possesses that knowledge. However, the actions of the He Kuo-Ling Academy show no signs of abating, suggesting that the inquiries have not yielded favorable results. Upon this revelation, the hall descended into an eerie silence. If even the 4 St. Mark wizards failed to halt the actions of the He Kuo-Ling Academy, how could they possibly prevent it? Sensing the somber atmosphere, the Vice Dean continued, there is no need for excessive worry. Although the He Kuo-Ling Academy is formidable, They have already expended their full strength against the 5 academies. The number of adversaries we face will not surpass our own. Most importantly, we are not the primary target of the He Kuo Ling Academy. The wizards we confront will be relatively few, and the strength of our academy is sufficient to cope. Before my arrival, the dean was arranging for other instructors to provide reinforcements, and it is anticipated that in 3 days, an additional 10 instructors will arrive. If necessary, more will follow. During these 3 days, we do not seek to eliminate the wizards of the He Kuo Ling Academy. We merely need to entangle them. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall strike with a thunderous force to obliterate them. Indeed, Vice Dean, the atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted from despair to determination. In 3 days, they would confront the wizards of the He Kuo Ling Academy with triple the strength. Even if the wizards of the He Kuo Ling Academy are formidable, facing thrice the opposition will surely lead to their downfall. Soon, the wizards in the hall, accompanied by their apprentices, hurriedly departed, leaving only Golu and the Vice Dean behind. Once the other wizards had distanced themselves, the Vice Dean, shedding the earlier calm demeanor, inquired sternly of Golu, "Wizard Golu, where is Li Shi Ren at present?" According to the report from the Ice Maiden, Li Shi is training at the volcano's crater, Golu replied. "Go fetch him. It matters not how many civilians we have lost, as long as Li Shi remains unharmed. That will be a significant achievement." Upon finishing, the Vice Dean waved his hand, and a miniature magic array appeared in Golu's grasp. "This is my teleportation coordinate. Should you encounter an opponent beyond your capabilities, contact me immediately, and I will teleport to your side," the Vice Dean instructed. Understood. Golu dared not delay. Striding purposefully out of the hall, with a resounding explosion, Golu shattered the sound barrier and vanished into the sky. As the Vice Dean observed Golu's rapidly receding energy, a sense of gravity weighed upon him. The matter concerning Li Shi is of utmost importance, and it can be said that his primary mission here is to ensure Li Shi's safety. This is not merely the command of the Dean. It originates from the esteemed Zi Yin St. Mark Wizard. In the face of the invasion by the He Kuo Ling Academy, the great Zi Yin St. Mark Wizard issued no commands, yet concerning Li Shi, orders were relayed without delay. The significance of Li Shi is self-evident. Even if all the wizards present were to perish, Li Shi must not come to harm. Moreover, before his departure, the Dean instructed him that should a wizard beyond their means appear, the Zi Yin St. Mark wizards may descend. The Vice Dean sighed inwardly, hoping fervently that such a situation would not arise, for it would be irretrievable. Chapter 26. Death and Discovery. The heat is unbearable. It feels as though the air itself is igniting. My body is losing moisture at an alarming rate, attempting to dissipate the overwhelming heat. Yet the temperature approaches my physical limits, far exceeding my capacity to cool down. Even the evaporation of all bodily fluids cannot stave off the rapidly rising temperature. I feel as if I am on the verge of combustion, merely a spark away from becoming a living torch. Unlike the passive evolution in the desert, at the volcano's mouth, it is a singular battle against heat, with all my cells striving towards this common goal. I often imagine each of my cells as a miniature engine, and at this moment, innumerable engines are whirring into overdrive, all working diligently for survival. Although my body has not yet reached its limits, I can sense the evolution occurring within, as batches of cells perish. They transmit information regarding heat resistance to the next generation. When new cells emerge, they will naturally select for heat resistance, perhaps thickening their cell walls to bolster their defenses, or even diminishing in size to reduce energy consumption, or conceiving novel adaptations during their evolutionary journey. This phenomenon mirrors the evolutionary adaptations of giraffes stretching their necks to reach the highest leaves. This is the outcome of natural selection. Billions of cells evolve ceaselessly, with innumerable directions of progression. Were I able to witness this transformation, I would undoubtedly be astounded by their evolution, as the uncertainties of biological evolution would shatter my entire understanding. Regardless, after each trial by extreme heat, only those cells that evolve correctly will survive. Those that fail to adapt will be eliminated through successive generations, replaced by superior cells. Each evolutionary cycle serves as a grand selection process, identifying the strongest and most perfect cells. I must intervene in this evolutionary process, hastening their emergence and replacement. I am on the brink of losing consciousness. The temperature is too high, and my awareness begins to blur. I stagger in search of a comfortable spot to lie down, preparing to delve into the deepest recesses of my consciousness. Unlike my inability to control my fall in the desert, I can now position myself more comfortably. I possess ample experience regarding bodily evolution and am not at all concerned about being scorched like meat. As I enter a semi-conscious state, my senses become muddled. I hear the sounds of explosions one moment and the buzzing of mosquitoes in my brain the next. One moment, I feel as if I am traversing a brutal battlefield. The next, I seem to be savoring the misty rains of Jiangnan. Lying quietly on the ground, I await my impending unconsciousness, vaguely perceiving the sound of something slicing through the air. I pay it no mind, attributing it to mere hallucinations. Once I lose consciousness, I will hear nothing at all. Li Shi, awaken. There are wizards battling outside the volcano. A voice echoes in my mind, belonging to Ban Jia and I. Hallucinations, mere hallucinations. All sounds are figments of my imagination. Li Shi, wake up quickly. Wizards are engaged in combat outside the volcano. Ban Jia and I is exasperated, wishing to slap Li Shi awake. How can he afford to remain unconscious at such a critical moment, still lost in delusions? Li Shi opens his bleary eyes, realizing that it is indeed Ban Jia and I speaking, not a figment of his imagination. There is combat. Who is engaged? Li Shi hoarsely inquires, his mind still muddled, his reaction sluggish, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Do not be dazed. Restore your senses quickly. Ban Jia and I can distinctly feel the intensity of the battle outside. Even the cave Li Shi excavated begins to tremble, with debris cascading down. The fragile cave appears poised to collapse under the onslaught of the external conflict. Even the magma beneath the volcano is affected, with a noticeable rise in temperature. Oh! Li Shi, still in a daze, though he is yet to fully grasp what is occurring, obediently retrieves several bottles of healing potions from behind him and consumes them. Trapped by the constraints of the bitter herb potion, his magical power is shackled. Until the effects of the potion are dispelled, his magical energy cannot be restored. Thus, prior to consuming the bitter herb potion, Li Shi had already prepared several vials of antidotes in the cave behind him for emergencies. Little did he expect to utilize them so soon. Upon ingesting the potion, Li Shi felt his magical energy rejuvenate, while shadows beneath him twisted and contorted. He produced an antidote to purge the toxins from his body. Activating the healing rune array emblazoned on his chest, he experienced a rapid restoration after multiple cleansing waves. As his physical condition improved, Li Shi's consciousness began to return in earnest. With his senses restored, he distinctly perceived the tremors emanating from outside the volcanic crater. As if the entire mountain were quaking, a testament to the clash of sorcerers of at least first-level caliber. Having regained only a modicum of strength, Li Shi immediately stilled himself, cautiously concealing his presence. He was uncertain whether the faint fluctuations of his aura might attract the attention of the combatants outside. In a situation where friend and foe were indistinguishable, caution was paramount. Provided he remained unnoticed, he could bide his time until the skirmish subsided, ensuring his safety in this refuge. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, as if the very mountain were on the verge of collapse. Li Shi, fearful of exposing himself, peered cautiously from the depths of the cave. Through a narrow opening, he beheld a shattered corpse plummeting into the volcano, amidst a cascade of debris. The figure appeared to be a middle-aged sorcerer, clad in tattered robes, with a broken staff. His body seemed to have been struck by a cannonball, with the lower half entirely obliterated, revealing a hollow chest cavity. Yet, even in such a state, the sorcerer lingered on the edge of consciousness, his awareness flickering. As he fell into the crater, he appeared to sense Li Shi's gaze, casting a weak, bewildered glance toward the cave's entrance. Perhaps he had not anticipated encountering a mere apprentice sorcerer here. Their eyes met for an instant, and Li Shi felt a jolt of terror. By any measure of physical prowess or aura, the sorcerer about to be engulfed by molten rock was undoubtedly a first-level mage. More alarmingly, from the corner of the sorcerer's robe, Li Shi recognized a familiar insignia, an emblem of purple flames. It was the official garb of an instructor from the Ziyin Sorcerer Academy. This was a teacher from the Ziyin Academy. Danger! 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 Every cell in Li Shi's body screamed a warning. If he had managed to conceal his aura before, this serendipitous eye contact had effectively exposed him to the light of day, rendering him visible to all. Before he could fully process the shock, he felt a gaze of death locking onto him. Despite being deep within the cave, beneath layers of rock, he could distinctly sense that ominous presence, akin to divine retribution, poised to erase him from existence. Ah, a little mouse, will you emerge on your own, or shall I cast you and the entire crater into the magma? The sinister laughter echoed, revealing his exposure. Cursing himself proved futile. He had no choice but to venture out and buy as much time as possible. He was aware of his own limitations. The Ziyin Academy would not let him come to harm. Thus, every moment he could delay would enhance his chances of survival. His body was still recovering, at about 40% strength, capable of generating an attack power between 150 and 180. Li Shi found the situation absurd. This was even lower than his full strength during the peak of his capabilities when he had activated a quadruple gravity rune array. How could he have been discovered despite his efforts to remain hidden? His luck was abysmal. Be cautious. The aura of the sorcerers outside is exceedingly formidable. Even at my peak, I might not stand a chance. The tremor in Ban Jiani's voice weighed heavily on Li Shi's heart. Ban Jiani was a demigod-level powerhouse, equivalent to a third-level sorcerer in their hierarchy, while the levels of other worlds did not align perfectly with those of sorcerers. And most second-level sorcerers could best third-level beings from alternate realms. Any sorcerer potent enough to induce Ban Jiani's self-doubt would surely be at least a pinnacle second-level mage. Li Shi felt despondent. This was not merely bad luck. It was a calamity of epic proportions. Encountering a first-level sorcerer might have offered him a chance to escape via his shadow abilities, but now he faced someone well beyond that, an adversary of significant consequence. Li Shi inwardly chastised his misfortune, unaware that Ban Jiani was also lamenting the absurdity of this world. Although he had anticipated challenges, encountering someone stronger than himself so casually seemed utterly unreasonable. In his own realm, he had been a notable figure, revered by many. Yet here he felt no stronger than an average passerby. Emerging from the volcanic crater, Li Shi found himself barefoot, clad only in trousers, his upper body exposed, and covered in volcanic ash, resembling a refugee. With a feeble presence, disheveled hair, and a burnt odor about him, he appeared the very image of a wild man. Even a seasoned sorcerer witnessing this spectacle would surely be taken aback. Would slaying such a weakling tarnish the name of Nuwa Kasi? Li Shi gazed upward, only to behold a figure of unimaginable power, hovering above, their features obscured, the light around them distorting and refracting, inducing a sense of vertigo from prolonged observation. Was this the might of sorcerers? He thought despairingly. If he had retained even a glimmer of hope before ascending, the sheer oppressive aura of this sorcerer extinguished it entirely. Without a word exchanged, Li Shi remained ensnared in despair as the sorcerer nonchalantly waved his staff, unleashing a deafening explosion. Perhaps Li Shi's insignificance rendered him unworthy of even a casual conversation. With a mere flick of the wrist, the sorcerer could obliterate him. As the shockwave barreled towards him, Li Shi felt his shadow writhe beneath him, and with a tense expression, he vanished. Using his shadow-jumping ability, he escaped the impending doom born from the connection between two worlds. In that moment of his departure, the crater erupted violently, transforming the previously circular mouth into a gaping maw. As a quarter of it was obliterated, a vast section of the mountainside collapsed into the molten depths, thick plumes of black smoke billowing forth, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic volcanic eruption. The sorcerer above displayed no semblance of triumph, instead casting a perplexed glance to the side. 50 meters away, Li Shi emerged from the shadows behind a stone, his throat parched as he surveyed the shattered crater. Had he not fled with haste, he would have surely been reduced to nothing. Chapter 27. The Wild Giant and the Enraged Giant. Li Shi now comprehended how that instructor from the Ziyan Academy had met his demise. Such an attack would have reduced anyone less powerful to mere dust. Had he detected even a hint of latent talent, he would have surely been eliminated without hesitation. Nuwa Kasi was astonished that Li Shi had managed to escape from his casual strike, but this only fueled his desire to extinguish Li Shi's life. His expression turned slightly serious as he waved his staff, conjuring a wave of magical energy. Li Shi fixed his gaze intently on Nuwa Kasi's movements, resolving to employ his shadow-jumping ability once more. Yet, the magnitude of the unleashed attack plunged Li Shi into despair. The assault was tenfold stronger than before, encompassing a radius of hundreds of meters. Regardless of how far Li Shi might leap into the shadows, Nuwa Kasi disregarded the distance, targeting an area spanning hundreds of meters. There would be no precision strikes. It was a broad-spectrum onslaught. This was the overwhelming force of absolute power, a crushing weight that required no finesse whatsoever. The air detonated in shockwaves, and Li Shi found himself unable to fathom the nature of the attack, its power eclipsing his comprehension. There was no hope left. The range of the shadow's teleportation is also within the attack range. Yet, Li Shi did not relent. He strove to awaken the energy within his frail body. His weakened form began to swell, muscles inflating as the innate consciousness of a body-refining sorcerer stirred to life. Embodying an unyielding spirit, the shadows beneath his feet instantaneously fused with his corporeal form, causing Li Shi's feeble aura to strengthen ever so slightly. Just as he prepared to withstand the impending force with his physical body, a series of ice walls suddenly emerged before him with swift precision. 15 half-meter thick ice barriers materialized in front of Li Shi, and before he could react, a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. The 15 ice walls were obliterated in an instant, transforming them into mere powder and introducing a refreshing chill to the searing air. The icy breeze against his face invigorated Li Shi, solidifying his resolve. The shockwave of the impending attack approached. Its potency diminished significantly after being obstructed by the ice walls. Clenching his teeth, Li Shi let out a muffled groan, charging into the shockwave like a ferocious tiger unleashed. The majority of the attack's force had been mitigated. What remained was to be faced by Li Shi himself. With a deafening boom, every cell in his body felt as though it had been thrust into a centrifuge. And even as the attack, weakened beyond measure, struck him, thousands of tiny wounds erupted across his skin, blood splattering forth. The once charcoal-black Li Shi was instantly transformed into a crimson figure. Yet, he did not succumb. Reaching out, he summoned a vial of black potion from the shadowy realm. The precious black pearl elixir gifted by Jafaki, capable of fully restoring his magical essence. Without hesitation, he consumed the potion, and in an instant, his mana was replenished. The myriad of tiny wounds rapidly healing. His aura surged to its zenith and merged with the shadows. Li Shi estimated that he could now unleash nearly 400 points of power, akin to a standard advanced sorcerer's apprentice. A breathtaking figure of ice appeared at Li Shi's side, and he cast a sidelong glance, struck by her beauty. If beauty could translate into power, this enchanting sorceress would be unrivaled in the world. She was the very sorceress who had saved his life with the 15 ice walls moments ago, and also the one who had ensnared him in ice for an entire day and night. Li Shi could surmise her mission was to protect him, serving as his personal guardian. However, he felt no elation at her presence, for her aura had yet to reach the first level. She was merely a peak-level apprentice. Despite her aura surpassing that of any peak sorcerer apprentice he had encountered, capable of vanquishing first-level beasts, she remained in the realm of peak apprentices. He had just witnessed a formal sorcerer being obliterated, half of his body plunged into magma. Oh, it seems you have someone guarding you closely. Which esteemed lineage do you hail from? With the appearance of the Ice Maiden, Nox's demeanor shifted significantly. Having initially perceived Li Shi as merely a fortunate small sorcerer on an expedition, now realizing he was a concealed figure of considerable importance. Having a top-tier sorcerer apprentice as a protector indicated that Li Shi, this seemingly inconspicuous apprentice, harbored extraordinary secrets. I have already conveyed the message to the Academy. Reinforcements will arrive within 20 breaths. The Ice Maiden's voice was frigid, yet it brought a refreshing sense of hope to Li Shi, who was battered both inside and out, granting him a chance at survival. Thank you. This was not the opportune moment for social niceties. Li Shi recognized the gravity in the Ice Maiden's expression, realizing that the second-level sorcerer above far exceeded her estimations. 20 breaths. Li Shi licked his dark red lips, aware that the second-level sorcerer could annihilate them both in mere moments, making the task of stalling for 20 breaths seem daunting. Li Shi acknowledged his lack of ability to buy time. The fate of their survival now rested with the Ice Maiden. Nox appeared oblivious to Li Shi and the Ice Maiden's whispered exchange, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of distraction. After a couple of breaths, he thoughtfully addressed her. I heard a century ago that a notable figure took on an apprentice, a rare innate ice entity. I presume you are that sorceress of the innate ice body from a century past? Li Shi cast a surprised glance at the Ice Maiden. She was indeed a century-old beauty. The Ice Maiden neither scolded Li Shi for his astonished gaze nor responded to Nox's inquiry. However, from Nox's mildly excited tone, Li Shi could discern that, without needing the Ice Maiden to confirm, Nox had already deduced her identity. Thus, it remained for Li Shi to uncover the specifics of the Ice Maiden's identity. He felt the weight of Nox's gaze shift from the Ice Maiden to himself. Curiosity and excitement evident in his eyes. Li Shi understood Nox's implication. If the Ice Maiden's identity was so precious, then his own, being under her protection, must be of even greater significance. Otherwise, he would not have her safeguarding him. Nox, a second-level sorcerer from the Black Skull Academy, was a recipient of the second-class sorcerer medal. The Ice Maiden's succinct words clarified Nox's identity, yet to Li Shi, it was as if he had heard nothing. Regardless of the identity, it was beyond his capacity to contend with. It was akin to asking Li Shi if he could block a rocket launcher with his bare hands. Or a tank. Nox chuckled silently, seemingly thrilled at encountering two significant figures. He brandished his staff, and his aura surged dramatically, a prelude to a grand spell. The earth trembled as chains composed of rock and mud erupted from the ground, lunging toward Li Shi and the Ice Maiden with ferocity. Nox had changed his mind. Rather than slaying them, he sought to capture them alive. Ice Shatter 1000 kill. In response to Nox's assault, the Ice Maiden's aura ignited, her mana surging forth as a chilling tempest erupted. The earth and chains encroaching upon Li Shi and the Ice Maiden were instantaneously frozen, rendered immobile. Within a 3-meter radius enveloped in a world of ice, countless chains writhed like serpents, but upon nearing that distance, they froze solid. In less than a breath, the entire space within 3 meters was filled with ice-locked chains. The Ice Maiden's power was formidable, with the capabilities of a peak sorcerer apprentice. She could indeed withstand the might of a second-level sorcerer's spell. Yet, before Li Shi could express relief, more earthen chains surged forth from the earth, each one wielding immense force, shattering the frozen chains in an instant. Even with the Ice Maiden exerting her full strength to maintain the spell, the chains were swiftly demolished. Li Shi and the Ice Maiden had no opportunity to react, becoming ensnared almost instantaneously. Li Shi had initially intended to protect the Ice Maiden with his body while she cast her spell, yet he could not even block a single chain. His attack, boasting 400 points of power, failed to shatter a single earthen chain. In that moment, Li Shi truly comprehended the chasm between him and the Ice Maiden. She had just frozen over 100 such chains. He grunted in pain as the earthen chains constricted around him, as if intent on crushing his bones, rendering him no different from a fledgling chick. The Ice Maiden's physique appeared to be inferior to Li Shi's, blood trickling from her lips as she suffered grave injuries. A peak sorcerer apprentice rendered severely wounded. So overwhelming was the power of their adversary that they possessed no means of resistance. Nox raised his hand, and Li Shi and the Ice Maiden began to ascend into the sky, seemingly intent on abducting them. Li Shi glanced at the Ice Maiden, even in this dire predicament. Her expression remained impassive, though her pallor had deepened. After being gravely injured by Nox, her aura had weakened further than his own. 17 breaths. Only 17 breaths remained until the Academy's sorcerers would come to their aid. Li Shi counted silently. Nox had chosen not to eliminate them immediately, which meant there was hope for survival after those 17 breaths. However, before Nox could make his escape, a dark figure was rapidly approaching from the horizon above. Die! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, as a fist larger than a small car hurtled past Nuwa Kasi, narrowly missing him. Upon striking the ground, it left behind an unfathomably deep imprint. Nuwa Kasi turned in astonishment to see a robust figure, embodying immense physical strength, standing over 100 meters away. His heaving chest resembled a roaring engine, exuding formidable power. It was Galu, having arrived from Tiyama City, just in time for a critical moment. Upon witnessing Li Shi, who was being twisted like a pretzel, alongside the weakened Ice Maiden, Galu erupted with fury. An overwhelming aura began to coalesce, the sound of blood surging through his veins resonating even 100 meters away. His veins swelled like serpents writhing beneath his skin. The runic formations, akin to tattoos on his body, illuminated in brilliance, activating countless functions in an instant. Li Shi, whose knowledge was limited, could hardly comprehend the runes adorning Galu. He simply sensed the pressure emanating from Galu, akin to a tempest. Li Shi had never encountered Galu in such a state. This was not the manifestation of elemental magic, but rather the raw power of a body-refining sorcerer. The intensity of the force was being compressed, and the sheer violence was on display. Though Li Shi found himself bound and immobile, he remained in awe of the aura radiating from Galu. How formidable, how astonishing. Was this the essence of a body-refining sorcerer? First layer of the wild giant bloodline, activate. Galu's roar shattered the air as the compressed power and violent energy imploded like a collapsing black hole, revealing a 3-meter giant with protruding fangs. His hair billowed, barely concealing the murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes, and his muscles swelled to the brink of explosion, showcasing unparalleled might. This was the very embodiment of strength, a true manifestation of wrath. Nuwa Kasi appeared somewhat taken aback, but maintained his composure. Even after Galu transformed, he remained steadfast, merely retreating to create distance between himself and Li Shi, along with the Ice Maiden. No matter how powerful an elemental sorcerer, they would not willingly engage in close combat with a body-refining sorcerer, as doing so would be akin to crafting a badge of honor for the body-refining sorcerer at the cost of one's life. Li Shi discerned a change in Nuwa Kasi's aura. If previously it felt like a game of cat and mouse, it had now shifted to a serious confrontation with the transformed wild giant Galu. Galu, in his giant form, did not attack, but rather allowed his aura to escalate, wild energy swirling like a tempest. Li Shi dared not fully open his eyes, fearing that the gales might blind him. This sensation, even from over 300 meters away, led Li Shi to believe that if he stood beside Galu, he would be instantly obliterated by the force of his eruption. The power of the wild giant continued to compress, his heart pounding like a war drum, igniting the blood within him to roar defiantly. Second layer of the furious giant bloodline, activate. The roar reverberated, and murderous intent surged skyward. The previously 3-meter wild giant instantaneously transformed into a nearly 10-meter furious giant. This furious giant epitomized raw power, his furious visage capable of unleashing 120 combat strength at any moment. Anyone locked in the gaze of his crimson eyes would feel a chill run down their spine. His immense form exuded relentless pressure, akin to a tsunami crashing through the air. The volcano beneath them began to bubble under the influence of the furious giant's aura. Li Shi estimated that within half an hour, this dormant volcano, which had been quiet for 8 years, would erupt prematurely. Li Shi's palms grew clammy as he beheld the towering 10-meter giant, his heart racing uncontrollably. Truly, what kind of sorcerer could conquer myriad worlds? What creature would dare to challenge a sorcerer? This was merely a second-tier sorcerer at the lowest echelon of sorcerers. What then of those at higher ranks? Li Shi found it impossible to remain calm. Even in capture, he could not contain his excitement. The impact of Ge Lu's transformation into the furious giant far exceeded Li Shi's capacity to endure. He etched the image of the furious giant deep in his memory, not with the intent of usurping him, but rather aspiring to become such a formidable being. A second-tier body-refining sorcerer, particularly a rare furious giant, indicated that these two young individuals held far greater significance than he had originally surmised. Nuwa Cassie's expression turned grave. However, the emergence of Ge Lu's second-tier bloodline power had yet to instill fear in him. Instead, even in the presence of the 10-meter furious giant, he still found the leisure to glance at Li Shi and the Ice Maiden. He pondered which apprentice possessed such standing to summon a second-tier body-refining sorcerer like Ge Lu. Just as there exists a hierarchy among elemental sorcerers, so too is there a clear distinction among body-refining sorcerers. Ge Lu's transformation into the furious giant clearly represented a superior bloodline power. 15 breaths had passed. There remained only 15 until the arrival of the reinforcements with the Zi-Yin bloodline, as mentioned by the Ice Maiden. Chapter 28. A back-and-forth exchange. The violent aura rampaged as Ge Lu, embodying the furious giant with his second layer of bloodline power, appeared fearsome, his fury at its peak, as if he were on the verge of entering a berserk slaughter state. While Nuwa Cassie was unafraid, he cautiously distanced Li Shi and the Ice Maiden from the battlefield. These two invaluable sorcerer apprentices must not fall victim to the aftermath of the battle. With a roar, the furious giant advanced, closing in on Nuwa Cassie. Should this 10-meter giant come too close, even a being forged of steel would be torn asunder. In all known worlds, no creature dared approach a body-refining sorcerer. Countless lives had already attested to the terror of a body-refining sorcerer at close quarters. Nuwa Cassie's expression was grave as he slammed his staff into the ground, unleashing a surge of pressure that erupted into the air. With a low growl, Nuwa Cassie's body unleashed a colossal wave of air, visibly distorting light and vision as it barreled towards the furious giant. The furious giant roared, its wrathful aura sweeping forth as it gazed at Nuwa Cassie, mere steps away, yet remaining unable to close the distance. The shockwave struck, causing every organ and cell within the furious giant to tremble, dispersing the latent power within its formidable physique. The furious giant seemed to endure unimaginable torment. Momentarily suspended in midair by the force of the shockwave, the furious giant retaliated, its enormous hands thrashing wildly, as though attempting to tear through the air wave. But Nuwa Cassie's staff struck once more, sending another wave directly at the furious giant. The furious giant unleashed an anguished roar of defiance, its massive feet crashing into the air as if striking the earth, creating a deafening sonic boom, yet still failing to withstand the combined assault of the two shockwaves, and was propelled backwards. Hundreds of meters away, the furious giant tumbled and regained its footing, its crimson eyes fixated on Nuwa Cassie. Despite its size, it suffered no injuries, yet the humiliation of being struck back was intolerable. Taking deep breaths, the furious giant's muscles swelled as it inhaled vigorously, its aura surging to new heights, its muscles gleaming as if manifesting raw power. This was the furious giant. Each surge of anger awakened its latent potential, growing ever stronger in battle. With a resounding crash, the furious giant surged forward, closing the gap to within 100 meters of Nuwa Cassie, its fists raining down like a torrential storm. The air itself shaped into the forms of its fists, each one capable of obliterating Nuwa Cassie should he falter for even a moment. This was not sorcery. It was an attack born of sheer, unadulterated strength. Nuwa Cassie remained remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the myriad of fists raining down around him. He murmured an incantation, its words indistinguishable, yet rapidly uttered. As the shadow of the enraged giant drew within 3 meters of his form, it instantly disintegrated into dust. A formidable barrier enveloped Kinuokisi, steadfastly safeguarding him. Li Shi and Bing Nu observed the battlefield from over 1,000 meters away, both profoundly shocked by the intensity of the clash, unable to regain their composure. Despite their considerable distance, the turbulent winds and tremors from the battlefield still affected them. Bound tightly, with only their heads exposed, they could do nothing but endure the chaotic gusts. The air was filled with Gru's roars, and Li Shi felt a dull thrum in his head. Although he had previously experienced Gru's formidable voice, he had not anticipated its overwhelming power, which was nearly deafening even from a kilometer away. The shockwaves from the confrontation between Gru and Kinuokisi flattened the surrounding terrain, leaving the once lush forest resembling a site ravaged by heavy artillery. With most trees and stones reduced to powder, the volcano Li Shi used for training, originally at the brink of erupting due to the tremors, was now completely buried. Its crater collapsed. Without the rising black smoke, one would scarcely recognize it as a volcano. It could no longer be called a volcano, as it was rapidly transforming into a sinkhole, devoid of any semblance of a mountain. The countless fists of the furious giant continued to assault Kinuokisi, yet even Li Shi, unable to see the battlefield clearly, understood that such attacks bore no effect on Kinuokisi, whose defenses were as solid as stone. The enraged giant attempted to close the distance, but was instantly repelled by Kinuokisi's air waves, rendering it impossible for the giant to inflict harm. Meanwhile, Kinuokisi sought opportunities to counterattack the furious giant. However, every strike he delivered merely produced a resounding thud, akin to a hammer striking iron, failing to inflict any damage upon the giant. Although the giant's power was inferior to Kinuokisi's, the latter found it equally challenging to harm the former, leading to a temporary stalemate. 10 breaths remained until the reinforcements from the academy, as mentioned by Bing Nu, would arrive. The battle between Kinuokisi and the enraged giant remained fiercely contested, and Li Shi, though anxious, could do little but wait passively. Nonetheless, this situation was considerably preferable to being captured by Kinuokisi. Casting a glance at the emotionless Bing Nu, who was also bound, Li Shi noted her expression remained unyielding, as if she were in complete control of the situation. He even questioned whether she would flinch if the world were ending, yet this did not detract from the evident weakness in her aura. To protect him, Bing Nu had absorbed 2 of Kinuokisi's casual strikes, far exceeding her limits and leaving her gravely injured. I haven't had the chance to thank you for your protection all this time, and now I've caused you to be hurt, Li Shi expressed with regret. Bing Nu remained as impassive as ice, not even blinking at Li Shi's words of apology. No need for apologies, this is not your fault. Protecting you is merely my duty, nothing more. Well, then I must also thank you. Suit yourself. Bing Nu exhibited an air of aloofness, gazing distantly at the battlefield. Lost in thought, recognizing her demeanor, Li Shi refrained from further attempts at conversation, instead trying to break free from his bindings, only to find the elemental-imbued earthen chains tightening further. He resigned himself to lying flat. The enraged giant, frustrated by his inability to subdue Kinuokisi, felt his fury surge. With a colossal hand, he summoned an oversized axe exceeding 15 meters in length. Li Shi, gazing at the weapon as if it were wielded by a divine being, was reminded of the enormous anchor on a distant ship. Such dominance. A 10-meter giant wielding a 15-meter axe. Li Shi speculated that Gru's imposing figure would easily be mistaken for a deity in some primitive worlds. The enraged giant, now armed, exuded an entirely different aura of menace. With a mere flourish, a violent whirlwind erupted, rending the ground asunder, capable of forming a riverbed if water were present. 8 breaths remained until the reinforcements, as mentioned by Bing Nu, would arrive. Once more, the enraged giant charged forward with his axe, the air resonating with the roar of his massive form as his fury threatened to tear the heavens apart. This time, Kinuokisi did not remain stationary. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered, creating distance between himself and the giant. Ethereal lights twinkled beneath his feet, leaving behind afterimages in the air, a dance of elegance. Continuously evading the giant's axe, he wielded his staff to unleash powerful air waves capable of leveling mountains, as if they were mere trifles. It was evident that the presence of the axe-bearing giant imposed considerable pressure on Kinuokisi. The giant's frantic pursuit only fueled his rage, his speed clearly inferior to Kinuokisi's. Even as the giant swung his axe, unleashing hundreds of furious gusts, Kinuokisi deftly evaded. 6 breaths remained, and Li Shi felt a sense of calm wash over him. The confrontation between Gru and Kinyu Okisi seemed poised to last, providing sufficient time for the reinforcements from Xian Academy to arrive. He could now appreciate the high-level sorcerer's battle, hoping to glean some understanding that might aid his own advancement. The conflict in the sky raged on, the two figures engaged in a dizzying dance. The speed of their exchange is astonishing, with numerous clashes occurring each second. At some point, Kinyu Okisi began etching lines of light beneath his feet. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. Li Shi thought it merely a leakage of Kinyu Okisi's magical energy. However, as Kinyu Okisi dodged more frequently, the previously unnoticed ethereal lights became interconnected. In an instant, a colossal magical array took form in the sky. This was perilous. It was a teleportation array. Even someone with Li Shi's limited knowledge could discern that the array drawn by Kinyu Okisi was a teleportation array, indicating that it was on the verge of completion. The enraged giant ceased his pursuit, instead raising his axe to strike at the nodes of the teleportation array. As the ethereal points were severed, new ones immediately emerged. Kik. Only now do you realize the simplicity of this body-refining sorcerer. It is too late. Accompanied by Kinyu Okisi's mocking laughter, the enormous magical array, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, erupted with tremendous spatial power, instantly propelling the enraged giant away. In the midst of spatial distortion, a different aura emanated from beyond the battlefield. A sorcerer was about to teleport across from the array. Roaring in response to Kinyu Okisi's taunts, the giant's fury surged once more. His aura boiling as his towering form expanded from 10 to 11 meters, the muscles swelling to an extreme, emitting a terrifying thrum. Kinyu Okisi's actions had fully pushed the enraged giant into a berserk state. With a swift gesture, he conjured a small teleportation array in his grasp, dwarfed by Kinyu Okisi's massive array. Yet, no one would dare underestimate a teleportation array. The true level of the sorcerer on the other side of the array remained a mystery. Chapter 29. The gift of the stigmata. The two teleportation arrays, one grand and one diminutive, stood in stark contrast, with Kinyu Okisi positioned before the larger array, defending against the enraged giant. The teleportation process must not be disturbed at this critical moment. The enraged giant, too, was intent on preventing Kinyu Okisi from interfering. Gru. What transpired that necessitated the activation of the teleportation array? The voice emanating from the giant's teleportation array was that of the vice principal, transmitted from Taiyama City. Vice principal. The sorcerers of the Black Skull Academy arrived before me. Alice and Li Shi have already been captured. I arrived too late, and can only impede him here. The giant's voice resonated like a thunderous drum, each word echoing for miles. Li Shi was taken aback. The arriving sorcerer was none other than the vice principal of Xian Academy, a being of considerable stature, presumably a level 3 sorcerer. The vice dean emerged from the teleportation array, standing atop the palm of the furious giant, clad in an elongated mage robe and leaning casually on his staff. As a level 3 grand sorcerer, he found himself unmatched in the realm of sorcery. However, upon his arrival, he immediately caught sight of Nox, who was guarding the teleportation array, as well as the operational 100-meter teleportation array. Even the distant figures of Li Shi and the Ice Maiden, bound and immobilized, came into view. A slight sense of relief washed over the vice dean upon confirming their safety. As long as they were unharmed, the situation was manageable. Yet, the moment the vice dean appeared, Nox's expression shifted dramatically, as if faced with a formidable adversary. With a flick of his hand, a small black skeleton manifested in his palm. Though seemingly insignificant, the aura it radiated was overwhelmingly heavy, and the very presence of the black skeleton seemed to freeze the surrounding space. The vice dean, who had been so relaxed moments prior, felt a sudden change in his demeanor. Just as he had remarked on the lack of worthy opponents, he was now confronted by one. Nox, what enemy has compelled you to summon the sacred gift of the great black skeleton sorcerer? A voice emanated from the teleportation array behind Nox, and with it, 10 sorcerers radiating formidable power stepped forth. Among them were 7 level 1 sorcerers and 3 level 2 sorcerers. This was the covert hand of the Black Skeleton Academy, an indication that they were facing a critical juncture. The Black Skeleton Academy had prepared such measures for powerful sorcerers, and Nox's teleportation array was a testament to that. This 100-meter void teleportation array could not be conjured by a mere level 2 sorcerer. It was a manifestation of the collective strength of the Academy. As these 10 figures confidently stepped from the teleportation array, their initial gaze was not upon the towering form of the furious giant, but rather upon the figure held within its grasp. In an instant, a chill ran through them. The moment they were locked in the gaze of that figure, their hair stood on end, and their skin prickled. The presence of a level 3 sorcerer was unmistakable. At that moment, the 10 sorcerers comprehended why Nox had resorted to invoking the sacred gift. They stood no chance against a level 3 sorcerer, especially with an enraged giant like Gru nearby, who could easily dispatch all the level 1 sorcerers among them. The remaining 3 level 2 sorcerers would fare no better against a level 3 sorcerer, and it would be wiser for them to flee. The 10 sorcerers exchanged puzzled glances toward Nox, while their actions might provoke a few academies. The response they encountered was disproportionately intense. Surely, a few level 2 sorcerers should suffice to handle them. So why had a level 3 sorcerer appeared? Nox was at a loss for words. He had merely intended to swiftly transport Mason and the others to defeat the furious giant Gru and hastily escort the 2 apprentices away. After all, this was the territory of Xian Academy, and lingering too long could lead to unforeseen troubles. Although he possessed strength that surpassed Gru's, he knew he could not defeat him in a short span of time, hence his decision to summon reinforcements. However, he had not anticipated that as he made his move, Gru would also take action, bringing forth a level 3 sorcerer directly. In an instant, the advantageous position he once held began to crumble. Had it not been for the sacred gift he wielded, the opposing sorcerers would likely have acted against him. Just then, amidst the standoff, a radiant beam of light erupted from the Ice Maiden, and 2 figures charged forth from its brilliance. Before they could even behold the faces of the 2 sorcerers, Nox activated the black skeleton's sacred gift in his hand. His panic was understandable, for the aura of these 2 sorcerers mirrored that of the level 3 sorcerer in the grasp of the furious giant. They too were level 3 sorcerers. Nox felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest, as 3 level 3 sorcerers emerged in quick succession. Typically, level 3 grand sorcerers were exceedingly busy. Even the sacred gift sorcerers were hard to come by and approached with caution. Yet here he was, encountering 3 of them. Despite not having launched an assault on Xian Academy, Nox realized the importance of Li Shi and the Ice Maiden far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, such an influx of level 3 grand sorcerers would not have occurred within a mere 20 breaths. As Nox activated the black skeleton's sacred gift, the sky erupted with thunder, and countless bolts of lightning danced like serpents. A pitch-black rift in space began to tear open amidst the storm. An oppressive force loomed, as though a divine being had descended, causing the atmosphere of the battlefield to thicken instantly. Li Shi, even from 1,000 meters away, felt as if he were under the gaze of a primordial beast, sensing imminent peril. What is happening? The 2 level 3 sorcerers who had emerged from the teleportation array beside the Ice Maiden were equally taken aback by the atmosphere. 7 level 1 sorcerers, 3 level 2 sorcerers, and their own side's level 3 Vice Dean and level 2 body refinement sorcerer Gru were all present. Above them loomed a rift in space connected to the sacred realm, from which torrents of violent energy cascaded toward the world of sorcery, as if countless slaughterborn entities were poised to rend them apart at any moment. Yet this was no battlefield of another world. Who would open a rift to the sacred realm without reason? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the world of sorcery. The unfortunate capture of 2 apprentices was a stroke of bad luck, indeed. One of the level 3 sorcerers chuckled lightly, then pointed his staff at the mud and stone chains binding Li Shi and the Ice Maiden. In an instant, the chains that Li Shi could not break free from disintegrated into ash and drifted away. Rescued. Li Shi barely had time to express his gratitude before the 2 level 3 sorcerers soared toward the battlefield, while the colossal figure of Gru approached him. By the time Gru reached Li Shi, he had dispelled his bloodline power and reverted to his original form. This matter no longer concerns us. We shall return to Tayama City, Gru declared, his expression uncharacteristically grim. Li Shi nodded vigorously. The impending chaos seemed likely to transform into a cataclysmic battlefield, and he, with his slight frame, would do well to flee. He glanced at the Ice Maiden, only to find that she had vanished without a glance in his direction, leaving Li Shi's invitation to flee together hanging in the air. Kid, Alice is the disciple of a significant figure. You should abandon any notions of pursuing her, Gru remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone as he teased Li Shi. What are you saying, Teacher Gru? I merely wish to express my gratitude for her protection. Li Shi replied hastily, waving his hands. He understood that someone of such noble lineage and formidable strength was not someone he could afford to offend. His intentions were purely courteous. Gru seized Li Shi under his arm with a swift motion, and with a resounding boom, they were propelled skyward. The dream of flight was a desire shared by all on Earth, and Li Shi had often envisioned soaring through the skies by his own prowess. However, he never imagined being carried aloft under someone's arm. The sensation was far from pleasant, especially given Gru's remarkable speed and altitude, which left Li Shi anxious about the prospect of plummeting to his demise. Moreover, Gru's palpable aura of lethal intent made Li Shi involuntarily tremble. This was not mere fear of Gru. It was an instinctive response to a profound threat. Just before they exited the battlefield, Li Shi could not help but glance back. The figures of the sorcerers had become indistinct, yet from the rift in the sky, countless enormous claws strained to reach through, as though seeking to seize something for sustenance. The outstretched claws measured over 10 meters in length, and Li Shi could scarcely fathom the size of the creatures they belonged to. Indeed, the world of sorcery he had glimpsed was but a mere fragment of its entirety. Li Shi understood that he must continue to develop with humility. One day, he too would rise to such heights. Once Li Shi could no longer see the chaos of the battlefield, he sensed an unfathomable surge of immense power erupting, painting the sky in a myriad of colors. Gru remained silent, but the shock left Li Shi in a state of awe and disbelief. He could hardly comprehend the clash between Gru and Nox, two level 2 sorcerers, let alone the tumult of so many sorcerers embroiled in battle. Upon returning to Tayama City, Jelu unceremoniously cast Li Shi into the Lord's mansion before hastily departing, leaving no instructions or words of farewell. Brother Li Shi, you have returned. Last time we did not have the chance to gather properly. This time, you must stay for a longer duration, exclaimed Samachi, the city lord, who unexpectedly appeared to warmly greet Li Shi. In an instant, the solemn expression on Li Shi's face transformed into a radiant smile as he replied, "Then I must apologize for the intrusion, esteemed lord." The camaraderie between Li Shi and Samachi soon resembled that of long-lost brothers, sharing heartfelt conversations as if they had known each other for ages, almost to the point of swearing brotherhood on the spot. From Samachi, Li Shi learned of the developments over the past year. The mystery of the missing population had been unraveled, and the chaos instigated by the beast tide had been clarified, all orchestrated by the Black Skeleton Academy. It remained unclear why they simultaneously targeted 5 neighboring academies, abducting a significant number of individuals under the age of 20. Initially, to avoid detection, they incited the beast tide, leading those from the 5 academies to mistakenly believe that the missing populace had perished in the chaos. This strategy proved remarkably effective, as it took years for the 5 academies to uncover the sinister plot of the Black Skeleton Academy. Over the past year, the wizards from Xian Academy and those from the Black Skeleton Academy had engaged in numerous battles, each side suffering losses. Currently, Xian Academy had begun to bolster its ranks in a bid to expel the wizards of the Black Skeleton Academy. However, Li Shi refrained from inquiring why they did not advance into the territory of the Black Skeleton Academy to reclaim the abducted individuals, nor did Samachi provide an explanation. Yet, Li Shi sensed that the strength of the Black Skeleton Academy far exceeded that of Xian Academy, or even the 5 academies that had been invaded. Such power was indeed terrifying. The feast between Li Shi and Samachi continued deep into the night, with Samachi exhibiting an unusually amicable demeanor, leading Li Shi to suspect that the city lord might have a special request. As a mere apprentice wizard, he found such flattery perplexing. After all, Samachi was the ruler of a city, wielding the fates of hundreds of thousands, and as a peak wizard apprentice himself, he had no need to indulge in excessive flattery. As the evening progressed, Li Shi grew cautious, wary of falling into some hidden trap. The methods employed in the world of wizards were diverse and unpredictable. After his recent encounter with the Black Skeleton Academy, Li Shi could not shake the feeling that everyone harbored ulterior motives against him. Noticing Li Shi's apprehension, Samachi merely smiled and made a gesture towards the door. "Najir, please come in." A young man who bore a striking resemblance to Samachi entered respectfully, bowing as he approached. Li Shi observed that Najir's aura was faint, weaker than his own, yet he radiated a vigorous vitality, a fitting match for his age and appearance. Unlike those ancient beings who appeared youthful but were, in fact, centuries old. "Najir, this is my only son. In my pursuit of becoming a first-level wizard, I devoted little attention to family matters, resulting in my late fatherhood. He is my sole heir. Brother Li Shi, what do you think of Najir?" Samachi inquired with a smile. Youthful and already on the path of wizardry, he is indeed impressive, worthy of being the son of a city lord. "I believe he will achieve great things in the future," Li Shi responded with flattery. As a novice wizard who had only recently embarked on this journey, he felt ill-equipped to assess others' capabilities. Had it not been for Jella's mentorship, he would have remained a low-level apprentice. Now, having partaken of their hospitality and residing in their home, he found it easy to speak kind words without feeling shame. "Ha!" Samachi laughed heartily at Li Shi's words, waving his hand to dismiss Najir. "Brother Li Shi, you need not be so perfunctory. Najir has only been studying the path of wizardry for a mere 10 years, and his talents are rather mediocre. The prospect of him advancing to the first level is exceedingly slim, and I hold no expectations for such an achievement. The path to advancement is fraught with challenges. As he spoke of advancement, Samachi's thoughts drifted, and he appeared somewhat lost in reflection. Li Shi remained silent, puzzled by Samachi's intentions. If he was aware of Najir's shortcomings, what was the purpose of introducing him? After a moment, Samachi sighed deeply. As a parent, one must always plan for their children's future. I still have over 100 years to live, during which I can protect Najir. However, once I am gone, I fear he may not be able to uphold this legacy. Li Shi nodded in understanding. Wealth can be alluring, yet it requires corresponding strength to safeguard it. Otherwise, one may hoard grain while neighbors stockpile weapons, turning one's home into a mere granary for others. This principle held true in both the earthly realm and the world of wizards. Tayama City had been founded by Samachi himself, and the abundant resources surrounding it concealed immense profits that enticed many. While conflicts existed among wizards, mundane matters often failed to capture their attention. However, once a wizard's interests were at stake, the ensuing chaos could surpass imagination, as evidenced by the calamity unleashed when Li Shi and Alisai, the Ice Sorceress, were captured by Nox of the Black Skeleton Academy, resulting in a massive brawl involving dozens of wizards. The devastation caused in such a confrontation could decimate nations. Thus, Samachi's concerns were well-founded. If Najir could not protect his inheritance, death would be the least of his worries, for there were many wizards who delighted in manipulating souls. Li Shi remained silent, patiently awaiting Samachi's next words. I propose a transaction with you, brother Li Shi. I will offer a certain price. And when Najir encounters difficulties in the future, I ask for your assistance, Samachi stated earnestly, looking Li Shi directly in the eyes. Li Shi did not respond immediately. Instead, he drained his cup of wine before skeptically asking, City Lord Samachi, you are aware of my abilities. To put it bluntly, I am not much stronger than your son Najir. Is it not a bit unbalanced for you to seek a trade with me? According to Master Jello, the number of wizards dispatched by Xian Academy to Tayama City was in the dozens, including over 20 peak wizard apprentices, alongside many formal wizards above the first level. Surely, they would be more fitting choices than he. While I do not dare to hope for a first-level wizard, those wizard apprentices are indeed better options than brother Li Shi. However, the cost of employing them is beyond my means. Though it may seem that I govern a city, my resources are limited, and I cannot entice them with mere mundane offerings, Samachi candidly admitted, laying bare his predicament. There may be better choices, but the financial constraints were considerable, implying that Li Shi was a more affordable option, one whose agreement would not be jeopardized should he perish before fulfilling it. Li Shi nodded in agreement with Samachi's assessment. Indeed, those peak wizard apprentices were preoccupied with their own advancement and would rarely entertain other matters. What price do you propose, City Lord Samachi? Li Shi inquired, understanding that Samachi's offer would likely not be substantial, given that he was merely an emerging wizard apprentice. Samachi had approached him likely due to Jella's influence, a second-level body refinement wizard, making Li Shi a worthy investment in Samachi's eyes. Knowledge. I offer you all my knowledge, which I can personally impart to you, brother Li Shi. I believe there is no better condition than this, Samachi declared with a smile, confident that Li Shi would find it impossible to refuse such an offer. He had gleaned some information about Li Shi's enigmatic background. The wizard who conveyed messages to him had warned that anyone who wished to avoid death should refrain from inquiring about Li Shi, as very few wizards within Xian Academy were privy to his true nature, and only a handful of the upper echelon were aware of his secrets. Originally, he wished to distance himself from Li Shi after receiving a warning, for the very fact that he was warned indicated that Li Shi was no ordinary wizard apprentice. Centuries of existence had imparted wisdom on how to live long. However, later, the individual conveyed that as long as he did not pry indiscriminately or pose a threat to Li Shi, engaging in appropriate exchanges and cultivating relationships would pose no issue. They subtly hinted that forming a friendship could yield unexpected advantages. In that instant, Samachi grasped the essence of this message. Li Shi possessed a formidable background, and despite his current weakness, it was an opportune moment to forge connections. Such alliances would only bring benefits, without any detriment. Furthermore, he discreetly informed Samachi that Li Shi had only recently become a wizard apprentice and was in dire need of guidance. Samachi held unwavering trust in this individual, for they were the sole classmate to successfully advance to a higher rank and had significantly aided him in his journey. Determined to cultivate this relationship, Samachi found himself thwarted by Li Shi's sudden departure from Tayama City on the very next day after his arrival. For an entire year hence, he had not crossed paths with Li Shi, rendering any attempts at friendship futile. Just yesterday, Gru hastily departed, and shortly thereafter, the legendary Vice Dean also vanished unexpectedly, coinciding with violent energy fluctuations near the volcanic crater. Subsequently, Gru returned with Li Shi in tow. Such actions compelled Sima Qi to question Li Shi's significance, even suspecting that the Vice Dean's abrupt departure was in direct relation to Li Shi. Although this notion seemed fantastical and dreamlike, he could not suppress the thought. If his suspicions were accurate, he dared not contemplate the value of Li Shi's identity. The worthiness that warranted a second-tier body-refining wizard's personal instruction and a third-tier elemental grand wizard's protective intervention suggested that Li Shi was at least a descendant or disciple of some great entity. If this were indeed the case, what did it matter if Li Shi was weak? Weakness was merely the state of a sapling yet to grow into a towering tree. Very well, I accept, Li Shi responded without hesitation, recognizing the opportunity to receive wisdom from a peak wizard apprentice in exchange for a future favor. An offer that no fool would decline. He was in dire need of a guide on his path to wizardry, and who could be more suitable than Sima Qi, who had failed in his quest for advancement? Li Shi feared that Sima Qi might have second thoughts, as the terms of this exchange clearly favored him. In light of Li Shi's swift agreement, Sima Qi beamed with joy, both believing themselves to have secured a favorable deal. The following morning, Li Shi hurried to Sima Qi's laboratory, where the latter presented a contract for Li Shi's signature. After meticulously reviewing it several times and finding no discrepancies, Li Shi affixed his name. In the wizarding world, contracts held a significance far removed from earthly agreements. They were forged under the watchful gaze of the wizarding world's consciousness, leaving no room for retraction. A breach would invoke punitive repercussions from the will of the wizarding realm, a consequence that no wizard, regardless of rank, had yet endured. The signing signified that whenever Na Jie faced difficulties, he could seek assistance from Li Shi, who would be unable to refuse. Simultaneously, it mandated that Sima Qi must impart his teachings to Li Shi with utmost dedication and transparency. Li Shi, I am aware that Wizard Gru is instructing you on the path of body refinement, but from this day forth, I will formally teach you the path of elemental wizardry. Sima Qi declared. Elemental wizardry was the path Li Shi yearned for, yet until now, no wizard had been willing to teach him. Perhaps due to his lack of funds and the absence of foundational exchanges with other elemental wizards. His prior knowledge of elemental wizardry had been self-taught through the creation of potions in the Jia Fhe Tower, which had enabled him to earn his first sum of gold. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of the elemental path? Upon signing the contract, Sima Qi immediately shifted into a serious demeanor, embodying the essence of a learned peak wizard apprentice rather than a frivolous noble. Knowledge, Li Shi replied. Correct. But how is knowledge acquired? What platform supports it, and what serves as its vessel? Sima Qi continued his inquiry. Li Shi paused, pondering how knowledge was obtained and what medium was required. Chapter 31. The essence of knowledge is calculation. What? Li Shi suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, akin to the fear he had once experienced. Come, I have prepared 100 sets of calculation problems for you. Let us gauge your computational abilities. Rest assured, these are merely the fundamentals. Although Sima Qi wore a serious expression, Li Shi sensed an underlying amusement, especially as the thick stack of papers was placed before him, causing the corner of Sima Qi's mouth to twitch. Facing the familiar yet daunting mathematical problems on the pages, Li Shi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Why had he come to the wizarding world, wielding immense power and witnessing spells that could move mountains and fill seas, only to be confronted with calculations? Each wizard's cognitive capacity was beyond imagination. He was cautioned not to confine his potential with past limitations, to liberate his mind, for his capabilities surpassed his previous understanding. Sima Qi's parting words steadied Li Shi somewhat, as he realized his intellect had indeed sharpened. His memory had improved to the point where he could effortlessly recall everything after a single reading. In Li Shi's view, every wizard's mind functioned like a computer, entirely capable of supporting substantial computations. As he had anticipated, the 100 sets of calculations, which would have stumped most on Earth, were all completed by Li Shi in merely 2 days. Upon finishing, he felt confident enough to grade himself full marks. Such was the advantage of a newly enhanced mind, grasping concepts upon a single glance. Was this truly himself? When had he become so astute? Had he possessed such prowess back on Earth? He would not have been merely a property salesman. A renowned mathematician would have been his true calling. Very good, very good. Although your calculation methods are still rather primitive, your computational ability is commendable. This indicates that you possess the most fundamental qualifications of an elemental wizard, allowing us to save considerable time by not starting from scratch. Sima Qi remarked. Next, I will instruct you on foundational elemental knowledge, the composition of elemental attacks, how to calculate energy nodes, optimal arrangements of magical circles, self-innovation, alignment with 1's elemental affinity, and calculations of personal magical flow, among other aspects. Once you master this knowledge, you will possess the autonomy to learn independently, determining your own path forward. In simple terms, this is the first step towards mastering your destiny. Li Shi could not deny that he felt invigorated by Sima Qi's words and was swept away by the vision of the future he painted, instinctively blocking out the frequent mention of calculations. As time flowed in Li Shi's pen, it quietly slipped away amidst his repeated errors. The knowledge imparted by Sima Qi was precisely what Li Shi lacked, and though the vast and dry information, coupled with the complex calculations that made him sweat, was excruciating, the more he absorbed, the more rational he became. His self-awareness grew clearer, unraveling many mysteries and dispelling confusion in the face of the immense knowledge system. Just like in university classes on Earth when instructors asserted that everything in the world could be described through numbers, Li Shi had scoffed at such notions, deeming them mere tricks to fool the gullible. Yet now, he was re-examining the world through the lens of numbers and calculations. From the minutiae of how dust danced with the wind to the daily growth of leaves, and even the transformations of space and time. The changes in the world were simply reflections of numerical transformations. Li Shi absorbed knowledge with an insatiable thirst, forgetting everything around him, the conflicts outside, the existence of Gulu, and even Ban Jia and I. Initially, Ban Jia and I had spoken to Li Shi, eager to delve into the arcane knowledge of wizards. Especially after experiencing the bizarre nature of these formal wizards, Li Shi had agreed to this pursuit. However, when a multitude of characters and numbers filled the entire world, Ban Jia and I succumbed to despair. He abandoned the endeavor after merely a day, fearing that persisting further would drive him to madness. What were these terrifying entities? Why had my body transformed into strings of numbers? Why did my consciousness exist as mere characters recorded in space? If I am not myself, then what am I? Cursed be those digits. In utter dismay, Ban Jia and I retreated, unable to fathom that he would be vanquished by a wizard apprentice wielding the simplest of numbers. From that day forth, it seemed as though Ban Jia and I had sealed himself away. Whenever Li Shi engaged in study, Ban Jia and I chose to slumber, unwilling to hear a single word. Those straightforward numbers were, to him, the most dreadful of demons. Remember my words, young one. Li Shi recalled Gulu saying after a year of study under Sima Qi, I do not intrude upon your private space, but you must ensure that your training as a body-refining wizard does not cease. Upon the completion of your guarding task, your defensive capabilities must exceed 100 points. Gulu did not mind Li Shi's exploration of elemental wizardry, having once ventured into it himself. However, he had been deterred by the seemingly endless calculations and the vast knowledge required, which few could endure. In response to Gulu's expectations, Li Shi removed his shirt, revealing beside the healing runic array on his chest a small runic formation, where tiny arcs of electricity danced incessantly. With the crackling of sparks, Li Shi's body twitched awkwardly. Is this an arcane runic array? Are you refining your body through electric shocks? Gulu inquired, astonished. Who inscribed this for you? Was it Sima Qi or someone else? With eyes still somewhat dazed, as he immersed himself in constructing an elemental attack system, Li Shi instinctively replied, Teacher Gulu, I devised this myself. Rest assured, I shall not neglect my body-refining studies. In my view, the elemental wizardry system can significantly enhance body refinement. Both can foster mutual growth. By continually adjusting according to my own conditions, my training speed has surpassed that of the past. Behold, this is the electric shock runic array I designed to suit my physical weaknesses. Every 10 breaths, it can unleash an attack of 30 to 50 points, effectively and continuously enhancing my body's strength and resilience. I anticipate that within 5 years, I will establish high-temperature, ice, and water-drowning runic arrays, among others. As for toxin resistance, I have other ideas, hence it is not included in my current plans. Li Shi continued to speak animatedly, oblivious to the bulging veins on Gulu's forehead, whose expression darkened as if smeared with soot. Just as Li Shi was lost in his own world, a sudden gust of wind caught him off guard, and he felt a powerful force strike his backside, spinning him around and leaving him several dozen meters away. He could still hear Gulu's grumbling voice as he dusted himself off and hurried towards Sima Qi's private library. Initially, when Sima Qi instructed Li Shi, the curriculum was exhaustive, but once Li Shi grasped the foundational concepts, he transitioned into self-study. Sima Qi would only impart slightly advanced knowledge during sporadic moments or assist Li Shi in overcoming challenges. Elemental wizardry emphasizes development based on one's intrinsic nature, experimentation, and the subsequent comprehension of new spells. Just as no two leaves in the world are identical, neither are two individuals alike. Each wizard is unique. Even slight differences in their inherent nature can influence their control over elements. For instance, the same rudimentary water ball spell, under identical conditions and mana expenditure, may yield 10 liters of water with an attack power of 15 from one wizard, while another might produce only 9 liters with an attack power of just over 14. Such discrepancies, though seemingly trivial, can become starkly apparent when magnified. Thus, elemental wizards never strictly adhere to the conventional paths of their predecessors. They adapt, integrate, and innovate according to their unique natures, ultimately achieving the most suitable methods for themselves. On a microcosmic level, the same energy calculation nodes for a given spell are approached differently by various wizards, leading to divergent energy flow and, consequently, vastly different spell manifestations. Upon ascending to the rank of advanced wizard, they invariably develop their exclusive spells. This is innovation. Wizards achieve their formidable status through continuous learning, observation, and mastery, becoming beings of terror across countless worlds. Are wizards inherently gifted? One could argue that they are not particularly exceptional, even bordering on the ordinary. Is their starting point high? Not in the least, as they are merely the most commonplace of life forms in the universe. However, wizards possess a unique advantage not found in other races, an extraordinary capacity for learning. This formidable ability enables them to comprehend the rules and unravel the mysteries of the universe. This is the true foundation of a wizard's strength. It is precisely why every elemental wizard frequently proclaims that knowledge alters everything. With Sa-Ma-Chi's guidance, Li Shi assessed his elemental attributes, discovering that his affinity for lightning was slightly stronger, while other attributes were somewhat weaker. This was not indicative of genius. Rather, it belonged to the realm of mediocrity among elemental attributes. Of course, this did not account for his shadow talent, which was undeniably formidable. Li Shi was currently in the phase of understanding his most fundamental capabilities. Chapter 32, The Experiment of Additional Organs. Once again immersed in the library, Li Shi expressed deep gratitude for the 9 years of compulsory education and 4 years of undergraduate study he had received. While it may not have propelled him to become a great scientist on Earth, it instilled in him essential learning abilities and foundational knowledge. This enabled him to swiftly adapt to the fundamental education of elemental wizards. In Sa-Ma-Chi's words, this widespread education offers significant advantages by saving considerable time during the acquisition of foundational knowledge and fostering a multitude of talents. However, it is not conducive to development in the wizarding world, as the prerequisite for becoming a wizard is not basic education, but rather mental acuity. The number of individuals capable of meeting the mental acuity requirements to become wizards is quite limited, while the majority of ordinary citizens wish to live their lives in peace. Rather than encountering the upheaval that often arises from acquiring too much knowledge, as they have witnessed in many worlds, no wizard is inclined to deal with the trivial matters instigated by commoners. Thus, implementing universal education may be less effective than first screening for qualified individuals and then providing concentrated instruction. This is the purpose behind the existence of various academies. Since Li Shi grasped the fundamental operational mechanisms of elemental wizardry, he has grown fond of viewing the world through the lens of numbers and calculations, what one might call mathematics, where everything appears so clear. With a quantifiable knowledge system, Li Shi has reaped greater rewards, finding the learning process more efficient and expedient. Mathematics, indeed, earns its title as the foundational science, the bedrock of all disciplines. Li Shi has now come to understand why sorcerers quantify their offensive capabilities numerically. The first to implement such a method was undoubtedly the elemental sorcerers, as body-refining sorcerers cannot achieve such precision. The offensive power of body-refining sorcerers stems from physical strength, while that of elemental sorcerers arises from mental prowess. Although Li Shi has not systematically trained his mental strength, it has reached the apprentice sorcerer limit of 50 points under the stimulation of his physical body. Similar to body-refining sorcerers, reaching this numerical limit is relatively straightforward. However, the actual offensive power one can unleash entirely depends on their understanding and modification of sorcery. Li Shi has tested this. When casting spells precisely according to the sorcerer's texts, he encountered no issues in execution. Yet his offensive output was inferior to that of body-refining sorcerers. With an offensive power of 200 points, Li Shi can currently only produce an attack of 200 points through simple spells, which is 4 times the output of his 50 points of mental strength. This implies that Li Shi, as an elemental sorcerer, can only manifest 4 times the offensive capability. In comparison, the Peak Sorcerer apprentices boast 10 times the offensive power, while the Ice Sorceress, AI Li Si, clearly exceeds that benchmark. Thus, Li Shi's fourfold output appears diminutive, akin to an ant. On the body refining side, he can unleash an offensive power of 400 points, creating a disparity of a whole factor. Only upon stepping through the threshold of elemental sorcery does one realize that the difficulty of training therein surpasses that of body refinement. Li Shi now comprehends the disdain elemental sorcerers hold for their body refining counterparts. In the eyes of elemental sorcerers, body refining sorcerers indeed lack substance. Even if body refining sorcerers instill fear across countless realms, they remain disregarded by elemental sorcerers. Simultaneously, Li Shi has discovered a new path within the sorceress hierarchy, the elemental body refining sorcerer. This path is remarkably straightforward, requiring the simultaneous cultivation of both body refining and elemental sorcery systems. Elemental body refining sorcerers are significantly more formidable than their peers. Yet the challenges of concurrent training and the time invested are arduous. To put it in modern parlance, only those with immense determination and fortuitous circumstances can succeed. However, it is not insurmountable. The challenge lies in establishing a theoretical foundation that bridges the gap between body refinement and elemental sorcery. The elder sorcerers have thoroughly analyzed the system of elemental body refining sorcerers, and if a complete separation exists between the two systems, success is utterly unattainable. The optimal training method entails mutual enhancement and integration between body refinement and elemental sorcery, thus reducing training time while significantly augmenting strength through systemic synergy. This represents a sorcerer's framework that transcends singular systems. Within the training of an elemental body refining sorcerer, the most challenging aspect is to establish a solid theoretical foundation and determine a clear developmental trajectory. Without a sturdy foundation, the future remains bleak. Does Li Shi wish to embark on the path of the elemental body refining sorcerer? Samachi, observing Li Shi's persistent study of the relevant texts over several days, inquired with curiosity. As for training, I think it's best to refrain. I am well aware of my situation, and it is already commendable to cultivate one aspect effectively. Li Shi reluctantly returned the Sorcerer Tome to its place. It is akin to having an extraordinary manual before one's eyes, yet being unable to practice, which is indeed regrettable. Sorcerer's training, whether in elemental or body refining disciplines, demands immense time and resources. Otherwise, sorcerers would not be so fervently engaged in conquering myriad realms. Do they truly have nothing better to do? It is all for the sake of resources. As someone without a foundational base on Earth, it is already quite remarkable for Li Shi to sustain training in one aspect, let alone aspire to pursue both elemental and body refining paths. He is not the protagonist of this tale. Perhaps it is for the best. Every sorcerer apprentice who learns about elemental body refining sorcerers has fantasized about becoming a formidable force across the realms. Yet thus far, Li Shi has not encountered a single sorcerer who has achieved success in this regard. Of course, this is partly due to his low standing. The sorceress world is vast, teeming with prodigies, and surely many have attained mastery. Ordinary elemental peak sorcerer apprentices can exert tenfold mental attacks. However, it is said that elemental body refining sorcerers can unleash a minimum battle power of 120, which is terrifying. Samachi remarked. He once harbored a dream of becoming an elemental body refining sorcerer, envisioning spreading sorceress brilliance across countless realms. Yet reality has seen him fail to break through even to the first level of elemental sorcery. Setting that aside, how is your experiment progressing? Samachi shifted the topic toward Li Shi. Currently, I am engaged in theoretical discussions and the dissection of experimental subjects. I have dissected 17 types of toxic organisms, conducting a total of 253 surgeries, and have gained preliminary insights into the structure and location of their venom glands. Though the reasons behind the formation of these glands remain under analysis, Li Shi reached out, and a research notebook materialized from the shadowy space, filled with meticulous records of his experimental achievements over the past 3 months, including data and procedural illustrations. This experiment marks Li Shi's first substantive endeavor. Stemming from a collision of knowledge and ideas, the objective is to explore the alteration of toxins within his own body. As an apprentice body refining sorcerer, stimulating cells with toxins is a fundamental daily practice. Every body refining sorcerer engages in this. Li Shi initially intended to follow Gru's method of training, which involved orally ingesting large quantities of toxins to stimulate cellular activity, relying on the passage of time to continually enhance bodily vitality. Sorcerers possess long lifespans, And while the apparent improvements from toxin stimulation may seem negligible, the long-term benefits to strength are indeed considerable. Li Shi has already learned the foundational pharmacological knowledge from Jia Vaki, making the preparation of poisons for himself quite feasible. However, after studying the elemental sorcerer system with Samachi, a new idea suddenly emerged. Why not augment his body with an organ capable of producing toxins, akin to that of a venomous snake, toad, or scorpion? The natural world is teeming with toxic organisms. Why should he not harness such capabilities himself? If this could be realized, there would be no need to consume any poisons, as his body would generate them autonomously. How splendid that would be. Unlike Gru, who must spend vast amounts of sorcerer currency to procure toxins and analyze which ones are most suitable for his body, this would save time and effort, eliminating the need to reconfigure toxins with each level increase. Once an organ capable of producing toxins emerges within his body, all these complexities could be bypassed. This would not only save time and energy, but also stimulate cellular activity continuously, effectively bestowing a permanent passive enhancement akin to a skill upon him, vastly superior to the effects of toxin potions. From economic, strength-enhancing, and cost-saving perspectives, this notion possesses unparalleled advantages. Once the idea took root, it became impossible to suppress. Although Li Shi considered the notion of adding another organ to his body absurd, many sorcerers engage in self-modification. Thus, what could be so ludicrous about adding an organ? Li Shi possesses a laboratory, a portable mini-lab purchased from the Zijingwa merchant Shukir, which is entirely adequate for the dissection of ordinary toxic organisms. Thus, the moment this idea was conceived, he procured a substantial quantity of toxic organisms from a common hunter. He sought to dissect and study how they produce venom, aspiring to replicate the same process to develop his own venom gland organ. I cannot help but commend your brilliance. The greatest challenge for elemental sorcerers lies in liberating their thoughts. While I cannot assist you in your experiments with new organs, I can offer a concept for your consideration. Samachi stated. Lord Samachi, please proceed. Li Shi responded with utmost respect, eager to embrace any thoughts that could aid his experiments. Though our bodies may differ, we both possess detoxification systems. Instead of generating a new organ, why not modify one of the existing organs? If feasible, this would significantly reduce the difficulty of your experiment. Samachi suggested softly. Li Shi's eyes widened, his grip on the experimental notebook tightening. Samachi's seemingly casual words resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, why must one be so insistent on the creation of a new venom gland? Why not consider the modification of existing organs within the human body? Organs such as the liver, kidneys, intestines, respiratory system, and skin all possess detoxification capabilities. Could we not transform them to instead carry toxins? Blood circulates throughout the body. Why? Then, can it not transport toxins? If it could, would this not be far more convenient? The brain was in a frenzy. So much so that Li Shi failed to notice when Samachi departed. Samachi's words rang true. The experimentation with new organs posed a significant challenge for Li Shi at present. What appeared to be merely the birth of a new organ belied a complexity far beyond Li Shi's imagination, necessitating the harmonious stabilization of the new organ within all bodily systems. Even with Li Shi's brain operating at speeds rivaling a computer, calculating the changes following the addition of a new organ would prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 33. An intolerable matter for the sorcerer Li Shi had initially intended to gather data during his apprenticeship, planning to embark on self-transformation only after ascending to the rank of a formal level 1 sorcerer, allowing for an experimental duration of up to 1,000 years. However, after Samachi proposed the idea of modifying existing organs, the prospect of completing such an experiment during his apprenticeship no longer seemed insurmountable. After all, in the endeavor of altering current organs, Li Shi possessed an advantage that other elemental sorcerers lacked, his status as a body refinement sorcerer apprentice, granting him superior mastery over the physical form and passive stimulation evolution. In an instant, Li Shi's mind dismantled the previous experimental models and established a new experimental protocol. His formidable intellect enabled him to delineate the experimental framework with precision, allocating each hour meticulously. Within less than 2 hours, he had constructed the essential theoretical foundation. All that remained was the support of empirical data. I require experimental materials to collect data. Li Shi could hardly contain his excitement as the prototype of the experiment took shape. Theoretically, success seemed but a step away. Eagerly, he paced his room, feeling closer to triumph than he had ever anticipated, yet the question loomed. What would serve as the experimental subject? The most suitable experimental subject would naturally be a human. for only a body with a similar constitution could accurately reflect the experimental data. Other organisms would yield discrepancies due to biological differences, thus skewing the results. Yet, the thought of using humans for experimentation drove Li Shi into a frenzy. Setting aside the fact that humanity on Earth had already been recognized by the sorceress world and granted second-class status as original inhabitants, rendering them unsuitable as mere subjects for experimentation, there was also the moral quandary. These were his fellow beings, his compatriots. Why had such a terrifying notion emerged within him? What had rendered him so callous? Li Shi suddenly recalled the moment he first awakened in the sorceress world. They had been treated as experimental subjects, cast upon the altar. At that time, all captured Earthlings had hurled curses at the terrifying demon, yearning for divine justice to exact retribution. Yet now, as Li Shi contemplated employing Earthlings for his experiment, he found himself empathizing with that sorcerer. When a sorcerer has birthed a flawless theory, only lacking empirical validation, the sensation is akin to countless ants scuttling across one's bones. It was uncontrollable, as if success were within reach, yet utterly elusive. Within his mind, two figures argued incessantly. One urged him to recognize his identity as a sorcerer, no longer an Earthling. Conducting experiments on those Earthlings was a pursuit of greatness, and it was not guaranteed that they would perish. The other figure countered that, while he was not inherently malevolent, he was not devoid of compassion either. Subjecting his compatriots to the experimental platform was a profoundly inhumane act that would forever brand him with shame. The discord between these two voices left Li Shi with a splitting headache. It was the first time in his life he felt such turmoil. In a fit of madness, Li Shi shouted and dashed from the library, bursting into Sa Ma Chi's training grounds. Without hesitation, he adjusted his gravity rune array to 5 times its normal strength. The sudden increase in gravity causing his bones to emit painful cracks. The quintupled gravity pushed Li Shi to his limits, compressing his body significantly. He stifled groans, as if every inch of his skin were being crushed under a heavy mountain. Yet he persisted, seizing the heaviest weapon and unleashing his fury. Compared to the monstrous thoughts in his mind, the physical torment felt far less agonizing. Under 5 times gravity, with additional electric shock runes in place, Li Shi's capabilities were severely restricted, and he flailed about like a turtle attempting to fight back. He merely sought to vent his frustrations, to exhaust himself, as the psychological condemnation and the allure of success left him in a state of torment and suffering. At some point, a robust figure entered the training ground. Observing Li Shi's outburst with laughter, unceremoniously, a punch was thrown, a shockwave propelling Li Shi through the air, rendering him unconscious. When Li Shi regained consciousness, he found Gru seated nearby, roasting a fire flame beast. The enticing aroma stirred his stomach, reminding him that he had been so engrossed in his experiments that he had forgotten the last time he had a decent meal. The fire flame beast, a formidable creature nearing 5 meters in length, boasted an attack power of 350 points and the capacity for fiery assaults, posing a significant threat to civilian life. Yet its strength rendered it a delicacy, with meat so rich in protein that it far surpassed beef. And the energy it contained could enhance one's constitution, truly a rare culinary delight. One could only wonder what misdeeds the fire flame beast had committed in its previous life to end up in Gru's hands. What else with the sudden madness? Gru inquired, continuing to roast the beast. Li Shi hesitated, unsure how to respond, but after a moment's reflection, he divulged his experimental ambitions and the darker thoughts that had emerged. Ha! Elemental sorcerers are plagued by strange and perilous thoughts daily. You've only been studying for a short while and already entertained such notions, Gru chuckled, showing no sign of reproach, instead mocking the nonsensical ideas of elemental sorcerers. This highlighted the evident rift between elemental sorcerers and body refinement sorcerers. Feeling a twinge of shame, Li Shi lowered his head, humiliated by his thoughts of placing humanity upon the experimental altar. He was not one of those inhumane brutes. He was an educated young man. Don't wear that morose expression. I will neither counsel nor comfort you, nor do I support your ideas. As sorcerers, we, as higher beings, may disdain life, but we must also respect it. If today you say nothing, yet someday you are discovered secretly using civilians for experiments, the enforcing sorcerers will bring your doom. Li Shi nodded in agreement with Gru's words. While the sorceress world appeared devoid of formal laws, numerous unwritten rules existed, recognized by all sorcerers. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Countless sorcerers had harbored similar thoughts of using Earthlings for experimentation, employing the civilians of the sorceress world as their subjects. Some sorcerers were even more deranged, making their fellow sorcerers the subjects of their experiments. As the most powerful beings, sorcerers inherently possessed countless secrets, and their insatiable curiosity often drove them to investigate themselves, a phenomenon not surprising in the least, whether targeting civilians or fellow sorcerers. Such actions undoubtedly undermined the very foundation of the sorceress world, inciting universal opposition among sorcerers. There existed specific sorcerers tasked with dealing with those who crossed the line, employing extremely severe measures. The annals of sorceress history were rife with grim lessons, fostering an environment of zero tolerance towards those who would recklessly endanger lives for the sake of experimentation. A single transgression could result in death. In the realm of sorcery, where all forms of life are categorized into hierarchies, including commoners and slaves, there exists a rationality behind such divisions. The slaves, hailing from other conquered worlds, having once opposed the dominion of sorcerers, find their ultimate refuge in serving them wholeheartedly. I have listened to your experiment, and it is commendable. I must say, you possess an extraordinary talent in elemental sorcery. I do not oppose your endeavors. Rather, I can procure the most suitable materials for your experiments to assist you. What are the conditions? Li Shi inquired. It is indeed fortunate that Gru is willing to lend a hand, yet assistance among sorcerers rarely comes without strings attached. Gru's offer undoubtedly carries conditions. Once you succeed, ensure to provide me with a portion as well, Gru stated. No problem, Li Shi responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly assenting. Who would wish to consume that dreadful poison daily? Gru quipped. Li Shi laughed heartily in response to Gru's complaint, resonating with the truth that none of those poisons were palatable. There had been sorcerers in the past who proposed enhancing the taste of the poison, but the outcomes either compromised its toxicity or proved prohibitively costly, leading to the abandonment of such efforts. That evening, Li Shi neglected his studies and experiments, instead sharing a feast of an entire Chihua beast with Gru. Li Shi indulged in a single leg, while Gru consumed the remainder, his belly as insatiable as an abyss. Seizing the opportunity during their leisure, Li Shi inquired about the aftermath of the volcanic battle following his abduction by Gru. Having long been curious about the events that transpired that day, 3 third-level sorcerers from Xian Academy faced off against 4 second-level and 7 first-level sorcerers, alongside the unknown, terrifying entities emerging from the rift in the sky, indicating that the Black Skull Academy was not to be underestimated. Li Shi was filled with curiosity regarding the outcome. All 7 first-level sorcerers from the Black Skull Academy perished. Surviving even 10 breaths in a third-level battlefield was a testament to their tenacity. Among the 4 second-level sorcerers, 2 also fell, while 5 third-level slaves summoned by the Sacred Mark's gift met the same fate, and the number of first- and second-level slaves lost was incalculable. The volcanic site was eventually strewn with corpses. As for the 3 vice presidents of Xian Academy, one sustained minor injuries, while another was gravely wounded and had returned to the academy for recuperation. Gru did not elaborate on the battle's proceedings, but the sight of first- and second-level corpses blanketing the battlefield spoke volumes about the ferocity of the conflict. Particularly, with only 2 of the 11 sorcerers from the Black Skull Academy escaping, it raised the question of whether such a powerful academy could endure such significant losses. It appeared that tranquil times were a distant prospect. Noticing the concern etched on Li Shi's face, Gru crunched on a bone loudly. You, a mere apprentice sorcerer, ponder too much. Such matters are for the directors and vice-directors to deliberate. For now, focus on your training. When you become a first-level body-refining sorcerer, there will be ample tasks awaiting you. Li Shi forced a dry laugh, realizing he had indeed been overly concerned. Chapter 34. The Success of the Tonsil Reconstruction Experiment. Gru moved swiftly, bringing 10 humanoid slaves to Li Shi within 10 days. These humanoids, bearing certain human characteristics and possessing comparable organs, were among the favored experimental subjects of sorcerers. These are newly acquired slaves, duly registered. You may conduct your experiments without hesitation. If they perish, inform me, and I shall procure more. Gru's blunt and cold words elicited no reaction from Li Shi, yet the 10 humanoid slaves trembled uncontrollably, clearly aware of the grim fate awaiting them. Li Shi, brimming with eagerness, had meticulously planned the experimental procedures several times over during the past 10 days, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this batch of humanoids. After Gru departed, Li Shi gently reassured the 10 humanoid slaves, fear not. The experiment is not as dire as you imagine. Once you assist me in completing it, I can advocate for your rights as commoners in the sorceress world. What is your name? Li Shi kindly inquired of the sturdiest humanoid among the 10. These humanoids, differing little in bodily structure from humans, boasted long limbs, particularly powerful legs, suggesting their aptitude for running. A notable distinction was their ears, which were layered, featuring 4 lobes, indicating exceptional auditory capabilities. Li Shi estimated their attack power to be around 20 points, while that of Earthlings was approximately 5 points. A single humanoid could easily overpower dozens of Earthlings. Yet they remained ensnared in the fate of sorcerous servitude. "Great Sorcerer, I am Nevin," the humanoid slave replied cautiously. Li Shi was aware of the history of these humanoids. Many years prior, their world had succumbed to the sorceress realm. Having resisted the sorcerer's rule, they were all categorized as slaves, commodities capable of thought and movement. Subject to unrestricted trade, Li Shi refrained from further inquiries about their race, understanding that experimental subjects must possess the awareness befitting their status. His assurances of safety were mere words intended to elicit cooperation. To believe that the experiment posed no danger would be pure folly. Should they perish, it would serve them right. The first step in organ reconstruction is to understand the experimental subjects. Gru's selection of slaves was commendable, encompassing both genders and various age groups for optimal comparison. The procedures included undressing, physical examinations, blood draws, energy assessments, sensory testing, toxin resistance evaluations, as well as high and low temperature tests and internal organ examinations. On the operating table, Li Shi wielded a sharp scalpel, incising the chest of the 4th slave to reveal the pulsating organs within, which bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, approximately 70% similar. Although certain organs differed from those of humans, their variations did not significantly impact the experimental results. Li Shi excised a portion from each organ for functional testing, subsequently suturing the incisions to allow the slaves to enter a recovery phase. He had already prepared restorative potions, ensuring that such surgeries could yield complete recovery within a few days. Once a myriad of experimental tests was conducted, half a year had elapsed. Following a comprehensive analysis of the data, Li Shi would formulate poisons based on their feedback. He then administered a toxin with calibrated energy levels for them to ingest, allowing for meticulous observation of the responses from various organs to different toxins. Throughout this process, 3 slaves succumbed to the toxins, while 4 others exhibited a decline in constitution exceeding 50%. Continuing the experiment would drastically affect the results, rendering those 4 unsuitable for further use. Li Shi had no choice but to procure another 10 slaves from Gru to restart the testing. Thus, another year passed, and 4 years had elapsed since the 20-year garrison task in Tayama City began. 2 full years spent in the laboratory were undoubtedly worthwhile. Li Shi had thoroughly deciphered how each organ of the humanoids functioned in relation to toxins, determining which organs exhibited optimal detoxification capabilities against various toxins. By this point, only 4 of the 20 slaves acquired by Gru remained. Faced with Li Shi's relentless adjustments to the toxins, their fragile bodies could not withstand the repeated assaults, leading to rapid toxin-induced deaths for some, while the survivors all developed cancer. Even if the experiments concluded now, they would endure the torment of cancer until their eventual demise. The experiments revealed that the detoxifying organs were ill-suited for modification. Contrary to expectations, such alterations would precipitate rapid organ failure, ultimately leading to the death of the experimental subjects. It was during these trials that the tonsils, possessing resistance to toxins, emerged as the most suitable candidates for modification. The tonsils are an integral component of the immune system, tasked with defending against viruses and bacteria. They generate lymphocytes, which play a crucial role in immune responses throughout the body. However, it is essential to note that the tonsils can become infected and transform into harmful organs. Their function is most prominent during childhood. Once adulthood is reached, their significance diminishes considerably. In an experiment involving 10 infected slave tonsils, there was a persistent assault on the immune system, leading to a deterioration in health. Without external intervention, such circumstances could have resulted in chronic mortality for the slaves. Li Shi meticulously documented his experimental notes, exhaling deeply. Despite the exhaustion of 2 years of experimentation, he had discovered a promising direction and identified the most suitable organ for modification, which brought him immense joy. The success of the experiment validated his hypotheses and underscored his purpose. At that moment of triumph, Li Shi gained a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a sorcerer and to master the rules of existence. This mastery, this exquisite sensation of wielding the rules, was utterly enchanting, akin to feeling like a creator of worlds. The 4 subjects would be relocated to Tayama City, where the local lord, an acquaintance of Li Shi, would bestow upon them certain rights. Out of 20 slaves, only 4 survived. Although afflicted with terminal cancer, Li Shi honored his promise and granted them the rights of commoners. As the 4 grateful slaves exited the laboratory, Li Shi's experiment transitioned into its second phase, the modification of his own tonsils. The initial step involved infecting the tonsils. Once they morphed into harmful organs, the next task was to cultivate their toxicity, ultimately achieving a balance with the body. Upon reaching that stage, the modification experiment would be deemed a success. Infecting the tonsils was a straightforward process. Li Shi had previously determined the most effective toxin for this purpose, validated through prior experiments. Lankisi, a toxin specifically targeting the tonsils, required continuous administration for 30 days to completely infect the tonsils, transforming them into detrimental organs. Following this, the focus would shift solely to cultivating the toxin within the tonsils, gradually introducing various toxins. Once the tonsils began to invade the body's systems and could independently absorb toxins for growth, the transformation would be complete. However, due to a miscalculation in the toxin dosage, Li Shi suffered adverse effects. The physical composition of the humanoid race differed significantly from his own, leading to uncertainties in the experimental data derived from his body's adjustments. Leaning weakly against a bookshelf, he contemplated his situation. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Li Shi glanced up to see Gru, whose imposing figure filled his field of vision. "How is the experiment progressing?" Gru inquired, noticing the warmth emanating from Li Shi's head and the unusual swelling around his neck. "A minor issue, nothing significant, all within manageable limits," Li Shi replied, his voice muffled. The development of his tonsils had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that the benign organs, once part of the immune system, would evolve so rapidly into malignant ones. Was it true that being virtuous was more challenging than embracing malevolence? Gru assessed Li Shi's condition and, finding no serious problems, turned to leave. In a daze, Li Shi extended his finger, and the shadow beneath him twisted, merging seamlessly into his body, infiltrating every limb and cell. He could distinctly feel the toxins within his body swiftly transferring into the shadow, and the swelling of his tonsils visibly shrinking. As the fever subsided, his strength began to return, and clarity returned to his foggy mind. He extended his finger, and a dark shadow emerged, playfully bowing in greeting. The plan for the organ modification and toxin cultivation had been accomplished. Now, he merely needed the tonsils to revert to their original size, signifying complete integration with his body. Li Shi sensed the toxins secreted by the tonsils relentlessly attacking his cells, prompting continual evolution within them. Although the pace of evolution was slow, it was persistent. Soon, the shadow alleviated 50% of his negative status and returned to his feet. Li Shi touched his neck. Although still swollen, recovery was imminent. He retrieved his experimental notes, which detailed 3 primary projects, the first being the experiment on toxin stimulation of cellular activity, with 3 years of rigorous experimentation on the tonsils culminating in success. The first project was completed. The second project pertained to the study of his shadow affinity. Unlike Ban Jia and I and others, who merely relied on instinctual perception without probing into the deeper mysteries, Li Shi aimed to explore his shadow affinity more thoroughly. Having realized he knew far too little about this esteemed ability, the powers manifested by the shadow affinity were indeed formidable, capable of absorbing negative statuses, storing energy, extending tendrils for attacks, and utilizing stored toxins to assault adversaries. This did not even encompass the shadow jumps and shadow space he frequently employed. Presently, the capabilities exhibited by the shadow affinity spanned offense, defense, support, evasion, and spatial manipulation. It would be intolerable for Li Shi to remain ignorant of such a potent gift. While he could seek further insights from Ban Jia and I, Li Shi understood that the specific knowledge he sought would likely remain elusive. He was no longer the naive newcomer to the extraordinary realm, and he could not accept teachings without question. Chapter 35. Departure. Having studied the sorcerer system, Li Shi now focused on analyzing, organizing, and improving the knowledge imparted to him, transforming it into his own. Questioning had become his most common mode of thought. In simple terms, the wisdom of Ban Jia and I had diminished in its utility to him. He found it challenging to accept vague knowledge that lacked empirical support, relying solely on experience and intuition. He placed greater faith in the data gleaned from his experiments. A month later, Li Shi's tonsils had fully evolved, enabling them to continuously release toxins that attacked the body's cells. However, side effects had emerged. The body would experience a permanent reduction of 5 points in stamina due to toxin assaults, resulting in a 3-point decrease in strength attributes. Li Shi noted that his previously full strength of 50 points had dropped to 48, and his corresponding attack power would also suffer a permanent decline. Yet, in light of the progressive evolutionary rate stimulated by the modified tonsils, this reduction in attack power was entirely bearable. The second side effect required periodic intake of toxins to maintain the overall level of toxins in the tonsils. After clarifying all circumstances with Gru, Li Shi proceeded to conduct the modification on him. Gru's robust physique exceeded Li Shi's expectations, with an extraordinary level of vitality. As the Langkisi toxin was introduced into Gru's tonsils, it was swiftly eradicated. Li Shi had to amplify the toxin quantity 100-fold to successfully complete Gru's tonsil modification. By this point, Li Shi had been in Taya City for 6 years. He remained unaware of the external circumstances surrounding the city. As Gru refrained from sharing any information, Li Shi relished his time in Taya City, engaging in intellectual discussions with Sama Chi, conducting endless experiments, and utilizing materials purchased from the Xian Academy to concoct potions. Time passed remarkably productively. Notably, the stimulation from the tonsil toxins, combined with the electric rune array and the quadruple gravity rune array, continually fortified his body. Although his attack power seemed unchanged at 200 points, Li Shi knew that once the gravity restrictions were lifted, his attack power would exceed 400 points. In the 7th year, Li Shi inscribed a high-temperature rune formation upon himself, capable of releasing temperatures up to 400 degrees Celsius in an activated state, sufficient to turn him into charcoal within 3 hours. Naturally, Li Shi could not sustain the temperature at 400 degrees, instead maintaining it at 200 degrees to foster his body's passive evolution under extreme heat. By this point, he had activated 4 passive enhancement techniques: the high-temperature rune formation, the fourfold gravity rune formation, the electric shock rune formation, and the stimulation of tonsillar toxins. Gru had watched Li Shi shake his head in disbelief countless times, leading Li Shi to mistakenly believe it was dissatisfaction. Yet, Gru merely gazed intently at him in silence. Li Shi had begun to feel a modicum of fear towards Gru, not due to the torment of their sparring sessions, but rather because of the intensity of Gru's gaze. In the 9th year, Li Shi's physical strength reached the foundational level necessary to endure the rune formations, prompting him to inscribe an ice rune formation upon himself. The high-temperature and ice rune formations could not be activated simultaneously, thus maintaining the number of passive enhancement formations at 4. By the 10th year, Gru had ceased seeking Li Shi for practice, allowing him to train independently. On one particular day, Gru approached Li Shi, clad in a rare wizard's robe, and formally declared, "Although your path as a wizard remains nascent, you have already cultivated a wizard's heart. The remainder of this journey is yours to traverse. I wish you swift success in attaining the 1st rank." He then presented a 3-meter-long heavy sword before Li Shi. Every body-refining wizard must possess their own weapon. You have now graduated, and this heavy sword is my gift to mark your initiation. Li Shi respectfully bowed and accepted the sword with both hands. The moment he grasped the weapon, his muscles tensed, for its weight ranged between 350 to 400 kilograms. "Thank you, Master Gru." Technically speaking, Gru was not Li Shi's tutor in the path of wizardry. Rather, he had been assigned by the Xian Academy to instruct Li Shi in body refinement, creating a relationship of mutual benefit. Yet, the gift of this sword indicated that Gru genuinely regarded Li Shi as his student. Though this sword is not precious, it is ample for your use during your apprenticeship as a wizard, regardless of whether you become an elemental wizard or a body-refining wizard. I hope you never forget your original intent. This is the essence of your existence, Gru imparted with profound significance. Rest assured, Master, I shall not forget. Graduation meant that Li Shi could now freely manage his time, as Gru would no longer impose a training regimen upon him. Li Shi understood the reason for Gru's decision to allow him to graduate. Just the previous day, he had achieved a defensive score of 100. This was originally a target set for a 20-year protective task. Remarkably, Li Shi had fulfilled Gru's expectations in merely 10 years. Although Gru perceived Li Shi's strength as still immature, he recognized that a solid foundation had been established, allowing Li Shi to practice independently. Gru believed that excessive interference would adversely affect Li Shi, a cardinal sin for a wizard. Thus, it was better to let Li Shi cultivate alone. At the foot of a mountain 100 miles from Taya City, an energy crystal hovered in Li Shi's hand, shimmering with a spectrum of colors under the sun's rays. Li Shi stood bare-chested, with the 3-meter heavy sword gifted by Gru planted beside him. The energy crystal, a powerful crystallization of energy, served as an excellent aid for cultivation and was also the most coveted treasure for beast evolution. No beast could resist the allure of the energy crystal, akin to how no famished man, starved for 30 years, could refuse a stunning beauty. With a roar, within mere seconds, the desperate growl of a ferocious beast echoed through the air. A massive creature leapt down from the mountainside towards Li Shi, its claws glimmering with cold light aimed directly at Li Shi's head. A single strike could cleave him into 4 pieces. With a cold snort, The sword light flashed as the 3-meter heavy sword, positioned beside Li Shi, sliced through the beast's body. Blood drenched the ground, leaving behind the beast's unwilling gaze fixed upon the energy crystal in Li Shi's hand, its desire for the crystal enduring even in death. The demise of a single beast would not bear significant consequences. Rather, the scent of blood would attract more predators. As a body-refining wizard, one must possess the ability to fight. Armed with the heavy sword gifted by Gru, Li Shi sought to sharpen his combat awareness against these beasts. The energy crystal had been borrowed from the Lord's manor in Samachi. Upon expressing his desire to hone his martial skills, while simultaneously addressing the nearby beast problem, the Lord readily agreed. Thus, Li Shi found himself engaged in outdoor hunting. The energy crystal's aura was an unbearable scent for all beasts, a primal instinct driving them towards evolution, igniting a madness that stemmed from the depths of their souls. The first beast fell to Li Shi's hand, and within seconds, countless beasts from all directions, above and below, charged towards him like wild animals, their essence driven by the pursuit of life's elevation, rendering them oblivious to all fear. The slaughter commenced. The heavy sword whirled as Li Shi, bare-chested, unleashed his fury upon the creatures. The sword energy enveloped him. Each strike delivered approximately 250 points of power, while his physical strength allowed him to ignore attacks below 100 points. This made Li Shi resemble the beasts even more. He required no defense, permitting the beasts to assault him without leaving the slightest mark upon his skin. Even if a beast managed to breach Li Shi's defenses, it could only inflict a small wound, serving only to heighten his bloodlust with no other effect. Such minor injuries did not necessitate activating the healing formation on his body, as his formidable physique could fully recover within approximately half an hour. Ha ha ha, little one. Have you sensed fear? Li Shi, stained crimson with blood, radiated an aura of ferocity. The annihilation of life birthed the most sinister primal urges, the desire to obliterate everything. Armed with power, he unleashed his malevolent thoughts upon the beasts. True strength is the foundation of confidence. Amongst the corpses, Li Shi formed a circle with his heavy sword, harvesting lives in the most brutal manner. Suddenly, a roar that reverberated through the soul erupted, sending all the beasts surrounding Li Shi into a panic, wailing as they fled, abandoning their allure for the energy crystal due to the overwhelming pressure on their very souls. Li Shi's body trembled violently, scattering blood as he revealed his bare torso, casually sweeping the heavy sword to cleanse it of blood, restoring it to its dark, polished state. His gaze fixed intently on the source of the earlier roar. Whatever had produced that sound, surely a first-level beast, was now approaching. Li Shi's lips curled in anticipation. He yearned to test his skills against a first-level beast. The Ice Maiden, Ai Li Si, could effortlessly dispatch a first-level beast. Li Shi was eager to discern the gap between himself and her. With a thunderous crash, rows of trees toppled, and unstable rocks cascaded down the mountainside. Before the first-level beast even appeared, its presence had already instilled a sense of dread in the surroundings. Thick, gray, keratinous scales adorned its body, and its formidable horns, a meter in length, pointed skyward. Its limbs, as thick as ancient trees, could easily leave a foot-deep imprint in the earth with a single step. Towering nearly 10 meters, a row of sharp spines extended from its head to its tail, while its tail, over 10 meters long, casually swept up several beast carcasses to consume. 2 rows of vicious fangs, akin to saw blades, shredded flesh and bone, blood spraying as it devoured its prey. This was a fully grown Tier 3 Fang shield beast, exceeding 20 meters in length and weighing nearly 20 tons. A rampaging Tier 3 Fang shield beast could shatter mountain walls, akin to a bulldozer in the world of wizards. The destructive power of this creature is beyond imagination. Its thick, scaly armor is impervious, rendering it a nightmare for ordinary beings. Fortunately, it is a defensive type of first-tier beast, rather than one specializing in speed and attack. Compared to other varieties of first-tier beasts, the Sanjiafeng Dosho is relatively manageable, as it can be evaded if it cannot be defeated, making it an ideal target for testing combat prowess. Li Shi's internal mana surged as he deactivated the quadruple gravity runes, high-temperature runes, and electric shock runes that enveloped him. The shadows beneath his feet twisted and writhed, as if sealing a demon eager to break free and shred any living thing in its path. Faced with a first-tier combat beast, Li Shi dared not be complacent and instantly unleashed his full combat power. His aura surged, filling him with formidable strength. His heart pounded, blood coursed through his veins, and his muscles swelled, veins protruding as every inch of his skin radiated violent energy. The massive eyes of the Sanjiafeng Dosho widened in surprise. How had this two-legged creature, which it could easily have dispatched moments ago, suddenly grown stronger? With a slight movement of his lips, Li Shi sprang forward, leaving behind 2 deep footprints crushed into the ground. The wind howled as he vanished and reappeared on the back of the Sanjia Fengdou Shou, wielding his heavy sword, which shimmered with afterimages, and struck fiercely at the creature's neck. The blow struck true, piercing through 5 layers of armor. With a third of the sword embedded deep, blood gushing forth, the Sanjia Fengdou Shou roared in fury. This accursed two-legged beast had wounded it. A thunderous sound filled the air as the creature's tail lashed out at Li Shi, its 10-meter-long tail ending in a deadly, blade-like point. Li Shi had witnessed how the creature's tail could effortlessly slice through rock as it walked, as easy as shaving. The warning grew louder. The Sanjia Fengdou Shou had encompassed its entire back in its attack, leaving Li Shi no opportunity to escape. Drawing his sword, he leaped forward, vanishing into the shadows. The explosive sound of the tail barely missed Li Shi's afterimage, the wind it created shredding a line of trees 10 meters away. The residual force of such an attack exceeded 400 points. Truly, it was a first-tier beast, its essence of life elevated to an extraordinary level. With bloodshot eyes, the Sanjia Fengdou Shou searched frantically for the wretched two-legged creature that had injured it, determined to tear it apart piece by piece and consume it. However, as the beast spun around seeking Li Shi, it failed to notice a head emerging from the shadows beneath its hind legs. Li Shi glanced up at the creature's vulnerable underbelly and grinned. The Sanjia Fengdou Shou's defenses were astonishing, able to disregard all attacks below 400 points. Were it not for his weapon, whose attack power also surpassed 400 points, he would have been unable to breach its defenses. What surprised Li Shi even more was that while his strike had landed, it hadn't even grazed the bone. A 1-meter wound on a 10-meter tall Sanjia Fengdou Shou was hardly more than a mere scratch. As a mere apprentice wizard, Li Shi almost dismissed such minor injuries, especially against a first-tier Sanjia Fengdou Shou renowned for its defenses, which would likely heal before he even noticed. From this single attack, Li Shi concluded that his blows could not severely injure the Sanjia Fengdou Shou, while a single hit from the creature could leave him gravely wounded. Thus, he aimed for the creature's most vulnerable spot, the underbelly. He concentrated, channeling all his strength. A howl of pain erupted from the Sanjia Fengdou Shou. It likely never imagined it would leap 10 meters high. Truly, every overweight creature harbors limitless potential. Whether human or beast, Li Shi plunged his 3-meter heavy sword deep, and without pause, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to twist it violently, severing a large chunk of flesh along with the intestines. A torrent of blood erupted, and had Li Shi not swiftly leaped into the shadows, he would have been drenched in the crimson deluge. The Sanjia Fengdou Shou was utterly enraged. It had never suffered such a grievous injury before. Pain surged. Its eyes bloodshot, and its scales flared open, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Its aura surged, a terrifying pressure descended, and the essence of a first-tier life form made Li Shi feel weighted down. He understood that the battle was only just beginning. The Sanjia Fengdou Shou opened its massive maw, gathering energy as its body swelled, inhaling vast amounts of air. Mana was maximally compressed, forming a tightly wound ball of wind within its mouth. In the next moment, the creature unleashed a fearsome gale, as if a tornado had been unleashed, flattening everything within a 30-meter radius. Boulders were torn into fragments, and even ancient trees were cleaved in two, reduced to dust. The enraged Sanjia Fengdou Shou rampaged, destroying everything in its path, uprooting the earth, and shattering the mountainside to pieces. When the storm subsided, the cliff face had eroded by more than 3 feet. Li Shi, sheltering behind a boulder 100 meters away, cautiously peered out. Indeed, retreating was the correct choice. In the face of a frenzied first-tier Sanjia Fengdou Shou, distance was the wisest strategy. The battlefield lay in ruins, drenched in the blood of the Sanjia Fengdou Shou, which began to lose its overwhelming aura as the effects of its reckless release took hold. After sustaining such injuries, it was unlikely for its aura to remain intact. Unable to locate Li Shi, the creature, sensing its wounds, turned to flee, driven by its instinct to survive. Yet, Li Shi was already poised to strike. As Li Shi emerged from the shadows behind a large tree, he spotted a thick leg before him, above which was a gaping wound spewing blood. He swung his heavy sword, effortlessly slicing through skin thicker than that of a tank, delivering a decisive blow. The Sanjia Fengdou Shou stumbled, its hind leg collapsing beneath it. As it attempted to rise, one hind leg remained useless, dragging limply on the ground, revealing a gaping wound at its heel where thick veins lay exposed. Li Shi had severed the tendons in the creature's leg, The Sanjia Fengdo Shou, now frenzied, sensed that the loathsome two-legged creature was near, waiting to dismember at the moment it revealed its weakness. It felt a foreboding sense of impending death. With 3 limbs, it slowly crawled away in search of safety. It could not remain here any longer. Li Shi, having retreated, concealed himself in the shadow of a large tree, observing the Sanjia Fengdo Shou's slow retreat. True to its reputation as a defensive first-tier beast, the bleeding from its severe wound began to wane, as its muscles clamped down on its blood vessels. Given a little more time, even such a grievous injury could heal. The creature's aura had weakened to less than half of its peak, yet it was still far from death. Li Shi lacked the ability to deliver a killing blow and thus stalked the beast like a hungry hyena, seeking opportunities to exploit its weaknesses, gradually wearing it down. As the Sanjia Fengdo Shou crawled past the mountainside that had been ravaged by its own storm, the loose stones tugged at its wounds, eliciting a painful howl. Its massive body swayed from the agony, and the sudden tremor tore open the wounds that had nearly stopped bleeding, gushing blood anew. Opportunities abound as shadows leap. Li Shi's figure suddenly materialized beside the hind leg of the Sanjia Fengdo beast, aiming to strike the tendons of its second hind leg. Should the tendons of this leg be severed, the incapacitated Sanjia Fengdo beast would stand no chance of escape. The mighty heavy sword, infused with Li Shi's tremendous strength, boasted an attack power surpassing 450 points, nearing tenfold of his strength attribute, a pinnacle level for a wizard apprentice. While Li Shi's own attack power barely exceeded 400 points, the remaining 50 points stemmed from the weapon's enhancement. If the heavy sword could be quantified, its attack power would undoubtedly register as 50. The heavy sword cleaved through the beast's thick skin, its muscle harder than steel, allowing Li Shi to exert his full might. Accompanied by a crisp sound emanating from the sword, a spark of joy ignited within Li Shi. He had severed the tendons. Yet, as the triumph danced upon his visage, he failed to notice the terrifying malice flickering in the beast's eyes, which had replaced the earlier expression of pain. With a thunderous roar, as Li Shi's heavy sword struck the hind leg, an explosive sound reverberated in his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike after a lengthy ambush. At the moment of Li Shi's relaxed success, the serpent revealed its lethal fangs. There was no time to react. In a desperate moment, Li Shi instinctively raised his heavy sword to shield himself. The impact felt like a cannonball detonating in his hands. The hastily prepared defense met with an unimaginable force that crashed into his chest. The sound of cracking ribs filled the air, and before he could gather his thoughts, he was sent flying, plowing through the forest, shattering countless branches and twigs, carving a blood-red path through the woods. The Sanjia Fengdo beast, with its hind leg tendons completely severed, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, as if the furious blow had exhausted all its accumulated strength. Chapter 37. Farewell. Li Si. Though the Sanjia Fengdo beast could not walk, it pivoted on its forelegs, turning to face the direction in which Li Shi had been propelled. Opening its massive maw, its abdomen heaved, drawing in a furious gale, forming a tempest that surged toward Li Shi's trajectory. The storm obliterated everything in its path, splitting the forest asunder amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds. The Sanjia Fengdo beast, having forcibly enhanced its physical potential, sought to claim Li Shi's life. After unleashing this furious attack, it sensed no trace of Li Shi, concluding he must have perished at its hands. With such 2 devastating blows, not even a mere level 1 beast could endure, let alone one of Li Shi's caliber. Yet the Sanjia Fengdo beast remained unconvinced, laboriously supporting itself on its forelegs as it crawled toward Li Shi's direction, determined to feast upon his lifeless body. At that moment, a searing pain shot through its tail. The creature felt its tail vanish. Without it, its massive form faltered, toppling to the ground. Li Shi stood firm at the severed tail's edge, his chest adorned with a healing rune array that flickered violently, casting healing light upon his grievous wounds. Meanwhile, a shadow surged into Li Shi's body following his leap through the shadows. His strength slightly augmented. More importantly, the shadow's essence melded with him, alleviating his severe injuries to a manageable state. Li Shi's face darkened. The moment he was struck, he had doubted his survival. The Sanjia Fengdo beast's vengeful strike exceeded 700 points of power, shattering all of Li Shi's ribs and piercing his internal organs. It was a grave injury, one that teetered on the brink of death. His prior assessment had been accurate. A blow from the Sanjia Fengdo beast meant certain death or severe injury. Li Shi surveyed the Sanjia Fengdo beast, now significantly weakened, having lost its most threatening tail and with its hind legs completely severed. rendering it vulnerable and at his mercy. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Li Shi coldly inquired, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The response he received was a furious roar from the Sanjia Fengdou beast, refusing to concede defeat. Within a cave, Li Shi had not ventured outside for a fortnight, dedicating this time to exact vengeance upon the Sanjia Fengdou beast, consuming 1/5 of its body. Truly, it was a level 1 beast, its flesh rich in energy, significantly aiding in the recovery of his injuries. Coupled with Li Shi's innate healing capabilities and the relentless restoration from the rune array, 2 weeks passed, and he fully healed from his grievous wounds. This battle illuminated Li Shi's shortcomings. His physical strength was insufficient, his defenses lacking, and his resilience weak, devoid of a decisive method. He chastised himself, pondering if he had possessed a stronger physique or more formidable techniques. Could the Sanjia Fengdou beast have ever harmed him? Listen to the words you utter. Such bravado is misplaced. Your opponent is a level 1 life form, while you have barely crossed the threshold of a peak apprentice. Engaging in combat across levels, particularly against a creature of such supreme defensive capabilities, what more do you desire? Ban Jiao and I, who had remained silent for nearly 8 years, could no longer contain himself. Unleashing a torrent of words upon Li Shi, Ban Jiao and I had more to say. A master capable of slaying foes beyond his rank like Li Shi would be hailed as a paragon in their realm, a celebrated hero. The mere appearance of such a figure would evoke city-wide jubilation. Yet, Li Shi, having reached such heights, remained unsatisfied. How do I compare to AI Li Shi? She too is a peak wizard apprentice, Li Shi queried, his discontent palpable. In an instant, Ban Jia and I fell silent. While Li Shi was indeed formidable, the disparity when compared to AI Li Shi was stark. He was not yet extraordinary enough. While Li Shi had barely slain a level 1 beast while gravely injured, AI Li Shi could eliminate foes in a heartbeat. More remarkably, she could withstand 2 casual strikes from a level 2 Nox, leaving Ban Jia and I utterly astonished. In his world, such a being had likely never existed. In that moment of silence, Ban Jia and I was left with no rebuttal, pondering that both Li Shi and AI Li Shi were but ordinary wizards in the grand tapestry of the wizarding world. Countless wizard apprentices existed, likely outnumbering all the life forms in their realm. He wondered whether his arrival in this place was a blessing or a curse. Once fully recovered, Li Shi resumed his hunting endeavors. During his recuperation from his injuries, he reflected on how he could have defeated the Sanjia Fengdou beast without sustaining harm, attributing the misfortune to his lack of combat awareness. Thus, he urgently sought extensive battle experience. As long as he survived, he would engage in combat until he emerged unscathed. Time sped by as Li Shi plunged into relentless combat, a cycle of slaughter. He was either engaged in killing or en route to do so. In the wizarding world, no wildlife protection laws existed, and no one would sanction him for excessive slaughter. Conversely, his actions would be lauded, for ordinary citizens could not contend with these ferocious beasts, and wizards could not provide constant protection. The only recourse was to reduce the number of beasts through widespread extermination. As time passed, and the beast population swelled, further killings would be necessary to maintain balance. Li Shi circled around Tiyama City, advancing in concentric rings, leaving no creature with an attack power exceeding 100 points unscathed. When encountering level 1 beasts, he fought with all his might. Against those he could not defeat, he retreated to fight another day. Year after year, Li Shi lost count of the beasts he had slain. Each day was consumed by bloodshed, and he found himself 500 miles from Tiyama City. Li Shi cannot recall the ordinary beasts, yet he remembers every detail about the first-level beasts with clarity. He has encountered a total of 178, vanquished 15, and defeated 23. The remainder were merely instances where Li Shi chose to flee. In summary, he has experienced more losses than victories. Fortunately, thanks to the efficacy of Shadow Leap, he has avoided numerous deaths. Continuous combat has endowed Li Shi with a heightened combat awareness and honed his physical prowess. It is only through the peril of life and death that one's body instinctively evolves, not as a passive adaptation, but as an active pursuit to overcome adversity. With each brush with mortality, Li Shi feels the unlocking of his latent potential. Thus, he spent most of his later days seeking out first-level beasts, engaging in daily battles, fighting when he could and fleeing when he could not. While resting, Li Shi suddenly felt a tremor and reached out to retrieve a crystal ball that emerged from the shadow space. "Young man, hurry back. It is time to select the wizard apprentices," came Gru's voice from within the crystal. "Wasn't this something that Samaki handled previously? Why am I being summoned this time?" Li Shi inquired, puzzled. The 20-year guardianship task includes a duty to select suitable apprentices for the Xiang Academy. This task is quite simple. merely assessing whether the mental fortitude of those under 20 meets the necessary standards. The evaluation occurs every 3 years. Yet since his arrival in Tiama City, Li Shi has not conducted one, nor has Gru. Such menial tasks have always been the responsibility of Samaki. Li Shi calculated that he was now in the 18th year of his guardianship, making this the final opportunity to select apprentices. However, it seemed unreasonable to interrupt his training for such a task. Could it be that someone from the academy has arrived in Tiama City? There had been no prior incidents. This sudden summons for Li Shi to return was clearly a pretext, and it raised questions about who else they might be deceiving besides the academy's wizards. You will find out when you return, Gru responded, unusually hesitant and vague, before abruptly severing the connection, leaving Li Shi no choice but to prepare to leave the wilderness. Upon Li Shi's return to Tiama City later, he understood why Gru had been so urgent. A frosty witch stood in the hall, emanating an aura of magic that blanketed the ground around her in ice. The mere presence of this which had lowered the temperature of the entire hall by several degrees, akin to a cool breeze on a scorching summer day. Alice. Li Shi looked at Gru, puzzled. Hadn't this peak wizard apprentice, who had been secretly protecting him, departed after the volcanic battle? Why was she suddenly here? There's no need for me to introduce her, Li Shi. This is Alice, an exceptional peak wizard apprentice. The reason for summoning you back is that Alice has matters to discuss with you. After Gru's brief introduction, he donned a peculiar expression of approval for Li Shi and said, I'll leave you young people to your conversation. I must attend to the task of selecting qualified apprentices. Gru vanished instantly from the hall, winking at Li Shi before leaving him with a head full of questions and Alice, who radiated an aura of coldness. Alice's presence felt even more potent than during their last encounter. The chilling air began to influence the surroundings, indicative of her overwhelming magical prowess that had surpassed her control. It seemed she had grown strong enough to challenge for the title of first-level wizard, with a high likelihood of success. Li Shi wondered why, given her strength, she was still refraining from advancing. By the Academy's directive, I am to team up with you to participate in the 6 Academy joint competition in 2 years. I have come to acclimate with you, Alice stated coldly. 2 years? The 6 Academy joint competition? What is that? Li Shi felt a multitude of questions arise. He had never heard of such a competition, and Alice's tone implied that he was already signed up without his consent. What is the 6 Academy joint competition? Li Shi chose not to dwell on his uninvited participation, as it was already a reality. Instead, he sought to understand the nature of the competition. This matter arose due to the Black Skull Wizard Academy's attempts to seize students from the other 5 academies. Under the coordination of several esteemed St. Mark wizards, it was ultimately decided that the 6 academies would host a competition. The participating level is wizard apprentices, with each academy required to send at least 10,000 apprentices. With no limits on life or death, spanning a decade, Alice explained coldly. 10,000 apprentices per academy? And no limits on life or death? Li Shi gasped in shock. With 6 academies participating, that amounted to 60,000 apprentices clashing. What could be the purpose of such a brutal contest? The criteria for determining the victor will be based on the number of survivors and the number of kills. The more apprentices that survive and the more kills they achieve, the greater the rewards at the end of the 10 years, Alice stated emotionlessly. So, this is the reason for your reluctance to advance? Li Shi inquired with curiosity. This time, Alice remained silent, casting a cold glance at him. But Li Shi understood the answer from her silence. What are the Academy's expectations of me? Survive. Make it to the end, Alice replied bluntly. All right, how do we acclimate? Li Shi felt somewhat exasperated. He was still being treated as a key protected individual. Alice fell silent again, and after a moment, she said, just follow behind me when the time comes. Li Shi blinked, wishing to assert that his strength was considerable, and he did not need to hide behind a woman for protection. However, seeing Alice surrounded by an aura of frost and the chilling sounds of the air freezing around them, he decided that if being protected meant survival, then so be it. After informing Li Shi about the competition, Alice instructed Samaki to arrange a place for them to rest. She would not leave Tiama City before the competition commenced, as mandated by the Academy as higher-ups. As soon as Alice departed, Gru, who had mentioned going to assess qualified wizard apprentices, suddenly appeared at the door, his face brimming with curiosity that even Li Shi, being from Earth, found excessive. What did she want with you? Gru's expression was a blend of curiosity and urgency, as if he wished to announce their unusual relationship. Li Shi rolled his eyes. Gru's hasty call for him was only due to Alice's arrival, and such matters could have been addressed directly without the need for subterfuge. Li Shi decided to share details about the 6 Academy joint competition with Gru, hoping to glean some intelligence from him, for this individual had lived for over 1,000 years and had experienced far more than Li Shi could imagine. Oh, So that is how it is. No wonder the wizards from the Black Skull Academy have been so subdued and withdrawn lately. I thought they feared the Xiang Academy. Gru spoke nonchalantly. Competitions like this don't require justification. They occur every few decades to filter elite wizard apprentices. Of course, if they can serve additional purposes. That would be even better. Filtering elite wizard apprentices? Li Shi questioned, sensing a disparity between this justification and what Alice had conveyed. Surely you don't believe every wizard apprentice can aspire to become first level? It requires substantial resources to cultivate a peak apprentice. One apprentice is manageable for any formal wizard. But when each academy has batches of thousands, the resources required become a burden even for the great St. Mark wizards. Thus, the best approach is to select the cream of the crop, focusing on nurturing those with the highest probability of advancing to first level. And what of the remaining apprentices? This reveals the true purpose of the competition. As long as individuals possess comparable strength, they are all thrown together. Surviving signifies one's eligibility for cultivation, while failure to endure results in a deserved demise. The supposed grievances among the 6 academies and the plundering by commoners are merely ancillary justifications. Gru's explanation illuminated Li Shi's understanding. The cultivation of sorcerers indeed necessitates vast resources. Otherwise, the world of sorcery would not engage in conflicts across myriad realms. Ultimately, it boils down to the acquisition of resources. As the lowest tier of existence, sorcerer apprentices are the most numerous. Thus, it is understandable to adopt a rational approach to reduce ineffective expenditures. However, the brutality of such mutual slaughter was something Li Shi had not anticipated. Since Alice suppresses her level for the sake of the competition, your safety is assured. After all, it is merely 10 years, where one should strive for a commendable rank, as the final rewards are undeniably enticing. Regardless of how nonchalantly Gru speaks, Li Shi cannot afford to be at ease, amidst a melee of 60,000 sorcerer apprentices. Who can guarantee their survival? Although Alice is formidable and certainly ranks among the best in Xiyan Academy, in a chaotic brawl involving 60,000 apprentices, Li Shi suspects that even a fully fledged sorcerer might struggle to emerge unscathed. With 2 years remaining until the competition, Li Shi took the opportunity to exchange the treasures accumulated over the years in the shadow space for materials, subsequently concocting potions. A portion was sold to Sama Chi, while the remainder was brought back to the academy to be sold en masse to Schwerke, a staggering total of 970,000 sorcerer coins. This was the sum obtained after clearing out his shadow space. Are there any exceptional pieces of equipment? Present them for viewing. I am on the brink of participating in the competition. Wealth speaks volumes, and Li Shi wore the expression of affluence, nearly indicating to Schwerke to expedite the process. Schwerke, having just concluded a significant transaction with Li Shi, beamed with unrestrained joy. He relished such moments, as apprentices typically squander their sorcerer coins during these times. Recently, due to the impending competition, I procured an impressive batch of equipment from headquarters, perfectly suited for Master Li Shi to examine. An entire set of heavy armor inscribed with runes, a massive hammer weighing over 300 kilograms, a gigantic axe taller than Li Shi himself, a complete set of spears adorned with shards of crystal, several energy crystals, and a vial of black pearl potion. Upon witnessing the items displayed by Schwerke, Li Shi couldn't help but furrow his brow. These pieces of equipment were evidently intended for body-refining sorcerer apprentices, and Xiyan Academy had only one such apprentice, himself. Schwerke's procurement of these items was clearly aimed at him. The blatant nature of this scheme was almost laughable. Master Li Shi, this set of heavy armor can negate attacks below 80 points and possesses a self-repair function. The weight, due to lightning magic, is only 200 kilograms. The weapon is inscribed with a sturdy magical formation. As Schwerke continued to elaborate, Li Shi, frowning, immediately interrupted him. I will take those 3 energy crystals. Additionally, prepare a set of sorcerer robes and a sorcerer staff that enhances lightning attribute attacks. Sorcerer robes and a sorcerer staff? Schwerke was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the equipment typically utilized by elemental sorcerers? Shouldn't a body-refining sorcerer be charging into battle clad in heavy armor? Who has ever seen a body-refining sorcerer donning robes and wielding a staff? If there are none, I shall head to the green cabin. Li Shi's tone turned slightly irate. How could one judge by appearances? Was it not known that body-refining sorcerers could also wield sorcery? Had one not heard of elemental body-refining sorcerers? Yes, indeed. Schwerke promptly interjected. As long as you are willing to spend, there is nothing you cannot acquire. With a swiftness akin to teleportation, he stowed away the previously displayed equipment and presented the requested sorcerer robes and staff before Li Shi. The gray sorcerer robe was of the most common style. Unremarkable at first glance, yet the intricate runes etched within revealed its extraordinary nature, even without mana activation. As for the staff, its head was crowned with a blue energy crystal that crackled with arcs of electricity, and the nearly 1-meter-long shaft radiated an imposing aura of lightning. Master Li Shi. This sorcerer robe is crafted from the skin of a first-level hunting falcon, amplifying total mana by 10. It features 3 rune formations, one for defense, negating attacks below 60 points, another for illusion, creating 3 powerless doppelgangers to confuse enemies, and the last for amplification, enhancing elemental attack power by 5, with a maximum increase not exceeding 50 points. As for this staff, its head is a crystal from a first-level hunting falcon, while the shaft is made from the core of the lightning wood found in the falcon's nest, possessing a straightforward function. It amplifies lightning attribute attacks by 10, with a maximum enhancement of 100 points. Master Li Shi, you must have noticed that these 2 pieces of equipment belong to the same set. Hence their amplification effects can stack completely. This means that together, they can amplify lightning attribute attacks by a maximum of 150 points. If donned by a peak sorcerer apprentice capable of exerting 10 times their mental strength, the attack power would soar to 650 points. Such power can obliterate all sorcerer apprentices. How much? Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sorcerer robe provides an enhancement of 5, while the staff enhances by 10. If the lightning elemental spell released has an attack power of 300 points, equipping this gear would elevate it to 345 points. This amplification is remarkably high, nearly reaching the threshold of high-level sorcerer apprentices. The reasoning behind using 300 points as an example is that it represents the highest elemental spell Li Shi can currently unleash, categorizing him as a mid-level elemental sorcerer apprentice. Adding the 3 energy crystals, the total comes to exactly 1 million sorcerer coins. Schwerke smiled, his grin seemingly revealing the exact number of coins Li Shi possessed in his shadow space, not a single one less. Li Shi, though smiling outwardly, inwardly cursed Schwerke a multitude of times in an instant, having just sold 970,000 sorcerer coins, along with the previously stashed 30,000. The total was precisely 1 million. Were it not for his acquaintance with Schwerke, Li Shi would have suspected him of having the ability to see into his shadow space. Chapter 39. The competition begins. Without hesitation, Li Shi piled 1 million sorcerer coins in the shop, refusing to haggle, and promptly grabbed the 2 pieces of equipment before departing. Was this price high? Not at all. Energy crystals are precious items that money alone cannot procure. Typically, they are valued at 150,000 sorcerer coins each. And with the impending competition, all resources are surging in price, making 200,000 per crystal quite normal. 3 energy crystals alone account for 600,000, while the remaining 2 pieces of equipment tally to 400,000. This price is not only reasonable, but Li Shi surmised that Schwerke had also given him a substantial discount, as 120,000 would have been entirely justifiable. The high total merely indicates that such equipment is beyond the reach of ordinary sorcerer apprentices, particularly the energy crystals, which are typically utilized only by fully fledged sorcerers. Upon returning to Ziyin Academy, Li Shi gathered considerable information regarding the competition's intricate details. The 6 sorcerer academies include the powerful and numerous He Gu Skeleton Sorcerer Academy, regarded as the common enemy of the other 5. Among sorcerer apprentices, it is universally believed that He Gu Academy instigated the conflict, making it an adversary that must be defeated. The remaining 5 academies are Ziyin Sorcerer Academy, De Zhong Sorcerer Academy, He Luo Sorcerer Academy, Ling Hun Sang Zhong Sorcerer Academy, and Miyumi Jing Sorcerer Academy. Geographically, these 5 academies are adjacent to He Gu Skeleton Academy, effectively surrounding it. Otherwise, He Gu Academy would not relentlessly target these 5 institutions for plunder. The competition is to be held within the territory of He Gu Skeleton Academy, encompassing an area of several 100,000 square kilometers. Over a decade, to ensure the rigorous and orderly nature of the competition remains undisturbed. 6 prestigious academies have employed over 1,000 high-ranking wizards to supervise the proceedings, supplemented by the will of the wizards themselves to guard and witness the event. The official rationale provided was that the He Gu Black Skeleton Academy had recklessly plundered civilians from the other 5 institutions. To prevent the escalation of tensions and the outbreak of war, control was maintained during the apprenticeship period, with the ultimate victor determined by the number of survivors. Should the He Gu Academy emerge victorious, the other 5, including Ziyin, Purple Flame, Academy, would be prohibited from pursuing the plunder of civilians. Conversely, if the He Gu Academy failed to secure the top position, they would be required to compensate the other 5 institutions. As for the surviving apprentice wizards on the battlefield, not only would they retain their spoils, but the Academy would also bestow substantial rewards. Among these, ZN Academy offers the top 10 a promotion to first-level formal wizards. Beyond the top 10, various treasures and wizard coins are also available as rewards. Upon witnessing such enticing incentives, Li Shi felt a surge of ambition. As a peak apprentice wizard, he possessed the capability to strive for the rank of first-level formal wizard and contemplated the means to achieve this elevation. Although Li Shi understood that the Academy would undoubtedly facilitate his promotion to 100, the numerous apprentices who had failed to ascend weighed heavily on his mind. It was unsettling to feel that one's destiny was subject to the whims of others once power was attained. Furthermore, the Academy's investment in him must yield a 100-fold return. Thus, aside from the Academy's assistance, Li Shi resolved to devise his own plan for advancement. With the opportunity for 100 promotions looming before him, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not stirred by it. How absurd that in such a competitive environment, one would still require the Academy's protective measures for promotion. The sardonic voice of Ban Jia Ni echoed in Li Shi's mind. It seemed that this demigod from another world had taken on a pessimistic disposition, souring at every event. Yet he had a point. Attaining a top 10 position amidst a chaotic clash of 60,000 apprentice wizards suggested that Li Shi's combat prowess was comparable to that of AI Li Si, Alice. Would he still require the Academy's backing for ascension? If even someone of AI Li Si's caliber needed external aid to ascend, how many apprentices could truly hope to rise? From concocting various potions to selling them to Shu Er Qi, and finally returning to Tiyama City, Li Shi had spent over half a year. Now, only a little over a year remained before the competition commenced. Time was scarce, so he decided to collaborate with Sa Ma Chi to explore elemental magic. Thus, when Li Shi appeared before Sa Ma Chi clad in wizard robes and wielding a wizard staff, Sa Ma Chi paused momentarily and then burst into laughter. Having discerned Li Shi's mischievous intentions, it was all too clear. He intended to impersonate an elemental wizard, waiting for the unsuspecting adversary to fall for the ruse before unleashing a flurry of strikes. Who could have anticipated that beneath the robes of an elemental wizard lay a muscular body of a physique wizard? As time passed silently, when AI Li Si reappeared before Li Shi, he felt as if their last encounter had been merely yesterday. Yet, in reality, it had been 2 years since. Was it time? Li Shi inquired as he stored away his wizard book. Indeed, AI Li Si nodded. After 20 years of guarding Tiyama City, the end of her duty heralded the commencement of the competition. Li Shi produced the emblem of ZN Academy and affixed it to his chest. The emblem bore an intricate, one-time teleportation array that could transport apprentices from various locations directly to the battlefield. No one came to bid them farewell, not even Gulu. As the spatial fluctuation occurred, Li Shi and AI Li Si vanished instantaneously from Tiyama City. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of apprentice wizards from the 6 academies disappeared. Their teleportation completed in unison. In the competition zone, just as Li Shi regained his senses from the disorientation of teleportation, he felt the sudden burst of AI Li Si's icy aura nearby. Bing Feng, I seal. AI Li Si's cold and emotionless voice resonated. As Li Shi darted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, witnessing AI Li Si wield her staff to freeze all 7 apprentice wizards who had just been teleported. Beneath the icy surface, their expressions of shock and fear were evident. They could never have imagined encountering a peak wizard apprentice immediately upon arrival, having no opportunity to react. AI Li Si lowered her staff and glanced at Li Shi, who immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, small bolts of lightning erupted around the 7 frozen apprentices, shattering them into fragments. Gathering the remnants of their wizard rings and academy emblems, Li Shi eagerly presented them to AI Li Si. The wizard rings served as spatial rings, with all acquisitions during the competition belonging to the individual. This was a method employed by the academies to consolidate resources forcibly. The academy emblems, on the other hand, indicated the number of kills. At the end of the decade, the quantity of emblems would reflect the number of apprentice wizards slain. These 7 emblems bore the image of a resonating energy wave, representing the De Ben Zhong, Big Ben, Wizard Academy's insignia. During the competition, though the He Gu Academy stood united as the common enemy of the 5 academies, there was no camaraderie among the 5. Nor even within individual academies where not all were allies. Simply put, apart from oneself, everyone else could be an adversary. Having been forewarned by Gulu about the true nature of the competition, Li Shi was well prepared. Though he wondered if the apprentices who remained oblivious were ready to face potential attacks from their own academies. The slaughter commenced. As the 60,000 apprentice wizards awoke from their teleportation, Indiscriminate attacks ensued, with wands raised at the first sight of an apprentice wizard. The numbers of apprentice wizards began to dwindle, and after the initial wave of carnage, those who survived carefully concealed their presence. Which way do we go? Li Shi asked AI Li Si. With AI Li Si, the top wizard apprentice, by his side, Li Shi naturally intended to stay close to her. AI Li Si said nothing, merely sensing her surroundings before swiftly darting in a particular direction. Her speed was astonishing, and her presence was nearly undetectable. She glided forward as if floating, making no sound. Had it not been for Li Shi's sharp eyesight, he would have been completely unaware of her presence. Li Shi was astonished. Was this the ability AI Li Si had been secretly honing to protect him without his knowledge? Remarkably uncanny. With a boom, while racing ahead, AI Li Si suddenly raised her staff and unleashed a barrage of ice arrows at a large tree. Hundreds of ice arrows soared into the air, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. The targeted tree shattered instantly, and AI Li Si's formidable power obliterated not only the tree but also the surrounding foliage. Amidst the debris, crimson blood emerged, revealing a half-dismembered corpse, while not far from it, another body with a drastically diminished aura tumbled from the tree. The half-alive apprentice wizard gazed incredulously at AI Li Si, terror etched in his features as if he were face-to-face with a demon. "Do not kill me. I can surrender the Academy emblem and wizard ring," he pleaded, hastily tossing the items towards her. AI Li Si did not retrieve them, her gaze shifting towards Li Shi. Li Shi smiled at the half-dismembered apprentice wizard, his expression radiating kindness. Just as the apprentice wizard believed AI Li Si had acquiesced, returning his smile. A cacophony of electric arcs erupted beside him. In an instant, the half-dismembered apprentice wizard was reduced to charred remains. AI Li Si, rarely nodding in approval, acknowledged Li Shi for the first time. Wizards need not show mercy. Those who do are destined for a short existence. While AI Li Si was tasked with protecting Li Shi, she had no desire to safeguard a liability. "Oh, it appears he is an apprentice from the Gu Academy. No wonder his concealment skills are so formidable." Li Shi picked up the Academy emblem on the ground, which bore the image of a black skull, the emblem of the strongest apprentice wizards from the Gu Academy among the 6 institutions. Had it not been for encountering Alisai, this wizard apprentice might have survived until the end. Li Shi still could not fathom how he had fused with the trees using his sorcery, remaining utterly undetectable. Even in the event of Alisai's sudden ambush, he managed to escape with half of his body intact. If the apprentice from the Black Skull Academy had attempted a surprise attack on Li Shi, he might have succeeded without Li Shi noticing. The Black Skull Academy excels in the art of killing, possessing strength superior to ours, so one must tread carefully. Perhaps it was Li Shi's decisiveness that earned Alisai's admiration, prompting her to offer a rare warning. "Thank you," Li Shi replied, gripping his staff, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. The methods of wizards are diverse and unpredictable. With Alisai by his side, he could not guarantee his safety entirely. One must never lower their guard. Fate must be seized in one's own hands. Chapter 40. Painful Memories. This was Li Shi's first encounter with a wizard of equal rank. His previous sparring with Jelu and his skirmish with Nokisi, a level 2 apprentice from the Black Skull Academy, hardly counted, as those had been mere one-sided massacres where Li Shi had no opportunity to act. The true test of wits and valor against a wizard would occur in this tournament, perhaps revealing the very reason for Li Shi's participation. The incessant barrage of spells and the enigmatic tactics left Li Shi feeling a chill down his spine. This was no video game where high attack power ensures victory. It was a life-and-death struggle where one could not relax their vigilance until the enemy breathed their last. Li Shi witnessed a senior wizard apprentice perish at the hands of a junior, despite their power disparity of 100 points. The cause of death was simply due to the senior carelessly relieving himself outdoors, leaving behind bodily fluids that betrayed his presence, which the curse-wielding apprentice exploited, resulting in a gruesome demise within mere hours. There were also those skilled in sealing magic, which Alisai avoided at all costs. It was not a matter of her lacking in combat prowess. Rather, sealing magic was notoriously repulsive. Should one be sealed, even the simplest of seals could significantly diminish their strength. A fall from the pinnacle to the advanced, from advanced to intermediate, and from intermediate to low, such an outcome could spell doom. Of course, these wizard apprentices were few, the privileged ones among countless others, rarely encountered. "Shall we make a move?" Li Shi, concealed in a low-lying area, inquired of Alisai while observing the images transmitted through the ice mirror. The ice mirror was one of Alisai's ice-based spells, utilizing light refraction and moisture from the environment to serve as a lens, allowing them to see images from several kilometers away. Despite the simplicity of its principle, The effectiveness of this spell was remarkable. Li Shi could clearly see 3 apprentices from the Helulu Academy hiding in the crevices of the mountains, their badges gleaming on their chests. Through the analysis of the images, Li Shi and Alisai deduced that they could easily eliminate the trio with a surprise attack. The only drawback was the absence of sound. They could not discern what was being said. Alisai shook her head slightly at the images, advising, "Wait, now is not the right time." Li Shi had learned to heed her words, for over the past year, Alisai's judgments had saved him on more than 5 occasions. Like an embodiment of a comprehensive spell compendium, Alisai seemed to possess knowledge of every sorcery, consistently making the most advantageous decisions in crucial moments, wielding an extraordinary power to turn crises into safety. The images from the ice mirror continued to relay the scene, revealing the 3 Helulu Academy apprentices cautiously concealing themselves. If they were hiding out of fear, waiting for the tournament to conclude, they were gravely mistaken. It was evident that they were lying in ambush for other wizard apprentices. Li Shi and Alisai displayed remarkable patience, remaining motionless in the hollow for half a month, while the 3 Helulu apprentices exhibited equal tenacity, undeterred, until a certain moment, when the 3 Helulu Academy apprentices suddenly stirred, their faces lighting up with excitement as they gazed into the distance. A faint tremor resonated through the ground, and in an instant, the 3 apprentices vanished from view. "Let us go." In a flash, Alisai sprang into action, followed closely by Li Shi. It appeared that not only would they secure 3 academy badges, but they might also gain additional rewards. In less than 10 breaths, they reached the summit of the mountain crevice, witnessing a chaotic clash among 5 wizard apprentices not far away. Indeed, the 3 Helulu Academy apprentices had been lying in wait for others. The 2 apprentices surrounded by the trio bore significant bloodstains, clear evidence of the successful ambush executed by the 3 Helulu apprentices. They were undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. According to Li Shi's assessment, the 2 apprentices would surely perish within 6 breaths. The badges they wore depicted a mysterious, slightly parted pair of lips, the emblem of the Miyu Secret Realm Wizard Academy. The 2 apprentices were strikingly beautiful women, whose allure would captivate countless admirers on Earth. Yet, at this moment, their exquisite features and graceful forms held no sway. The 3 Helulu Academy apprentices attacked with ruthless ferocity, each strike aimed to shatter them. Now was not the time to enter the arena. Any wizard apprentice who had survived for a year possessed certain unique abilities. Should the battle among the 5 prolong, the fluctuations in their auras would undoubtedly attract the attention of other apprentices, leading to unpredictable outcomes. Such occurrences were not without precedent. 3 months prior, Li Shi had witnessed a massive brawl involving over 100 wizard apprentices, ignited by a prolonged struggle between 2 apprentices, resulting in waves of onlookers drawn to the spectacle. At that time, Alisai had led Li Shi to safety from afar, narrowly avoiding being caught in the chaos. Li Shi and Alisai lay in wait, their staffs raised discreetly, anticipating the demise of the 2 Miyu Secret Realm Academy apprentices. The moment they fell would mark the perfect opportunity for the 3 Helulu Academy apprentices to lower their guard. It would also be the ideal moment for Li Shi and Alisai to strike. Well, it appears we've hooked 3. Just as the 2 enchanting apprentices from the Miyu Secret Realm were on the brink of death, and Li Shi and Alisai were about to act, a voice suddenly emanated from above, shattering the brutal silence of the battlefield. As the voice rang out, the battlefield fell silent. The 3 Helulu Academy apprentices forsook the 2 badges within their grasp and huddled together, casting defensive spells while cautiously gazing skyward. To be approached so stealthily, especially from above, left the 3 Helulu Academy apprentices looking more ashen than if they had lost a loved one. Simultaneously, Li Shi and Alisai followed the sound, spotting a floating wizard apprentice in midair, staff in hand, wearing a mocking smile as he observed the battle below. As if it were merely a theatrical performance rather than a deadly confrontation, wizard apprentices lacked the strength to resist the gravitational pull of the wizarding world. Thus, almost all were confined to ground combat. Typically, only officially recognized level 1 wizards possessed the ability to fly. Yet, a select few apprentices, due to the uniqueness of their cultivated spells, transcended conventional limits and could soar through the air even while still apprentices. The wizard apprentice hovering above the fray was one such individual. What instills greater fear in the 3 Helulu Academy wizard apprentices below is the audacious aura he releases, utterly unconcerned about attracting the attention of other apprentices. Such an apprentice is either a fool or possesses an extraordinary confidence in his own abilities. Clearly, the one before them belongs to the latter category. His presence exudes a power surpassing that of any other apprentice, marking him as a top-tier wizard apprentice. Upon seeing that face, Li Shi's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. His previously calm expression twisted into one of ferocity, and even the carefully concealed aura began to waver, subtly emanating outward. The shadow beneath his feet contorted into various shapes, reminiscent of a demon awakening to seek its lunch. Ilizi gazed at Li Shi in astonishment, puzzled by his sudden loss of composure. This was the first time she had witnessed such a reaction from him. Was it fear? A touch, perhaps. Was it murderous intent? Indeed, there was that too. Was it hatred? It seemed so. Li Shi radiated a plethora of complex emotions. A tapestry of feelings intertwined so intricately that even Ilizi could not discern the exact nature of his turmoil. His hand, curled tightly within his wizard robe, clutched his staff with an intensity he was unaware of, his eyes fixated on the figure above as if he sought to etch it into his very bones. Never to forget. He recognized this wizard apprentice. Or rather, how could he ever forget him? This was the very apprentice who had once inflicted upon him endless suffering. The trembling earthling who had been ruthlessly selected as a test subject, pitted against his own kind without moral restraint, and subjected to the altar that drained his life force. The most agonizing memories, the moments of utter despair, were all tied to him, to this wizard apprentice soaring through the air. He was the one who had personally cast Li Shi onto the altar, though Li Shi had not sought news of him over the years. Seemingly having forgotten the pain of the past, only he understood. The visage of this wizard apprentice and the mocking smile upon his face had haunted his dreams countless times, rendering him too fearful to sleep. Deep within, Li Shi had silently vowed to exact vengeance, promising himself that he would do so once he had acquired sufficient strength. Yet now, as this adversary stood before him, Li Shi realized he was the one who had been cast onto the altar, the weakling. Soaring through the air, the apprentice stood invincible, his terrifying presence rivaling that of Ilizi. The chasm between them felt akin to the moment he had been thrown onto the altar. Li Shi found himself unable to control his aura. His mana surged wildly within him, and his body instinctively brimmed with power, the wizard robe straining against his bulging muscles. The instinct of a body-refining wizard apprentice surged forth in times of crisis, compelling him to enter a combative state. The stones beneath his feet began to crumble under the force of his transformation, and Li Shi's heavy breathing ignited a primal urge to rush forward, regardless of the outcome. Li Shi's fluctuating aura drew attention on the battlefield, and the 5 wizard apprentices below were taken aback to discover another apprentice hidden so close. Even under the watchful gaze of a top-tier wizard apprentice above, they could not help but glance in Li Shi's direction. Chapter 41. A day lie day, the wizard apprentice in the sky also turned to regard him. First noticing Li Shi's hostile gaze with curiosity before shifting his attention to Ilizi, instantly breaking into a warm smile. Ilizi, it has been a while. I did not expect to encounter you here. With their cover blown, Ilizi no longer concealed herself, rising to address him. Abigail. I too did not anticipate that those 2 bait were released by you. Abigail, is that his name? Li Shi rose slowly alongside Ilizi but refrained from meeting Abigail's gaze. The momentary impulse had been overshadowed by rationality. In this competition, there was no need to stir up trouble or acquire more enemies. He took a step back, retreating into Ilizi's shadow. I will speak with you later. First, I must eliminate these 3 little nuisances. Abigail regarded the 3 Hello Academy apprentices below, who were bracing themselves for an attack. His expression one of utter ease, as if he faced not 3 apprentices of equal standing, but rather 3 mere ants. The outcome was as effortless as he portrayed. With a flick of his wand, the 3 apprentices, who had attempted to unleash spells against him, ascended into the air instantaneously, their speed astonishing. Within mere breaths, only 3 small black dots remained in the sky. Retracting his wand, Abigail lightly gestured downwards, and the 3 Hello Academy wizard apprentices plummeted from 1,000 meters, a fall that no wizard apprentice could withstand. 3 resounding crashes, 3 human-shaped craters. 3 bodies shattered beyond recognition. Ignoring the corpses, Abigail swiftly soared to Ilizi and Li Shi's side. With a puzzled look, he inquired about the identity of the figure behind Ilizi. Li Shi positioned himself behind Ilizi, his head bowed in silence, resembling a mere shadow of hers. Yet no one could perceive the anguish and ferocity etched upon his face. How could he not remember him? How dare he forget? After all, it was he who had thrown him onto the altar. Li Shi's heart roared with fury, yet his body remained motionless as if encased in mud. It was of no concern to him. Ilizi, as cold as ever, took a step forward to shield Li Shi from Abigail's gaze. Very well. Abigail did not delve deeper into Li Shi's identity, seemingly well acquainted with Ilizi. He briefly introduced her to various locations within the competition zone. now established as bases by 6 academies. Should any difficulties arise, she could seek assistance at the Ziyin Academy base. In his words, Ilizi could become one of the leaders of the base if she chose to go. Then why did you not remain at the base? Ilizi questioned Abigail. Ha. Only the weak huddle together for warmth. I have no need for that. 2 female wizard apprentices from the Mi Jing Academy, who had yet to die, skillfully removed the enchanted rings and academy badges from the corpses and approached Abigail to hand them over. Their level of cooperation indicated that this was not their first time engaging in such practices. Abigail had used these 2 apprentices as bait, and naturally, the catch belonged to him. As for the fate of the 2 apprentices who played the role of bait, they were destined to meet their end. Just as Abigail was about to leave, he halted, his gaze clear as he addressed Ilizi. The top-tier wizard apprentices from the other 5 academies have appeared. Their strength is on par with ours, so be cautious. Ilizi, rarely one to show acknowledgement, nodded before swiftly departing with Li Shi. A battle had just erupted here, and Abigail was brazenly releasing his aura, which would soon attract a host of prying eyes. As Abigail watched the 2 figures depart, he reflected on the first glance he had cast upon Li Shi. He still could not recall anything significant. The animosity directed at him, if not for Ilizi's involvement, he would have thought nothing of it. Forget it. He doesn't even qualify as a senior apprentice. He must be some descendant of a notable figure. Meanwhile, for Ilizi and Li Shi, Ilizi's icy gaze fixated on Li Shi. You harbored murderous intent towards Abigail just now. Why? You misinterpreted my feelings. Li Shi retorted, meeting Ilizi's gaze defiantly, refusing to flinch. Ilizi scrutinized Li Shi in silence. He held her gaze unwaveringly. I do not concern myself with your reasons for harboring hostility towards Abigail, but you must understand that your current strength does not qualify you to challenge him. Were it not for my presence, you would already be dead. Ilizi, rarely expressing anger, was visibly perturbed. Though she had accepted a mission, it did not imply that she intended to handle Li Shi's troubles. I told you I did not. Li Shi obstinately denied his murderous intent, his eyes resolute, as if not even a dozen oxen could sway him. Seeing his steadfastness, Ilizi refrained from further words. Her inquiry had already reached her limit. Li Shi remained silent, and the atmosphere turned palpably tense. Let me see who this is. Isn't this the renowned ice sorceress Alice from Ziyin Academy? Today is indeed my fortunate day. I never expected to encounter you here. Just as Li Shi and Alice were locked in a stalemate, voices emerged from a distance, revealing a group of 7 wizard apprentices who quietly encircled them. The emblems adorning their chests displayed a distinctive black skull motif, signifying the Black Skull Wizard Academy. Alice's expression shifted upon glimpsing the leading apprentice, and she stepped protectively in front of Li Shi, whispering, "This is Adelaide, the top apprentice from Black Skull Academy." Li Shi cast a glance at Adelaide, whose ashen skin appeared as if he had just emerged from a mire. Yet the aura radiating from him was markedly superior to Alice's. He was undoubtedly one of the most formidable apprentices among them. The remaining 6 apprentices comprised 3 advanced and 3 peak-level sorcerers, unabashedly exuding their powerful auras. The formation of these 7 apprentices was a force to be reckoned with. A mere brief introduction from Alice conveyed the essence of their predicament to Li Shi, a testament to the tacit understanding they had cultivated over the past year. Alice implied that she could only contend with Adelaide while Li Shi would have to face the remaining 6 on his own. Just moments ago, I sensed Abigail's presence and intended to eliminate him. However, I found you instead. If I can eliminate you, Ziyin Academy will have no part in this competition. Adelaide's malevolent gaze swept over Alice. Slaying a top apprentice from a prestigious academy would bring him unimaginable rewards. As for Li Shi, he did not even warrant a second glance from Adelaide. If you perish here, Black Skull Academy won't fare any better, Alice declared. Her staff pausing as a layer of ice rapidly formed on the ground, her fierce magical energy erupting forth. Attack! At Adelaide's command, the other 6 apprentices launched their assault from various angles. Their seamless coordination reflected years of teamwork, with Adelaide refraining from engaging while the others unleashed their most potent spell, fireballs. 1,000 kills Ice Seal. Alice's voice resonated powerfully, summoning ice spikes that shot forth from the air, covering every angle with unerring precision. Though each spike possessed only modest destructive power, their sheer volume was enough to throw the Black Skull apprentices into disarray. Even the fireballs they launched were intercepted by dozens of ice spikes, enveloping the entire encirclement in a thick mist. Run. Faced with the onslaught of 7 Black Skull apprentices, Alice opted for flight. Li Shi, enveloped in arcs of lightning, vanished from the encirclement in a flash, having just utilized his mastery of lightning spells to escape. Where do you think you're going? Adelaide scoffed, wielding his staff as he unleashed his magic, dissipating the white steam and causing the ice spikes to shatter into crystals. With a swift motion, Adelaide seemed to glide across the ground, appearing right before Alice. He pressed a hand to the earth, causing the ground to tremble as mounds of earth surged upward, forming stone giants that half-encircled Alice. Alice glanced at Li Shi, who flickered with electrical energy, showing no concern for her predicament as he prioritized his own escape. "Do not worry about your companion. My allies will take good care of him," Adelaide taunted, standing atop one of the stone giants, looking down upon Alice with a smile that did little to conceal his murderous intent. A solitary top apprentice was an opportunity too enticing to resist. Alice let out a disdainful huff, halting her steps, realizing that with Adelaide blocking her path, escape was futile. As for Li Shi, he raised his staff, rapidly reciting incantations, drawing upon the chilling elements of ice. "If escape is impossible, then let us engage in battle." As top apprentices, the outcome is uncertain. However, Li Shi's progress was abruptly halted by a barrage of fireballs, leaving the ground scorched and cratered. The intense heat compelled Li Shi to stop, while the 6 Black Skull apprentices regarded him with mocking expressions. Li Shi's aura barely qualified as that of an advanced apprentice, and any one of them surpassed him in strength. Although aura alone cannot serve as a definitive measure of power, it undeniably reflects one's prowess. "Hand over all your academy emblems, and perhaps I can grant you a swift death," one of the apprentices sneered. Li Shi, trapped by the encircling apprentices, felt his heart race as he lowered himself, shifting his stance in search of an escape route. Yet, these 6 apprentices, seasoned in combat, maintained absolute control over the situation, ensuring that no possible openings were left unguarded. Despite their numerical advantage, they adopted a methodical approach, ensuring that Li Shi would face relentless assaults no matter which direction he attempted to flee. As they observed Li Shi's desperate expression, their mocking smiles only widened. Chapter 42. Exposure. Li Shi remained silent, stubbornly wielding his staff to unleash fragmented lightning strikes. Yet against 6 advanced apprentices, such feeble attacks only highlighted his impotence. With damage barely exceeding 200 points, his strikes were effortlessly repelled by their protective barriers. Alice's figure had vanished from view, leaving only the sounds of her fierce battle with Adelaide echoing in the distance. The hope of her coming to his aid was now a distant dream. "Since you refuse to surrender your academy emblems, then perish. There is no room for weakness or mercy. The moment a suitable opportunity arises, I shall unleash my lethal spells." In the realm of sorcery, the notion that villains perish due to excessive monologuing does not apply, for such sorcerers have long since met their demise. For fire serpents lunged towards Li Shi, their jaws wide, threatening to shred him apart. Li Shi appeared paralyzed with fear, his body rigid, as shadows beneath him twisted in the flickering firelight. Just as the serpents were about to strike, Li Shi's form inexplicably multiplied into 3, each version darting in a different direction. The serpents screeched to a halt, pivoting to pursue, swiftly tearing through one of Li Shi's illusions without hindrance. Meanwhile, the 6 apprentices unleashed their spells, and the remaining 2 Li Shi figures barely managed a few steps before being struck by the spells, resulting in massive craters where they once stood. The 6 Black Skull apprentices exchanged glances, realizing that the previous figure was merely an illusion. Thus, one of the remaining 2 must be the real Li Shi. However, after the spell struck, both figures vanished as well. Neither was his true form. Their expressions shifted to alarm as they quickly scanned their surroundings, knowing that Li Shi could not have escaped their detection. However, they were unaware of when Li Shi had made his escape. At that moment, one of the figures among the 2 closest wizard apprentices emerged from the shadows, wielding a heavy sword that emitted a terrifying shriek. With a mere hint of resistance, he effortlessly severed the necks of both apprentices. Before the others could react, Li Shi vanished once more into the shadows, leaving behind 2 blood-spraying headless corpses, still tinged with the aura of their magical protective shields. Yet, in the instant of Li Shi's ambush, those shields had proven utterly ineffective. Jalualin, Kaniya C is dead. Be cautious, he strikes close and his attack power exceeds 400. The demise of the 2 apprentices unveiled Li Shi's formidable attack strength to the remaining ones. A close-range ambush exceeding 400 points was truly a nightmare for apprentices. Just as the 4 remaining apprentices were warily eyeing each other for Li Shi's next strike, he suddenly leapt from the shadow of one apprentice, exclaiming, "Shinima, behind you." The other 3 apprentices, witnessing Li Shi springing forth from the shadows, shouted in alarm. However, upon seeing the dreadful 3-meter heavy sword in his grasp, their expressions morphed into one of horror. This apprentice, who had been the subject of their teasing, was actually a body-refining wizard apprentice. The consequences of proximity to a body-refining wizard had been discussed in their academy courses. A simple upward swing of the heavy sword cleaved the apprentice who had been ambushed by Li Shi clean in two, even as he was attacked. The protective wizard robe he wore activated passively, yet beneath the weight of Li Shi's sword, the shield crumbled like parchment. In that moment, they comprehended how Jello Alin and Kania Si had met their ends. This was a powerful body-refining wizard apprentice, and their defensive capabilities could not withstand such a heavy strike. Most crucially, he could also launch ambushes. Next, it is your turn, be careful. Li Shi regarded the remaining 3 wizard apprentices, flashing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, playfully swinging his heavy sword, splattering fresh blood into the air, and with a swift turn of his heel, he vanished into the shadows once more. He could leap through shadows for ambushes. Caution was advised in the presence of nearby shadows. Li Shi's 2 uses of shadow leaps had been discerned. No wizard apprentice was simple. Regrettably, in the face of absolute power, cleverness and wisdom sometimes proved to be of little utility. Li Shi did not conceal himself. He leapt directly from the shadow of one wizard apprentice. Just moments prior, he had been the most talkative, Lamonlade, peak wizard apprentice of the Hei Silly Academy. Upon witnessing Li Shi spring from his shadow, wore a triumphant smile. He lightly tapped his palm on his staff, causing a thick layer of rock to rise behind him, perfectly blocking Li Shi's heavy sword. Lamonlade turned around, channeling his magic into his wizard robe, as the vine entanglement spell inherent to the robe was prepared to strike at Li Shi. He felt confident that once Li Shi was ensnared by his vines, he would face an unending barrage of magical attacks. A body-refining wizard apprentice under their control would not survive 2 breaths. However, the moment he turned to face Li Shi, the heavy sword cleaved through the rock shield, and everything else without hesitation. The vine entanglement spell he intended to unleash was rendered futile as an explosive fireball, akin to a cannon blast, careened toward him, obliterating Lamonlade's body entirely. Following this, another explosive fireball followed closely behind. The remaining 2 wizard apprentices disregarded their fallen comrade and acted upon spotting Li Shi, as Lamonlade had yet to be cleaved in half at that time. Upon witnessing the fiery explosion, their taut nerves relaxed slightly. Few apprentices could withstand the assault of an explosive fireball. The fact that Lamonlade had not yet succumbed before they acted was a trivial matter. With 1 comrade lost, they could still earn an academy badge. It was hardly a misfortune. How cold-blooded. Yet, a scornful voice suddenly rang out from within the flames, causing the last 2 wizard apprentices to be struck with terror. The next moment, a man engulfed in flames, wielding a heavy sword, appeared before one of the wizard apprentices. The air still carried the remnants of the flames, and beneath his dark visage were 2 indifferent eyes, exuding an oppressive force from his robust physique. With the simplest downward strike of his heavy sword, the speed was such that the apprentice, who had intended to act, found his thoughts obliterated alongside his body. Another explosive fireball was unleashed. The timing was impeccable, leaving Li Shi no opportunity to evade. This time, the last wizard apprentice finally comprehended how Li Shi had survived the earlier assault. Li Shi had neither hidden nor employed any defensive spells. Instead, he had taken the explosive fireball head-on with his own body. In an instant, he was engulfed by flames, and one could hear the crackling sounds of a dark figure ablaze amidst the fire. Yet, what instilled fear in the surviving Black Skull apprentice was the sight of Li Shi, the fiery figure merely swaying slightly, allowing the flames to consume him, as if he were impervious to the inferno. The nearly 400 points of magical attack had struck squarely against Li Shi's chest, and astonishingly, he had only staggered slightly. Could it be that body-refining wizard apprentices were this formidable? In the next moment, the last surviving wizard apprentice beheld a piercing flash of sword light, followed by a dizzying spin, and then all was lost to darkness. Li Shi, with a speed akin to teleportation, cleaved through him and his protective shield in a single stroke. Coughing softly, Li Shi activated the healing rune array inscribed upon him, swiftly mending his injuries. He had been struck by 3 explosive fireballs. The first 2 had not impacted directly, as a portion of their force had been mitigated by the rock layer defense. However, the final explosive fireball had indeed struck him. True to its reputation as one of the apprentice's favored spells, its high attack power, rapid release, and intense heat were formidable. Li Shi's defenses could disregard attacks below 100 points, and his wizard robe could reduce damage by 60 points. Thus, the 400 points of the explosive fireball's attack power was mitigated to a residual 240 points. Moreover, Li Shi's relentless training with high-temperature rune arrays had passively evolved his body, enabling him to withstand extreme heat, which further diminished the fireball's potency. Li Shi estimated that the damage he sustained was around 200 points. with 100 points of that being absorbed by the shadow fused with his body. Ultimately, the actual damage endured by his flesh was merely 100 points. Such an attack was insufficient to shake a peak body-refining wizard apprentice like Li Shi. His formidable defenses and robust physique were the fundamental reasons he could withstand 3 explosive fireballs without faltering. Without hesitation, Li Shi concealed his aura and vanished into the shadows. In the midst of such a chaotic melee among wizard apprentices, the tumultuous energy would quickly draw in more apprentices. Avoiding being overwhelmed was paramount, and swiftly concluding the battle was essential. His encounter with Li Si had been precipitated by Ade Lai De detecting the aura of Abi Gai Air's battle. In the battlefield of Li Si and Ade Lai De, Li Si embodied Li Shi's ideal of an elemental wizard. Relentless in her barrage of ice attribute spells, her immense mana seemingly inexhaustible, freezing, slowing, and weakening Ade Lai De's magical flow, delivering devastating strikes that could end a battle in an instant. Ade Lai De's focus was evidently on earth element cultivation, with 7 towering 3-meter stone giants steadfastly guarding him, blocking Li Si's attacks while allowing him to unleash his own safely. These stone giants endured Li Si's various assaults, yearning to engage her closely, yet each time they fell victim to her freezing spells. Whenever the number of stone giants dwindled, Ade Lai De was quick to replenish them. This flawless defense enabled Ade Lai De to disregard Li Si's attacks, opting instead for bolder offensive strategies. The clash between the two was akin to a fierce bombardment between 2 artillery emplacements, as a multitude of spells intertwined. The atmosphere on the battlefield roared, drawing in all elemental forces, with the energy at play stirring the air into violent gusts. Although the sky was clear, here the winds howled, creating a bizarre weather phenomenon that could be sensed even tens of kilometers away, indicating a fierce battle between sorcerers had erupted. From an observational standpoint, the two appeared evenly matched, making it impossible to discern which was superior. During this contest of supremacy, the greatest fear was encountering an equally formidable adversary, as a prolonged confrontation could lead even the strongest apprentice sorcerer to be overwhelmed by the arrival of additional competitors. Slaying a powerful opponent could yield a trove of academy badges, the swiftest method of amassing such accolades. Unbeknownst to them, Li Shi emerged from the shadows of a great tree, casting a sidelong glance at the battlefield. He dared not look directly at Li Si or Adelaida. Their power was at a level that could easily sense his gaze. The risk of exposure was considerable if he were to direct his attention toward them. After a brief observation, Li Shi realized that Adalaida's defenses were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Surrounding him were 7 3-meter-tall stone giants, their massive forms capable of withstanding Li Si's triple assaults. Should their attack pace slow, these stone giants could absorb energy from the earth to restore themselves. Indeed, as earth elemental stone giants, their defensive prowess was commendable. Adelaida himself had at least 2 layers of protective shields, which had withstood countless strikes from Li Si, merely causing ripples on the surface. His defensive capabilities were estimated to exceed 450 points. Moreover, Li Shi sensed the presence of 3 magical artifacts on Adelaida, the precise nature of which remained unclear, but caution was certainly warranted. One could even prepare for the worst-case scenario, that all 3 artifacts were of a defensive nature. In light of this, Adelaida stood surrounded by 7 immense stone giants, encased in 2 protective shields, and adorned with 3 unknown magical artifacts. This embodiment of fear was etched into his very being, as such an impenetrable defense would render most apprentices incapable of breaching it. To deliver a decisive blow, an offensive power exceeding 500 points was required to shatter the outer shield, and the inner shield likely boasted similar resilience, necessitating a sustained output of over 500 points of attack power. Li Shi, wielding a heavy sword, contemplated his situation. His current power level stood at 485, diminished by a permanent reduction of 3 due to modifications made to his tonsils, thereby allowing a 10-fold amplification of his attack power, equating to 485 points. To secure a one-hit kill against Adelaida was still insufficient. Thus, a plan began to form. From the shadowy space, Li Shi produced an energy crystal, affixing it to the hilt of his heavy sword, his palm gliding along the blade's surface. Arcane energy surged forth, causing the entire sword to shimmer with a cascade of electric arcs. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these seemingly random arcs were arranged according to a particular, intricate pattern. This was a rune array designed to unleash the power of lightning. Li Shi gazed upon the runes inscribed on the blade, a culmination of over a year's worth of research and discussion on elemental sorcery with Sa Ma Chi, with a focus on the study of lightning-based spells. Ultimately, he had succeeded in etching the electric rune array onto his heavy sword, a secret known only to him, a hidden trump card. Li Shi's figure vanished once more. AI Li Shi, your time has come. Your ally is no more. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Adelaida's face contorted into a grotesque grin. Securing AI Li Shi today would undoubtedly elevate his renown, and once the contest concluded, he would ascend to the rank of a first-tier official sorcerer. AI Li Shi remained silent, her staff in motion, incantations flowing forth as countless ice projectiles rained down, swiftly obliterating a stone giant that had charged toward her. She sensed the battle beside her concluding but perceived no lingering auras, as though all 7 sorcerers, including Li Shi, had vanished entirely. This sensation was familiar to AI Li Shi. If her intuition served her correctly, she had already discerned the outcome of the conflict. Adelaide continued his taunts, attempting to unsettle AI Li Shi with words, yet she remained unyielding, her countenance as frigid as ice. Unexpectedly, AI Li Shi intensified her assault, within mere breaths. She shattered 2 stone giants and unleashed a torrent of attacks against Adelaida's protective shield. Witnessing her fervor, Adelaida's laughter grew more pronounced. Recognizing that AI Li Shi was growing desperate, willing to expend her magic in a bid for escape. As soon as her 6 companions arrived, her fate would be sealed. Though AI Li Shi's rapid attacks temporarily hindered her ability to summon more stone giants, forcing her to stabilize her defenses, Adelaida was already assured of victory. Yet, at the peak of Adelaida's triumph, a shadow behind him suddenly writhed, and a figure emerged. A robust physique. Straining against the confines of his sorcerer's robe, accompanied by the thunderous resonance of a heavy sword, radiated an undeniable vitality. Even Adelaida, a top-tier apprentice sorcerer, could sense the imminent danger as Li Shi appeared behind him, despite his focus on defending against AI Li Shi's onslaught. Almost instantaneously, 3 stone giants raised their fists to strike at Li Shi. Although the giants moved slowly, their immense weight translated into formidable power. Each punch delivering an attack strength of 300 points, impossible to ignore, and no one would dare underestimate. Li Shi seemed oblivious to the 3 stone giants advancing upon him, channeling his arcane energy to its zenith. Every cell within him strained to unleash its full potential. The shadow overlapping with Adelaida rushed to Li Shi, amplifying his strength through the power of the shadows, causing his aura to surge dramatically. His once modest stature grew, surpassing Adelaida's height, allowing him to gaze down upon the apprentice sorcerer who had perfected defensive sorcery. The heavy sword in his grasp felt weightless, as though it were an extension of his own will. Arcane energy erupted from within, the blade crackling with the sound of thunder, its surface transformed into a brilliant blue. When Adelaida caught sight of Li Shi for the second time, the lightning-infused heavy sword was already sweeping toward him. With a resounding crash, the first layer of protective shield, which had withstood countless assaults from AI Li Shi, was instantly torn asunder by Li Shi's thunderous blade. The speed was so astonishing that Adelaida had no time to initiate any defense, too swift for even the approaching fists of the stone giants. The explosive force of the lightning surged forth, and Adelaida felt the overwhelming might of the thunderous sword, sending shivers throughout his body as his hair stood on end. Desperately, he attempted to move, his mind racing, yet his staff felt as heavy as a mountain, refusing to lift. In contrast to the speed of the thunderous sword, his thoughts kept pace, his eyes could see, but his body could not react, leaving him helpless as he watched the blade slice through the first layer of protection and continue its relentless assault. The second layer of defense, a realm AI Li Shi had not even grazed, became the focus of Adelaida's widening eyes, for he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. With another deafening crack, the intangible shield suffered a colossal dent, nearly grazing Adelaida's robe, yet the barrier remained unbroken. The thunderous sword had been thwarted. As Adelaide gazed at the severely dented protective shield, his heart nearly leapt from his chest, envisioning the fate of being cleaved in two by a single sword strike. To his astonishment, the attack had been thwarted. It was only when he witnessed his shield successfully blocking the thunder greatsword that he unconsciously exhaled, allowing his racing heart to resume its rhythm. The shield had held, and now it was his moment to retaliate. As for Li Shi, upon seeing the thunder greatsword halted, he remained unperturbed, his palm striking the hilt of his sword with fervor. Embedded within was a crystal of energy. Channeling his magical power like a cannonade into the crystal, he heard a faint cracking sound. The crystal shattered. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, uncontrollably radiating in all directions. Only a small fraction followed the inscribed magical array into the electric runes of the sword. This was precisely the energy Li Shi sought. The sword erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of thunder, its blue lightning illuminating the surroundings, and a meter-long blade of thunderous energy burst forth. The potent aura of electricity surged unchecked, causing the ground beneath Li Shi to gradually sink. With a backward sweep, the greatsword ascended and crashed down, effortlessly slicing through the second layer of protective shield as if it were mere tofu. Now devoid of defenses, Adelaide stood a mere meter away from Li Shi, an exceedingly perilous distance. With the barriers gone, Li Shi locked eyes with Adelaide, who returned the gaze with astonishment, time seemingly stretching into eternity. Without a moment's hesitation, the ascending thunder greatsword cleaved into Adelaide's form. The wizard's robe shimmered with a myriad of lights upon impact, activating its protective mechanism. Additionally, an artifact that Li Shi had been observing shattered with a resounding crack. It was a ring worn by Adelaide. With the ring's destruction, a wave of spatial distortion emanated from Adelaide's body. This was not a defensive artifact, but rather a one-time teleportation array, designed to whisk him away from imminent peril. Die. Li Shi's resolve had hardened. He had invested so much, revealing his true identity and even detonating an energy crystal worth 200,000 wizard coins. Failing to eliminate Adelaide would be a grave loss. Consumed by his lethal intent, Li Shi let out a primal roar, his heart racing like a revved engine, extracting every ounce of strength from his being. Despite his robust physique momentarily faltering, he stood firm, though it felt as if his entire body trembled at a high frequency. With a thunderous heartbeat, he compressed his breath, and his form suddenly plummeted, his feet crushing the ground beneath him. An unseen force propelled Li Shi's height upward once more. The meter-long blade of thunder on the greatsword surged dramatically, lightning flashing and a roar of thunder resonating throughout. In an instant, with a mere crisp sound of the blade, the greatsword seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, slicing through Adelaide's body. The speed of the strike was so swift that Li Shi had yet to fully process his thoughts before the sword cleaved through two stone giants beside him. The unleashed thunderous energy obliterating them into fragments. Even the massive stone giants, which had required Alice 2 rounds of assault to breach, fell victim to Li Shi's single, effortless strike. At that moment, the fist of the third colossal stone giant remained en route to attack. With a casual flick, Li Shi's thunderous sword energy swept across, reducing the stone giant to dust in an instant. His chest heaved violently as he began to revert to his original form, seemingly having engaged in but a singular, simple sweep of the sword. Yet, only Li Shi understood that this sweeping strike encapsulated all the prowess he could muster. The once surging aura rapidly waned, and beads of sweat evaporated into mist, as if he had just emerged from water. Magical energy surged into the healing runic array on his chest, initiating a restorative process for his fatigued body. Impressive. I underestimated you, and I still do not know your name, Adelaide remarked, his face stiff yet filled with admiration. Li Shi, an apprentice of the elemental body refinement wizard, he replied. Adelaide struggled to form a smile, but before he could fully express it, he was enveloped in thunder. In a mere breath, he was reduced to cinders. The final strike, seemingly effortless, had decisively vanquished Adelaide, even shattering the power of his one-time teleportation. Was this the might of an elemental body refinement wizard? Li Shi stared in disbelief at Adelaide's charred remains, a formidable opponent on par with Alice, who had battled tirelessly without a victor. Yet, he had felled Adelaide in a single stroke. While there was an element of surprise, the ability to leap from shadows was also a testament to one's strength. Li Shi caressed the now silent blade, its warmth contrasting sharply with the fervor igniting within him. This was the first time he truly grasped the essence of power, a mesmerizing force that enthralled him. The energy crystal had been drained, leaving behind a useless shard. The Thundercleave was a spell of Li Shi's own creation, a manifestation of his knowledge, wielding the might of thunder through the thunderous sword. This exemplified the quintessential magic of an elemental body refinement wizard, the synthesis of elements and physical prowess, capable of unleashing extraordinary destructive power. Back in Tiama City, Li Shi had perused tomes on elemental body refinement wizards, captivated by the strength documented within. Samachi had cautioned him that this path was fraught with difficulty. Indeed, it was challenging. Even though Li Shi could unleash such an attack, it did not render him a true elemental body refinement wizard. The Thundercleave was merely a spell, not an entire system. Beyond this technique, he remained a wizard apprentice with only basic elemental offensive capabilities. Yet, he found immense satisfaction in this singular spell. His attack power surged to 120, elevating from a base of 485 to 582 points, not accounting for the enhancements from his wizard robe. bringing his actual combat power close to 600 points. Such a force, akin to a child prodding a soap bubble with a stick, effortlessly shattered Adelaide's first line of defense. This was a barrier that had withstood Alice's relentless onslaught. Especially when the energy crystal unleashed its full potential, Li Shi surmised his attack power soared to 150. A staggering figure of 727 points. This was no mere feat for an apprentice wizard. Any apprentice facing such a number could only groan in helplessness. The mere thought sent shivers down Li Shi's spine, leaving him parched and chilled. For any wizard apprentice, be they an elemental wizard or a body refinement wizard, such a figure represented an absolute nightmare. Regrettably, unleashing such terrifying power required energy crystals, and each could only be activated once. The cost was exorbitant. At 200,000 wizard coins per crystal, it was a rare treasure for any apprentice. Apart from the one he had expended, only 2 remained in the shadowy expanse. Meaning Li Shi had but 2 opportunities left to unleash his 150 attack power. His body craved the elements, thirsting for the energy in the air to restore his magical essence. The sudden surge of power that exceeded all limits imbued Li Shi's body with an extraordinary sensation, particularly during the second ascent beyond his comprehension. It was evident that an uncontrollable force had manifested within him. Several icy magical assaults shattered the remaining 2 colossal stone giants. And in the distance, AI Li Si approached slowly. She was taken aback by the ferocity of Li Shi's sudden outburst, and after a moment of contemplation, she regarded him with a look that suggested a newfound recognition. Li Shi retrieved the Adelaide Academy emblem and the sorceress ring, securing them as trophies from his solitary conquest. Not feeling the need to share them with AI Li Si, the spoils of a top-tier wizard apprentice were sufficient to replenish the depleting energy crystals. Ecstatic. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Shi inquired softly, noticing AI Li Si's intense gaze. I underestimated you, as did many others. AI Li Si replied after a brief silence, hesitating before continuing. You have great potential. I believe you will become an exceptional wizard. Thank you, Li Shi smiled brightly. Earning AI Li Si's acknowledgement was indeed a joyous occasion. After all, during their previous interactions, AI Li Si had always regarded him as a protector, which likely stemmed from her past experiences, as she had secretly shielded him since his weaker days. Li Shi was unsure when this protection began, and he occasionally felt awkward in her presence, uncertain whether she had witnessed his more embarrassing moments. What a mortifying predicament it would be to have such a stunning beauty observe his most private activities. He shuddered at the thought. Let us move quickly. Our battle with Adelaide has likely drawn every apprentice within dozens of kilometers to us. Perhaps recognizing Li Shi's prowess, AI Li Si's tone was markedly lighter than before, shedding its former coldness for warmth. All right. Li Shi secured his heavy sword and reignited his elemental essence, instantly transforming from a peak body-refining wizard apprentice to an advanced elemental wizard apprentice. This battle had flawlessly validated Li Shi's successful facade of playing the fool. Had he revealed his true identity as a body-refining wizard apprentice, it would have been impossible to conclude the conflict so effortlessly. AI Li Si and Li Shi hastened their escape from the battlefield. After such a fierce confrontation, both had significantly drained their mana, and encountering other apprentices would greatly increase their peril. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. They had scarcely fled when they sensed a throng of wizard apprentices encircling them. Even when Li Shi and AI Li Si attempted to change direction, they found that the encirclement could consistently pinpoint their location. Such misfortune was unfathomable. Li Shi could already discern the silhouettes of the approaching apprentices, and his mana perception indicated that over 200 were converging upon them. 200 wizard apprentices was a number far beyond their capacity to confront, even if they were merely intermediate wizard apprentices. A barrage of spells from them could easily spell their doom. Li Shi reached for the heavy sword concealed in the Shadow Realm, knowing that such a multitude of adversaries would not afford him the luxury of hiding his true strength. If they could find an opening, Li Shi could withstand the onslaught while they made their escape. With his mana fully depleted and in need of time to recover, Li Shi pulled out the Black Pearl Elixir, a gift from Jia Huaqi 2 decades prior, capable of restoring his mana tenfold. He still had 8 uses left. Upon consuming it, Li Shi felt his mana surge back to full capacity, his eyes gleaming with renewed vitality. Have a sip. He offered the Black Pearl Elixir to AI Li Si. Previously, she had never concerned herself with her mana expenditure, but after their confrontation with Adelaide, she had drained a significant amount, especially after pushing herself to assist Li Shi in his ambush, which had notably diminished her own vitality. Ordinarily, she would only require half a day to recuperate, but time was of the essence now. AI Li Si glanced at the elixir that Li Shi had just consumed, furrowing her delicate brow. I don't need it. Let us not be overly cautious now. Life is paramount. Li Shi initially assumed AI Li Si was repulsed by his having drunk from it, but he soon noticed her retrieving a similar black pearl elixir from her sorceress ring. He begrudgingly retracted his offer. Indeed, AI Li Si was the disciple of a significant figure, making the possession of such elixirs, typically reserved for formal wizards, quite ordinary. Li Shi was unaware of the identity of AI Li Si's esteemed mentor. The black pearl elixir could restore the full mana of a first-level wizard and was valued at over 500,000 wizard coins. Without Jia Huaqi's generous gift, Li Shi would have never had the chance to possess one. AI Li Si's mana rapidly revitalized, and she turned to Li Shi with a serious expression, stating, "There is something ominous about their aura. If I am not mistaken, they are apprentices from the Ling Hunsang Zhong Wizard Academy." Ling Hunsang Zhong Wizard Academy? Li Shi's expression darkened instantly. It was an institution specializing in the cultivation of soul secrets, diverging significantly from conventional academies with its peculiar methods. It was the second strongest wizard academy, just behind the He Gu So Academy. You protect me, and I have a way to annihilate them. Li Shi stared at AI Li Si in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. She had used the word annihilate. Chapter 45, Battle Formation. Regarding AI Li Si's declaration of annihilation, Li Shi refrained from inquiring about specifics. The encirclement was tightening, leaving no room for hesitation. Their escape was fraught with peril. Yet he placed his trust in AI Li Si, believing that their odds of survival were significantly better with her than alone. Reflecting on the unpredictability of life, it was once AI Li Si who shielded him, and now the roles had reversed. Even amidst impending doom, Li Shi felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. With his staff retracted and heavy sword in hand, the energy crystals embedded within, he had not anticipated depleting 2 energy crystals in a single day. Especially given that he possessed only 3 in total, what a painful loss. Drawing in deep breaths, he refrained from exhaling, compressing the air within his body, compelling his bodily functions to accelerate. His heart raced violently, its sudden increase in speed demanding more oxygen. Blood coursed through his veins at an extraordinary rate, his formidable strength surging throughout his body, and his muscles began to swell. In an instant, his previously well-fitted wizard robe transformed into a second skin, and Li Shi grew taller by a span. Once standing at a mere 1.80 meters, he now reached an impressive 2 meters. The shadows beneath his feet twisted. Ever ready to confront the enemy, Li Shi continued to inhale deeply, allowing more air to fill his lungs. The sensation of power coursing through him was exhilarating. The strength of his physical form awakened, every cell clamoring for more energy, more power. His robust hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, and he experienced an illusion that this was his true state, while his previous frail form seemed like a constricting cage. The liberation of his body made every breath an exquisite pleasure. Behind him, AI Li Si chanted incomprehensible incantations, her aura rippling and influencing the surrounding energies. All elemental essences were drawn toward her, as if she were a bottomless pit, ravenously absorbing them. Although the magic had yet to materialize, this prelude was ample evidence that AI Li Si was about to perform something extraordinary. Li Shi was unaware of the spell she intended to cast or how long it would take. AI Li Si had not disclosed that information. He only knew that his duty was to protect her until she succeeded in her endeavor. 200 apprentices from the Ling Hunsang Zhong Academy. This was an unprecedented number for Li Shi, one for which he had no frame of reference. Having only witnessed the chaotic scene of hundreds of wizards in a brawl previously, that occasion had already compelled Li Shi and AI Li Si to retreat to a safe distance. But this time, there was no escape. He had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. As he observed the approaching figures of the wizard apprentices in the distance, now clearly visible, Li Shi instinctively tightened his grip around the hilt of his heavy sword. Gradually, 200 wizard apprentices emerged, seemingly positioned in a loose formation, with considerable gaps of several dozen meters between every 2 apprentices, giving the impression that he could easily slip through their ranks. After all, a distance of several dozen meters felt as trivial as opening a door for a thief to escape for someone like Li Shi, a body-refining apprentice. However, upon closer inspection, the situation was far more complex. Each circle of the encirclement contained only 20 wizard apprentices, indicating that they had arranged 10 overlapping circles in total. Although they appeared scattered, they were, in fact, as tightly interlocked as gears, with no gaps to exploit. This formation ensured that any point could be subjected to simultaneous attacks from over 20 wizard apprentices. The arrangement was meticulously crafted, demonstrating a profound understanding of military strategy. And the 200 apprentices were all of at least advanced wizard apprentice caliber, with several peak apprentices among them. This not only guaranteed an equitable distribution of combat power, but also ensured that they would not be vulnerable to a sudden onslaught due to their density. Faced with such a formidable encirclement, Li Shi estimated he could at most take down 5 before being overwhelmed. A direct assault would not even allow him to breach the 5th circle. Initially, he had thought the risk of a hard charge was 1 in 10. Now, it seemed more like a certainty of death. The chilling aura he sensed was indeed correct. It was AI Li Si from Yin Academy. 5 wizard apprentices emerged from the encirclement, all exuding the presence of peak apprentices, adorned with not only the academy emblem, but also a small sailboat motif on their chests. Naturally, among the 6 academies, AI Li Si was the sole top-tier ice elemental wizard apprentice. Who else could it be? Their gazes first fell upon AI Li Si, radiating a fierce and brutal confidence, disregarding the formidable spells she was preparing. They believed that no wizard apprentice could conjure a spell capable of breaking through their formation, not even the most elite among them. Their assured stares shifted from AI Li Si to Li Shi, and upon sensing the robust vitality emanating from his physique, the speaking wizard apprentice's eyes brightened. You are a peak-level body refining wizard apprentice as well. Are you from Yin Academy? Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth to respond, yet no words escaped, for he was uncertain of his own affiliation with Yin Academy. We are from the Soul's Toll Academy's Death Poets Guild. Would you consider joining us? Li Shi was once again stunned, nearly shattering his accumulated fighting spirit with this unexpected proposition. Could one really recruit members during the championship? Did the Wizard Academy allow its apprentices to transfer? He had never encountered such a notion. Our Death Poets Guild has a legacy of over 2,000 years and is in dire need of exceptional body refining wizard apprentices like yourself. If you were to join us, we would address all concerns and even promise your ascension to a first-level formal wizard within 50 years. Of course, this would be after the championship concludes. For now, just follow us. Rest assured, we can formalize a contract. As the current president of the Death Poets Guild, I stand by my word. Li Shi surveyed the surroundings. All the wizard apprentices encircling them bore the sailboat emblem. It was no wonder they could assemble such a formidable force for the championship. 200 apprentices, unified in command and seamlessly coordinated, could sweep through the championship with ease. It made sense that they lacked peak apprentices. They were bold enough to pursue the aura of battle. The guilds in the Wizard Academy were akin to clubs and universities on Earth, albeit with a longer heritage, greater unity, and more abundant resources in the wizarding world. After all, some of the predecessors from the guild had ascended to 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd-level formal wizards. And even a slight allocation of resources could sustain the guild for a considerable time. The benefits and privileges of guild membership were indeed appealing. But Li Shi dismissed the notion of following them and transferring after the championship. The truth of their offer was inconsequential. I'm sorry, but I cannot go. Li Shi could only express his regret at the Death Poets Guild's overture. While anyone could leave, he was the exception. If he dared to step away, he would be bound and beaten before he could even take a second step. After all, a chaotic conflict among 3rd-level wizards had already erupted over him. More than one 2nd-level wizard and 3rd-level slave had met their demise. What a pity! You have squandered my goodwill, and now you shall bear our wrath. The mere refusal ignited a murderous intent among all the apprentices of the Death Poets Guild. Eliminate them. At the command, 200 apprentices simultaneously raised their wands, and various elemental energies began to swirl. The elemental energy in the air was rapidly siphoned. A tempest howled, the ground trembled, and stones seemed to bounce on the surface as if placed on a drum, while the disordered vegetation swayed violently, as though trying to uproot itself to flee from the impending battlefield. The quaking earth made Li Shi feel as though he stood atop a tumultuous sea, poised to be engulfed by a storm. Even the sky ominously refracted strange hues. The once warm and bright expanse morphed into a riot of colors, resembling a canvas overturned by a mischievous child, chaotically splattering a beautiful rainbow. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Li Shi's mouth. These individuals had sealed both the ground and the sky before launching their attacks, regardless of whether their opponent excelled in flying or earth-based teleportation. All avenues of escape were thoroughly blocked, not to mention that Li Shi could neither fly nor burrow through the earth. Even someone like Abi Gaer, who could fly, would find no way out in this scenario. These individuals, truly, were of the same guild. Such seamless cooperation could not be achieved without countless rehearsals. In the face of such a coordinated assault, personal valor would count for little. Instead, it could draw even more concentrated fire due to an individual's conspicuous performance. Taking a deep breath to steady his escalating anxiety, Li Shi gripped his heavy sword firmly, his palm gliding over it as his mana surged, activating the array. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire sword crackled with blue arcs of electricity. Li Shi's gaze fixed upon the embedded energy crystal. Facing the combined onslaught of 200 wizard apprentices, he had only one opportunity to strike. Behind him, AI Li Shi's incantation flowed rapidly yet rhythmically, and remarkably. The impending attack from the 200 apprentices failed to unsettle her in the slightest. Li Shi couldn't help but admire her composure. She was remarkably steady. The moment the opponents unleashed their assault, Li Shi doubted whether he had lost his hearing. The tremendous roar was intermingled with inaudible ultrasonic waves, instantly inducing a dizzying sensation that made it difficult for him to stand. The world spun, nausea overtook him, and he felt the urge to vomit. The thunderous heavy sword trembled uncontrollably in his grasp, not from the sword itself, but from his shaking hands. Renowned for their formidable physicality, Li Shi never anticipated that one day he would be unable to steady his sword. Confronted with such an attack, or rather, the mere aftermath of an impending attack, he realized that his earlier thoughts of seizing a single opportunity were nothing but fanciful illusions. In the true clash, he had no chance to even act. The ground erupted, and the chaotic, multicolored sky was instantaneously rendered uniform, devoid of color, leaving only the purest white. Although unseen, Li Shi could sense an ominous spell descending upon him. It could crush him and AI Li Shi into a mere flat pancake in an instant. There was no time to flee. As the very space around them had been locked down, escape was impossible. Chapter 46. The Great Weapon. Li Shi took 2 steps back, striving to draw closer to AI Li Shi. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, Li Shi remained resolute in his promise to protect AI Li Shi until the very last moment. He continuously caressed the energy crystal embedded in his sword, awaiting the descent of arcane magic from the heavens. Perhaps this spell would grant AI Li Shi a fleeting moment of reprieve. Li Shi had already braced himself for the worst. Just at this critical juncture, AI Li Shi's hoarse yet defiant voice resonated behind him. Spatial transfer grand spell, activate. AI Li Shi's aura surged dramatically, her magical energy erupting forth with unbridled force. A rift in space rapidly tore open under the torrent of her power. In an instant, what began as a narrow fissure widened to several meters, and before Li Shi could even blink, countless fiery, semi-ethereal figures surged forth from the rift like a dam bursting. Li Shi recognized these blazing figures, the fire elementals. Each summoned by AI Li Shi possessed the strength of a wizard's apprentice. As the multitude of fire elementals poured forth, the concentration of fire elements within the surrounding area escalated to its zenith. In such an environment, fire-based spells would receive considerable enhancement, while spells of other attributes would face varying degrees of diminishment. The fire elementals, upon emerging, bypassed Li Shi and surged towards the assembled wizard apprentices of the Linghun Songjong Academy. They too sensed the oppressive magic in the sky, unleashing a barrage of fireballs and flames upwards. The combined spells of 200 apprentices were swiftly shattered amidst the onslaught of the countless fire elementals. Li Shi felt an unexpected clarity, the sense of impending doom that had targeted him dissipating in an instant. More fire elementals erupted forth, charging towards the formation of the Linghun Songjong apprentices with relentless speed akin to a torrential downpour, obliterating a swath of apprentices into blackened ash. The remaining members of the Death Poets Society were left aghast. Their previously infallible formation had been breached in an instant. Counterattacks were attempted, yet they paled in comparison to the sheer number of fire elementals assaulting them. Although they managed to reap some of the fire elementals' lives, the losses were negligible against the overwhelming tide. Observing the battlefield, Li Shi realized it was one-sided. They had triumphed, and thus, his own survival was assured. This roller coaster of emotions, teetering on the brink of death, yet now alive, caused his heart to race. Who would wish for death when life remained? The 200 apprentices of Linghun Songjong Academy had already left Li Shi in despair, but the number of fire elementals summoned by AI Li Shi seemed endless. The strength of these fire elementals might not match that of high-level wizard apprentices, with some barely reaching the level of low-level apprentices. Yet their sheer numbers were enough to obliterate any disparity. In his delight, Li Shi gazed upon the crimson sea that engulfed the battlefield and was suddenly reminded of an event from the past. During a mission alongside Galu, a cadre of formally ranked fire elementals had once guarded the gates of the Xian Academy. Galu had informed him that these elementals were summoned through a pact made with the great Xian Shenghen wizard in the realm of fire elementals. Recalling this memory, Li Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. his mouth agape in disbelief as he beheld AI Li Si, who was striving to maintain the spatial rift, her magical essence radiant. Long hair billowing, and her exquisite visage illuminated by divine light. No wizard from Xian Academy could summon such a multitude of fire elementals, not a single one. Save for that illustrious Xian Shenghen wizard. In that moment, Li Shi comprehended AI Li Si's true identity. He understood her formidable background. Yet he had not anticipated its sheer magnitude. It was no wonder that Gulu and the others revered AI Li Si, addressing her as the disciple of that great figure. Despite her modesty, who would dare disclose her identity? Even if all were aware, they would feign ignorance. At this instant, Li Shi's awareness of his own significance deepened. To have the esteemed Xian Shenghen wizard dispatch a disciple to safeguard him, even compelling her apprentice to delay her ascension, revealed a determination far more resolute than he had ever imagined. Faced with such a legion of fire elementals, the formation of the Linghan Songzhong apprentices began to falter. Retreating in an orderly manner from the battlefield, Li Shi clearly observed their reluctant gazes as they departed. They had been on the precipice of success. Had they not been so confident in their ability to withstand AI Li Si's magic, had they not aimed to win Li Shi over, had they not hesitated to attack initially, they would have emerged victorious, reveling in the humiliation of Li Shi's corpse. Alas, such what-ifs held no weight. The fire elementals continued to surge forth from the spatial rift, seemingly inexhaustible. Li Shi peered into the rift, witnessing a world awash in fiery hues, saturated with elemental essence that permitted no room for any other element. He knew not from whence this world came, but it was undoubtedly perilous. AI Li Si's aura was waning. Having consumed the Black Pearl potion to replenish her mana, it was dwindling rapidly. Fortunately, the wizard apprentices of Linghan Songzhong had already made their escape, true to the legacy of a guild that had endured for over 2 millennia. Even when faced with overwhelming adversity, they managed to retreat unscathed. Of the 200 apprentices, over 150 managed to survive the onslaught of the myriad fire elementals. They had only lost 50 apprentices. The spatial rift emitted a disconcerting crackling sound, signaling its imminent closure as AI Li Si's form began to tremble, a consequence of her severely depleted magic. In the next moment, she closed her eyes and fainted. Before losing consciousness, AI Li Si felt strong arms enveloping her. Upon awakening, she found that her depleted mana had recovered to 30%. Although her head still spun from the aftereffects of mental exhaustion, she required only a few days for full recuperation. Surveying her surroundings, AI Li Si realized she was in a pristine cave. Not far away, she saw Li Shi, his back turned, crouching on the ground and exclaiming in astonishment. "What are you doing?" AI Li Si inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing her voice, Li Shi turned around, his expression brightening as he met AI Li Si's inquisitive gaze. He grinned like a child, pointing at the wizard's guiding rings in his hand. "You were unconscious for 3 days. So I had nothing better to do than to examine the treasures within these apprentices' guiding rings. I must say, they possess quite an array of valuable items." As he spoke, Li Shi placed a pile of 50 guiding rings before AI Li Si, all belonging to those who had fallen to the fire elementals. Thus rightfully hers, he had not touched a single one. The guiding ring in Li Shi's possession belonged to Adelaide and his companions. While the most significant guiding ring of Adelaide remained unopened, the other 6 apprentices' rings had already filled Li Shi with excitement. Beyond the abundant materials and wizard coins, there were 132 academy badges. This represented wealth. Li Shi understood that the purpose of the 6 academies competition was to reduce the number of apprentices through conflict and concentrate resources in the hands of the elite. However, when those resources landed in his own hands, the feeling was exhilarating. All hail the 6 academies, Li Shi mused, feeling as though he had struck it rich with the mere value of these 6 guiding rings surpassing 1 million wizard coins. "Oh, you continue with your discoveries. I shall rest for now," AI Li Si remarked, unable to share in Li Shi's joy akin to unboxing a treasure chest. To her, money was merely a number. Devoid of any special significance, she had never worried over such matters. "All right, you take a rest, I will continue. Only the Wudao ring of Adelaide remains." Li Shi stepped back a bit, fearful of inadvertently disturbing AI Li Si. However, when Li Shi first laid eyes on the object within the Wudao ring of Adelaide, he could not suppress his astonishment. How could this item be here? Regardless of whether he disturbed AI Li Si, he swiftly retrieved the object he had seen. It was a plump, dark black bomb, oval in shape, exuding an unmistakable terrestrial essence. Li Shi doubted the accuracy of his sight and could not help but tremble as he reached out to touch it. Just as the rumors suggested and the images depicted on television, even with Li Shi's heightened perception, he had not misjudged. It was indeed that very object. But why would such an important item be found within the Wudao ring of Adelaide? The earth had torn apart. Such a devastating weapon should have detonated, should it not? Why did it appear unscathed before him? Li Shi's mind raced, his gaze fixated on the seemingly innocuous bomb. If such a weapon could remain intact amidst the earth's rending, it implied that even more could be preserved. Perhaps. Li Shi gasped, overwhelmed with excitement, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Memories that should have remained dormant surfaced unexpectedly, as if fearing Li Shi would forget, each frame vividly replayed before his eyes. He tenderly caressed the formidable weapon before him. The memories of life on Earth had become increasingly nebulous. Often, it was not that Li Shi wished to forget those memories, but rather he was deliberately trying to erase them. Birth, schooling, growth, employment, friends, family, all belonged to the Earth, representing humanity's most treasured and joyous recollections from youth. It was as if those memories were the softest corners of life, forever irreplaceable treasures. Yet, the time Li Shi had spent in the world of wizards had surpassed that on Earth, and those memories now brought him more pain than joy. Each scene flashing through his mind felt like a steel needle relentlessly piercing his heart. Forgetting had become Li Shi's evasive choice. Chapter 47. Large-scale composite sorcery I have been striving to integrate into this world. Why must you appear before me? Li Shi's pained eyes tightly shut, ensnared in tormenting memories. But in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, the aura of suffering dissipating, replaced by an acute clarity as he gazed at the weapon before him. This was the most lethal weapon crafted by human civilization on Earth. A single bomb could obliterate an entire city. In the world of wizards, what level of sorcerer could wield such power? Within Li Shi's current understanding, even a secondary body-refining sorcerer like Galu could not achieve this, nor could Nox, who had captured him, and AI Li Shi. Could a tertiary grand sorcerer manage it? Unknown. But even if a tertiary grand sorcerer could accomplish this, it signified that while civilization on Earth may not have followed the path of physical development, its understanding of atomic science possessed its own unique attributes. Indeed, the power of civilization is far more complex than it appears. No civilization is devoid of meaning, no matter how weak or transient its existence may be in the grand tapestry of history. Li Shi's mind raced with countless images, and a sudden thought stirred a tempest within his memories. Tenderly touching the formidable weapon, Li Shi trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The storm of thoughts continued to swirl. Frantically, Li Shi took out his experimental notes, recording every fleeting image and thought that crossed his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed as he filled an entire notebook with densely packed data and chaotic hypotheses. An outsider might perceive it as the scrawl of a child. Even the awakened Li Shi had to carefully decipher his own handwriting. Yet, Li Shi smiled. These were the finest gifts left by his homeland. What is wrong? The revitalized AI Li Shi had approached Li Shi at some point, her curious gaze fixed upon the oval-shaped weapon. Although she did not grasp the principles or construction of the object, standing beside it evoked an instinctual sense of danger, a primal warning to flee. However, seeing Li Shi's ecstatic yet tumultuous reaction, AI Li Shi stepped closer, expressing rare concern. I believe I have discovered a path left for me by my homeland. Li Shi's smile radiated genuine joy, a true expression of inner happiness. Congratulations. AI Li Shi did not inquire further about the path Li Shi had found, simply offering her congratulations. She understood Li Shi's identity, perhaps better than anyone else. And after he had unleashed that sword strike, her attitude had continually shifted. I have fully recovered. Next, boom, boom, boom. Just as AI Li Shi began to speak, thunderous roars erupted from outside the cave, reminiscent of a tempest breaching the ocean. Li Shi and AI Li Shi exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting instantly as they sensed a change in the elemental aura around them. This was no ordinary weather change. It was a fluctuation in elemental tides provoked by a large-scale sorcery. In an instant, the two figures appeared at the cave's entrance. AI Li Shi then realized that the cave was positioned on the sheer cliffside of a towering mountain, with several gnarled trees conveniently obscuring the entrance, providing an excellent hiding spot. Yet, AI Li Shi had no interest in questioning how Li Shi had discovered this place. Her gaze, like Li Shi's, was drawn to the distant mountain summit undergoing a transformation. It was a towering peak, 1,000 meters high, now completely shrouded in dense, black clouds, which swirled ominously, drawing in the surrounding clouds. Countless silver arcs of lightning roared like dragons within the dark clouds, illuminating the pitch-black mass with flashes of white. With a flick of her wand, AI Li Shi conjured an icy mirror before them. In mere moments, a myriad of chaotic images appeared on the mirror's surface. AI Li Xi's fingers danced over the ice, adjusting the display until the mirror revealed the scene of a battlefield in the distance. This was the ice mirror sorcery that transmitted battlefield images through the moisture in the air. Although silent, the visuals were profoundly striking. Crack, crack, crack. As if the heavens themselves were enraged, numerous colossal lightning bolts struck down, each as thick as an ancient tree, shattering the boulders atop the mountain. In mere moments, the entire summit was reduced in height by several meters. The sound of the immense thunder echoed for dozens of kilometers, sending waves of ear-piercing resonance through the air. The mountain trembled, countless rocks rolling. Had it not been for the mountain's solidity, natural disasters such as mudslides would have already ensued. The elemental aura within dozens of kilometers was drawn towards the summit, sustaining the relentless onslaught of lightning. Thunderbolts as thick as millennia-old trees struck the mountain over 1,000 times before beginning to wane. By this point, 50 heartbeats had passed. Yet, this was not the end of the assault, but rather the onset of the next wave. Torrential rain, imbued with the force of a tempest, poured down, washing over the entire mountain. Do not underestimate the power of the rain. Li Xi clearly saw the thin strands of lightning weaving through the downpour. Water conducts electricity. On the mountaintop battlefield, the rain dispersed the lightning strikes, transforming the previous pinpoint attacks into a comprehensive barrage. Li Xi found it difficult to fathom what manner of wizard apprentices could endure in such an environment. Yet, all he witnessed were relentless assaults, with not a single apprentice in sight thus far. Were it not for his ability to perceive the fluctuations of elemental energies on the battlefield, he might have mistaken it for a natural phenomenon. First came the incessant bombardment of thunderbolts, followed by a torrential downpour unleashing indiscriminate electric strikes. If he were to empathize and imagine himself enduring such attacks, Li Xi was certain he would have perished at least thrice by this stage. The deluge lasted a full hour, exhausting nearly all the rainfall from the surrounding clouds before it concluded. This also indicated that the various elemental forces in the air had been largely depleted. The continuous consumption of elemental concentrations resulted in a scarcity of elemental presence around the battlefield, drawing energies from other locations. The flow of elemental energies surged like tides, with winds so fierce they swept through the environment like a tempest. Delicate trees were uprooted by the storm, and vast swathes of unstable vegetation were torn away. This was the aftermath of devastation. Had the onslaught ceased? Not yet. The roiling elemental tide had yet to arrive. And suddenly the mountaintop battlefield was engulfed in a blinding white. Snow began to fall, as the torrential rain had sapped considerable warmth from the air, which still retained abundant moisture. With just a hint of elemental guidance, the weather transformation accelerated. The sweltering summer swiftly gave way to a frigid winter. And within moments of the snowfall, countless ice crystals emerged. The next instant, these crystals coalesced into icicles, ice swords, and ice daggers, launching indiscriminate assaults upon the mountaintop. Though seemingly inconspicuous, each crystalline attack surpassed even that of heavy artillery. Li Xi estimated that each strike exceeded an attack power of 100. Having endured the thunderbolts and torrential rain, followed by the chilling snowfall and ice attacks, the already battered mountaintop could withstand no more. With a thunderous roar, the summit collapsed. In that moment of collapse, Li Xi understood why so many wizard apprentices had relentlessly assaulted this location for hours on end. Within the mountain was a hollow environment, where over 1,000 apprentices fought desperately to maintain its integrity. Yet, as the mountain crumbled, their exposure sealed the battlefield's fate. A torrent of ice crystals surged through the breach, penetrating the bodies of a third of the apprentices inside, while many others were torn to shreds by the icy weaponry. As the apprentices within the mountain perished in droves, the entire structure could no longer maintain its form and collapsed entirely. This resulted in further breaches, allowing for even more attacks to penetrate. For nearly 100 breaths, the onslaught of icy formations continued unabated, the duration and frequency of the strikes leaving the air almost devoid of elemental essence. Li Xi took a deep breath to ease his racing heart. Only then did he realize that he was drenched in sweat from the tension. Was he afraid? Certainly. Even 100 of such attacks would be beyond his endurance. As the battle concluded, Alice retracted her ice mirror with a sigh, remarking that this was an assault involving over 2,000 wizard apprentices simultaneously employing a large-scale combination spell, a tactic reserved for expeditions into other realms. The attacking side was likely the He Luo Wizard Academy, while the defenders were from the Big Ben Wizard Academy. With no less than 2,000 apprentices deployed from He Luo, Li Xi found himself unable to shake off the impact of the battlefield he had just witnessed. His once proud battle power of 150 had been utterly shattered by 200 apprentices from the Soul Bell Academy. Now, witnessing the large-scale, formalized combat of thousands of wizards, he realized that not even a power of 250 could withstand such a ferocious offensive. The entire battle had leveled a mountain. The fundamental purpose of the competition was already clear: to reduce the number of apprentices and select the exceptional ones. Apprentices capable of skillfully employing large-scale combination spells were among those chosen. In expeditions to other realms, the ultimate outcome was invariably determined by these large military wizard forces. Without exception, perhaps aware that Li Shi had discerned her identity, Alice revealed more secrets. After all, her lineage allowed her insights to surpass those of ordinary wizard apprentices. And without divulging such knowledge to Li Shi, he might never come to understand. What will you do next? Continue hunting other wizard apprentices? Alice inquired, looking at Li Shi. From the fervent notes he had taken in the cave, she had suspected that his intentions had shifted. As Alice had surmised, Li Shi suppressed his restless emotions and replied, "I have made a new discovery that is crucial to my future as a wizard. I shall not partake in further hunts. I intend to remain here to conduct some experiments and validate my hypotheses." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Alice's response was unexpected for Li Shi. Since it was a command from the esteemed Zihua, Shenghen wizard, Alice had no choice but to follow him for her own protection. Chapter 48. Dismantling the atomic bomb. Having decided against hunting other wizard apprentices, Li Shi settled into the cave within the mountains as his base. The location was superb, nearly impossible to detect. After all, it was Li Shi who had scaled the heights with Alice. No safer place existed to conduct his experiments. Li Shi repurposed another cave as his laboratory. In matters concerning the privacy of wizards, Alice likewise utilized a separate cave, establishing the original one as their shared common area. Each day, they busied themselves with their respective experiments, oblivious to the strife outside. As a disciple of the illustrious Zihua, Shenghen wizard, Alice was already capable of advancing to a first-level wizard, but she had suppressed her abilities out of concern for Li Shi. As for the rewards of the competition, Alice expressed little interest in such things. Li Shi's decision to withdraw from the competition brought her greater joy than he anticipated. He no longer obsessed over the coveted top 10 positions of the Zihua Academy, as he was focused on dismantling an atomic bomb. In Li Shi's eyes, nothing held more importance than the atomic bomb before him. The cultivation of his physical body required consistent endurance of harm to achieve cellular evolution. The modifications to his tonsils, the gravitational rune array, high-temperature rune array, low-temperature rune array, and electric shock rune array were all aimed at promoting cellular evolution. With the enhancement of his powers, there would be even more rune modification plans in the future. A body refinement wizard conquers the world through sheer physical prowess. However, at present, none of Li Shi's rune arrays could compare to the effects of nuclear radiation on cellular evolution. Upon encountering the atomic bomb, his first thought was to wield it, envisioning the ability to reshape the multiverse. Nuclear energy represented the pinnacle of technological pursuit on Earth. Fission, fusion, antimatter. Just contemplating these concepts filled him with exhilaration. Yet, once reason regained its hold on his mind, he realized that not only could he not handle assembling a nuclear bomb, but even merely possessing nuclear materials would be beyond his capacity. Progress must be gradual, and sustenance must be consumed one bite at a time. Beyond the mere assembly of a nuclear bomb, he conceived an even more audacious idea. That was to harness nuclear radiation to stimulate cellular evolution while simultaneously mastering atomic energy. These two elements would complement each other, forming the ideal path for an elemental body refinement wizard. Li Shi marveled at his own ingenuity in formulating such a remarkable notion. An elemental body refinement wizard. He had not anticipated that this path would present itself so swiftly. It was not that other wizards could not conceive similar theoretical knowledge. Rather, it was that Li Shi, with his earthly education, possessed a distinct advantage over his peers. Even a formally trained wizard would require considerable time to successfully delve into the realm of atomic energy. The journey from the inception of the theory to the detonation of the first atomic bomb consumed immense human and material resources. Even if each wizard possessed intellect akin to that of a computer, the vast knowledge of the atomic framework accumulated from scratch would still demand centuries of effort. However, with the existing knowledge and experience of Li Shi, a substantial amount of time can be saved, allowing him to avoid numerous pitfalls. Success appears as a fruit within reach, and with a mere extension of his hand, Li Shi can seize it. The title of Elemental Body Refinement Wizard is one that many aspire to yet cannot attain. Li Shi did not anticipate that he would so effortlessly discover a path that suits him. Mastering atomic energy as an elemental wizard and enduring nuclear radiation for passive evolution as a body refinement wizard is a matchless perfection. The explosion of an atomic bomb merely results from the fission of uranium-235. The detonation of Little Boy was achieved through the fission of just 0.6 grams of uranium-235, producing an explosive yield equivalent to 100,000 tons of TNT, instantly claiming the lives of 100,000 people and obliterating an entire city. If I can perfectly master the fission of uranium-235, would it not mean that annihilating cities and nations would be a mere trifle? Li Shi meticulously disassembled the atomic bomb, documenting every step to ensure that no components were left over when reassembling. His curiosity led him to scrutinize every detail, although he understood the principles behind the bomb's detonation. This was his first encounter with such a formidable weapon. Lacking nuclear materials for experimentation, he was compelled to dismantle the bomb directly. Without protective gear, Li Shi activated his physical strength and simply donned a 3-layer protective shield. These defensive artifacts were acquired from the defeat of wizard apprentices. While their protection was limited, able to withstand only a few dozen points of attack, their sheer number compensated for their lack of quality. Li Shi confidently asserted that he could now disregard 300 points of attack. Such defense should suffice against nuclear radiation. As he disassembled, recorded, and categorized the components, a sensation akin to prickling coursed through his body when he finally beheld a disk of uranium-235 with a purity exceeding 90. Despite multiple layers of protection, the insidious nuclear radiation penetrated and irradiated him. He promptly placed the nuclear material into a container he had prepared beforehand, designed to store energy crystals and minimize energy loss. Indeed, upon activating the formation inscribed on the container, the radiation he had felt dissipated. Li Shi retrieved his experimental notes, reflecting deeply on the sequence of experiments to follow. The uranium-235 extracted from the bomb weighed 70 kilograms, and he was uncertain when he might procure additional nuclear material. Thus, this 70 kilograms constituted his sole experimental resource. He had to be meticulous, considering the purpose of each gram for his experiments. Yet, amidst his continuous calculations, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Puzzled, he glanced down to see small red spots emerging on his skin, each no larger than a sesame seed, resembling tiny mushrooms sprouting from the earth, quickly pushing through the skin before wilting and falling away. Had cells already begun to mutate merely from exposure to nuclear radiation? Li Shi understood the nature of these red spots. They were a result of the nuclear radiation stimulating certain cells in his body, causing them to undergo transformation. This transformation was erratic and chaotic, with most of the altered cells becoming cancerous, posing a significant threat to his health. The underlying principle was clear to him. Nuclear radiation particles had attacked the DNA within the cells, disrupting the stability of the double helix structure, which led to cellular mutation. This phenomenon is one of humanity's greatest fears, as evidenced by the widespread panic that accompanies any nuclear leakage. Had he still possessed the frail body of an earthling, he would have surely crumpled to the ground in weakness. However, he was no longer that person. The robust physique of a body refinement wizard apprentice enabled him to expel these cancerous cells the moment they manifested, denying them the opportunity to proliferate. Li Shi had experienced passive cellular evolution numerous times, through the rigorous training of desert ascetics, the intense heat of volcanic environments, and the challenges of gravity and electric shocks, all designed to stimulate cellular evolution. Yet, these evolutions were largely controllable, with cells adapting to withstand harsh conditions. Just as an individual strengthens through persistent training, the fortification of his cells culminated in the emergence of a more formidable Li Shi. Nuclear radiation, however, was different. It utterly obliterated cellular structures, ruthlessly dismantling everything in its path, leading to the collapse of cells and the emergence of the most harmful mutations. Perhaps after a significant advancement, he could withstand nuclear radiation, but that time had not yet come. A crucial aspect of his experiments with nuclear materials would involve controlling the direction of cellular evolution under radiation. If he could perfectly direct this evolution, Li Shi could scarcely imagine the extent to which his physical form could be enhanced. The cinematic monstrosity of Godzilla, which incessantly evolves amidst nuclear radiation, serves as a parallel to his aspirations, though his goal diverges in seeking controllable evolution. The mutated cells in his body were swiftly eradicated. Ordinary ailments no longer warranted his concern. As time progressed, numerous volumes of his meticulously documented experimental notes accumulated in a corner of the cave. Each day was filled with tireless activity, and he often muttered to himself. Occasionally, when his thoughts ran dry, he would venture out to dine and converse with AI Li Si. Although their discussions seldom delved into specific experimental details, they would share insights about the cultural nuances of the wizarding world. AI Li Si, as a disciple of the St. Mark wizard, possessed a breadth of knowledge that Li Si could scarcely fathom. She had even traversed realms inaccessible to many apprentices. Guided by the esteemed Yin St. Mark wizard, Li Si had only glimpsed aspects of the wizarding world through books. But hearing about them from AI Li Si painted a vivid picture. Expeditions to other realms were reserved for fully fledged wizards, as apprentices could not withstand the harmful energies of differing world laws. Venturing into those realms would likely render them powerless. AI Li Si's ability to explore other realms as an apprentice clearly indicated the protective influence of her mentor. It is indeed a boon to have a knowledgeable teacher. In contrast, Li Si's experiences on Earth paled in significance, merely a tale of a low-tier world with moderate technological achievements. Were it not for the remarkable development of human intellect on Earth, he would not have attained the esteemed status of a second-class native in the wizarding realm. Days passed monotonously. The laboratory's routine was wearisome, particularly since Li Si's experiments yielded little substantial progress, consisting of repetitive foundational processes. This was entirely within his expectations. For experiments involving nuclear materials were not suited for apprentices. They were best undertaken after achieving the rank of a first-class wizard. Moreover, the makeshift mobile laboratory at his disposal was of the most basic level, incapable of conducting more advanced testing. The data he could obtain was limited to whole numbers, unable to yield decimal precision. Chapter 49, Discovery. Having completed all foundational experiments, the next endeavor involved investigating the functional relationship between radiation and the influence on shadow talents. Li Si perused his experimental notes, meticulously reviewing his progress, carefully recording every datum while adhering to his planned sequence of experiments. Rigorous and attentive, he did not expect monumental achievements from a few trials, yet he demanded precision and diligence in every endeavor. A mere 0.1 milligram of uranium-235 was extracted by Li Si, who, despite being shielded by 3 layers of protection and possessing a robust physique, could still perceive the subtle sensations of radiation penetrating his body. A number of cells, unfortunately, had succumbed to radiation damage, resulting in carcinogenesis. Below him, shadows twisted and writhed, slowly extending a black hand that tightly grasped the 0.1 milligram of uranium-235, drawing it back to its original state with remarkable speed. The entire process resembled a great white shark leaping from the ocean to seize its prey, only to quietly descend back into the depths to digest. Li Si remained fixated on the calm and seemingly unremarkable shadow, unleashing his full perception to scrutinize any changes in its form. He had previously experimented with allowing shadows to absorb other substances, but had found no response, as if the shadows held no interest in those materials. Initially, Li Si believed that shadows were incapable of assimilating other substances. This time, however, it was merely a routine experiment, and he was taken aback to discover that the shadow had indeed actively consumed nuclear material. The shadow, having mutated into a semi-ethereal entity due to his shadow talent, possessed numerous capabilities that greatly aided Li Si, sharing principles akin to the fire elementals summoned by AI Li Si. It now appeared that the shadow's ability to absorb and integrate other materials was analogous to the human need for sustenance. Yet, until now, Li Si had not encountered any substances that the shadow could assimilate. Crouching on the ground, he observed the shadow with unwavering intensity, fearful of missing any detail. After prolonged scrutiny, however, he found nothing amiss. It was as though the 0.1 milligram of nuclear material had dissolved into the sea, leaving no trace. The shadow talent had long been on Li Si's experimental agenda, yet his limited understanding and capabilities had hindered any progress. His current comprehension of the shadow talent was still superficial, but the opportunity to observe its interaction with nuclear material was invaluable. Yet, after 3 days of continuous observation, there remained no discernible change. As Li Si's fingers twitched, the shadow beneath him began to twist and crawl towards his body. Like a pool of black liquid, it enveloped him completely, rapidly merging with every cell within. A surge of vitality flooded through him, banishing fatigue as if he had suddenly awakened from a 3-day slumber. Some cancerous cells, altered by nuclear radiation, began to weaken and purge from his system. The shadow talent could mitigate 50 of the adverse effects within him. Li Si intently focused, recognizing the surge of strength as a result of the shadow harboring energy that, upon merging with his body, elevated his energy threshold. The fatigue was also a side effect, reduced by half, and the eradication of cancer cells was a testament to the shadow's ability to alleviate bodily assaults. Cancer cells represented a form of harm to the body. In comparison to previous states, there appeared to be no significant changes. However, the integration of the 0.1 milligram of nuclear material had not resulted in even the slightest alteration. Surely, a meal would grant a person a brief extension of life. Why then did the shadow's consumption of nuclear material yield no observable effect? Was the quantity of assimilated material simply too insignificant? Suddenly, Ban Jia and I, who had remained silent for years, spoke. His words implied that he had been quietly observing all of Li Shi's endeavors during this time. This possibility existed. Yet if the shadow had indeed merged with the nuclear material, even in minimal quantities, it should have induced some form of impact. Subtle changes in matter could trigger a chain reaction, ultimately culminating in significant transformations in some aspect. Perhaps it was Li Shi's own weakness that prevented him from perceiving these minute changes. He began to document his experimental notes, firmly believing that changes were indeed occurring. The most likely explanation for their elusiveness was his insufficient strength to detect them. Li Shi refused to yield. Instead, he meticulously measured and recorded his bodily data. If the alterations in the shadow were imperceptible, he would shift his focus to observing his own body. If one set of data was inadequate, he would compile multiple sets. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands, employing a comparative methodology to uncover the underlying issues. Why have you suddenly spoken? I thought you were still in slumber. Li Shi inquired curiously while measuring his bodily data. Your shadow talent derives from the primordial forces of my world. I too wish to discern how it differs from my own, Ban Jia and I replied. Very well, since you are awake, let us dispense with the pretense of sleep. Consider this period as my experimental assistant, Li Shi declared. Certainly, while I may be unable to assist with other matters, I possess a deeper understanding of the quantitative changes within your body than you do, Ban Jia and I affirmed. Though Ban Jia's words may have sounded peculiar, Li Shi conceded that the entity inhabiting him indeed had a more precise and comprehensive grasp of his bodily changes than his experimental measurements could provide. After all, Ban Jia and I was an awareness derived from a third-tier life form, inherently possessing unique qualities. In the ensuing years, Li Shi conducted experiments on the shadow's fusion with nuclear materials, starting from 0.1 milligrams and gradually escalating to 10 grams. Yet the shadow exhibited no changes. Remaining as it was, the transformation was non-existent. However, after 3 years had elapsed, upon reviewing his experimental data regarding his own body, he discovered subtle changes. The alterations were exceedingly faint. Had it not been for the 3 years of data as evidence, Li Shi might have taken much longer to notice them. Within his data records, the toxicity of his tonsils had increased by 1 compared to 3 years prior. The cellular evolution rate had accelerated by 0.5, and even his defensive capabilities had enhanced by 0.7, with other data reflecting various rates of deviation from the norm. Based on Li Shi's understanding of his body, the toxicity of his tonsils should have increased by 0.6 over 3 years, not merely 1, resulting in an excess of 0.4. The current increase of 1 was significantly faster than normal. Moreover, the acceleration of cellular vitality had also risen by 0.5. Although a single data point might be attributed to Li Shi's misunderstanding of his own body, the presence of multiple altered data points signified an anomaly. Externally, this manifested as an attack power growth rate surpassing the normal trajectory by 0.3, assuming a typical increase. His attack power should have risen by 10 points over 3 years, yet it had instead surged by 1,003, while an apparent increase of 0.03 points seemed negligible. It was precisely this slight variation that incited Li Shi's suspicion. His body's passive evolutionary processes had been firmly established, and its attributes had reached the limits of a wizard apprentice. During his years in the cave, no external factors had triggered bodily changes, suggesting that the rate of evolution remained constant. Yet now, an increase of 0.3 had manifested. These data were not solely derived from experimental measurements. They also included insights provided by Ban Jia and I, resulting from a comparison of 2 sets of data. Thus, the possibility of data discrepancies could be dismissed. The only variable Li Shi could attribute to the changes in his body was the shadow's consumption of nuclear materials and the subsequent fusion with his form. Since he sought to perceive the alterations in the shadow after it absorbed the nuclear material, and since no observable changes were detected in its appearance or energy readings, he had to rely on the shadow merging with his body, using his own form to sense its transformations. Over the span of 3 years, half of that time had been spent in a state of fusion with the shadow. This was the singular aspect that distinguished these 3 years from his previous existence. Beyond this, Li Shi could not conceive of any other factor influencing the acceleration of his bodily evolution. Could it be that the shadow's fusion with nuclear materials had the potential to hasten the evolution of his body? Li Shi inscribed a question mark heavily in his experimental notes. Nuclear radiation might stimulate cellular evolution, or perhaps it was not stimulation at all, but rather the destruction of cells, an indiscriminate assault on genetic information. Although Li Shi had designated directed nuclear radiation as a stimulus for cellular evolution in his experimental agenda, the experiments had yet to commence. At most, he had conducted some basic tests. His abilities severely constrained the progression of his experiments. Li Shi originally believed that he would have to wait until he was promoted to the next level before he could commence his experiments. However, the feedback from his body indicated that the fusion of shadows and nuclear radiation was accelerating cellular evolution. Even the tonsils, typically considered a detrimental organ, were undergoing evolution. In disbelief, Li Shi scribbled furiously in his experimental notes, documenting every thought racing through his mind. He dared not imagine how rapidly his advancement would accelerate if his conjecture proved correct. It was akin to receiving double the experience points for leveling up. Who would fear the prospect of having an advantage? Indeed, the primal shadow talent was exceptional. Upon seeing Li Shi's hypotheses in his experimental notes, Banjiani felt a surge of jealousy once again. Has nothing similar ever occurred in your world? Li Shi inquired. Never heard of it. Even our supreme deity's shadow talent pales in comparison. Our shadow abilities are predetermined at the moment of awakening and cannot be altered thereafter, Banjiani replied. Your supreme deity? This was the first time Li Shi had heard this term from Banjiani. He was aware that there were deities in Banjiani's world, but had never inquired about them. Although the knowledge of wizards suggested that gods were merely beings of a higher order, deserving no reverence, many wizards had slain gods during expeditions, and numerous wizard factions showcased gods for public viewing. Yet, Li Shi was acutely aware of his limited strength. Knowing less could be beneficial. If the deities in Banjiani's world were omniscient and omnipotent, it would bode ill for Li Shi if they were aware of his knowledge of them. Maintaining a low profile in times of weakness is not out of fear of death, but rather a recognition of the need for respect. Our supreme deity. I will tell you more once you reach the first level, Banjiani said, his tone tinged with melancholy, aware that their god's demise was not far off. All right. Once I ascend to the first level, I will need to arrange many matters appropriately. Li Shi, at that moment, had little interest in deities. Those discussions could wait until after he achieved his first level. He was solely focused on completing his experiments. Chapter 50. The final frenzy times swiftly passed. And it was only when Li Shi and AI Lizi sat down to dine that they realized the 10-year championship had already entered its 9th year, with only 1 year remaining until its conclusion. This meant that Li Shi and AI Lizi had been hiding in the cave for 8 years. Reflecting on his past 8 years, Li Shi felt as if they had flown by in the blink of an eye. Aside from accumulating several thousand experimental notes, nothing else had changed. He had not paid attention to the championship, the academy badges, or the academy rankings. Li Shi was uncertain how many academy badges AI Lizi possessed. He himself had accumulated 310 badges, all thanks to Adelaide and his companions. Gratitude was owed to Adelaide. This achievement would hardly place him among the top 10 or even the top 20 of the Xian Academy, so he resolved to accept whatever outcome awaited him. His only desire was to complete his experiments. Recently, there had been multiple instances of intense energy fluctuations, and the frequency of battles had accelerated significantly. The apprentices outside were engaging in a final frenzy of slaughter for the last sprint. AI Lizi expressed her concerns. It is of no concern to us. The championship concludes in a year, and we only need to return safely to the academy, Li Shi replied, his mind still occupied with experimental data, continuously simulating experiments in his mind, boldly hypothesizing, and refining his path as a wizard. Indeed, there is still a year, but we cannot let our guard down. I will set up some magical arrays near the cave entrance. Should our location be exposed, we will have time to react, AI Lizi continued. Li Shi glanced at AI Lizi and agreed. Even though their cave, hidden within the mountains, was exceedingly secretive, one could never underestimate the methods of wizards. If they were discovered, it would spell trouble. After all, as the end drew near, the surviving apprentices became increasingly desperate. He himself possessed 310 academy badges, and AI Lizi likely had even more. Capturing both of them would undoubtedly propel someone's ranking significantly, potentially even affecting the top contender standings. Then I shall prepare as well. AI Lizi's words reminded Li Shi that he could not place all his hopes on the cave. Returning to the laboratory, Li Shi pondered his methods. His most formidable was the self-created elemental refining spell, Thunder Plow, but it was primarily an offensive spell. While it might suffice against a single wizard apprentice, It would be utterly ineffective against a scenario where he was besieged by hundreds or thousands of apprentices. Previously, when he and AI Lizzie faced 200 apprentices from the Linghun Sangjong Academy, had AI Lizzie not summoned the fire element, he might have been swept away in a single wave. Later, he witnessed the He Luoluo Academy's 2,000 apprentices flatten a mountain, slaughtering 1,000 apprentices from the Dabanshong Academy. The memory of that battlefield left him shuddering in fear. Yet, I lack any decisive spells that could turn the tide. With 10 or more wizard apprentices, I would find myself in peril. Li Shi contemplated the necessity of having a secret weapon, an ability that would instill fear in all who witnessed it. A move that would deter any wizard apprentice from challenging him thereafter. In the laboratory, as Li Shi paced slowly, his eyes lit up upon seeing the atomic bomb casing in the corner. Wasn't this ultimate weapon the best trump card? Not to mention wizard apprentices. Even a first-level official wizard would not withstand the explosion of an atomic bomb. Li Shi even speculated that someone like Gru, a second-level refining wizard, would also be unable to endure it. Yet, in a moment of excitement, Li Shi's expression fell. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. While the atomic bomb was indeed a devastating weapon, it was indiscriminate in its destruction, treating all life equally. Should he encounter danger and detonate the atomic bomb, he would be the first casualty. Although mutual destruction sounded appealing, Li Shi felt he had not yet lived enough. No, there must be a way to avoid this. These wizard apprentices do not recognize atomic bombs or understand their principles or detonation mechanisms. As long as I can delay the detonation, I could escape during that time. However, I have already used some of the nuclear material, and the remaining amount is insufficient to meet the minimum detonation standard. The explosion principle of an atomic bomb is quite simple. It requires a substantial quantity of highly purified uranium-235 to undergo rapid collisions. This will cause some neutrons to collide with atomic nuclei, initiating a fission reaction. Humans on Earth cannot control precise atomic fission. It relies entirely on brute force to achieve the necessary collisions with large amounts of nuclear material. Just a little fission is enough. Back when the children had 60 kilograms of nuclear material, only 0.6 grams participated in fission. It was that 0.6 grams of uranium-235 that flattened an entire city. If the weight of uranium-235 is insufficient, it cannot achieve the fission reaction standard. Li Shi continued to contemplate. Currently, the issue lay with the insufficient weight of nuclear material. If I could alter the pressure, speed, and spatial density, I might be able to further compress the density of the nuclear material. If so, could I not reach the minimum detonation standard? Banjiani did not understand what Li Shi was saying, but grasped the general idea. Especially when Li Shi began discussing modifying the atomic bomb using his wizarding knowledge. Banjiani realized the extent of Li Shi's ambitions. You are insane. If you truly detonate that thing during the championship, I am certain those academies will not spare you. Li Shi had repeatedly shattered Banjiani's worldview, but this time, his intentions utterly drove Banjiani to madness. According to what he gleaned from Li Shi's memories, if Li Shi's recollections were accurate, the explosion of an atomic bomb would result in instant annihilation, far exceeding the normal rules of competition. An atomic bomb was an act that disrupted the rules of the game. How could the higher-ups of those academies allow such an event to transpire? Have you thought this through? Banjiani attempted to dissuade Li Shi. Such thoughts required careful consideration. If he were a prominent figure within those academies, hearing of the demise of all his apprentices in the championship would surely bring him sorrow. Yet he would refrain from excessive inquiry, for these were the very rules they had established. However, should he discover that their apprentices fell victim to an extraordinary weapon, he would undoubtedly seek to obliterate Li Shi. These academies aim to reduce the number of apprentices and concentrate resources, but not to annihilate them entirely. No worries. It might not even be necessary. Besides, I'm merely speculating, it might not explode. Li Shi remarked with a grin as he inscribed the third layer of the gravity rune array and placed an energy crystal within. The explosion of an atomic bomb is driven by high explosives facilitating the collision of nuclear materials. Li Shi believed that the power of high explosives was still insufficient. Hence he opted for energy crystals instead, asserting their explosive potential would surpass that of conventional high explosives. Ban Jia and I observed the densely inscribed runic array within the atomic bomb, feeling an acute impulse to end his own life. Following Li Shi, he was destined to perish from the constant fear and anxiety. Indeed, all wizards are mad, even a self-taught wizard like Li Shi. Since modifying the atomic bomb, Li Shi had forsaken it, immersing himself once more in his experiments. Initially, he believed that additional preparations were merely precautionary. However, as the championship entered its final countdown of 2 weeks, The array set by AI Li Si at the cave entrance unexpectedly triggered an alarm. A wizard apprentice had activated the pre-warning array, leaving AI Li Si uncertain if they had discovered their presence. Nevertheless, during this final fortnight, caution was paramount. If your experiment can be halted, please do so, AI Li Si urged Li Shi, her expression grave. The activation of the pre-warning array, combined with the detection of a wizard apprentice's aura, further darkened AI Li Si's countenance, as she had not seen the apprentice who had triggered it. This situation seemed less like an accidental contact and more intentional. Otherwise, the individual would not have vanished so quickly. Li Shi nodded, swiftly returning to the laboratory, gathering all his belongings into the shadow space. Upon spotting the formidable weapon he had modified in the corner, he remarked, "I have arranged the teleportation array as per your instructions, but I am curious why you chose to position it behind the mountain. Is it not a tad too close?" Since AI Li Si had expressed her concerns a year prior, both had diligently prepared. AI Li Si produced a set of disposable teleportation runes capable of transporting them 5 kilometers away. She initially intended to place it at the maximum distance, but was halted by Li Shi. Under Li Shi's insistence, it was instead positioned at the base of the mountain, with the location personally selected by him. The cave was stripped bare, ready to confront any imminent assault. Their apprehensions soon materialized. Within 2 days, a multitude of wizard apprentices surrounded the cave. AI Li Si of Ziyan Academy, come out. Who would have thought the illustrious Ice Maiden would be hiding in a cave during the championship for 9 years? I wonder if your academy's headmaster is pained by your behavior. Indeed, while we are out here battling, she is hiding with a man. One might think they are having a child. I wonder how old the child is now? The cacophony of voices outside intertwined, clearly meant to provoke AI Li Si. Li Shi cautiously stole a glance at AI Li Si's expression, noting her rare display of fury. An icy aura enveloped AI Li Si, her magical energy surging. Layers of frost crackling ominously beneath her feet, her magic nearly boiling over. Is your earlier plan still viable? AI Li Si asked, her teeth clenched, the murderous intent in her eyes palpable. Absolutely, Li Shi replied confidently, though theoretically untested. He dared not suggest otherwise at this moment. He feared that uttering a negative response could seal his own fate. Then let us proceed. AI Li Si surged towards the cave entrance, a tempest of wrath, and Li Shi followed closely behind. They were poised to unleash a great slaughter. Chapter 51, The Encirclement. A grand battle was implausible. The air outside was thick with the presence of wizard apprentices. None could ascertain how many were poised to charge. If Li Shi and AI Li Si recklessly engaged, a mere instant could render them mere ashes. Li Shi activated his 3 magical artifacts, 2 rings and a brooch, deploying 3 layers of protective shields. Merging his shadow with his corporeal form, he inhaled deeply, desperately compressing the air. His heart raced, blood surged, his body expanded, heightening by 20 centimeters with each breath. Fully activating his power, although a plan was in place, the sheer number of opponents posed a significant risk. Death was a real possibility. His wizard robes rendered him impervious to 60 points of attack, while his physical form resisted 110 points. Over the course of a decade, his body had grown stronger, fortifying his previous resilience against 100 points to withstand 110, coupled with the 3 layers of shields. Li Shi could boldly claim he could endure an assault of 400 points without injury. Such a level of attack was characteristic of advanced wizard apprentices. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown remarkably strong. As AI Li Si burst forth from the cave, she plummeted rapidly, the cave's mouth situated mid-mountain, with a cliff below serving as a potential escape route. The encircling wizard apprentices hurled derisive taunts, intending to provoke AI Li Si into emerging from the cave. She complied, but they had not anticipated that instead of confronting them, she would make a swift retreat. Indeed, as per Li Shi and AI Li Si's strategy, should they be surrounded by multiple apprentices, fleeing was the wisest course. Li Shi leaped from the cave, first spotting AI Li Si descending rapidly. Then, he beheld the mountainsides flanked with wizard apprentices, their numbers indiscernible, but his senses were overwhelmed by their presence. The sheer quantity was staggering, and no matter how he looked, enemies filled his vision. The mere gaze of those apprentices, laced with murderous intent, sent chills down Li Shi's spine. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Li Shi and AI Li Si emerged, the cave's entrance was bombarded by countless spells, massive chunks of rock flying, and boulders taller than a person tumbling down. Li Shi braced against the mountainside, descending with the agility of a spider. There was no time to lose, as the relentless barrage of spells rained down behind him. Despite his defenses against 400 points of attack, he could not remain unscathed amidst such an onslaught. Within 3 breaths, the brooch-shaped magical artifact adorning his chest shattered, indicating the loss of one layer of protection. Li Shi was now left to withstand only 350 points of attack. Yet, the spells hurled at him were no less than 400 points, leading him to dodge frantically, relying on hidden angles for cover. Do not let them escape. A voice boomed, angered by the sight of Li Shi and AI Li Si evading amidst the chaos. In a fit of rage, elemental energies surged, with numerous apprentices frantically drawing power from the air. In the next moment, an even greater storm of spells surged toward Li Shi and AI Li Si. Li Shi was exasperated, questioning the cruelty of their assault. Ice Wing. Faced with the escalating onslaught, AI Li Si waved her staff, conjuring a pair of ice wings formed from frost. With a powerful flap, she accelerated towards the ground, evading the barrage of spells that crashed against the mountainside, rendering her untraceable. Li Shi lacked the finesse of such intricate sorcery, yet he forcefully stomped on a protruding rock on the mountain wall, unleashing tremendous power that instantly carved a deep footprint into the stone. His body shot downward like a cannonball. In contrast to AI Li Si, Li Shi's movements were more predictable, drawing all assaults toward him in a brief moment. As he felt the hellish barrage of sorcery behind him, his hair stood on end, and every cell in his body screamed a warning. Danger! Danger! Shadow Leap. Just as countless spells were about to blast Li Shi away, his figure vanished in an instant. He reappeared in a shadow 100 meters below. However, as soon as he emerged, he was met with an even greater onslaught of spells. The saturated and overwhelming sorcery attacks rendered evasion futile if he could not escape the attack range in one go. Shadow Leap was not an invincible escape skill. Others were aware of Li Shi's tendency to flee through shadows. He had employed it in previous encounters with other apprentices. Thus, the moment he disappeared, all shadows on the mountain wall were locked onto him. Shadow Leap. Before Li Shi could even catch a breath after reappearing, he quickly dove back into the shadows to continue his escape. Countless spells, trailing beautiful flames, pursued him, while he and AI Li Si desperately ran ahead. The entire vertical cliff was battered and scarred, with countless debris cascading down. What was once a picturesque mountainside now resembled a pockmarked visage. The ground approached rapidly. AI Li Si deftly adjusted her direction, soaring close to the earth at breakneck speed. Boom! Li Shi crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large crater, disregarding the pain in his legs as he immediately low-crouched and dashed forward. Unbeknownst to him, the spells of some apprentice sorcerers had restricted his shadow leap. Just moments ago, 2 rings on Li Shi's person had shattered due to a miscalculation in employing shadow leap. The 3 precious artifacts he had painstakingly obtained were now obliterated. As he bolted forward, the aerial sorcery attacks rained down upon him, instantly transforming the spot where he had landed into chaos. Li Shi seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Despite the torrential downpour of spells behind him, he managed to evade them at crucial moments. Twisting his body at incredible angles, he resembled a serpent with 8 legs, fleeing frantically. It must be said that the physical enhancement of a sorcerer granted them unparalleled control over their bodies, allowing for grotesque skeletal transformations and inhuman postures, effortlessly executed. One moment, Li Shi was crawling like a spider, and in the next, he could scuttle sideways like a crab. In his desperate bid for survival, Li Shi gave it his all. While he evaded the majority of the spells, some were unavoidable. He did not contemplate how they tracked him. Regardless of his evasions, they struck true. Even without the 3 layers of protective shields, Li Shi, as an apprentice of physical enhancement, still boasted a formidable physique. After substantial damage reduction, he endured approximately 200 points of harm, a level that only brought him close to a light injury. However, after being struck numerous times, even he could not withstand the onslaught. The healing runes inscribed on his chest never ceased their efforts, desperately attempting to mend his wounds. Yet they could not keep pace with the damage he sustained. Just as he had not run far, he saw AI Li Si, who had been ahead, rushing back toward him. Her ice wings, meant for gliding, were gone, and her protective shield flickered ominously, on the verge of collapse. AI Li Si's disheveled state was scarcely better than Li Shi's. Glancing behind AI Li Si, Li Shi saw a throng of apprentice sorcerers relentlessly driving her back like a hunted rabbit. The sorcerers who had previously blocked their path on the mountain wall had also descended, brandishing their staves with malevolent intent directed at both him and AI Li Si. There was no escape for Li Shi and AI Li Si. They were surrounded. Li Shi tore away the remnants of his tattered sorcerer's robe, revealing his body marred with scars, various elemental attacks still fiercely preventing his wounds from healing. In a fit of desperation, he tore at his wounds, employing the most savage means to expel the relentless attacks. In an instant, Li Shi became a veritable blood-soaked figure. As the encirclement tightened, all the sorcerers gazed at the self-mutilating Li Shi, astonished yet unperturbed. This method of self-harm was the quickest solution, one that only a physical enhancement sorcerer could inflict upon their own flesh with such brutality. The gathered apprentice sorcerers scrutinized Li Shi and AI Li Si, while the two of them regarded their captors. Numerous sorcerers, accompanied by their summoned creatures, held their staves aloft, the elements shimmering in anticipation of unleashing terrifying power. Individuals from 6 different academies were present, including several familiar faces from Li Shi's past encounters. Faced with this dire situation, AI Li Si reluctantly halted and stood alongside Li Shi, her aura of menace directed at one individual, as if she intended to consume her whole. Though Li Shi was unaware of her name, he recognized her as the one who had just spoken of AI Li Si bearing children, with Li Shi himself being a key player in that event. Thus, he mimicked AI Li Si's glare in her direction. "Who is she?" Li Shi inquired, tilting his body toward AI Li Si. Edeline, the top apprentice sorcerer from the He Gu Skeleton Academy. AI Li Si gritted through clenched teeth. Li Shi firmly etched her visage into his memory, vowing that this venomous Edeline would leave not even a trace of herself behind. AI Li Si, is this your little man? Not much to look at, Edeline mocked as she regarded the bloodied Li Shi. Indeed, Li Shi presented a disheveled appearance, with patches of red and black adorning his body, his trousers tattered, and one shoe mysteriously missing, leaving him barefoot, akin to a refugee emerging from a slum. Standing beside the frost fairy-like AI Li Si, he was a juxtaposition of filth and gems. Instead of retaliating with vitriol, AI Li Si pointed toward the encroaching throng of over 2,000 apprentice sorcerers and said, with only a few days left in the championship, "Are these the last remaining contenders? Ha ha, you've been hiding for far too long to be unaware of the outside information. Allow me to inform you that fewer than 5,000 apprentices remain in the competition, and what you see here constitutes half of that number," Edeline replied with a chuckle. Gesturing toward the encirclement, AI Li Si scanned the crowd, her expression darkening as she realized that among them, the number from Ziyin Academy was the least, while the apprentices from He Gu Skeleton Academy were the most numerous, with the others relatively balanced. "Ha ha ha, it is clear now, indeed. Your Ziyin Academy ranks last in this championship, while our He Gu Skeleton Academy stands unchallenged at the top." Chapter 52, Nuclear Explosion. Within the encirclement of over 2,000 apprentices, many erupted in laughter, reveling in the rare opportunity to surround and humiliate a top apprentice. This would be the final battle of the championship, the outcome already determined. All that remained was the passage of time. Although AI Li Si had not participated in the championship for 9 years, a mere mental simulation allowed her to discern the unfolding events. The He Gu Skeleton Academy had the most top apprentices. Although Li Shi had slain Adele, their numbers still surpassed those of the other academies. Most importantly, He Gu Skeleton Academy was the common enemy of the other 5 academies, which would foster their unbreakable unity. However, the other 5 academies were not in such a situation. Each had only 2 or 3 top apprentices who were engaged in their own battles. Once He Gu Skeleton Academy had secretly gathered its forces, they would have ample opportunity to strike down the others, one by one, until total submission. Victory would be that simple. As for Ziyin Academy, they had merely 2 top apprentices. One was AI Li Si, and the other was Abigail. She was not mentioned, as she had accompanied Li Shi for 9 years on a special mission, completely disregarding the affairs of the academy. As for Abigail, she was a lone wolf who never acted in concert with her fellow apprentices. Her current whereabouts were unknown. The absence of the 2 of them left Ziyin Academy devoid of its leading top-tier apprentices, making it inevitable for them to rank last. Perhaps disheartened by the lack of hope for victory, all the apprentices observed a certain body enhancement sorcerer apprentice, seated on the ground beside Alisai, incessantly poking at his own shadow. Alisai joined Li Shi in a slow crouch, seemingly resigned to their fate, desiring to perish together, although she longed to witness his pleas for mercy. Upon learning of his ability to summon fire elementals, she had no choice but to command an attack. At Idlin's command, nearly all the sorcerer apprentices launched their assault simultaneously. 9 years ago, Li Shi had witnessed the fierce battle between 2,000 Hellas sorcerer apprentices and 1,000 Dabintong sorcerer apprentices from miles away, leaving him drenched in sweat as the conflict leveled a mountain. This experience had instilled in him a reluctance to partake in the competition, retreating instead into his laboratory. Now, as he faced simultaneous attacks from over 2,000 sorcerer apprentices, his understanding deepened significantly. In an instant, they drained the elemental energy from the surroundings, rendering Li Shi akin to a fish cast ashore, devoid of any elemental essence. This suffocating sensation left him utterly powerless to resist, his skin prickling, hair standing on end. Every pore trembling as he gasped for air, desperately seeking any trace of elemental power from the thin atmosphere. Each cell in his body screamed of the impending doom, and he suspected that if they could escape, they would flee in an instant. The next moment, energy erupted like a cataclysmic volcano, flooding the sky with an array of sorcery. The very concepts of sky, sunlight, and earth faded into obscurity beneath the overwhelming assault of magic. The ground trembled, the air turned frigid, and even the sky shifted hues, as if the entire world was yielding to this onslaught. Such an attack could obliterate both him and Alisai from existence in the blink of an eye. Go! Alisai shouted, shattering an object in her grasp, and a teleportation glyph materialized beneath their feet. They had to flee. It was too late to halt the impending disaster, as the very fabric of space warped. Lishi and Alisai vanished in an instant, just as a plump black bomb pulsated with elemental energy remained behind. As the impending storm of sorcery aimed to unleash its wrath upon the black bomb, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within it. At the base of the thick mountainside, Lishi and Alisai materialized, breathless and with racing hearts. Neither spoke, but they gasped for air, each second feeling like a dance on the edge of a blade. After catching their breath, Alisai was about to inquire if Lishi's plan had succeeded when an overwhelming explosion resonated from the other side of the mountain. A blinding light surged towards them, reminiscent of the rising sun. The deafening roar of the explosion threatened to tear the very heavens apart, mercilessly tormenting all living beings that dared to listen. If such a situation would invoke fear, then what they felt was despair. Alisai trembled uncontrollably, sensing an energy explosion that transformed her perception of reality into a cataclysmic scenario, akin to the apocalypse. The world around her was engulfed in endless light and heat. With a quivering wand, she struck 3 times before her magic surged forth, conjuring an icy mirror before her. As she adjusted the mirror, an image soon emerged. The very spot where she and Lishi had been encircled was now a colossal fireball, over 1 kilometer in diameter, soaring into the sky. Alisai could not fathom the temperature of this massive fireball, yet even through the thick mountain, she sensed the surrounding temperature climbing rapidly. And the mere sight relayed through the ice mirror filled her with dread. The fireball greedily consumed the surrounding oxygen, expanding without bounds, annihilating everything in its path. The air around the fireball warped from the heat, as if the very light bent away from its overwhelming temperature. Alisai, adept at manipulating ice, was acutely aware of temperature changes, yet the still-growing fireball surpassed her capacity to perceive. The 2,000 sorcerer apprentices who had once been present were nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of struggle remained. Their previous location had been consumed entirely by the fireball. But this was not the end. The fireball surged forth, resembling a fearless warrior charging skyward. On the ground, a formidable shockwave emanated from the explosion's epicenter, crushing everything in its path at supersonic speed. The violent shockwave wreaked havoc upon the landscape, indiscriminately obliterating vast stretches of forest, pushing everything aside with relentless force. Once the shockwave passed, the ground bore no trace of elevation. Colossal boulders lay shattered, forests flattened, and expansive meadows appeared as though harvested by a scythe, all uprooted. More terrifying was the shockwave's searing heat, igniting everything in its wake. Alisai observed in horror as vegetation within 3 kilometers was set ablaze in an instant. Flames, black smoke, and suffocating air transformed the mirror's reflection into a world ruled by fire, where combustion was the sole theme. As the high-temperature shockwave extended 3 kilometers, its power slightly waned. Yet it continued its relentless destruction, unleashing flames as if an evil fire lord sought to incinerate the world. Boom! The shockwave collided with the mountainside, causing the massive peak to tremble violently, reminiscent of an unsteady elder about to fall. The impact of the shockwave equated to that of a significant earthquake, sending countless stones tumbling and causing the vegetation clinging to the mountainside to fall away. The already unstable mountain began to slide downward slowly at first, but soon it accelerated. In mere breaths, the mountainside cascaded downwards like thunder, crashing heavily onto the ground. A natural disaster, a landslide. Lishi had not anticipated the nuclear explosion's ferocity. Even with the mountain as a barrier, the residual waves reached them. He quickly urged Alisai to flee. Within 10 breaths, the mountainside had piled high at the foot of the mountain, and had they not escaped, they would have been buried beneath it. The overwhelming heat of the nuclear explosion permeated the air, causing every breath to scorch Lishi's nostrils, and the intense heat warped the dry vegetation around them. If the temperature continued to rise, a wildfire could erupt. Alisai may not have sensed it, but Li Shi felt an increasing presence of nuclear radiation in the air. Although the mountain shielded them from much of it, more radiation would inevitably seep through over time. The local flora and fauna would suffer greatly. Nuclear radiation would lead to the mutation and death of numerous animals. Just as they were regaining their composure after the nuclear explosion, a colossal hurricane began to rage. More powerful than any wind-based sorcery conjured by sorcerer apprentices, mercilessly battering the earth. Countless lifeless plants were uprooted, and before they could ascend into the sky, they were ignited by the hurricane's intense heat. The hurricane, carrying terrifying flames, manifested as a fearsome fire tornado. Wherever the fire tornado touched, everything ignited. And Li Shi and Alisai frantically sought refuge from this dreadful natural calamity. Li Shi gazed at the scene in shock. The aftershocks of the nuclear explosion were far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Although he was aware of the terrifying nature of a nuclear explosion, he never anticipated it would be this horrifying, far exceeding his expectations. The ground trembled, mountains crumbled, flames raged, and fierce winds wreaked havoc. Everything was in the throes of destruction. What on earth is this? Alice exclaimed, losing her composure as she furiously questioned Li Shi. Although Li Shi had forewarned her that this would be a trap of immense power capable of annihilating all attacking wizard apprentices, Alice only half believed him. What kind of trap could obliterate so many apprentices in one fell swoop? Such an attack was simply unacceptable in the competition. Yet the reality was that the trap Li Shi spoke of was far more terrifying than he had previously promised. Not only had those apprentices perished, but the entire natural environment had been irrevocably altered. Chapter 53. The interrogation. Li Shi did not respond to Alice's outburst. Instead, his gaze, filled with a mix of admiration, longing, and madness, was fixed upon the colossal fireball rising in the sky. This fireball could be seen clearly from 100 kilometers away, and it would ultimately ascend to 10,000 meters, taking on a beautiful mushroom shape. Li Shi, with an insatiable desire, yearned to reach out and grasp it, to touch it with fervor. If he could wield such power, he would become the most formidable wizard. Alice wished to press Li Shi's head down to answer her questions, but the opportunity slipped away. At some point, 10 floating wizards appeared around them, their presence heavy and foreboding, their cold gazes directed at Li Shi, resembling the looks one might bestow upon the deceased rather than a living being. These 10 were not apprentices. They were all formal wizards of at least the first rank. 6 bore distinct insignias, which Alice recognized at a glance as belonging to the 6 academies participating in the competition. The other 4 wizards lacked these insignias, but sported a symbol depicting a pair of hands embracing. Guardians of the wizarding world. Alice's expression turned complex as she murmured, if it were just the 6 academies involved, it could be managed. Li Shi's significance might prompt her teacher to intervene on his behalf. However, the involvement of the Guardians signified a grave situation. Without any visible action from the 10 wizards, Li Shi and Alice suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. As a gust of wind swept by, the figures of the 12 wizards vanished. When Li Shi awoke once more, he found himself in a pitch-black room devoid of light. Unable to see anything, he felt no trace of magical energy, and the once robust physique of the body refinement apprentice felt weak and feeble. This sensation was familiar to Li Shi. It was the feeling of being sealed by an energy-binding spell. The environment was also familiar, reminiscent of the scene when Abigail had cast him onto the altar, leaving him unconscious. Li Shi realized that the incident involving the nuclear explosion had led to his summoning for interrogation, and if things went poorly, he might indeed meet his demise. Li Shi, a human from Earth, had been drawn into the wizarding world after his planet was captured. Due to the external world's influence, he had undergone physical transformations, becoming a wizard apprentice. During his apprenticeship, he studied body refinement spells and had even served as a test subject in the experiments of the Gavaki wizard, learning about potion making and poison creation. Subsequently, he accompanied Gru to Tayama City to fulfill a 20-year guardianship task, during which he engaged in trade with the city's lord, Samachi, acquiring extensive elemental knowledge. In his 10th year, he participated in the competition organized by the 6 academies, hunting apprentices alongside Alice, killing 137 wizard apprentices. For the remaining 9 years, he had hidden in caves, self-studying and conducting experiments. At the competition's final moment, he was tracked down by 323 wizard apprentices from the 6 academies, intent on killing them both to seize the academy's badge. In a life-or-death scenario, he unleashed an attack far exceeding that of a mere apprentice, killing 321 apprentices and directly destroying an area of 9 square kilometers, with indirect damage extending to 50 square kilometers. According to the regulations of the Guardians of the Wizarding World, the attack he unleashed contained harmful substances that endangered the native materials of the Wizarding World, and he was subjected to the following inquiries. First, have you been influenced by beings from another world and harbored thoughts of damaging the Wizarding World? No. Li Shi could not see the wizard asking the questions and had no idea where the voice emanated from. Yet the accuracy with which they recounted his experiences suggested they could easily crush him at any moment, particularly with the emotionless, flat tone of the inquiry. Li Shi suspected that a misstep in his words could lead to his immediate demise. Thus, upon hearing the first question, he quickly and calmly responded. Second, do you acknowledge yourself as a wizard? I do. Third, what is the nature of your attack that far exceeded that of an apprentice? It originates from a weapon developed by my Earth civilization, which I discovered within a Black Skeleton Academy apprentice's wizard's ring. I merely made simple modifications based on the wizard knowledge I acquired. Fourth, are you aware that such an attack carries harmful substances that damage the native materials of the Wizarding World? Yes, but the radiation will automatically diminish to a minimum within half a month, causing no harm to the environment, at most burning some forests. Very well. We will continue to monitor the situation and will reach out to you should there be any further inquiries. As the voice faded, Li Shi sensed that the number of presences in the room had diminished. No one came to release him. It was as if he had been forgotten. The room remained silent and dark, with no way to gauge the passage of time. Li Shi attempted to contact Bang On, but with the binding spell in effect, he was cut off from communication. With no one speaking, he could only sit in silence, counting the beats of his own heart to measure time. However, after counting over 10,000 heartbeats, he ceased, deeming it a waste of time, and instead began to simulate experiments regarding nuclear radiation in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally broke the silence, confirming that the local environment was indeed unharmed as you had stated. Li Shi exhaled in relief. These individuals had confined him here to observe the environment, returning only after the radiation had diminished to a safe level. A sudden wave of fear washed over him. If he had spoken falsely, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The voice vanished once more, and as Li Shi awaited the next developments, the room was suddenly flooded with light. A towering wizard, whose features remained obscured, sat before him. Congratulations, your attack has been deemed effective. You have successfully killed 321 wizard apprentices and claimed first place in the competition. Though the wizard's visage was indistinct, Li Shi was no longer the uninformed novice he once was. Sensing the familiar aura, he recognized this as the wizard who had questioned him with many strange inquiries after he had awakened from his coma on the altar. As for the wizard's identity, Li Shi had met the esteemed headmaster before. This was none other than the headmaster of the Xian Academy, the third-level elemental wizard, Alexander. Oh, the little one remembers me. It must be Alice who mentioned me, as she is bold enough to speak her mind. Alexander did not take offense at Li Shi revealing his identity. Instead, he chuckled and teased Li Shi about Alice, leading Li Shi to suspect that the headmaster was a kind and affable elder. Is Alice all right? Will she be affected by my actions? Li Shi was uncertain about the identity of the wizard who had previously questioned him, but had his suspicions. If they were indeed involved, Alice's status might not be entirely safe. She will be fine. After all, she did not unleash the attack. In fact, she remains the victim, Alexander replied with a smile. Considering your performance in the competition, not only have you secured first place for Xian Academy, but you have also achieved first place among the 6 academies, elevating Xian Academy to the top among them. You will receive an extraordinary reward opportunity. An extraordinary reward? Li Shi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. To attain the coveted first position surpassed Li Shi's expectations, for he had never anticipated receiving any accolades. The emergence of the atomic bomb had long extinguished his ambition for competition. However, he was taken aback to discover that the fatalities among the wizard apprentices due to the nuclear explosion were all attributed to him. Over 2,000 wizards were not merely 2,000 academy badges, as Edeline had previously stated. The competition among 60,000 apprentices had culminated in the survival of only around 5,000, implying an average of 12 badges per wizard. The nuclear detonation had claimed the lives of 2,321 apprentices, translating to over 20,000 academy badges, nearly half of the total number. This was only an average. The actual figure would likely be even greater. If he did not secure first place, who would? Correspondingly, Xian Academy would leap from the last of 6 to the top position. Achieving first place was not merely a matter of prestige. Xiang's victory indicated that the Black Skeleton Academy had lost and would have to compensate the 6 academies with substantial resources. With this explosion, Xian Academy struck gold. In light of this, receiving excess rewards seemed entirely justified. As for the few apprentices of Xiang Academy who perished in the blast, who would care? In the world of wizards, the populace was abundant, and apprentices were numerous. A few deaths were inconsequential. Alexandra casually waved her hand, and Li Shi immediately felt the seal on his powers lifted, his mana and strength flooding back into his body. After stretching and hearing his joints crack, he was presented with a reward that would make anyone envious. Alexandra mysteriously tossed a small box, no larger than a matchbox, to Li Shi. Intrigued by what treasure could provoke envy from a third-level wizard, he reached out to catch it. Yet, the moment his hands touched the box, he felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon him. The weight was unimaginable, forcing his hands down to the ground, causing his flesh and bones to creak under the strain. He feared that, within moments, his palms might be crushed. Despite the immense pressure, Li Shi gritted his teeth, muscles bulging, attempting to lift the box with his robust physique as a body refinement apprentice. However, no matter how hard he tried, the box remained immovable, leaving his palms in excruciating pain. Ha ha ha, let us put it away for now. It's a rare treasure. Alexandra laughed heartily at Li Shi's predicament. Waving her hand to open the door to the room, Li Shi hastily activated his shadow space to store the box and bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Yet, as he reached the doorway, he turned back cautiously to inquire, "Director, may I ask 2 questions?" "Go ahead." "I heard there were a total of 323 wizard apprentices. Yet only 321 perished. Who are the remaining 2 apprentices?" I do not know. My second question concerns the wizard guiding rings of these 321 apprentices. Do they count as my personal spoils of war, seeing as I have been credited with their demise? Chapter 54, The Earth's Core. This was the question that concerned Li Shi the most. The wealth represented by over 2,000 wizard apprentices was staggering. Even some formal wizards would surely feel envy. You're overthinking it. To have the other 5 academies acknowledge your achievements, returning those guiding rings is one of the conditions. Li Shi bowed and exited promptly, realizing that anyone wishing to dispute these riches with Director Alexandra would be foolish. The nuclear explosion had transcended the competition's significance. It was entirely normal not to acknowledge the kills. Upon exiting, he found himself back at Xiang Academy. After years away, the academy remained unchanged. Even with 1,000 fewer apprentices, the environment was still brimming with joy. In contrast, on Earth, the loss of 10,000 students would be a monumental event. But Li Shi, now immersed in the wizarding world, understood that even a decline of 100,000 would be inconsequential. This number could be replenished at any moment. The population base was simply too vast. Li Shi had no personal quarters at Xiang Academy, and thus returned to the small courtyard of Gru, continuing to reside with him. Previously, each return would reveal Gru basking in the sun in the courtyard, but this time, upon opening the door, he found nothing. It dawned on him that he had graduated. Gru no longer needed to remain in the courtyard daily to teach him, as he had his own responsibilities. Considering the time, Gru must have gone to instruct new apprentices. Upon returning to his room, the furnishings remained modest, lacking exquisite furniture, and a thick layer of dust had settled. Li Shi recalled that his last departure was 30 years prior. By the time he finished tidying up, Gru's hearty laughter echoed from outside the courtyard. "I knew you would return. So, how was the competition? What position did you achieve?" Li Shi instinctively touched his nose, aware that Gru was oblivious to the events of the competition, as the academy had not informed him of the nuclear explosion. "I hit as soon as the competition began and did not place." Li Shi replied honestly. Gru's expectant gaze instantly dimmed, and he disparaged Li Shi with a critical look. Clicking his tongue, "You hid? You've truly embarrassed us body refinement wizards. Back in my day, when I participated in the bloody competition, it was 100 times more brutal than your contest, yet I still dared to fight fiercely and ultimately secured 9th place. "Impressive," Li Shi said with a polite smile, giving Gru a thumbs up. "If 9th place is so glorified, then bringing the academy from last to first should indeed warrant standing atop the roof to boast. Fine. Hiding at least allowed you to return alive. Now, let's focus on how to advance a level. Aim to achieve that within 50 years, Gru said without elaborating further. Understood. Teacher Gru. By the time Li Shi had finished unpacking and set up his portable micro-laboratory, it was already the following day. With 10 kilograms of uranium, 235 remaining. He needed to consult Schuer and secure some from Gru Toronto, uncertain if they could locate any scattered nuclear bombs. The nuclear blast had sufficiently proven that his modifications were sound. The multi-gravity rune array could effectively compress the density of nuclear materials, potentially reducing the minimum critical mass by at least 35. While using energy crystals instead of high explosives was costly, the explosive power had approximately increased by 200, which could further enhance the fission data of uranium-235. Specific energy enhancement figures would require experimental calculations. After the nuclear explosion, Li Shi was promptly detained in a small dark room, where he finally had the time to organize the data regarding the explosion. The nuclear explosion. Truly a brilliant gem of Earth civilization. Its potency cannot be overlooked even in the wizarding world. Once Li Shi had meticulously recorded all the nuclear explosion data, he summoned the shadow space to retrieve the small box that Alexandra had given him as an excess reward. Placing the small box on the ground, the surface could hardly withstand its terrifying weight and began to shatter. Li Shi crouched down, watching helplessly as the box created a large pit in the floor. The director could have at least informed me of what this was. Li Shi extended his perception, only to find that the instant he made contact with the box, it felt as though he had touched a black hole, and his perception was abruptly drawn into the box. With a grunt of discomfort, Li Shi nearly collapsed to the ground. Perception, being an extension of mental energy, had diminished by 0.1 due to the box's absorption of this small amount, requiring several days of rest to recover. It felt as if someone had struck him on the back of the head with a stick, leaving his mind in a fog. Such an enigmatic object could capture mental energy. Li Shi, unable to contain his curiosity, unleashed his mana and swiftly dispelled the seal on the small box. As Li Shi opened the small box, he beheld a tiny, pitch-black stone, no larger than a sesame seed, resting quietly within. Surrounding the stone were ripples of fluctuating energy. Could such a diminutive stone be a treasure coveted even by a third-level archmage? Li Shi was taken aback, expecting to find something grand, only to discover this minuscule stone. Although he had no knowledge of its nature, in the next moment, his shadow beneath him twisted and writhed uncontrollably, as if it were frenziedly lunging toward the small box. As the embodiment of the shadow, Li Shi felt an unprecedented yearning, or perhaps a hunger. The shadow craved to consume this tiny stone, and the urge had reached an uncontrollable level. Li Shi hesitated, instantly suppressing the shadow's impending outburst, yet its frantic essence began to seep into his heart through his feet. To his astonishment, the shadow fused with him without any command from Li Shi. His eyes gleamed with an emerald light, fixated intensely on the stone in the box, as if he were a weary traveler in the desert suddenly encountering an oasis. His entire being screamed of hunger. It was a primal urge, the most fundamental desire of life upon encountering a treasure that could enhance one's evolution. Li Shi felt saliva welling up in his mouth, and he refrained from opening it for fear that he might unleash a torrent of drool. His hands trembled uncontrollably as they reached for the stone. But just as his fingers were about to graze its surface, he summoned every ounce of willpower to close the box, sealing his eyes tightly to activate the box's enchantment, thoroughly cutting off its aura. Although the hunger persisted and his shadow continued to twist like a child yearning for attention, the feeling had become bearable. Li Shi dashed out of the room, taking deep breaths to suppress his desires, yet the image of the stone was indelibly etched in his mind. No matter how he tried to divert his thoughts, he found himself unable to escape the incessant recollection of the stone's every detail. He felt as though he were losing his sanity. Such a minuscule object now loomed larger than life in his mind, magnified thousands of times, with even the minutest details of its surface vividly clear. Yet he had not perceived any patterns moments ago. This anomaly made Li Shi suspect that his senses had been manipulated. His eyes had secretly recorded information about the stone. What could it be? His hands continued to tremble, and his entire being yearned to rush back inside and devour the stone along with the box. He even found himself battling with his rational mind for control of his body, instinctively driven to consume it. If I am not mistaken, that is the core of the earth, known in our world as Da Di Xian, the very heart of the world. The voice of Banja Ni echoed in Li Shi's mind. The earth's core, Da Di Xian. The name sparked a memory. Li Shi quickly rifled through his recollections, soon recalling a brief mention of the Earth's core in the library of Tiyama City, Samachi. The Earth's core, the heart of a planet, serves as the foundation that sustains the world. A planet's core may be no larger than a watermelon, yet its weight is beyond measure. It is a treasure accessible only to those above the Saint S mark rank, and one of the crucial strategic resources in the world of wizards. Upon grasping the significance of what lay before him, Li Shi's astonishment was no less than before. No wonder even the headmaster of the third-level archmages coveted it. Regardless of its size, the core was indeed a treasure of the Saint S mark wizards. Such a treasure could not possibly be a reward from the Academy. The Xian Academy possessed no such artifacts. It must have been a reward from that illustrious teacher of Alice, the great Saint S. Mark wizard who presided over the academy. Yet why would he bestow such a treasure upon someone like me? As a mere apprentice, I cannot even lift it. My understanding of it is solely due to Ban Jiani's insights. This is akin to entrusting a functionally illiterate person with a high-tech company. How could they manage without the ability to comprehend the documents? I can roughly infer the purpose behind the reward of the Earth's core. Ban Jiani's deep voice resonated. Do tell. After all, Ban Jia and I was a demigod-level powerhouse, whose knowledge and experience far surpassed Li Shi's. The Earth's core is the cornerstone of a world, and your shadow talent represents the most primal force of existence. So, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with realization. Ban Jiani's words ignited a hypothesis within him. Thus, your shadow talent may very well require the Earth's core, as evidenced by your immediate reaction upon seeing it. You yearn for it, and so does your shadow. It is an instinctive craving. Ban Jiani's tone grew somber, as if he had recalled something significant. You imply that my ascension to the first level may heavily rely on the Earth's core, correct? Li Shi pondered. The great Saint S. Mark wizard awaited my advancement. And thus the core, suitable only for Saint S. Mark practitioners, could only serve the purpose of facilitating my ascension. How terrifying indeed. A wry smile crept across Li Shi's face. He realized his life and cultivation seemed to be orchestrated by unseen hands. He had hoped to achieve ascension through his own efforts, breaking free from this predetermined existence, only to find himself ensnared in someone else's plan. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. I would never have acquired such a treasure on my own. If I am to ascend using the Earth's core, then so be it. Li Shi gazed skyward, as if peering beyond the heavens to glimpse something extraordinary. Chapter 55. The Ascension commences. Though now aware of the Earth's core's significance, Li Shi did not immediately seek to fuse with it. Instead, he took the spoils of his victories from the competition to both the Green Cottage and the Zijingwa merchant store. Regarding these spoils, particularly the numerous materials and emblematic items from other academies, both establishments offered rather meager prices. As they explained, these items did not sell well within the Xian Academy and would need to be reported to headquarters for redistribution, thus naturally fetching a lower price. Consequently, when Li Shi departed, his shadow space had gained 100,000 wizard coins along with 7 energy crystals. With these 7 energy crystals, Li Shi's total collection reached 8. Of course, he also requested their assistance in locating nuclear weapons. These 2 prominent merchant houses were the largest connections he had in the wizarding world, especially the Green Cottage, which had previously procured a Gatling gun for him. Surely could assist with nuclear armaments as well, for both types of weaponry were regulated on Earth, and their storage locations were likely not too distant from one another. When Gru returned to the courtyard after class that day, he found Li Shi impeccably dressed and standing at attention at the door. Gru's expression shifted, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind, prompting a hearty laugh. Do you have joyous news to share? Nothing escapes Gru's keen perception. I am preparing to ascend to the first level of wizardry, Li Shi replied calmly, as if the ascension were an affair unrelated to him. Though your ascension may seem somewhat hasty, it will be fine as long as you linger a while afterward. Gru hesitated, yet wore a smile, albeit lacking his usual exuberance. I understand, Li Shi responded. Then ascend within the courtyard. I assure you, no one shall disturb you. Thank you, Gru. After expressing his gratitude, Li Shi retreated to his room to prepare for the ascension. Meanwhile, Gru did not enter the courtyard. Instead, he made his way to the tallest tower within the Xian Academy. Before long, Gru returned, accompanied by a squad of terrifying fire elementals. In comparison, the fire elementals summoned by Alice during the competition were like children compared to giants. As soon as these fire elementals arrived at the courtyard, they vanished without a trace. In Gru's perspective, the fire elementals were all concealed in a semi-void, enveloping the courtyard in 3 layers. They remained ever vigilant, ready to act at the slightest disturbance. The fire elementals required no rest, providing round-the-clock surveillance, an unparalleled protective force. Gru lay directly in the center of the courtyard, half closing his eyes as he gazed towards Li Shi's room, lost in contemplation. Within the confines of that room, Li Shi remained oblivious to the happenings outside, instinctively aware that during this period of ascension, he was likely in the safest moment of his life. Even if the entire Xian Academy were to vanish, he would remain unscathed. Are you truly prepared? The voice of Ban Jia and I echoed in his mind. I suppose so, Li Shi replied. Although this may not be the ideal moment for ascension, the repercussions are minimal. You must have heard Master Gru mention that lingering a bit longer at the first level post-ascension is beneficial. It was evident to all that Li Shi was not in the best state for ascension. Yet he had not been afforded additional time for preparation and had to proceed now. He understood that if he refrained from ascending, Countless avenues would inevitably lead him to it. While I assert my intent to ascend, I haven't specified the duration it entails. Li Shi remarked with a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox, seeking to carve out more time for himself. He discreetly sprinkled 6 grams of core material onto the shadow, which was swiftly consumed. Once the shadow had finished its feast, Li Shi gently tapped his fingers, prompting the shadow to crawl up his legs toward his body. The evolution of his physique was imperceptible, yet through calculated experimental data, Li Shi could accurately gauge the daily transformations within himself while slowly perusing a book. His most significant achievement in the competition had been securing first place, though this victory was mired in controversy and shame. Nevertheless, the reward of a small piece of the core left him immensely grateful. The second monumental gain was, of course, the nuclear bomb, which solidified his path as a wizard. The third was not wealth, but rather the thousands of wizarding tomes contained within the wizard's ring. Each tome a lifeline for a wizard, a treasure beyond compare. Though many of these texts were familiar to him, and a portion consisted of experimental data logs, Li Shi still found them utterly engrossing. The more he read, the more he recognized his own lack of knowledge. He understood the wisdom in the old adage, one must live and learn until old age. Knowledge, once grasped, could prove invaluable at any moment. It felt as though time had been stolen. It was only when Li Shi sensed an overwhelming fullness in every cell, as if he could consume no more, that he realized 5 years had elapsed. The tomes he had acquired had long since been read, and he was now perusing a portion exchanged with AI Li Shi, focusing on the arcane science of spatial transportation. Yet, the knowledge was exceedingly profound, especially the intricate calculations, leaving even Li Shi's mind reeling. In terms of his physicality, 5 years of incessant evolution through the devoured nuclear radiation had pushed his cells to the limit of the apprentice level. Li Shi gazed at his palms, at his body, feeling the surging power within each cell. He now possessed an 11-fold increase in offensive capability, truly a top-tier wizard apprentice. Alas, many questions remained unanswered, and he had yet to develop his own unique spells, squandered potential in light of his physical condition. Typically, an apprentice at this stage would delve into their own wizarding path, beginning the endeavor to create original spells. Just as AI Li Shi had forged her ice spells, uniquely suited to her magical essence, Li Shi found himself at a disadvantage. Without having crafted his own spells at the apprentice level, he would need to continue this endeavor upon ascending to the next tier, which would prolong his stay at the first level compared to others. This was precisely what Gru had meant when he mentioned the necessity of spending more time at that level. Why do you not mention that creating spells at the first level is entirely different from the apprentice level? The margin for error diminishes by 40%. Any misstep could profoundly affect one's wizarding journey. Very well, prepare for ascension. If we delay any longer, I fear some may be unable to restrain themselves. Li Shi commanded the shadow space to release a small box, manipulating the shadows to violently tear open the seals above it. Before the core could be revealed, the shadow surged forth uncontrollably, flooding into the box like a raging torrent. All the shadows squeezed into the confines of the small matchbox, churning wildly like a pack of famished wolves, nearly audible in their frenzied gnashing. After 3 breaths, the shadows exited the box, returning to lie at Li Shi's feet. This time, the shadows did not ascend his body nor merge with him. Even at Li Shi's command, they remained unmoved, merely twisting and contorting at his feet, morphing into geometric monstrosities, various battleships, and even a barbarian wielding a hammer alongside plants, animals, minerals, and moisture. This single shadow performed a cataclysmic display before Li Shi, transforming everything in its wake. Intrigued, Li Shi observed the shadow's incessant metamorphosis, capturing the spectacle with a crystal ball, this transformation spanning an entire year. On this day, as Li Shi routinely documented the shadow's transformations, it abruptly reverted to its original form and, like a viscous liquid, lunged toward Li Shi's body. Unprepared, Li Shi was instantly engulfed, the shadow frantically burrowing into him. In an instant, the shadow fused with him once more. However, the sensation was entirely different. Previous integrations had granted him strength and shared the burden of harm. This time it was agony. Li Shi gasped for breath, but his frantic inhalations yielded no oxygen, as if his lungs were entirely obstructed. The air, though present, failed to enter his body, evoking a sensation akin to drowning. Faced with an inability to breathe, Li Shi did not succumb to panic. Instead, he swiftly minimized his movements, reducing his heart rate and conserving energy. By forcibly slowing the flow of blood, he lessened the urgency for oxygen. This approach could only delay death, not truly rescue him. Li Shi desperately contemplated the state of his lungs, questioning why he could not draw in oxygen. Just as he began to alleviate his suffocation, A sharp pain radiated from his waist, nearly causing him to collapse. It felt as though someone had delivered several powerful kicks to his kidneys. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, channeling magical energy to heal the pain. Yet, while the energy provided slight relief, the agony persisted. Before he could fully recover from the discomfort in his waist, his heart suddenly convulsed violently. As the central hub of blood circulation, the heart's importance is unquestionable. This unexpected spasm left Li Shi clutching his chest, his face pale and strained. "I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die." The torment was unrelenting, as his stomach, liver, spleen, and intestines seemed to conspire against him, unleashing continuous, excruciating pain, as if they vowed not to relent until Li Shi was completely undone. Chapter 56. Promotion. Li Shi writhed on the ground in agony, a pain unlike any injury inflicted by another. As if someone had brutally wrenched his very soul from his being. He attempted to activate the healing rune array inscribed upon him, yet found himself unable to sense its presence, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, at a certain moment, all sensations of pain vanished. Li Shi's expression shifted dramatically, for this was not a sign of recovery, but rather an indication that his nervous system was failing. The situation had worsened. His mind became a blank slate as memories raced chaotically before him. One moment he was flirting with a female classmate in school, and the next, a massive sword descended from above, obliterating the classroom in a cacophony of destruction wrought by a throng of apprentice wizards. His limbs moved uncontrollably. His legs replaced his hands in grasping objects, while his hands took on the role of his feet, even managing to position his rear beneath his feet. Patches of skin and hair shed from him, like a creature molting in preparation for rebirth. Li Shi found himself unable to govern his own body, or even his thoughts, which spiraled into disarray. Each part of his body seemed to possess its own consciousness, preoccupied with its own affairs. His senses faltered. One moment his vision was clear. The next it was obscured. At times, only one eye could see, while the other was blind. His ears flapped like an elephant's, his mouth incessantly nipping at his tongue, and his nose engaged in a whimsical dance of closure. Were an earthling to witness Li Shi, they would surely deem him a grotesque amalgamation of a zombie, specter, and ghoul. Li Shi's mind was engulfed in chaos, devoid of control, as if his very being had dissolved into a peculiar monstrosity. Yet, just as he was digging into the ground like a pangolin, his tumultuous body came to a halt. First, his lungs resumed their rhythm, engaging in a frenzied, bottomless breathing as though on the brink of asphyxiation, desperate to inhale ample oxygen. With each profound breath, a gust of wind swept through the room. An abundance of oxygen surged into his hyperactive lungs, propelling his blood to circulate at an unprecedented speed. This influx of energy revitalized all his organs. Even his brain resumed its normal function. As consciousness returned, although still somewhat disoriented, Li Shi compelled himself to regain his reasoning and recollection, swiftly addressing the predicament before him. Once his senses returned, he instinctively reached for his trousers. Remarkably, they were damp. He felt an urge to strike himself for being so uncontrollable. The recent upheaval left him perplexed, as he pondered the sudden loss of control over his body, an event so thorough and inexplicable. Undoubtedly, it was linked to the mutated shadow, yet the underlying cause eluded him. Time was of the essence, as an overwhelming hunger surged upon him like a tempest. His stomach rumbled thunderously, commanding him to eat with an urgency reminiscent of a battle drum. The previously unruly organs, akin to mischievous children stirring after days of play, now recognized the necessity of sustenance. Li Shi was acutely aware of his identity as an apprentice body-refining wizard, cognizant of the vast quantity of food he required. A single meal could barely satiate him, leading him to prepare provisions sufficient for half a year. Yet, astonishingly, this reserve had been consumed in less than 10 days. During this span, he had been incessantly eating, day and night, his stomach seemingly connected to an abyss, as he felt no fullness nor satisfaction, only an insatiable hunger. Li Shi suspected his gastric acid had evolved into aqua regia, capable of dissolving metals. This was no exaggeration. He had devoured bones that should have required time to digest, only to find them processed as swiftly as meat. The evolution of his gastric acid had reached an unfathomable level. Time was fleeting. Yet Li Shi contemplated extracting some gastric acid to test its metal-dissolving capabilities. In 10 days, his half-year supply of provisions had been entirely depleted. Despite this, he noticed not a single remnant of waste. Everything ingested was completely assimilated, leaving no trace behind. This was not a normal physiological phenomenon. Li Shi was bewildered. Yet there was no time for investigation, as the hunger in his stomach continued to intensify. Just as he paused his intake, he observed his body fat rapidly diminishing, escalating in severity. His abdomen shrank, his backside receded, and even his limbs thinned at a visible rate. This was the swift consumption of body fat, supplying energy to sustain him. However, as he watched his form rapidly slim down, memories of his arduous journey in the desert surfaced. There, in the absence of external energy, his body had been forced to sacrifice some cells to preserve its fundamental vitality. Survival took precedence over the integrity of any tissue or organ. The current situation mirrored that experience. If Li Shi did not consume food immediately, it would not only be fat that was metabolized, more cells and organs would follow suit, leading to his demise from energy depletion. He recognized this familiar scenario. His body was evolving, albeit at a pace too rapid for his energy reserves to keep up. What his body craved was energy, vast amounts of it, not mere sustenance, as ingested food would ultimately be converted into energy for absorption. Desperately, Li Shi endeavored to absorb elemental energies from the air, yet as an apprentice wizard, the rate of absorption was but a drop in the ocean against the demands of his body. He swiftly retrieved a black pearl elixir from the Shadow Realm, a restorative potion typically reserved for first-level formal wizards. Upon consuming it, his magical energy surged to fullness, yet his famished body ravenously devoured this newfound power. Another sip replenished his magical reserves, yet within moments, it was entirely consumed. In a fit of desperation, he drained the remaining half-bottle of black pearl elixir. Every cell within him signaled satisfaction, yet before he could revel in the moment, the potion's efficacy diminished rapidly, leaving him no respite. His magical energy was once again depleted. Hunger, insatiable hunger, clamored within him, each cell shouting for nourishment, as the signals of starvation rendered him dizzy. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume anything within sight. Rather than waiting for food to be digested into energy, he resolved to directly absorb energy. With a swift motion, 8 radiant energy crystals materialized in his grasp. These represented the purest form of energy, the most abundant source at his disposal. Without a moment's hesitation, upon laying eyes on the energy crystals, Li Shi recognized that this was precisely what his body lacked. He resisted the tearing hunger that threatened to overwhelm him. For energy crystals were not food or potions. Ingesting them could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, instinct compelled him to consume them without doubt or hesitation. Every fiber of his being urged him to partake. Swallow it, swallow it, swallow it, echoed the fervent cries of his cells. With a gulp, he could no longer resist the primal urge, and one energy crystal was consumed, descending into his stomach. Feeling an oppressive weight in his stomach, Li Shi momentarily regained his composure, recalling the scene of embedding energy crystals into the heavy sword. The moment he incorporated energy crystals into the atomic bomb, the catastrophic nuclear explosion that ensued. Energy crystals are the very essence of energy. Although their structure is stable, once that stability is compromised, they can unleash an explosive surge of energy. Li Shi did not doubt the capacity of his gastric acid to digest the energy crystal. Rather, he feared being torn apart by the explosive energy released by the crystal. There was no point in further contemplation, for he sensed that the moment the energy crystal entered his stomach, an overwhelming surge of gastric acid enveloped it, gradually dissolving its outer layer. It was indeed the evolved gastric acid that could even dissolve the exterior of the energy crystal. The sensation of hunger continued to assail him. Perhaps aware of the food in his stomach, his hunger had diminished somewhat, a clear act of self-deception. Yet this very deception seemed to understand his body far better than he did. In the 10th breath after Li Shi had swallowed the energy crystal, a tremendous energy burst forth from his stomach. It was the gastric acid, now empowered, dissolving the outer layer of the energy crystal. Li Shi attempted to open his mouth, striving to channel the ferocious energy outward. Although he was a peak apprentice of the body refinement sorcerer, he still could not withstand such a powerful eruption of energy within him. He had yet to cultivate to the level where his organs could endure such an impact. However, the outcome surpassed Li Shi's expectations. Before the energy released from the shattered crystal could inflict harm upon his body, it was as if his body, starved for a lifetime, had suddenly encountered a grand banquet, lunging forward in a frenzy. All organs and cells, wherever they could access the energy, voraciously absorbed it without restraint. The energy unleashed by the shattered crystal was terrifying, yet Li Shi's body absorbed it at an even more alarming rate. The frenzied cells and organs consumed every ounce of energy indiscriminately, showing no signs of satiation. Although the energy impact could wreak havoc on internal organs, in the next instant, those injured areas rapidly healed and surged forth, eager to partake in this sumptuous feast. His entire body was akin to a lawless bandit, rapidly devouring the energy of the energy crystal. Li Shi chuckled, for he finally comprehended what was transpiring within him. Chapter 57. The Hunter, the Mutated Shadow. As it fused with his body, reformed his organs, this transformation was more accurately described as hyperevolution. It compressed what might have taken thousands of years of evolutionary time into a mere few days. The body could not withstand such violent hyperevolution, inevitably leading to chaos. Once the chaos subsided, the energy required for evolution had to be provided by Li Shi, hence the ensuing frenzy of consumption. This moment belonged to the ascension phase, unique to the body refinement sorcerer, where each cell within his body awaited sufficient energy to evolve. After half a year, the sensation of hunger still lingered within him. Without hesitation, he tossed the second energy crystal into his mouth, awaiting the gastric acid to dissolve it, so that the powerful energy could replenish his depleted reserves. It took another 6 months to exhaust the energy from that crystal, yet his hunger remained unchanged, as insatiable as before. With every cell in his body resembling a ravenous newborn, a pack of wolves in relentless pursuit of sustenance. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and finally the seventh energy crystal were consumed, and only then did Li Shi finally experience a sense of fullness. At that moment, his body had accumulated sufficient energy, and Li Shi felt as if he had transformed into a barrel brimming with energy, ready to spill forth with even the slightest movement. Before he could release this energy, the sound of cracking bones echoed as they elongated, the crisp noise resembling a great force relentlessly stretching Li Shi, breaking and reforming his skeleton, elevating his height from 1.80 meters to 2 meters, then from 2 meters to 2.50 meters. Did it hurt? Certainly. As his bones were remolded, his fascia began to grow wildly, blood vessels, muscles, skin, and internal organs. All at once, his entire body seemed to accelerate, undergoing rapid growth. A powerful force surged from each cell, boundless and ever filling the burgeoning new form. The energy that had been stored was unleashed at this moment, splitting, growing, dying, and then continuing to split, grow, and die. The cells within his body underwent frenzied iterations of evolution, relentlessly challenging the limits of his physique, forcibly propelling his transformation. Li Shi gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the surging power coursing through him, struggling to adapt, yet more strength continued to pour forth. At a certain moment, a shadow materialized behind him, closely adhering to his form, an ethereal specter devoid of Li Shi's features, resembling a sinister reaper from the depths of hell. Save for the absence of a scythe, countless memories surged into Li Shi's mind, scenes from an undetermined time now resurfacing, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing, consciousness spiraling out of control. He saw himself as a child sitting before a television, at a school screening, witnessing the cycle of life and death. The Emperor Qin dispatching Su Fu to seek the elixir of immortality, a Taoist by the alchemical furnace fanning the flames, alongside a waiting black warrior. An old man on the brink of death reaching for the heavens to extend his life by 500 years. The wails of children mourning and elders passing in the village, and the fear he felt when his grandmother died. Death was terrifying. There was so much, scenes of mortality, reluctance, and a desire to cling to life. Humanity's fleeting existence had left behind countless regrets. Opening any remnants of information, any written thoughts, seemed to connect everything to death. Humanity appeared as if programmed, destined to meet death from the moment of birth. No one could escape, regardless of their status. I cannot die. I have so much left undone. I cannot die, must not die. Li Shi's eyes rolled back in agony as he struggled, his hands desperately pushing against an unseen force as if trying to shove away the intangible. Yet there was nothing before him, only his own hands, laboriously retreating. His struggling hands faced an invisible force that restrained them. A stalemate ensued. Li Shi's thick hands bulged with veins. Yet they could not prevent his hands from inching closer to his body until they were pressed firmly against his sides, immobile. It was as if Li Shi had succumbed to death, forcibly halted. His transformation ceased, his breath growing still, like stagnant water no longer flowing. Yet in the next instant, his eyes snapped open, cold, violent, and merciless. Every negative descriptor could be found within their depths. A voice, as if from the deepest abyss of hell, roared from his throat. The first bloodline of the body refinement sorcerer, Hunter, activate. Li Shi's voice was like a switch, unlocking the secrets of his body. As the sound emerged, every cell in his body began to wildly split and reorganize, as if a mysterious force from the depths of his soul directly reconfigured the genetic material within the cells, replacing the double helix DNA with a more powerful and mysterious structure. His already elongated stature surged even further, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a towering figure of 3 meters. His once fair skin morphed into dark, menacing muscles, exuding raw power and ferocity. As his feet struck the ground, they left deep impressions, and his elongated claws glinted with lethal intent. There was no doubt that a single strike from such feet could leave 5 bloody punctures. Extending his hand, his claws, now inch-long, could slice through the air, releasing glimmers sharper than any sword. Without weapons at hand, such nails serve as the finest armament. On the face, each sharp tooth protrudes like fangs, reminiscent of a butcher seeking prey to mercilessly slay. Li Shi turned to regard the mirror in the corner of the room. Therein, a 3-meter-tall, grotesque creature glared back, its eyes radiating an unsettling chill. Although its sinewy muscles were not as grotesquely exaggerated as those of the berserker, its more slender form and perfect muscle proportions unequivocally conveyed the unparalleled speed of this predator. Coupled with the shadow looming behind, reminiscent of a cloak, the transformed hunter was a perfect embodiment of its name. Akin to a demon that stalks life in the depths of the night. Indeed, my essence still resonates with that of Earth's humanity. The instinct to fear death is intrinsic. The hunter's lips twisted into a horrifying grimace that might be deemed a smile. Yet such a term on the hunter's visage could only evoke images of a demon from the abyss. Unlike the indigenous inhabitants of the wizarding world, Li Shi was further transformed by the primordial powers of the Banjiani realm. As a short-lived species from Earth, and with the taint of shadowy powers, Li Shi's ascension was more about fulfilling inner longings or perhaps evading certain truths. Transforming into the hunter served as a means to confront his deepest fears. At the moment of transformation, Li Shi comprehended the hunter's abilities. Lacking the raw strength of the berserker, he also did not possess the berserker's innate talent for amplifying power with rage. However, he boasted superior physical coordination and terrifying speed, especially with the unique abilities of the hunter that left Li Shi in awe. With a mere thought, the shadow behind him, resembling a cloak, instantly fragmented into 10 pieces, darting about the room at teleportation speed. While it appeared to merge seamlessly with other shadows and posed no immediate threat, only Li Shi recognized the true strength of this evolved shadow. The shadow's singular ability was to bear burdens. This power, derived from the core, was the essence of carrying. The core serves as the foundation of a world, perfectly inherited by the shadow. During Li Shi's apprenticeship, the shadow could also carry certain energies, albeit minimally. Around 10 units, which Li Shi always regarded as a delightful bonus. More significantly, he utilized the shadow as property to mitigate 50 of adverse effects, reducing bodily harm. In essence, this was also a form of bearing. Now, with the core, the shadow evolved, and its carrying power fully transformed. The previous 50 had escalated to a level that thrilled Li Shi immensely. Why does Li Shi assert that he still harbors a fear of death? Because the evolved shadow had nearly perfected damage reduction skills, prioritizing survival above all. 10 fragments of shadow, each capable of diminishing damage by 50. At the apprentice level, there was only one shadow, which could reduce an adverse effect once by 50. Now, it had multiplied to 10. This allowed for 10 instances of 50 damage reduction. Upon realizing the capabilities following his evolution, Li Shi found himself somewhat intimidated. Must one be so resilient? The maximized damage reduction was already formidable. Yet this merely reflected the shadow's fundamental abilities, without accounting for its bearing capacity. Merely contemplating the abilities gained from his ascension left Li Shi astounded. Who could possibly bring harm to him? Even in a scenario surrounded by thousands of wizards intent on his demise, he could carve a path to freedom. Countless strategies and ideas flashed through his mind, considering how to best utilize this carrying power. Upon observing the runic array inscribed upon his body, the hunter revealed a ghastly grin. An epiphany had struck. In the courtyard of Gru, he watched intently as Li Shi remained in his chamber. Although Li Shi's ascension took far longer than anticipated, spanning nearly a decade, he had just felt the unmistakable aura of a first-level wizard. Li Shi had succeeded. Gru let out a quiet sigh of relief. The protective task was concluded. This little fellow had finally grown. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of space resonated. And Alessandra, the headmistress of the Xian Academy, emerged from the rift, leaning upon her staff. Has Li Shi successfully ascended? She inquired. Indeed, the ascension is complete. And he is currently stabilizing, Gru replied earnestly. Gru, I require you to remain here as a safeguard while I report to the Xian St. Mark wizard. Before departing, Alessandra murmured to herself, the Xian St. Mark wizard has awaited this news for quite some time. The rift in space closed, and Gru reclined in his chair. His eyes half closed, lost in thought. Though he appeared relaxed, his hands had unknowingly crushed the armrests of the chair. Indeed, many had been waiting for this moment. Chapter 58, Bangiani, a meeting strength, 65 points, stamina, 70 points, mental power, 50. With the ascension, both strength and stamina have surpassed the apprentice limit of 50 points. The threshold for a first-level body-refining wizard is 100 points. Typically, a body-refining wizard reaches their limit within 5 years of ascension, yet, with nuclear radiation. My experimental projections indicate I should attain my peak by the 3rd year. As for the mental power of 50 points, most body-refining wizards do not focus on this aspect, as their primary pursuit is physical enhancement rather than elemental magic, often considering the cultivation of mental power a waste of time. Some body-refining wizards even permanently sacrifice mental power through secret arts to gain a 110 enhancement in strength and stamina. Li Shi would never undertake such a path. As his aspirations have never aligned with those of a body-refining wizard, he seeks to become an elemental body-refining wizard, having surpassed the first level in body refinement. His next major endeavor is to elevate the elemental aspect to the first level as well. Once both disciplines are harmoniously combined, his attack power could exceed 120 in an instant. Just the thought of this exhilarated Li Shi. His shadow abilities had already maximized his survival skills. And if his mental power were to also break through to the first level, upon officially becoming an elemental body-refining wizard, it was hard to fathom. A formidable elemental body-refining wizard who is also impervious to death. Who would dare to confront such an entity? After ascension, every aspect of his life required restructuring. The evolved shadow abilities, shadow modifications, further experiments with nuclear radiation, stimuli for corporeal evolution, the development of wizardry, the advancement of elemental skills, and the enhancement of attack power. All these thoughts left Li Shi aware that he could not afford to take a decade to organize. For a first-level wizard, it is customary to spend the initial 50 years stabilizing and adapting to 1's powers. 50 years is merely 1/20th of a first-level lifespan. The normal lifespan of a first-level wizard is 1,000 years. Yet while other wizards have time, Li Shi does not. He is acutely aware of how urgent the Xian St. Mark wizard is. Contemplating the Xian St. Mark wizard, Li Shi suddenly recalled something. There was so much to attend to that he had almost forgotten you. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead, closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness instantly delved into his inner realm, a capability acquired only after his ascension, allowing him to penetrate into the sea of consciousness, or the depths of the soul. Li Shi's figure materialized in an expanse of tranquil waters, shimmering yet devoid of any life. As he surveyed the surroundings, he seemed to catch sight of something. With a movement, he found himself in another location. Suspended above the water was a life bound by countless golden chains. Its dark, semi-ethereal form boasted 3 tails, a sharp beak, and fangs, resembling a 3-tailed fox. Bangiani, is this truly your appearance? Li Shi greeted with a grin. This was the first time he had encountered Bangiani since the latter had taken residence within him. What, do I offend your eyes? Bangiani retorted indignantly. But with the slightest movement, the chains tightened, causing Bangiani's furry little face to twitch in discomfort. Li Shi recognized these chains. They were the energy sealing spells initially cast upon him, specifically designed to counter Bangiani. The first confrontation between Li Shi and Bangiani resulted in Bangiani's overwhelming fear driving him to self-detonate, only to be restrained by the energy sealing technique. Remarkably, this event transpired 40 years ago, which implies that Bangiani has been suspended in this state for 4 decades. It is no wonder that his temperament has grown so irritable. Anyone in his position would likely be equally vexed. The chains wrought from the energy sealing technique do not merely bind him physically, but are intricately woven into the fabric of his consciousness, as if a hand were perpetually grasping his soul. Relax, I have ascended a level. The plan is certainly about to commence. Are you prepared? Li Shi inquired with a smile. Bangiani remained silent. Despite the passage of 4 decades, he seemed indecisive. By the way, I am not referring to your conscious projection, but to whether your true self has made a decision, Li Shi said, his eyes narrowing, the glint within them akin to a blade slicing through the stillness of midnight. Bangiani kept his silence, even closing his eyes. Yet his trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. Consider this. I suspect that the esteemed one will soon summon me for a meeting. When we next convene, I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. Li Shi reached out and affectionately ruffled Bangiani's head, his hand inadvertently gliding backward to caress the entirety of Bangiani's occiput, a rather pleasant sensation. Li Shi noted a subtle transformation following his ascension. He seemed to have developed a heightened thirst for blood, perhaps a consequence of his bloodline's evolution. While the precise cause eluded him, one thing was certain: he had changed. Upon opening his eyes within the chamber, he heard Gru's voice from outside. Li Shi, once you have stabilized, please come out. The esteemed dean has arrived. Li Shi opened the door to find Gru and Dean Yili Sang standing in the courtyard. Sensing the atmosphere above the courtyard, he observed a vibrant crimson hue. With 200 first and second tier fire elementals safeguarding the area, specifically protecting him. Had he been an apprentice, he would have been oblivious to their presence. But now, as a newly ascended practitioner, Li Shi could perceive these ethereal fire elementals. Greetings, esteemed Dean Yili Sang Da. Previously, as an apprentice, he had encountered the dean twice, but had been unable to gauge her power or even discern her appearance. Now, standing before her, he felt an overwhelming aura akin to a tidal wave, as though it might crush him into dust. Indeed, she was a third-tier great sorceress, and Li Shi had to forcibly steady himself to avoid trembling. The chasm between apprentices and third-tier sorcerers was unfathomable, rendering the latter's might utterly incomprehensible. The disparity between first and third tiers remained vast, yet he could now perceive it, a realization that was more disconcerting than ignorance. The mere sight of Dean Yili Sangda's gaze sent shivers down his spine, evoking an impulse to flee. As if standing beside her were akin to standing at the foot of a giant, in constant peril of being crushed. What he had once been unable to see, he could now discern. He had imagined her to be a kind old man, yet her visage was marred by grotesque, centipede-like sutures, as though her head had been severed and reattached in a gruesome fashion. As her face shifted, those sutures appeared to writhe, evoking terror. Though your ascension was hasty, it suffices for an audience with the Xian Shenghen sorcerer. Come with me at once, Dean Yili Sangda commanded, her gaze piercing as if she could see right through Li Shi. Very well, esteemed Dean. Li Shi dared not resist, following her to the heart of the academy, where the highest tower resided, a place he had never visited before. Yili Sangda led him to the pinnacle of the tower, where nothing awaited them but a colossal teleportation array. The realm of the Shenghen sorcerers lies beyond the wizarding world, outside of it entirely. We must traverse the teleportation array to reach there. This was Li Shi's first encounter with such a grand teleportation array, vastly more intricate than the one-time array Alice had previously activated. Its complexity was 100-fold, with countless magical patterns intertwining. Li Shi's eyes sparkled. Even the runes he observed would warrant a century of study. Yili Sangda activated the array, the forces of space warping as the world before him shifted rapidly. Darkness enveloped him, and he vanished from Xian Academy. When Li Shi reopened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world, where the air was thin, yet saturated with fire elements, nearly devoid of any other elemental presence. The ground was parched and searing, with little vegetation visible. Even the sky blazed a fiery red. Following his ascension, Li Shi no longer required substantial oxygen to function, and his resilience had markedly improved. Otherwise, the ordinary temperature of over 200 degrees would have rendered him utterly incapacitated, as heat and flame appeared to be the singular essence of this realm. As Yili Sangda walked ahead, Li Shi trailed behind. Although the gravitational force felt similar to that of the wizarding world, he sensed an inherent awkwardness, akin to a dish lacking salt or a spring devoid of the fragrance of fresh grass. This is a minor world, or rather, a fragment of one. Despite the modifications, it remains imperfect, so it is natural for you to feel discomfort. Yili Sangda, without turning, seemed to intuit Li Shi's feelings, remarking that first-time visitors often experienced similar sensations. Not long after, Li Shi beheld swarms of fire elementals soaring through the air, their numbers seemingly infinite, apprentice level, first tier, and even a few second tier, with a faint third tier presence. This sight instantly recalled the time he had clandestinely observed Alice's spatial rift during the competition. That world beyond was indeed this one. No wonder there were so many fire elementals. Soon, they arrived at a palace, which could not be described as magnificent. Rather, it appeared as if a colossal volcano had been hollowed out. Within, Li Shi could clearly see the bubbling magma beneath his feet, the temperature far exceeding that of the exterior. The vast hall housed a singular chair, large enough for a giant of 100 meters to occupy. Great Xian Shenghen sorcerer, in accordance with your command, I have brought Li Shi, Yili Sangda said, bowing respectfully. Though Li Shi saw no one, he mimicked Yili Sangda's gesture, bowing low and refraining from glancing around. From the moment he had been teleported, he felt as though he were under scrutiny, the Xian Shenghen sorcerer observing him intently. Chapter 59. The Xian Shenghen sorcerer. Ah, you have ascended. Quite commendable. A faint voice echoed in his ears, and as Li Shi bowed, an immense, irresistible pressure bore down upon him. A familiar sensation, over 30 times the gravitational force, seemed intent on flattening him into a mere pancake. He stifled a groan, utterly unprepared, and collapsed to one knee, the floor crumbling beneath him. The gravitational force, exceeding 30 times, imposed an extreme burden on every organ and cell within him. During his apprenticeship, he had trained under 6 times the gravity, with his physical threshold being 10 times, yet he could only endure for a minute. This was the first time he had ever endured such an overwhelming magnitude of gravitational force. Glancing sideways, he noticed a figure standing just a few meters away. A light staff emanating a fiery aura. Summoning every ounce of strength, Li Shi gritted his teeth, his heart racing at an unprecedented pace as his muscles contracted and expanded violently, producing strained, muffled sounds. However, as he slowly rose, a soft tap of the staff upon the ground resonated, a seemingly trivial sound that struck Li Shi like a clap of thunder. His heart, which had been racing, came to a sudden halt, akin to a high-speed gear locking in place. Li Shi's face paled, and the power he had just gathered dissipated with that faint sound. Even more terrifying was the intensified gravity that bore down upon him once again, causing Li Shi to be instantly pressed to his knees, his 2 knees sinking uniformly into the floor. The gravity had reached a horrifying 35 times that of normal, and despite his efforts, he could not lift his knees. He attempted to raise his head for a glance, but was swiftly overwhelmed. Gazing at the shattered floor and struggling to push his knees up, Li Shi gritted his teeth, nearly biting through them, as his muscles tensed, his eyes darkening, and his heart thundering violently, as if it might leap from his chest. A force, born from the depths of his soul and the limits of his body, erupted suddenly, forcing a difficult roar from his lips that echoed through the volcanic palace, igniting the first level of the body-refining wizard's bloodline. The transformation commenced. In an instant, Li Shi's frail form expanded to a towering 3 meters. His dark muscles grotesque and terrifying, each bulging muscle group exuding violent potential. His sharp claws resembled the most agile of weapons, poised to seize life at any moment. With fangs protruding and dark eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent, the shadow beneath him twisted and spun, the speed so great that it seemed to create a blackened area beneath his feet, warning that anyone who approached him would meet misfortune. With a resounding boom, the 35 times gravitational force was instantly shattered, and Li Shi, in his hunter form, stood upright. The hunter beheld the life before him, appearing merely as an ordinary wizard, clad in a typical robe, wielding a common staff. Yet, when their gazes met, it was as if he were looking up at a colossal titan. In a daze, that titan emanated a terrifying heat. Behind him lay a world ablaze, countless souls wailing amidst the flames. What was more frightening was that in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Li Shi felt as though he had been seen through completely, even the essence of his consciousness. Banjiani could not evade scrutiny. In a haze, he could not discern whether Banjiani had let out a cry, but when he strained to listen, he heard nothing. In his perception, the wizard before him was the very center of the universe, all elemental fire in this fragmented world swirling around him. His form flickered with chaotic light, as if light itself was being horrifically drawn into him. With just a glance, Li Shi felt like an ant beneath a towering tree, ready to be crushed at any moment. No wonder he had to wait until his promotion to meet such a being. Standing before this entity as an apprentice would instantly spell doom due to the overwhelming aura it emitted. This was not a deliberate action on the entity's part, but rather a potent instinct for survival that would subconsciously eliminate weaker beings nearby. The aura was like a bottomless abyss, profound and unfathomable. The breath of life was heavy, as solid as a mountain. This terrifying existence was beyond imagination. Li Shi knew precisely who this was and immediately bowed in the most respectful manner, addressing him in his hunter form. I, Li Shi, a first-level body-refining wizard. Pay my respects to the illustrious Zi Yin Sheng Hen wizard. Ah, a rare sight indeed, a body-refining wizard in his transformative state. The Zi Yin Sheng Hen wizard remarked calmly. With a gentle tap of his staff, the gravitational force was lifted, and Li Shi instantly felt his body lighten, promptly reverting to his normal form. Eager to catch a glimpse of the Zi Yin Sheng Hen wizard's appearance, Li Shi was filled with curiosity upon meeting a 4th-level wizard for the first time. In the wizarding hierarchy, 4th-level wizards were revered as Sheng Hen wizards, having transcended the common ranks of wizards. In other realms, 4th-level life forms were referred to as gods. Despite having absorbed decades of culture and knowledge from the wizarding world, Li Shi remained fascinated by the term god. Now, with a living deity standing before him, his curiosity was piqued, especially after hearing tales of this great being's monumental deeds and vast legends from AI Li Shi. Li Shi's curiosity was like a cat's claws, impossible to suppress. This being had existed for over 5,000 years, time seemingly holding no significance for such a life form. In those 5 millennia, he had conquered 2 worlds, both of which lay submissively beneath his feet. Here stood a 4th-level Shenghen wizard, master of 2 worlds. However, when Li Shi wished to discern his features, he could only recall 2 eyes that shone like suns, and nothing else remained in his memory. Though his eyes had registered the details, when he rifled through his recollections, only that pair of eyes, gazing down upon the world, remained. As his consciousness struggled to recall even the minutest details, the blurred visage flitted past, leaving only those cold eyes that seemed to survey the world. The Ziyin Shenghen wizard shifted slightly, and his form was already seated upon an immense chair meant for a 100-meter giant. "I called you here. You must know what to do next," he intoned. "Indeed. My body has been tainted by the shadow world, effectively marking the coordinates of that realm. I can facilitate a cross-realm expedition into the shadow world," Li Shi replied, having prepared for this moment. "You are correct. I shall now outline the specific procedures. Feel free to voice any concerns you may have. As you command." There are 2 common methods for cross-realm expeditions. The first involves piloting a stellar mothership carrying 1,000,000 wizards through cosmic leaps, allowing for immediate deployment of forces, delivering a devastating blow to the other world. However, this method wastes considerable time and resources, leading to severe waste. The second method involves deploying anchor points via coordinates to open a spatial passage connecting the 2 worlds. This approach saves time and reduces costs. But the downside is that the wizard serving as the anchor point is highly susceptible to counterattacks from the other world, with a mortality rate of 98 to 99%. Li Shi, understanding the implication behind the Ziyin Shenghen wizard's words, interjected before he could finish. He knew the wizard intended for him to serve as the anchor point, connecting the shadow world from within to the wizarding realm. Having learned of his role and importance, Li Shi had researched related information, which was typically kept strictly confidential from apprentices. Yet he had accessed it with ease, the implications being clear. "Have you made your decision?" The Ziyin Shenghen wizard's calm voice resonated in the vast hall. Both were astute individuals, requiring no excessive words. "I have made my decision. I am willing to infiltrate the shadow world as the anchor point to establish the spatial passage, spreading the brilliance of our magnificent wizarding civilization," Li Shi declared. Since the day he learned of the plan, he had resolved that retreat was not an option. Becoming a 1st-level body-refining wizard marked the commencement of the plan. "Are you afraid?" "Of course, I am afraid. The mortality rate is as high as 98 to 99%. This is no jest, but a precise figure derived from countless real-world encounters. Yet, the kindness bestowed by others had already been marked with a price. If he did not possess this function, he would not have become a wizard." Li Shi even entertained the most pessimistic speculation. Among the billions of people surviving on Earth, perhaps only he had the opportunity to become a wizard. Such an opportunity, if presented before others, would not merely lead to their development into formal wizards. Even being planted in the other world would pose no issue. The fact that the Ziyin Shenghen wizard could meet with him, a mere 1st-level wizard, and explain the circumstances, was already a significant show of respect. "I will grant you 10 years to prepare. The plan will commence in a decade. During this time, you may present any requests to Dean Yili Sangda, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate your needs." The Ziyin Shenghen wizard gestured toward the 3rd-level elemental grand wizard. Yili Sangda immediately offered Li Shi a warm and benevolent smile. Though beneath his face, marred by horrific, centipede-like scars, the smile was not much better than a devil's grin. "Furthermore, the 3rd-level life form in your sea of consciousness possesses a wealth of information regarding the shadow world. If he agrees to collaborate, it could significantly enhance your chances of survival. Yes, I will endeavor to secure his cooperation. I believe Banjiani will be eager to bask under the light of wizarding civilization," Li Shi responded with a grin. The Ziyin Shenghen wizard nodded slightly in approval of Li Shi's words, for no life could refuse a wizard unless it craved destruction. "I shall not allow you to labor without reciprocity. According to the principle of equivalent exchange in the realm of sorcery, once I conquer this world, you shall receive not only the medals you are entitled to, but also a permanent benefit from the world, quantified at a staggering amount." Li Shi was unclear about the exact magnitude of this figure, but when the revered Ziyin Shenghen sorcerer uttered it, he noticed the heavy breathing of the 3rd-level elemental archmage beside him, and he could even faintly hear an unusual heartbeat emanating from the mage's chest. It was evident that this figure was indeed a substantial one. Moreover, a sorceress guiding ring soared from the hand of the Ziyin Shenghen sorcerer, which Li Shi promptly caught with both hands. Chapter 60. capturing a battle companion. Within it lie a portion of supplies, materials I have no use for, which can aid you in swiftly enhancing your prowess. Thank you, esteemed Xian Shenghen sorcerer. Li Shi was elated. The benefits of the future were yet to come. But the advantages before him were tangible and immediate. When the plan commences, I shall summon you once more, hoping that by then, your strength will bring me greater joy. I will strive diligently, not to disappoint the esteemed Shenghen sorcerer. Li Shi's voice resonated with fervor, shaking the vast hall with its thunderous sound. If it were possible, he wished to show the Xian Shenghen sorcerer the sincerity of his heart. With so many advantages at stake, how could he not endeavor to excel? Depart now. The Xian Shenghen sorcerer gestured, signifying the conclusion of their meeting, allowing Li Shi and Yalisangela to take their leave. Yalisangela bowed and withdrew, but she noticed that Li Shi remained rooted in place. Do you have further inquiries? Came the voice of the Xian Shenghen sorcerer. Esteemed Xian Shenghen sorcerer, I wish to inquire about Alice's situation. I wonder if she has successfully advanced to a first-level sorcerer. Li Shi hesitated momentarily, yet he mustered the courage to voice his concern. Having spent so many years with Alice, it would be disingenuous to label their relationship as merely platonic friendship. Yet it was equally untrue to claim that he had fallen in love with her. After years of separation, he simply wished to ascertain her status. Alice successfully advanced 9 years ago and is currently acclimating to her first-level powers. You shall naturally reunite in 10 years, the Xian Shenghen sorcerer stated with an unfluctuating tone. Hearing that Alice had long since ascended brought Li Shi a sense of relief. After all, he had inadvertently delayed her progress for quite some time. Alice had forcibly suppressed her advancement, which was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A smooth ascension was the best outcome. Once the spatial teleportation array is activated, Li Shi and Yalisangela will depart. Within the colossal palace at the volcanic crater, the Xian Shenghen sorcerer let out a low chuckle, finding the situation amusing. In the realm of consciousness, Li Shi returned to observe the bound and shackled Banjiani, entangled in countless golden chains. Unable to resist, he reached out to playfully tap the back of the creature's head several times. So, have you made your decision? I have made my decision. I will honor your request. But I too have a demand. Banjiani, resembling a three-tailed fox, spoke with a sorrowful tone, his demeanor somber, yet devoid of the hesitation from their previous encounter. As if he were always prepared for Li Shi's arrival. Speak, then. Although Li Shi was puzzled by Banjiani's sudden decisiveness compared to his prior indecision, the ability to voice demands indicated that negotiations were indeed possible. Banjiani sensed Li Shi's astonishment, but had no desire to explain his swift change of heart. Banjiani felt despondent. After being terrorized by such a formidable presence, how many beings could maintain their inner convictions? I demand fair treatment for myself and my subjects, at the very least. The status of second-class natives in the sorceress world, Banjiani declared, fixing a fierce gaze upon Li Shi. To agree to cooperate had already transgressed his bottom line. Securing even a modicum of benefit for himself was the best possible outcome. That is impossible. Your best outcome is to sign a contract with me. I will not demand that you become my slave. Becoming my battle companion is your only path forward. Only by becoming my battle companion can you ensure the safety of your people. Excessive aspirations lead only to ruin. Li Shi scoffed, pondering what Banjiani was thinking. Still desiring the status of a second-class native. Were it not for the scant value of the information he possessed, he would have already been reduced to dust. My consciousness cannot accommodate other life forms. This is utterly impossible. I am a demigod. Banjiani roared, even as the golden chains tightened around him, unable to suppress his agitation. You have only just advanced to the first level. Our strengths are not equal. You cannot treat me thus. Without you, I could still descend into the shadow world. I carry the essence of your realm's origin, which will not be recognized as an invasion by the will of the world. Your role is merely to provide some inconsequential information. Your information may be useful to others, but it holds no value for me. I hope you consider your words carefully. Offering you this opportunity is not an invitation to make unreasonable demands, but a gesture of goodwill based on our decades-long acquaintance, granting you the chance to preserve your life. Li Shi pointedly tore away Banjiani's final bargaining chip, knowing that Banjiani's only leverage lay in his potential as an insider. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of Li Shi, who was trampling upon the remnants of his dignity, Banjiani fell silent, his eyes filled with resentment, yet unable to counter Li Shi's assertions. Li Shi paused, then slowed his speech, speaking earnestly. Your change of heart stems solely from your recognition of the Xian Shenghen sorcerer, as you have lost hope in your own world. We have spent so many years together, let us be candid. Even if our negotiations ultimately fail, I shall still allow you to depart. You understand my character. No one knows me better than you. Only I can grant you the right to live, even as a newly ascended first-level sorcerer. Li Shi dared to look down upon Banjiani, a demigod, and even utter the word grant. Yet Banjiani did not refute him, for he recognized the truth in Li Shi's words. However, gazing upon the now placid Li Shi, disdain flickered in his eyes. It was undeniable that Li Shi was correct. No one understood him better than Banjiani. It was precisely this understanding that led Banjiani to know that Li Shi's offer of letting him go was merely a ruse. If he refused, Li Shi would mercilessly end his life. Such notions of decades-long friendship were not but empty words. After advancing to the first level, Li Shi had acquired power, refusing to allow any force not his own to infiltrate his consciousness, nor could he permit a being so well acquainted with himself to exist. Therefore, if it was not under his control, it must be destroyed. Banjiani understood more than Li Shi himself. Should he decline, he would be the first to perish in the conquest of worlds. Not merely this fragment of consciousness, but his true self. Moreover, his entire race would face annihilation. Then I choose to become a soul partner. As long as you live, I shall also live. Banjiani, feeling aggrieved, retreated a step further to present his request. That is unacceptable. You may only be a regular battle companion. I cannot grant you the status of a soul partner. Your strength does not justify such an investment. However, I can assure you that I will not allow you to perish willingly, and I will strive to ensure the survival of you and your people. Li Shi's tone was resolute, offering Banjiani no opportunity for negotiation. Banjiani fell silent, as did Li Shi, and the realm of consciousness descended into tranquility. After an indeterminate period, Banjiani finally sighed deeply and spoke with resignation. Very well, I accept your terms. I hope that in light of our decades of friendship and my assistance in your training, you will treat me and my subjects with kindness. Rest assured, we have relied upon each other for so many years. You should know me well by now. If you remain apprehensive, I can inscribe all my promises within the contract. Li Shi smiled, yet his smile sent a chill through Banjiani's heart. He realized that Li Shi had changed. His character had evolved considerably. Once possessing a kindness that comprised 60% of his nature, now it dwindled to no more than 30. The thought of harming an old friend was something Li Shi would never have contemplated before. In witness of the exalted will of the sorcerer, I, Li Shi, do hereby forge a pact of combat partnership with Banjiani, honoring his life and consciousness, ensuring his rights to survival alongside his kin, vowing steadfast loyalty, as we collectively propagate the grandeur of sorcerous civilization. Thus, I declare, within the sea of consciousness. Li Shi recited the pact aloud, and upon its conclusion, a formidable pressure surged from the external realm, linking Li Shi and Banjiani. The oath of a sorcerer is inviolable. Once sworn, it must be fulfilled with absolute commitment, lest the sorceress will exact the most merciless of punishments. In an instant, Li Shi and Banjiani became bound, etching each other's essence into their souls, though Li Shi assumed the dominant role, wielding sovereignty over Banjiani's existence. Banjiani's visage bore reluctance, but Li Shi feigned ignorance, placing his hand upon the golden chains and intoning a complex incantation. In an instant, the golden chains shattered, and Banjiani realized the seals binding him had been lifted. Freed from the shackles, he began to move his body, having endured 40 years of confinement. Even a consciousness fragment could hardly withstand such desolate existence. The sorcerer who enacted the energy-sealing spell was indeed ruthless, treating him as though he were devoid of life. Now, shall you enlighten me about the intelligence of your world? Li Shi inquired. Certainly. Not here. We shall converse outside, Banjiani replied. Li Shi could not abide the presence of another life within his sea of consciousness, promptly departing with Banjiani. When Li Shi opened his eyes again, he found himself within a lavish chamber, situated in the highest tower of the Yin Academy. Following his promotion, Li Shi was deemed unfit to remain in the Gulu courtyard and was directly assigned to the tower by Yilisang de La. Li Shi occupied the 37th floor, while Yilisang de La resided just above on the 38th. In her words, it allowed for more convenient oversight. This marked Banjiani's inaugural encounter with the realm of sorcery. Although he had previously perceived the outside world through Li Shi's eyes, it paled in comparison to first-hand experience. A world of entirely different style, a disparate cultural system, the sorcerer's civilization outshone his own in every conceivable aspect. Having entered into the combat partnership pact with Li Shi, Banjiani felt a twinge of guilt for betraying his own world, a natural discomfort. Yet the prospect of thriving within a superior sorcerer's civilization imbued him with unexpected joy amidst his remorse. As Banjiani surveyed his surroundings, Li Shi scrutinized him in return. A third-level consciousness fragment, possessing a half-ethereal form, capable of traversing the tangible realm, resembling more a soul than a corporeal being. Physical assaults proved ineffective against him, susceptible only to elemental harm. His presence was faint, akin to that of Li Shi at present, both at the first level. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, Li Shi surmised that Ban Jia and I fell short of his own capabilities. According to records of the sorceress civilization, no race of comparable level had been found to exhibit combat strength akin to that of a sorcerer. Chapter 61. Intelligence. Once Ban Jia and I had sufficiently acclimated, he returned to Li Shi's side and proclaimed, "My world is not known as the Shadow World. We refer to it as the Jiefute World, translated as the World of Blessings. The cultivation system is based on the power of shadows, an innate ability bestowed at birth. There are two deities of our world, the goddess of darkness, Dian Na, and the god of the night, Tang Li Fu, both of whom match the rank of the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer." Upon mentioning the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer, Ban Jia and I instinctively lowered his voice, fearful of being overheard, revealing the deep-rooted terror he bore towards this figure. "What do you perceive of their strength, particularly in comparison to the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer? I trust your third-level demigod cognition can discern the difference," Li Shi queried. "I have encountered the god of the night, Tang Li Fu. His strength does not measure up to that of the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer, likely around 70% of their level. As for the goddess of darkness, Dian Na, she is the oldest deity in our world. I have never seen her, nor have any other demigods. It is said that only Tang Li Fu has laid eyes upon her. Were it not for his confirmation, we would doubt her existence in our realm. The ruling race of the Jiefute world is the Night Clan. As their name suggests, they share lineage with the god of the night, Tang Li Fu. On the surface, there are 23 demigod-level powerhouses among them, but my investigations reveal there are at least 50. As for the saintly level, which corresponds to the second level of sorcery, their numbers approximate 50,000, while the first level boasts nearly 500,000. And the remaining commoners of the Night Clan number around 100 million. The map of the Jiefute world is as follows. I shall draw it for you. Be sure to remember the distribution of cities. Apart from the Night Clan, there are other minor races, such as my own Gulu clan. After forging the combat partnership pact with Li Shi, Ban Jia and I divulged all he knew regarding the intelligence of the Jiefute world, leaving no stone unturned, from cultural environments to mineral resources, from social sciences to the backgrounds of notable third-level demigods. He recounted the shadow-endowed abilities in meticulous detail, sharing everything within his knowledge. In conclusion, he stated, "I am aware of your plans. You may descend upon my territory first, and with my protection, the likelihood of failure will be negligible." This was precisely why even the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer had emphasized to Li Shi the importance of securing Ban Jia and I. With Ban Jia's assistance, Li Shi's chances of success could soar from a mere 15% to 50%. The advantages of having an insider were indeed remarkable. Li Shi retained one copy of the intelligence provided by Ban Jia and I, and submitted another to Yali Sangdala. Upon reviewing the 253 volumes of information, Yali Sangdala could not help but commend Li Shi, declaring it the most comprehensive intelligence he had encountered prior to an expedition, deeming the absence of live specimens inconsequential. "This shall be regarded as a significant achievement. We shall settle accounts after the battle." Time was of the essence, and Li Shi needed to act swiftly. He produced a spear weighing a staggering 1 ton, its shaft as thick as Li Shi's calf and measuring an astonishing 6 meters in length, rendering it unusable without transforming into the hunter. This weapon had been gifted to him by the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer, specifically tailored to complement his identity as a body-refining sorcerer. Though the Zi Yin Sheng Hen sorcerer held such a weapon in disdain, Li Shi cherished it dearly. This spear represented the pinnacle of weaponry for a first-level body-refining sorcerer, especially as it was forged from Leizhuan Shi, designed to amplify lightning attribute attacks. It provided a base attack boost of 15, with a cap of 300 points, and an additional lightning attribute enhancement of 25, capping at 500 points. Such straightforward augmentations left Li Shi awestruck. Li Shi was confident that within 3 years, he could elevate his power attribute to the first-level limit of 100 points, even when considering the 10-fold attack multiplier typical of apprentices. That would amount to a staggering 1,000 points of attack. The spear's inherent enhancement of 15 would contribute an additional 150 points. And given Li Shi's proficiency with lightning attributes, the direct addition of 250 points would elevate his attack power to an astonishing 1,250 points. This figure was beyond anything Li Shi could have envisioned at the apprentice level. The most alarming aspect was that this was predicated on a 10-fold attack multiplier. A first-level body-refining sorcerer typically unleashed attack powers ranging from 15 to 20 times their power attribute, with some exceptionally potent first-level sorcerers able to exceed 20 times. Even at the minimum of 15 times, the base attack power would surge to an impressive 1,500 points. Li Shi was exhilarated. It was no wonder first-level sorcerers were so formidable. Even their most basic attack power struck terror into the hearts of apprentices. Li Shi dared not squander time. Swiftly inscribing sets of electric rune formations and meticulously preparing slots for energy crystal embedding, he must ensure his most potent sorceries were primed for use. Speaking of energy crystals, the substantial energy expenditure incurred during his promotion had consumed 7 of them, leaving but a solitary crystal from the original 8. However, Li Shi felt no sorrow, as the Ziyan Shenghen sorcerer had already made the necessary preparations for him. In the enchanting gift bestowed upon Li Shi, a witch's guiding ring, resided a remarkable collection of 50 energy crystals, a quantity ample enough for Li Shi to indulge in extravagance. This is the epitome of wealth. The Academy's recruitment of a first-level wizard instructor offers an annual salary equivalent to merely 1 energy crystal, rendering Li Shi's acquisition equivalent to 50 years of earnings. In addition to this magnificent spear, the bounty includes 50 energy crystals and a set of retractable, shape-shifting heavy armor. Yes, armor reminiscent of the cold weapon era. It perplexes Li Shi to encounter such primitive artifacts amidst a civilization of advanced witches. After all, even on Earth, armor is no longer a necessity in warfare. Yet, upon donning the armor, Li Shi realizes the fallacy of his thoughts. This is no ordinary armor. It is inscribed with 13 distinct runes, each serving functions related to defense, spatial transfer, thrusting, and counter damage. This is akin to a mechanized suit. With this armor, Li Shi possesses the ability to disregard attacks below 600 points, implying that any being of first level or lower could not breach his defenses. The 600 points reflect merely the armor's defensive capability. When combined with Li Shi's own defenses, he is astounded by the figures that arise in his mind. Moreover, the guiding ring contains an abundance of potions, perfectly suited for a first-level wizard, their total worth far exceeding that of the 50 energy crystals. Truly, as a 4th-level holy mark wizard, even superfluous items can satiate Li Shi, a mere first-level wizard. In his exhilaration, Li Shi begins to contemplate how to best utilize this limited decade. There are numerous tasks at hand, yet he must prioritize the most crucial ones. The acceleration of nuclear material cell evolution is imperative. With only 5 kilograms remaining, it is woefully insufficient. He is unaware if Duoluan Duo and Schwerke have procured additional nuclear materials. After the Shadow's evolution, its consumption rate of nuclear materials has significantly increased. Previously, it could only absorb a few grams per day, but now it consumes dozens at a time, leaving Li Shi's supply strained. 10 years ago, Li Shi informed Duoluan Duo and Schwerke about the search for nuclear bombs and materials, yet a decade has passed with no news. This information is vital to determining when Li Shi can achieve the first-level limit, and the sooner, the better. If they have not found anything, he must continue to exert pressure on them. Are they truly incapable of finding it? Certainly not. The reality is that Li Shi's sacrifices have been insufficient. If he were to offer a considerable price, they would undoubtedly secure whatever he desired. Now that he possesses wealth, he could simply overwhelm them with energy crystals if necessary. A thought that crossed Li Shi's mind with a fierce determination. Furthermore, he must address the issue of shadow carriers. Dividing a shadow into 10 allows for a reduction of damage by 50, while simultaneously enabling the carrier to wield power. Regarding this newfound capacity, Li Shi's first idea is to inscribe rune formations onto the shadow. After all, within his current skill set, the rune formations on his body are among the most familiar. Li Shi envisions a shadow inscribed with a gravity rune formation unexpectedly appearing beneath an enemy, unleashing a gravity surge multiple times stronger, disrupting their combat rhythm, and leading to their inevitable demise at his hands. Weaker opponents would be reduced to mere pulp before they even perceive Li Shi's presence. Similarly, he could inscribe runes for high temperature, frost, electric shock, confinement, and sealing, unleashing varied attacks tailored to different adversaries. 10 shadows overlapping could generate thousands of potential assaults. However, these ideas remain theoretical, requiring experimental validation to ascertain their effectiveness and damage potential. Considerations such as the optimal medium for inscription, the number of runes a single shadow can bear, and the source of the arcane energy to activate these formations must be meticulously verified. Should he succeed, it would yield a transformative enhancement to Li Shi's power, undoubtedly becoming his most reliable combat asset for the expedition a decade hence. As for the actual offensive capabilities of the shadows, Li Shi is aware of their potential but needs further confirmation. In addition to these essential tasks, he must also familiarize himself with the transformation into the hunter after activating his bloodline. The combat style of the hunter is entirely distinct from his previous form, necessitating a complete relearning process, a challenge akin to inhabiting a new body. As a first-level body refinement wizard, the most formidable aspect lies in the post-transformation state, especially in harmonizing with weapons and armor. Although Gru has trained him during his apprenticeship, the duration was regrettably brief. Beyond these concerns, improvements to the rune formations on his body and innovations regarding the tonsils are minor issues that can be addressed later. However, Li Shi currently lacks clarity on advancing his elemental side, a matter paramount to his journey as an elemental body refinement wizard. The theoretical foundation of the entire wizarding path has been largely established, a feat that poses significant challenges for other wizards. Yet, for Li Shi, it is the simplest aspect. Conversely, ascending the elemental side to the next level, typically straightforward for others, has become an overwhelming challenge for him. The unpredictability of life is indeed a marvel. Chapter 62. In Pursuit of Power Enhancement. The fundamental reason for Li Shi's insufficient mastery of elemental knowledge lies in the fact that the Purple Flame Holy Mark Wizard has graciously granted him access to the Purple Flame Academy's library. Yet time eludes him. Li Shi has scarcely mastered a handful of apprentice-level spells, and advancement necessitates an enormous investment of time. Even if granted 50 years, he would confidently become an absolute powerhouse among first-level wizards. Given a century, he believes he could attain the rank of Elemental Body Refinement Wizard. Yet the stark reality is that he has no such luxury. Only 10 years remain. The myriad tasks before him ultimately boil down to one pressing issue. Time is insufficient. There are numerous responsibilities, but Li Shi quickly formulates a plan, commencing with the transformation of the shadows while relentlessly urging Duoluan Duo and Schwerke to seek nuclear bombs. The nuclear materials within the bombs are not only crucial for evolution, but also vital for ascending to the next level of elemental mastery. Furthermore, the nuclear bomb represents the most potent weapon at his disposal. For the expedition to the Jeft world, it is essential that Li Shi prepares adequately for his solo infiltration. A single nuclear bomb may not suffice. Thus, he considers acquiring 2, or even 10, whatever it takes to ensure success once the spatial passage opens. Aside from the aforementioned tasks, during this period, he must also continuously practice familiarizing himself with the Hunter-S combat form, aiming to unleash at least 90 of his potential. Given the limited time frame, he does not expect to wield the Hunter's power flawlessly. If he can accomplish all these tasks within the decade, Li Shi will embark on his covert journey to the Jeft world with peace of mind. Hurry and contact your true self, ensuring they prepare adequately on that side. I wish to avoid encountering a disorganized faction upon my arrival. Li Shi gazed at the incessantly wandering Banjiani, irritation brewing within him. He felt overwhelmed with responsibilities, wishing he could multiply himself into 10 beings. Why, after centuries of existence, does Banjiani still exhibit such childishness? A mere consciousness fragment, incapable of consuming anything. Yet it drools over candy as if it were a child. Despite having been admonished countless times, Banjiani remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, provoking Li Shi's desire to cast the candy jar into the sewers. Noticing Li Shi's visibly displeased expression, Banjiani promptly emerged from the candy jar and quietly declared, "I will contact my true self at once." Li Shi harbored no concerns about Banjiani's true self causing disruptions, with the wizard's consciousness present. Even though it was the consciousness fragment that had entered into a pact with him, the true self could not refuse. In other words, Banjiani's true self had unwittingly been ensnared by his consciousness fragment, signing a contract of servitude without the true self's awareness. Yet, from another perspective, the consciousness fragment's actions could also be seen as a means of salvation for the true self and its kind. Due to the urgency of the situation, Li Shi sought out Yili Sang de La directly. After explaining the difficulties he faced, Yili Sang de La generously assigned him an advanced laboratory, superior to any facility he had encountered at Jiahuaqi. The usage rights extended for a decade, with all material costs covered by the academy. Upon hearing such magnanimous words from Yili Sang de La, Li Shi smacked his lips. The benefits he received after his promotion far surpassed those of his apprenticeship. Unfortunately, the apprentice stage was merely a foundation-building phase, rendering the best facilities somewhat redundant. Now equipped with a top-notch laboratory, Li Shi's experimental speed would undoubtedly multiply several times. Compared to such a laboratory, the portable micro-laboratory within the shadow space seemed utterly inferior, incapable of even achieving precision to 1 decimal place. Time appeared to take flight, entering a rapid mode that Li Shi could scarcely halt. Just as the 5 kilograms of uranium-235 within the shadow space was on the brink of depletion, good news arrived from Toronto at the Green Cabin. They confirmed the discovery of a nuclear bomb, yet other wizards were also vying to purchase it for a hefty price, suggesting that Li Shi might wish to wait. However, waiting was not an option for Li Shi. Regardless of the competitors, he waved his hand decisively, offering 10 energy crystals at a premium of 45 to secure the nuclear bomb, exuding an air of affluence that seemed to radiate a golden glow. At the moment Li Shi made the payment and acquired the nuclear bomb, Toronto's glee was palpable, as he felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Even more so because Schwerke of the Purple Golden Flower had not profited. Yet, Li Shi's subsequent words brought even greater joy to Toronto. Continue searching for me. I am willing to pay the same price for as many as you can find. With Toronto's assurances echoing in his ears, Li Shi returned to the 37th floor of the tower. As Banjia and I darted around the candy jar, upon witnessing Li Shi extract a nuclear bomb from the shadow space, his 3 tails instantly stood erect. Had his consciousness not lacked a physical form, he would have shown Li Shi what it meant to be alarmed. Banjia and I had witnessed the devastating power of such a device. An explosion within the tower would reduce the highest pinnacle of the Xian Academy to the lowest level, even below the single-story structures of the Jello Courtyard. Rest assured, it cannot explode, it is not activated. Li Shi immediately recognized the nuclear bomb as originating from De Mao's family, and his spirits soared. For De Mao's lineage was renowned for their high yield. Indeed, upon dismantling the bomb, he discovered a staggering 100 kilograms of uranium-235 within. Even if he utilized 50 kilograms to modify a low-yield nuclear bomb for self-preservation, he would still have 50 kilograms remaining. Grateful to De Mao, Li Shi could distinctly sense the nuclear radiation assaulting his body, yet he did not even engage protective measures, extracting the nuclear material with his bare hands. As a first-level body-refining sorcerer, even though Li Shi's physique was still in the nascent stage post-promotion, he had become entirely immune to the effects of nuclear radiation. Even prolonged exposure to the nuclear material would not damage a single cell. Previously, as an apprentice, his cells had been shattered by nuclear radiation, leading to a portion of them undergoing carcinogenic transformation. Fortunately, his robust physical condition allowed him to expel all cancerous cells. Now, his body resembled an impregnable fortress, remaining unfazed by any nuclear radiation assault. The radiation could not penetrate even a single cell. Li Shi carelessly tossed 50 grams of nuclear material into the shadow beneath his feet, where it was promptly devoured. Then, a shadow slithered up his leg, enveloping his body and merging with every cell, initiating an accelerated evolution of his cells. The apprentice level could not perceive the hastened cellular evolution. Had it not been for 3 consecutive years of experimental records, Li Shi might not have even noticed. However, now that he had reached the first level, as the shadow that had consumed the nuclear material fused with his body, he immediately felt the exhilaration of his cells. It was as if he had ingested a stimulant, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, with the rate of evolution doubling instantaneously. The nuclear radiation provided an acceleration of evolution, serving as an auxiliary function. With gravity runes, high-temperature runes, electric shock runes, and the constant stimulation of toxins from his tonsils, his body was already undergoing passive evolution. This type of passive evolution was subtle and sustained, a fundamental aspect of evolution that all body-refining sorcerers would engage in throughout their lives. The nuclear radiation, once consumed by the shadow, accelerated the natural pace of evolution. Although nuclear radiation can promote cellular evolution, it often leads to chaotic and harmful changes within the body. Only after being absorbed by the shadow could it transform into a directed acceleration of evolution. The shadow acted as a filter, eliminating all detrimental aspects of nuclear radiation for Li Shi's evolution, leaving only beneficial elements. Li Shi was unaware of the underlying principles behind these results, but he speculated that his shadow affinity might be exceedingly advanced, akin to a world-class source of power. Such a source could selectively discern what was advantageous and what was harmful based on Li Shi's inherent traits, assisting him in his evolution. Of course, this remained merely a hypothesis, requiring further validation on Li Shi's part. Once Li Shi successfully modified a sorcerer-grade nuclear bomb, he plunged back into the laboratory. First-level body-refining sorcerer, activate the hunter's bloodline. With Li Shi's roar echoing through the laboratory, a 3-meter-tall giant, darkly muscled and formidable, materialized. The hunter. Its aura was fierce, as if it were perpetually on the verge of extinguishing life in a fit of rage. The hunter reached out, and a suit of black armor appeared in its grasp, seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own. When donned, the armor, originally tailored for a normal physique, expanded to encapsulate the hunter entirely, even covering its face with a mask, leaving only 2 crystalline eye slots for vision. The armor conformed perfectly to the musculature, ensuring flawless execution of every movement without any hindrance. Most remarkably, it bore a wind element floating rune array, rendering the original weight of over a ton feel like a mere 150 kilograms, practically weightless. The hunter reached out again, and a 1-ton spear materialized in its hand. Casually resting it on its back, the hunter transformed into an imposing general poised for battle. Yet, instead of engaging in combat, this formidable warrior carefully lifted a beaker from the experimental platform, commencing a day filled with labor. Though there were moments when the power was mismanaged, resulting in the shattering of the beaker, Li Shi remained steadfast in maintaining the hunter form. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for training in the hunter's form. He could only don the full armor during regular experiments, mastering the nuances of the hunter's power through meticulous detail. This method of training, albeit lacking the rapid integration found in training fields, allowed Li Shi to gain a more precise grasp of his strength. If asked which training method he preferred, Li Shi favored the current approach. Mastering the hunter's form with precision and control over every muscle would yield swifter progress than conventional training. Ha ha ha. I am indeed a genius. The laboratory echoed with the hunter's sinister laughter.